Chapter 121 Alien Blood Flaso. A shrill alarm sounded. Xiao Tong stared at the big screen. On the screen, the electronic signals of the entire central desert were interfered with to varying degrees. The beast tide has entered a boiling state. The beast tide is boiling, which is a sign that the beast tide has entered its heyday. Generally speaking, this will lead to two consequences. Either the genetic territory of the A-level radiation beast expands, the beast tide will further spread, or the beast tide will be stopped, and the mutant energy will dissipate. It's more than half a month earlier than expected. A security group staff said with some uneasiness. Connect those 5 people to me. Once the beast tide spreads further, it will not just be a problem for the central desert. A Legion hacker nodded, and his helmet-like network access chamber began to produce a beep, beep, beep sound. For the simulated signal, the human brain is their base station. The more human brains there are, the faster the signal will propagate. This is also the only way to break through radiation interference. Soon, the virtual meeting was online again. But to Xiao Tong's surprise, the only person online was Major General Matsumoto from Honshu Island. What about the other 4? Zhang Hai in the east was patrolling the coast and has not returned. The remaining 3 went to the Sky Carrier. Sky Carrier? The Lieutenant General is back? Xiao Tong was surprised at first, but then his expression stiffened. He guessed what they were doing. He suppressed his anger and said, "Why didn't you notify me?" In the absence of the Lieutenant General, all the resolutions of the security group, don't they have to be voted on by the 6 major generals? Old man Matsumoto looked calm. They just felt that it might not pass. So they bypassed you and went directly to the Lieutenant General to apply. Then why are you here? I voted against the nuclear explosion. Xiao Tong crossed his arms. His expression was extremely ugly. After a long while, he said coldly, "Since they don't follow the rules, don't blame us for not following the rules." Old man Matsumoto, can your elite troops come to our central desert to fight? Major General Matsumoto narrowed his eyes. It's hard to say. An old guy like me who is about to die can't compare to the wealth of your Xiao family. In the interior space of the Sky battleship, a security group aircraft is entering the cabin through the hole, and under the adjustment of magnetic levitation technology, it is suspended above a bomber. This magnetic levitation design can effectively save space. Although on the surface, the Sky battleship of the Security Corps is just a Sky version of a luxury yacht, where countless upper classes indulge in luxury. But only the internal personnel of the Security Corps know what a terrifying weapon this is. Just a glance, there are more than 300 such advanced combat aircraft. Jean Major General Graham, Sword Major General Zhang Feng, Female Major General Freya. The 3 walked down the stairs, led by the waiter, walked into the floating channel. The whole body was suspended in the channel, and began to move at high speed. This is a gravity technology used in space navigation, used here purely to save trouble. Soon, the 3 were led into a luxurious hall, and met the real Lieutenant General. He was a blue-skinned man, nearly 3 meters tall, with purple pupils, and energy spots constantly overflowing from the surface of his skin, creating ripples. At this time, he was wearing a gorgeous nightgown and playing with a little girl of the same skin color. Meet the Lord of the Sky, the manager of the asteroid belt, the owner of the high-level bloodline, and the alien blood Flaso. The 3 major generals half knelt on the ground at the same time, with pious expressions. "3 of you, what is your purpose here?" Flaso's voice was very pleasant, sounding like some kind of music being played. "The beast tide is rampant in the central region. In order to maintain the rule of the Security Corps, please activate the Scorched Earth Plan." Rampant? That's not what Xiao Tong reported to me. Major General Xiao Tong has been covering up the true situation of the beast tide for his own benefit. In fact, since the death of the mountain, the beast tide has been out of control. Graham said in a deep voice. The alien-blooded Flaso did not speak. His purple pupils swept over the 3 people, and his sight seemed to penetrate people's hearts. The 3 people were startled and their attitude became more respectful. In the mechanical age, there is no ethics and morality. Strength and progress are the only standards. And Flaso, who was implanted with alien blood, is the strength itself in their eyes. Flaso patted the little girl's head. The little girl walked out obediently. When she passed by Freya, she looked at her curiously. In Freya's peripheral vision, the little girl's face had a maturity that was inconsistent with her age. In her eyes, there seemed to be a trace of worry. "I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter." "Why?" Zhang Feng blurted out. Flaso changed his posture, pulled his hand out of his sleeve, 6 fingers of the same length, and lightly pointed the first finger at the void, and the powerful mental power condensed into a document, which was exactly the same as the one in Du Xiaoti's hand. The highest order of the mechanical committee, even I, can only accept it. Zhao Xie, hurry up and move these materials to the warehouse. With an impatient voice, the dusty Zhao Xie raised his head from the machine. But I haven't finished my work here yet. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Zhao Xie fell silent then. Under the mocking eyes of a group of people, he picked up the bottles and jars and walked towards the warehouse. Is he the new supervisor? What new supervisor? He was fired long ago. Oh, it's him. It's also a matter of time. When he was under Guel, he was so glorious. Even if Guel defected, Mozhan still reused him, and asked for a large amount of biological experimental materials for him. However, people must speak with strength after all. The biological warriors on the front line lost control at the most critical moment, and the biological synthesis factory in the rear was blown up by the enemy. 2 pot lids fell down. Even he was dizzy, and his head was full of stars. He was cleanly and neatly wiped out. What's more terrifying is that the person he had always hated before, the senior engineer, who could do nothing but brag, actually jumped over the Dragon Gate and became the new highest military commander. The old grudges between the two were somehow turned up. So, Zhao Xie could only go back to his old job and became a glorious and sacred porter. I'm unwilling. Only when no one was around could Zhao Xie release his emotions. At this moment, in the depths of the warehouse, Zhao Xie clenched his hands, his face full of ferocity and hatred. The object of his hatred, in addition to Engineer Gao, was Du Xiaoti. If she had followed him, how could he have fallen into such a fate? It was all because of that woman. At this moment, the battlefield communicator rang. Since he lost power, no one had contacted him for a long time. After pressing the enhanced version of the battlefield communication phone, a familiar voice sounded. You haven't been doing well recently, Director Zhao. The familiar voice stunned Zhao Xie. After a long while, he hesitated and said, Jevier General? I am not a general now. I believe the Security Corps will not retain the rank of a traitor. Zhao Xie quickly calmed down and said, You still have spies in the Security Corps. You are monitoring me. We can change the word. For example, invite. I invite you to join me in a great cause. Betray the Security Corps? Zhao Xie pondered the pros and cons in his heart. To be honest, he didn't want to betray the official forces unless it was absolutely necessary. But thinking of his current predicament, he hesitated again. Manager Xiao, don't forget how you got the biological data in your hands. Why do you still think the other party will let you go? It means that the war is urgent now, and he can't spare the time. Once he thinks of you, guess what he will do? Guel laughed. The other party's words finally made Zhao Xie determined. So, for the great cause, what do I need to do? One after another, large robots walked out of the car city. These 3-story-high huge machines had a lot of scratches and bullet marks on them. Their weapons were also stained with blood. Between the gears, there was a layer of light mincemeat. What do you think? Cape was suspended in the air, watching these large combat robots moving. It was not without reason that the mountain chose the large army tactics. Only a large army with heavy firepower could stop the almost unlimited beast-tide offensive. As for Gao Gong's fighting style, it was unheard of and unseen. Moreover, the most important thing was that once the beast-tide was launched, all electronic components would fail. Although the simulation device was not a communication device, it was also composed of a large number of electronic components. Gao Shu was silent for a moment. Since he did this, he must have his reasons. Let's wait and see. Tai Kwangtu snorted coldly and flew directly to the shoulder of a large combat robot, obviously not intending to say a word. Cape shook his head and sighed, and also mixed into the mechanical beast army. The battlefield was no longer a piece, but was cut into pieces, and the two people were heading in different directions. After the two left, Gao Shu turned on the battlefield communicator and whispered, Advisor, they are all gone. Gao Gong's voice came from the communicator. Since they are willing to fight against the beast-tide with us, that's enough. I will make sure that Ma Shan's men cannot leave the battlefield. Okay. Thank you for your trouble. After hanging up the communicator, Gao Shu's strong armor gradually melted and turned into a transparent liquid. And finally his whole body disappeared. Loyalty is a good quality, but good and scarce are usually equated. Gao Gong was not surprised by Gao Shu's surrender. After all, such a spy leader is the easiest to get close to, and the easiest to betray. And everyone has the surname Gao, so they are naturally a family. He was playing with a ball of fluid, which was very similar to the strong armor, but it was not pure color, it was clean in the turbidity, and there were countless small particles in the cleanness, like pus produced by tissue necrosis. Chapter 122 Biogrowth Venom. Is this what you made for me after you sacrificed 2 pieces of strong growth armor? Why does this thing look so much like phlegm? Looking at the sticky liquid in his hand, Gao Gong said with disdain. By the way, the scientific name of this thing is not phlegm, but biogrowth. Although Gao Gong knew that his family was poor and could not make anything good in a short time, he would not buy a computer and disassemble the graphics card. Professor Han might be a little embarrassed, and after a moment of silence, he directly talked about its performance. We have used some cells from advanced radiation beasts to replace some components of the strong colonization armor. The effect has not yet reached the standard, the rejection is too high, it is not suitable for implantation in the human body, but if it is only implanted in weapons, there is no problem. Don't leave yet. The senior engineer stopped the soldier, who had grown the hand bone spurs, pulled a ball of pus off, and threw it over. You try it. Try? The soldier looked at the thing in his hand, and fell silent. Although his emotions were very indifferent due to biological rejection, he was a normal person, not an idiot. Looking at the ball of thick phlegm in the palm, it's impossible to swallow it directly. However, this thick phlegm seemed to have a spirit, and it climbed up directly in the palm, flowed along the fingers to the bone spur, and the next moment, the bone spur turned black visibly, and a thick black smoke came out of the bone spur. How does it feel? The two stared at him. It feels good. Give it a try. The soldier didn't waste any words, turned around and slashed the wall twice, and the next moment, Wolverine's iconic X-claw mark appeared, and it penetrated the wall, and on the scratches, there were strong signs of corrosion. Senior engineer touched his chin. Ordinary biological mutation surgery could never create the first generation of Wolverine. It the bone spur version of Wolverine is a non-rejection. Top-end version of the old hunter, then the soldier in front of him is really just a biologically modified soldier, and his bones are just ordinary bones, which can be broken by cutting some fruits at most, or hitting some hard objects. But after the fusion of this ball of pus, the lethality suddenly increased. Regardless of the healing ability, in terms of lethality alone, it is basically not much different from the first version of Wolverine. Can it be taken back? Professor Han asked curiously. The soldier tried it. Shook his head. No. I feel very uncomfortable. It's okay. At least it can enhance the attack power. As the soldier's bone knife shook quickly, the pus seemed to change from the possessed state to the normal mode. Can vibration affect fusion? The soldier handed the pus over reluctantly. And Engineer Gao smiled and said, if you like it, you can play with it. But if you feel unwell, remember to find Professor Han. Yes, sir. Thank you. By the way, your name is not Logan, right? Looking at the soldier who walked to the door, Engineer Gao suddenly asked. No. The soldier paused and said, my name is Luo Dayo. What a good name. It seems that this version of the experimental product can only be used as a biological weapon. After everyone left, Professor Han said with some regret, can the relevant knowledge be sorted out? Senior engineer was more concerned about this. No problem, this is a small branch of clone technology, weapon transplantation. Anyway, it's good to be able to grind out professional knowledge. Some professional knowledge can be obtained through upgrading secondary professions, but some cannot. This requires the reverse deduction of related technological products. And without a strong enough professional vision, it is impossible to deduce it. At least Gao Gong can't do it. In his previous life, he took the virtual route and didn't play with the real thing. Bionic technology related to the pre-war laboratory. Prosthetic technology brought by the full level of the prosthetic doctor. And the strong colonization technology related to the strong colonizer. And the biochemical technology of the Biological Mutation Association. These 4 types are all professional knowledge chains based on carbon-based organisms. In other words, they belong to the same secondary carbon-based civilization. First, collect the professional knowledge chain in the direction of carbon-based civilization. Gao Gong thinks it's okay. After all, if you go carbon-based plus machinery, in terms of individuals, mechanical transformation and biological transformation should go hand in hand. From the perspective of civilization, other people only need to collect one type of civilization knowledge at the same level, but he must collect 2 types. One type is mechanical civilization knowledge, and the other type is carbon-based civilization knowledge. The integration of civilization is much more difficult than the integration of individual life. And the knowledge that he mastered in his previous life also needs to find an heir, otherwise it will be wasted. After coming back to his senses, I found that Professor Han was still frowning and thinking. And he seemed to be quite dissatisfied with the current version of thick phlegm. According to him, if this biological body wants to be qualified, it must achieve at least two aspects of improvement. First, it cannot just be attached to the weapon, but also be able to attach to the human body. After all, the increase in damage of the weapon is just icing on the cake, and the defense of the key points is the most important thing. Second, it must have its own biological will. Since it cannot become a part of the human body, it must control itself. The more Gao Gong listened, the more strange it sounded. My goodness, is this a low-profile version of the strong colony armor, or an artificial version of venom? Okay, you go ahead. I have to go to the battlefield too. Boss, can we win this battle? Professor Han said suddenly. Of course, we must. The four blood wings spread open with a swish. Gao Gong squeezed the biological colony hard. This thing seemed to have a spirit. It automatically attached to the blood wings. For a moment, the charred thick liquid flowed on the wings, dyeing the blood feathers into black feathers. As for the feeling, it was like putting on a mask for the wings. Cool and icy. When Gao Gong flew to the middle of the sky, he could see with his naked eyes that the black tide was coming from a distance with overwhelming force. Although Gao Gong was quite confident about this battle. After all, the radiation annihilation fluid had entered the mass production stage. But others did not think so. In fact, most people were very pessimistic. After all, over the years, whenever the beast tide entered the boiling period, the failure rate of resistance was much higher than the success rate. At the critical moment, Gao Gong was very cowardly. He decided to strengthen himself first. You upgrade the Slaughter Hunter to LV2. Strength +1. Agility +1. Perception +1. You upgrade the Slaughter Hunter to LV3. Strength +1. Agility +1. Perception +1. You upgrade the Slaughter Hunter to LV4. Strength +1. Wisdom +1. Perception +1. You upgrade the Slaughter Hunter to LV5. Strength +1. Wisdom +1. Perception +1. Added skills. Prey marking. Prey marking professional skill. After pheromone marking, you can always find the prey you want to hunt in the vast sea of beasts at a glance. Tracking skills. Not bad. The experience gained from the second job change is also in units of 10,000. 70,000 experience points were lost all of a sudden. Plus the previous gambling drawings, job change, and the large amount of experience gained from hunting B-level radiation beasts was lost by half. The remaining half? Gao Gong thought about it, and first upgraded the rebounding blade from LV1 to LV10 in one go, and then invested a specialization point. You upgrade the rebounding blade to LV10. Upgrade the rebounding blade to LV10 max, and enter the skill advancement state. Please select your elite skill's large biological rebound. Bullet time. Shield dance. Large biological rebound is equivalent to the advanced version of rebound, and can also be called the old man's ring version. It contains a lot of techniques for leveraging power, which can truly achieve the goal of using small forces to fight big forces, and using a little force to move 1,000 pounds. Needless to say, bullet time is not useful for dodging bullets, but for buying you enough time to react when a howitzer is fired or an air-to-ground missile is dropped from the sky. Shield dance is an advanced skill for using shield weapons, which is like using your own shield to attack the enemy's spear, and can easily deal double damage. Gao Gong thought about it. First removed shield dance, hesitated between large biological anti-bomb and bullet time, and finally chose bullet time. If it was before, he would definitely choose the former. But now, he is not afraid of the A-level radiation beast. He may not win head-on, but he cannot be taken away by the opponent. On the contrary, he is more worried about the nuclear bomb falling from the sky. Although theoretically speaking, the Security Corps cannot launch a nuclear bomb, but theoretically speaking, he cannot cross it. You choose elite skill, bullet time. You increase the bullet time to LV2. You increase the bullet time to LV3. You increase the bullet time to LV4. You increase the bullet time to LV5. Bullet time LV5 elite. You can sense the movement of the bullet in an instant, and dodge with high reaction. Dodge rate plus 50%. Dodge speed plus 60%. Ignore one-shot kill. Additional status. High mental concentration. Battlefield prediction. High mental concentration. Your nerve reflex speed increases 100 times in an instant. Battlefield prediction. You can accurately judge the danger level of the local battlefield, which are low-risk areas, which are medium-risk areas, which are high-risk areas, which are death zones. Gao Gong exhaled, although the scene in front of him has not changed, but in his perception, it is completely different. It's like picking up chopsticks. You know which dishes you like to eat, and which dishes you don't like. He could clearly feel which environments made him feel comfortable, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, which places he couldn't stay in for long, and which places were very uncomfortable. There must be B-level radiation beasts in places where he couldn't stay for long. There was only one place where he felt very uncomfortable, and that was where the Scarlet Queen was. After looking at the 40,000 experience points, 7 free attribute points, and 4 skill points, Gao Gong decided to keep a trick. As a battlefield commander, it was reasonable for me to keep a few tricks. What if they want to behead me? Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, staring at the direction of the very uncomfortable place. Is it the high-risk area, or the death zone? At the same time, the Scarlet Queen sitting on the meat blanket also looked over. The two sights collided fiercely at a very long distance. The Scarlet Queen raised the blood-red spear in her hand, and the next moment, the terrifying wave submerged everything. In the central desert, all the surveillance equipment failed. One after another large processor began to crash. Even Xiao Tong's encryption system also fell into snowflake mode. However, the next moment, one after another electronic city rose from the ground, and they seemed to be unaffected, and even on the contrary, the simulation effect was better. Gao Gong smiled slightly. Do you really think I didn't guard against your trick? Chapter 123, Opening a Camp. As the largest den of money in the central desert, and even in the radiation zone, Gao Gong almost cleared out all the virtual sensing equipment in the entertainment city. Even the cleaning lady couldn't clean it as cleanly as he did. Facing the black guns and cannons of the security group soldiers, none of these powerful nightclub owners dared to object. Who dared to complain? Go and tell the beast hide. And now, more than 200 electronic cities have sprung up, manifesting gasoline towns, military warehouses, old metal recycling stations, scavenger gathering places. Just from the naked eye, they are exactly the same. Huge. Boiling. Like a tide of beasts pouring down from the Milky Way. It split into hundreds of rivers at once, rushing into various places. A newly born B-class monster. The huge foot of the rotten robot stepped into the gasoline town. The thick wall seemed to be made of paper. And the electronic eyes, as big as basketballs, suddenly emitted a warning light. The next moment, 2 huge electric saws as thick as door panels collided fiercely. And the sky was full of brilliant Mars. Ordinary combat robots cannot beat the rotten robots. The rotten robots' engines, sawtooth electric saws, and portable energy cannons all have a lot of rotten flesh and blood. These flesh and blood are like special biological plugins, which increase its performance by 200%, directly breaking through the upper limit of large mechanical bodies. After a dozen slashes of the large electric saw, the rotten robot knocked the opponent's upper body back, and the sawtooth electric saw suddenly sprayed out countless flesh granulations, and the speed was twice as fast. It slashed the chest of the large combat robot fiercely, tearing the liquid pipeline, spraying gasoline, and exploding mechanical parts all over the air. The combat robot had 10 power engines, and 4 of them were directly shut down. The rotten plugins all over the rotten robot showed an excited red light, and the power was fully turned on. A large amount of radiation energy was concentrated on the portable energy cannon, and with a clean shot, the combat robot's head was blown off. However, at the moment when the opponent's power was reduced, 3 strong colonizers suddenly appeared in the air, with at least 10 energy nozzles on their bodies lighting up. And the ultimate move, concussion shock wave, was used. The violent wind and waves instantly enveloped the opponent. And then, there were countless fist shadows. The strongest point of the strong colonizer armor is that its explosion can be overloaded, which is the so-called explosion. The essence of this explosion is to use the human body to bear the pressure of the armor. So every strong colonizer is a carefully selected warrior. After the 3 big moves, they directly took away 1/3 of the opponent's health, especially on the shell, covered with a lot of fist marks and cracks. And the 3 strong colonizers also fell to the ground panting, knelt on one knee, standard hero landing. The strong colonizer armor is not as good as the mecha in that it is not durable. It can't be like the mecha, As long as the energy is not lost, it can continue to hit with full force. Like all organisms, it needs time to recover output. If it were before, they could only retreat when they fought to this point, but now, someone has come to take over. 10 consecutive conical bullets hit the blood-red electronic eye at almost the same time. The trajectory of the bullets even predicted the robot's evasive route. Each of these 10 shots dealt critical damage, taking away 8,000 HP of the rotten robot in one go. 3 kilometers away, the blind man held a Storm brand electromagnetic rifle, wearing his iconic small round sunglasses. Under the sunglasses, there were electronic bee eyes with 5,000 small eyes. And unlike the biological warrior's fist-sized eyeballs, his eyeballs were even smaller than normal people's. Just a slit. The motion capture ability of ordinary modified soldiers is 100 times that of normal people, so they are the best snipers. The motion capture ability of blind people is 100 times that of biological soldiers, which is 10,000 times that of ordinary people. So his visual organs are closed most of the time, because the eye nerves cannot support such consumption. But Guan Gong does not open his eyes, and he will kill people if he opens his eyes. When the blind man's eyesight is not good, he can't even touch the toilet paper, but when his eyesight is good, whoever he stares at will tremble. The next moment, the knee of the rotten robot was blown open again. This was not an ordinary critical hit, but a 10 times critical hit. One mechanical leg exploded directly. The next moment, 2 flame whips shot out from the beasts, turned several times in the air, and entangled another mechanical leg. The horrible flame spread upward along the whip. Why does Lao Ma always like to go to the toilet? Because he drinks gasoline. His stomach is no longer a normal person's stomach, but an energy storage organ of a flame-throwing beast. In the pillar of fire, Old Ma pulled hard, and the next moment, the rotten robot fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Old Cha flew into the air, and the millstone-sized mechanical axe chopped the robot's head viciously. From head to tail, countless brain components exploded, and tens of thousands of health points were lost, and dozens of gun beasts appeared around at some point. Ordinary gun beasts usually only have one weapon, but each of these gun beasts has at least 4 firearms, either high kinetic machine guns, or radiation energy guns, with large calibers, powerful power, and terrifying output. In the terrifying firepower, the engine of this B-class robot finally shut down, and it died completely. The 3 colonizers and the 3 old hunters disappeared in the vast beast tide. On the other side, a vomiting giant with more than 1,000,000 HP was spreading forward. It was like a mountain of meat. Wherever it passed, it submerged everything and devoured everything. However, behind it, a blood vessel as thick as a water tank was like a hollow parasite, one part of which was connected inside, and the other part was connected outside. Rich plasma spurted out along the blood vessel. This huge monster, whose blood volume exceeded that of the A-class radiation beast, was actually drained to death after an hour of crazy bloodletting. This was something that no one could imagine. Then, the blood vessel on the corpse shook and fell off. The blood vessel slowly moved and finally turned into a middle-aged man with a blue face. The middle-aged man staggered, but was supported by a biological soldier. "Are you okay?" Luo Dayo looked at the other person in shock, as if saying, "Although I don't understand, I am shocked." Old Xia rubbed his stomach and said unhappily, "If you had diarrhea for an hour, would you be able to bear it? Then, do you want to rest?" "No. Help me to the next place. I can still poop." On the front battlefield, the small will lead the large. And on the local battlefield, the large will fight the small. This is the core of the wild hunt operation. Unlike the mechanical hunter, each B-level radiation beast is a huge monster, and it is impossible to cover up their movements. Humans are at most small radiation beasts. With the help of the light pollution and sound effects of the electronic city, they disappear after plunging into the herd. Moreover, Gao Gong had already marked these people with his radiation field, which could help them avoid the attacks of most radiation beasts. After all, radiation beasts are all kinds of strange, and it is not strange to grow into human form. Isn't it? Aren't radiation corpses in human form? As the highest commander, Gao Gong's sight is no longer limited to a local battlefield. He wants to see the whole situation. The sky is also gradually turning white. This is not the daytime, but a battlefield that is completely suitable for A-level radiation beasts, which has begun to brew. Once the brewing is successful, for the Scarlet Queen, anywhere can be a radiation zone. Ding ding ding. Mission, Beast Tide. Difficulty, Nightmare. Mission Briefing, the beast disaster that has set off the entire desert, whether it is the beginning or the end, depends on this battle. Mission Goal, Stop the beast tide. Win or lose judgment, success conditions. 1. Kill the Scarlet Queen/Duke of Fission. 2. Stop the rise of mutant energy. 3. Repel the Knight's backup. Failure conditions. 1. Host death. 2. For continents coalition defeated. 3. Mutation energy flooding. Mission Reward 1. For everyone killed by your camp. Radiation Beast. Experience +1 every time a sea-level radiation beast is killed by your own camp. Experience +1000 every time a B-level radiation beast is killed by your own camp. Experience +10,000 every time a A-level radiation beast is killed by your own camp. Experience +100,000. Mission Reward 2. Experience +45,000. Regional Reputation +10,000. Incomplete Mechanical Puzzle *1. Specialization Point *2. Skill Point *5. Lottery Opportunity *5. Mission Reward 3. Change of Original Timeline *1%. Mechanical Hunter. Camp is opened. Host obtains the status of camp leader. Sure enough, the Knights will take action. This is not surprising. What is really surprising is that I thought we had to wait until the players came to open the system camp. It turns out that there is no need for players. NPC templates can also open camps. Is it so awesome? Players have a sense of superiority, after all. It is the fourth disaster. But now, no matter in the past life or this life, it seems that there is no difference whether they are there or not. Compared with the three major natural disasters, this fourth natural disaster is a bit despicable. Is it possible that the real effect of the fourth natural disaster has not been discovered yet? This thought only flashed through Gao Gong's mind. The next moment, the bullet time came into play. Gao Gong's reflexes became 100 times faster. He saw the expansion and contraction of the pores on his arm, the swimming water droplets not far away, and the radiation rays stretched into a long line. His thighs and head flashed quickly, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Almost at the same time, a burst of red light flashed on Gao Gong's body, accompanied by a terrifying explosion, and 2 mushroom clouds exploded on the ground. Damn! A-level radiation beasts are sneaking up on you without any moral principles. The tracking missiles are not as fast as your hands rubbing the spear. Does your husband know that your hands are so fast? Oh! He should know. Otherwise, why is he called the Duke of Fission? He has already fissioned. How miserable. The red light overflowing from Gao Gong blocked the black light squeezed out from all around. Obviously, Gao Gong was being targeted. However, in Gao Gong's sight, a unique hunter mark also lit up. The pheromone mark does not necessarily have to be aimed at the main body, as long as there is the presence of the opponent's breath. For example, the energy spear that just flew over can be marked. However, this mark did not move. It seems that like Gao Gong, the Scarlet Queen is also observing the situation on the field and deploying troops according to the situation. If I were the opponent, I would send someone to behead him at this time. Even if I failed, it would greatly disrupt the enemy commander's thinking. The radiation level began to rise, and the rich radiation turned into 2 giant cocoons one after another. The giant cocoons turned from black to white. The next moment, the terrifying lightning flashed from the back and in front. More than a dozen bird heads as thick as water tanks poked out from the dark clouds. Sky Giant Beast, Ionized Radiation Bird. Sky Giant Beast, Multi-Headed Ghidorah. Is it so exciting right from the start? Do you really think I'm your neighbor? Gao Gong muttered to himself. We really have a tacit understanding. Chapter 124, Separation of the Meat and Machine. There is a wolf in front, and a tiger behind. No, there is a bird in front, and a bird behind. Gao Gong, the birdman, said nothing, flapped his 4 wings, turned his body upside down, and dropped his head, falling straight down. The 2 sky beasts chased him closely. It is worth mentioning that, although he has 4 wings, Gao Gong's flying speed is not fast, about 27 meters per second, which is definitely not comparable to nuclear-powered aircraft, and is about half the speed of ordinary helicopters. Although the 2 flying beasts can only jump in the atmosphere, their flying speed is 550 knots, about 282.9 meters/second, which is 10 times that of Gao Gong. The reason why it was so exaggerated was that Gao Gong was flying purely artificially, relying on wings to generate power. Although the flying beast was huge, it had a huge amount of biological energy in its body. Although there was gravity acceleration, The distance between the two was still rapidly closing, especially for the ionizing radiation bird. Gao Gong could even feel the burning smell coming from his back. The other party was actually thundering in the air. Fortunately, Mr. G always kept a hand in everything he did, and he had already calculated that you would be a trick. Gao Gong suddenly had an extra object in his hand, which was a thing that looked very much like the arc reactor. But it was just another branch of technology. Built-in engine V-shaped carbon atomic reactor. The nails automatically extended, 5 daggers slid and dug into the chest, and a mechanical heart was pulled out. What a broken thing. I've wanted to change it for a long time. He threw it behind him casually, and it happened to hit the falling lightning, and the remaining conscience of scumbag Gao was instantly shattered. Director Do is Director Do. He always gives gifts in such an industrial style, and he doesn't even know how to wrap the gifts. For example, get a glass box and write a blessing on it, similar to Mr. Gao has a warm heart. Now it's good, I have no conscience, and it's all your fault. The carbon atomic reactor was inserted into the part that originally belonged to the mechanical heart. The next moment, violent energy overflowed from Gao Gong's body, and immediately spread to his limbs and bones. Although Gao Gong wanted to be like Iron Man, a series of data flashed in front of his eyes, such as wind resistance, altitude, and distance between the enemy and us. But let alone the combat system. He didn't even get the combat chip. I must ask the security corps for a top-level combat chip later. Fortunately, the country bumpkin has his own way. The next moment, the organism began to transform, and the massacre transformation automatically operated. The limbs grew air holes. The flesh on the 4 wings squirmed, squeezed out a row of energy nozzles, and the venom was also stimulated, forming a streamlined curve, especially in the wingspan. The blood-red blade squeezed out when it was less than 100 meters away from the ground. The sound barrier was broken. The sound of the sonic boom exploded, and a long white line appeared behind Gao Gong. At this moment, Gao Gong flew at the speed of sound, flashed by at low altitude, and dozens of beast heads flew up at the same time. You killed the heavy metal butterfly, experience plus 500. You killed the mechanical can, experience plus 800. You killed the illusion monster, experience plus 500. You killed the sawtooth cactus, experience plus 1,300. All the tall radioactive beasts, all suffered from the disaster, which fully proved that the first raptor to stick out will rot first. The speed of sound is 340 m/s at that time. Gao Gong's sword slash was made by the power of sound speed, cutting off the head of the harvester leader. After the initial stumbling, Gao Gong quickly adapted to high-speed flight, and even learned to harvest by flying without any instruction. It turns out that you can really kill monsters in a large area. Soon, Gao Gong's experience value began to soar towards 100,000 again. It's not that Gao Gong was deliberately showing off, but the V-type carbon atomic reactor should be combined with the Devil Jet 3-phase type to exert its full power. But time waits for no one. The Scarlet Queen will not wait for you to prepare everything before taking action. This kind of temporary implantation has a time limit, so it must be temporarily installed on the battlefield. Although the speed is similar, but with the size and weight of multi-headed Ghidorah, it is impossible for it to fall from a low altitude of 100 meters, and then rise, like Gao Gong did. Let alone 100 meters. Even 1,000 meters. It would not be able to come up after it went down. The only thing that could threaten Gao Gong was the ionizing radiation bird. It was not that the other party was faster than him, but like other pure energy life forms, it possessed a very annoying ability, which was energy field teleportation. The violent lightning was as bright as day, although the bullet time was automatically activated to avoid several lightning strikes from the dark clouds. The next moment, the sea of lightning rose from the black tide and condensed into a huge bird shape, which was hundreds of meters long. Gao Gong had no time to slow down. His 4 wings folded together, and his rubber-like thick skin oozes out from the subcutaneous fat. At the same time, the venom also erupted rapidly, turning into a large black ball that wrapped Gao Gong. The next moment, the violent lightning submerged the large ball. A human-shaped black charcoal fell from the sky, and fell heavily to the ground. Several low-level radiation beasts wanted to take advantage of it. But the next moment, for sharp claws pierced out from the black charcoal and inserted into the other party's body. With the sound of gurgling and gurgling digestion, the radiation beast shrank quickly, and the black charcoal slowly cracked. After a while, Gao Gong crawled out of the black charcoal. His fishy yellow eyes flared everywhere, and he pounced directly on the surrounding beasts. Before long, there were dozens of mummies around, and Gao Gong's skin was rosy and white, and it returned to its original state. I have to give this guy a hard blow first. Otherwise, I won't be able to take care of the entire battlefield with him causing trouble. A metal claw grabbed his thigh, and the flesh of the thigh split, revealing an injection tube. Tamil molecular injector, perception +3. Attention +30%. Use drugs to activate the alert button of the mixed nervous system. Duration, half an hour. This alone is not enough. Gao Gong looked at the progress bar on the system panel, which was less than 10%, and frowned slightly. Against high-level radioactive beasts, the accumulation speed of gene killing is extremely slow. But fortunately, when I was struck by lightning, I pierced an eye into the opponent's head. If the opponent wants to teleport plus attack a large area again, it will not be able to hit me. Well, you like that guy a little bit? Gao Gong looked at Venom. Venom also recovered with Gao Gong's blood sucking, and now it is turning into a pool of thick blood and gnawing on corpses. As the saying goes, machinery defeats carbon-based, and carbon-based defeats energy. But unfinished products, like Venom, still have limited damage to B-level energy life. Got it! Gao Gong's mind moved, and he waved his hand. The blood and pus automatically covered his body, making his appearance even more hideous. The next moment, countless nerve bundles pierced out from his body, and pierced into Venom's body. On the system panel, Gao Gong's biological energy dropped rapidly, from 4910 to 100 points, which was about the level when Gao Gong just crossed over. Venom's aura was rising rapidly. This was the biological version of the power transmission method. I can't call you Venom anymore after all. That name has been taken by someone else. I'll just call you Red Liquid, because you and I both like to suck blood. Red Liquid gave off an excited emotion. Gao Gong looked down at his arms that had turned into 4 alien claws, and shook his head helplessly. After the beast tide was over, he had to go to the Pre-War Research Institute as soon as possible to search for advanced bionic technology. Otherwise, with this form, how could he please the rich woman? The next moment, a sonic boom sounded, and Gao Gong stepped on the ground to make a small pit with his feet, and flew up into the sky again. The Scarlet Queen seemed to be clearly trying to contain him. In the dark clouds and thunder, a large number of mechanical birds scattered in groups. As soon as they saw Gao Gong, the biological radar in their bodies began to work. For a moment, the whole sky became a radar network. Gao Gong, like before, ran around at the speed of a sonic boom and quickly killed more than a dozen mechanical birds. However, the continuous thunder and lightning came again, and produced a certain degree of resonance, and a huge sea of thunder and lightning came again. This time, Gao Gong did not focus on defense, but accelerated the operation of the carbon atom reactor, and fled madly. As his health dropped madly, Gao Gong's speed was also increasing rapidly. The ionizing radiation bird had to expand the range of the lightning sea. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, and when the diameter reached the 10,000 meter mark, even a B-level behemoth could not support the consumption of electricity, and all the lightning was recovered, and a huge bird shadow began to be born. However, unexpectedly, a black shadow pounced on him at a speed faster than running. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the ionizing radiation bird. It had a strong fighting wisdom, so it didn't understand the opponent's seriously injured body. What could it use to fight against itself? However, when the senior engineer appeared in front of him, his figure suddenly exploded, turning into hundreds of red fluid tentacles, directly wrapping its body. All the tentacles crazily colonized, rapidly absorbing the power of the ionizing radiation bird. At the other end of the fluid, countless blood threads were entangled on the surface of the carbon atom reactor, making the light of this reactor brighter and brighter. The previous energy loss, as well as the consumption of the magic mountain as a user, were all recovering rapidly. At this time, Gao Gong's real body staggered over. He was covered in black smoke. His body was 3 times thinner. His cheeks were sunken. His eyeballs were bulging. And his titanium alloy skeleton was exposed on his body surface. It was also charred and looked very scary. He staggered and flew to the side of the reactor half dead. His bony claws grabbed the reactor and stuffed it into his chest. As the violent energy poured in, Gao Gong's consciousness finally woke up from his coma. Damn it. I'm electrocuted to death. After taking a look at the less than 1/10 of the blood volume, Gao Gong's eyes twitched fiercely. In fact, if he hadn't been in the beast tide, He wouldn't dare to take such a risk. But as a high-level radiation beast, as long as he was not killed instantly, the radiation energy provided by the beast tide would always save his last breath. And this risk is obviously worth it. Looking at the ionized radiation bird wrapped in the red liquid, it couldn't struggle out for a while. Gao Gong smiled grimly, and hundreds of biological straws squeezed out from under the skin and flesh, and inserted into the red liquid at the same time. Furious blood-sucking. The opponent's HP began to drop rapidly by thousands. Gao Gong's skin swelled up again, and his 4 wings regained vitality, and the blood feathers on the wings became brighter, and the 3*3M bioelectricity began to sizzle. This high-level energy field is his innate skill only in his super combination state. At the same time, a heat current rushed to his lower back. The next moment, another pair of 2M long wings emerged from the skin and flesh, and the surface of the wings was transparent, and at the same time, a small electric current was running on the surface. You get the skill. Primary lightning control. Your biological transformation rate digestive system. Plus 1%. Looking at the full bar of gene killing, Senior Engineer waved his hand. Red liquid quickly turned into a huge blood-red sickle nearly 10 meters long, and slashed at the neck of the ionizing radiation bird fiercely. Thunder exploded, and the sky was bright. Chapter 125 Black Winter. The battlefield is not a game of chess. In fact, when Gao Gong made his move, the Scarlet Queen also made her move. One lantern after another appeared above an electronic city. Under the light, the mimicry environment of the electronic city quickly collapsed. The Scarlet Queen walked into it slowly, and appeared in front of a gun beast. It was an electric elk with a collar around its neck. The Scarlet Queen's A-level aura suppressed it, so that it dared not move at all. Then, she gently reached out her hand and broke off the collar. The central nervous system direct control circle was split into 2, with a sizzling sound. A red nerve bundle was wrapped around the collar, and she quickly figured out its ability. The electric elk without the collar became obviously irritable, and the 2 machine guns on its waist were suddenly set up, and it fired wildly at the Scarlet Queen, who was close at hand. However, the bullets fired disappeared. The speed at which the Scarlet Queen devoured bullets was much faster than its attack speed. The Queen waved her hand disdainfully, and the next moment, the terrifying meat blanket submerged it. After figuring out the principle of the collar, she was very unconvinced. The collar is applicable to radiated beasts with a radiation value below 10,000, that is, below Class C. The Cable Tribe, with its unique beast taming skills, can raise the level of beast taming by 1 level to Class C, but that's all. She floated in front of the simulation device again, grabbed it in the air, and the outer iron sheet began to tear, revealing the electronic components inside. Slightly beyond her expectations, the surface of the electronic components, a layer of light flesh membrane wrapped it, which absorbed the power of radiation, and converted it into pure electrical energy, like a special filter. The Scarlet Queen frowned slightly, and stretched out her hand, which turned into a blood mist to wrap it. From this layer of flesh membrane, she felt the power of the Duke of Fission, and her own power. This made the Scarlet Queen extremely angry. The next moment, lanterns rose one after another from the scavenger city, and each lantern floated towards an electronic city. Under the light of the lanterns, the illusion created by the electronic city quickly dissipated, and thousands of miles away, Wang Wen's voice sounded from the electronic screen. Plan number 1 enters the incubation period. Plan number 2 is launched. The next moment, all the electronic cities began to close one by one. At the same time, 20 security group aircraft began to enter the flight track, with the nose pointing upward. The fuselage rose, and the landing gear was retracted, and they soon appeared in the sky. However, this time, the aircraft did not fight with those flying beasts, but opened the cabin. Soon, countless drones were dropped, like migrating flocks of birds, flying in multiple directions. The special effects generator and monster attracting artifact bound to the drone system began to start. At one time, countless illusions appeared, although they were not as realistic as the electronic city. The feeling that made the monsters restless was real. The Scarlet Queen's face darkened. The speed of the lantern could not catch up with the drone. More importantly, even if one was destroyed, the drone still had countless kinds, and was not afraid of you. If you waste time here, it would fall into the opponent's calculation. Moreover, on those drones, the Scarlet Queen felt the same aura. There is a traitor in the family. If the Scarlet Queen could speak, she would definitely say this with great pain. How come you, a good radiation beast, stand on the side of humans? What made her feel even more uneasy was that, in just a few hours, the number of fallen B-level radiation beasts had approached double digits. Is this the other party's purpose? The Scarlet Queen rose into the air, with her mouth open, and countless blood threads stretched out as her mouth opened wider. And in the beast tide, all the B-level radiation beasts raised their heads. The next moment, the giant beasts began to gather towards the car city. It was obvious that they wanted to gather high-level combat power together to eliminate the enemy's important strongholds first. Above the sky, Senior Engineer calmly watched this scene. And after a moment of silence, he said, "Arrange the evacuation of personnel. Guests are coming. And there may be more than one wave. The IQ of B-level monsters is not lower than that of humans. They deliberately put the thick-skinned vomiting monsters and root monsters in front." Unexpectedly, there was no sign of attack on the surrounding war bunkers. What was not unexpected was that as they moved forward, a large number of explosions sounded one after another. The enemy had buried a large number of booby traps underground. When fighting against a beast tide, booby traps are much more useful than flying weapons. After all, flying weapons are likely to lose contact while flying. As long as the booby traps bear enough weight, they will inevitably explode. These booby traps may not be able to kill the thick-skinned B-level radiation beasts, but they can still delay their advancement. Amid the continuous explosions, the Class B radiation beasts did not receive the order to retreat. Under the pressure of the beast tide, they could only keep moving forward. Several of them quickly lost more than half of their health. The Scarlet Queen certainly did not want them to die. In fact, she was cooperating with another special military operation. Zhao Xia sneaked into a hidden passage, turned on the battlefield communicator, and marked a newly opened biological factory. He marked 8 biological factories, all of which were newly built. "Well done, Director Zhao." Guel's praise came from the other side of the communicator. "You have to hurry up. According to the information I received, they are already arranging for the transfer of people. Don't worry. There are 8 knights leading the team this time. They will destroy everything. Destroying everything is not enough." When the news of the radiation annihilator came from the mouth of the insider, not only was the Grand Knight flag shocked, but even a round-table meeting was held for this purpose. The insecticide that can deal with low-level radiation beasts, naturally, it is possible to deal with high-level radiation beasts. If it can deal with land species, it is possible to deal with marine species. With this calculation, the opponent may not only destroy the upcoming Hydra campaign, but even the future Holy War will be seriously affected. The Grand Knight issued a death order. In addition to destroying all the raw materials of this poison, it is necessary to get its formula. Soon, Zhao Xia heard fierce gunfire, one after another. Artificial soldiers, regardless of casualties, killed in from the passage with significantly strengthened defense. A tall mechanical monster soon appeared. He was nearly 3 meters tall. He was not only half human and half mechanical, but also half human and half horse. His 4 electronic eyes at the top and bottom simultaneously emitted red light, staring at the direction where he was hiding. "Come out, respected Centaur Knight Hailey. Don't talk nonsense. Lead the way in front." Hailey raised his mechanical chin proudly, and said coldly, "Yes. People are under the eaves." Zhao Xia sighed in his heart, and began to lead the way in front. "Why are there no living people?" Hailey suddenly said. "Because according to the new safety rules, in case of an attack like the last time, people must evacuate immediately." "Foolish kindness," Hailey said disdainfully. Zhao Xia said carefully, "I wrote down the retreat routes of those people, do you see?" Inflated viciousness. The Centaur Knight took the information given by the other party, glanced at him. "It seems that you are very suitable to survive in the Knights." Zhao Xia forced a smile, but secretly cursed in his heart, "What kind of psychopath is this?" Soon, after passing through a series of mechanical doors, they arrived at the storage location of the radiation annihilator. Test tubes were stored in the sterile room, and inside the test tubes, there was a pitch-black potion. Hailey made a slight gesture, and soon an artificial soldier pried open the door of the sterile room and took out a reagent. On the other side, a group of experimental personnel were evacuating in an orderly manner. Due to the increase in defense power, they had enough time to evacuate. Some people even suggested taking away some materials as a backup. Professor Han sternly rejected this. Halfway through the journey, the colonizer Selena, who was exploring the way ahead, came back soon, with a large bag of gas masks and protective clothing in her hands. Professor Han took one set silently, and put it on directly. "Professor, what is this?" A member of the Biological Mutation Society said in astonishment. Gas mask? I know it's a gas mask, but why do we have to wear it? Those who want to die don't have to wear it. The others looked at Selena. The female colonizer patiently explained. Every safe house in the oasis has a sealing mechanism. This is to prevent radiation beasts with special abilities from finding the door. Once sealed, the air will not circulate. We can survive with the help of oxygen-breathing devices, which lasts for 3 days. Generally after 3 days, the beasts outside will leave, and we can get out safely. But why do we have to wear gas masks? Another person asked stupidly, wouldn't it be enough to just wear an oxygen mask? Now, it was Selena's turn to be puzzled. Aren't you guys developing the dangerous nerve gas Black Winter? If that thing explodes, aren't you afraid? Nerve gas. Aren't we studying radiation annihilation? Looking at the lab heads who were quickly getting dressed, the remaining researchers' faces changed. And without saying a word, they rushed towards the remaining protective suits. Good fellows. We thought you guys were just taking us to heaven. But we didn't expect you were taking us to the west. As the Centaur Knight unplugged the reagent tube, a cloud of poisonous gas rushed towards them. The next moment, the air seemed to be sucked away in an instant, and was replaced by various illusions. The biggest illusion was that the whole world began to melt. No, no. Help, help. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The artificial soldiers whose emotions were castrated seemed to have regained their human emotions. A glass tube began to melt, and the remaining glass tubes also melted rapidly. In addition to this biological factory, the other 7 biological factories also had a chain reaction. Level 5 Biological Blueprint. Black Winter. In the blueprint system, Level 5 has reached the upper limit of the first level civilization, which is the planetary civilization. Once this level of biological and chemical weapons is released, it can be comparable to a natural disaster of historical level. Zhao Xia seemed to have come to the fairyland. In the fairyland, he gained power, wealth, and respect and worship from everyone. He stood above thousands of people. Du Xiaodi stood not far away, smiling at him. Then he stretched out his palm, which was an arm that had rotted into flesh and bones. Zhao Xia looked down in astonishment and found that his whole body was rotting. In the rotten flesh, Frost slowly condensed. Chapter 126 Recovering the Wasteland City. 1 day and 1 night passed. The Auto City was successfully captured. The death of B-level radiation beasts also exceeded 20. 2 old hunters died. These 2 probably wanted to show off their skills, but forgot that they were not in their best condition. They showed themselves to death. As for the death of low-level radiation beasts, Senior Engineer glanced at the system panel. Just over 30,000. This number of deaths, I am afraid it is not as good as a battle during the Demon Mountain period. However, if it were high-level radiation beasts, the number of deaths would probably be 10 times that of the Demon Mountain period. B-level radiation beasts gathered together, and this group of new and old hunters went to hunt C-level radiation beasts. Fighting and running. Running and fighting again. In short, fully exerting the style of guerrilla warfare. Therefore, the casualties were very low. Less than 1/10. Although the Car City was captured, the beast tide did not flood, and moved towards the 3 oases. The new drone attack method once again successfully controlled the beast group within a certain range. The Scarlet Queen who controlled the beast tide could of course divide her forces and attack the 3 oases. But she didn't do so, because once she divided her forces, she would have to separate the B-class radiation beasts. Given the enemy's fighting style, they would inevitably carry out a large-scale decapitation operation. She wasn't that stupid. So, a large number of C-class radiation beasts also began to gather together, and each C-class corps had hundreds of them. This time, even the strong colonizers and the hunting team composed of new and old hunters encountered great trouble. The beast tide devoured everything. In the beast tide, the elite forces of both sides collided from time to time. Gao Gong also looked up at the sky from time to time. He always had a kind of nuclear bomb persecution syndrome. The violent beast tide, most of it turned pure white. Gao Gong was fine, even particularly comfortable, all attributes plus 40%. But others were not so good. The little woman was one of them. In terms of importance to the battlefield, her existence was second only to Gao Gong. When the electronic signal was completely cut off, only her telepathy could notify the various hunting teams. It was no exaggeration to say that she was the communication center of the battlefield. What? Lao Wang and his men are fighting again. They are surrounded. Let someone rescue them. Let them die. Kep suggested a surprise attack on the B-class beast group. No, let him die without taking us with him. Didn't we let the large robots retreat? Why are they still surrounded? There's no hope, let them die. After hundreds of messages poured in, the young woman's temper became increasingly irritable, and she was inclined to turn into a middle-aged woman. She remotely commanded the battlefield through telepathy, while drinking a lot of mental potions. As the pressure from the beast eye grew, her pressure also grew, like mountains pressing down on her. Under this high-intensity stimulation, her ability improved faster and faster. After a 10-minute period of confusion, the little woman's head seemed to have suddenly opened a hole, and a refreshing feeling arose. The primary ability was upgraded to the intermediate level. The range of consciousness expanded tenfold. Great. Not good. Huang Yuanli's face changed drastically. The unconscious spread of her spirit just now would inevitably attract high-level monsters, such as A-level radiation beasts. What's wrong? A colonizer asked. But the next moment, a red light seemed to pass through space and nailed him to the ground. The next moment, strong armor overflowed from the skin, however. Bright red flesh spores also overflowed from the gun, and the two biological weapons began to fight. Strong armor was actually suppressed. Huang Yuanli's protection power was very strong. 5 strong colonizers. One of them was Gao Shu, the leader of the Shadow Army. 3 old hunters. One was Lao Qian, the head of the hunter department. This kind of power encompassed a quarter of the high-level combat power of the Owen camp, and it can be said that it is a sure win against any B-level radiation beast, unless they were facing an A-class radiation beast. The next moment, the Scarlet Queen descended from the sky, with a pair of blood-red eyes, staring straight at Huang Yuanli. Although she had just been promoted, Huang Yuanli felt a greater pressure than before. Go! The 4 strong colonists had almost no hesitation. The strong colonization armor was immediately overloaded. 15 energy nozzles appeared on the body's surface. The terrifying kinetic energy made them explode at the speed of sound in an instant. On the other side, the blind man opened his eyes again. In the grid-like eyeballs, one figure turned into 10,000. Each grid was a dynamic capture. The gunshot rang out, and the Scarlet Queen's body shook in midair. A bullet was stuck in the bone between her bulging chest. It drilled towards her heart at a very slow speed. A trace of anger flashed in the Scarlet Queen's eyes. The next moment, a terrifying mental wave burst out from her body, directly blasting the 4 colonists away. Take her away. Old Qian slowly stood up, picked up a sheephorn helmet, and put it on his forehead. The terrifying blood-red flames immediately overflowed from his body, and a red-skinned monster rose from the ground. Among the 7 biological transformation blueprints obtained from the Hunter's Cemetery, most of them are 2nd-level blueprints, and only one is a 3rd-level blueprint, which is the Demon Horn. Its material is the head of a B-level radiation demon sheep, and with it, you can have the ability to transform into a radiation demon in a short period of time. Lao Qian's broken arm grew up quickly, and with both palms pulled together, a flaming sword was pulled out alive, and the sword body was the white of an A-level radiation beast. Almost with a leap, the Scarlet Queen's eyes shrank, and 2 spears immediately grew out of her hands. The sword and the spear collided, and there was a deafening explosion. A large pit appeared on the ground, and the terrifying firepower burned cracks on the surface of the pit. The next moment, the Scarlet Queen tilted her head back, and there was another obvious dent on her forehead. Hissed the Scarlet Queen was furious, and waved her hands upward. At some point, the ground was covered with a thick layer of flesh blanket, and the blood and flesh spores, under her wave, rushed towards the group of people like a raging sea. TSK. It's so lively. 4 old guys appeared at some point, and blocked Huang Yuanli's way. Huang Yuanli's face changed, and she said in surprise, "You just came down from the battlefield. You can't fight. Run." Several old men looked at each other, and grinned at the same time. "Little girl, when you reach our age, you will know that memories are far better than withering life. This is all we have left." The next moment, the old wolf fell on all 4s, and instantly turned into a terrifying blade wolf. On the surface of the wolf's body, countless blood vessels bulged, which was a sign of biological rejection to the limit. The other old hunter jumped directly and pounced on the meat blanket. The next moment, a huge blood vessel drilled into it. The water tank on Lao Wang's back made a bang-bang sound, and the current rushed into the conductive fork in his hand. He roared, and the fork suddenly inserted into the oncoming flesh carpet. The current as thick as his arm, and the flesh carpet as thick as a wall was burned black by the current. The current even made the Scarlet Queen's body stiffen. The next moment, a strong colonizer appeared at the back of her head, and the big move air cannon blasted out from his palm. It directly blew her back of the head dry. More than a dozen high-level combatants attacked almost non-stop, especially the old hunters, who were obviously determined to die, and only attacked without defending, and attacked the opponent desperately. The young woman was carried away by an old female hunter. Seeing this scene, tears came down. Run away quickly. I will never call you old waste again. Lao Wang grinned and was about to say something when a skinned arm suddenly emerged from the meat blanket and smashed half of his head. The electric box on his back exploded violently, and the thundercloud electric eel cub fled frantically. However, I don't know when there were more than a dozen lanterns in the sky. Under the illumination of the light, the cub gradually turned into a mummy. On the surface of the flesh blanket, the Scarlet Queen's figure squeezed out, and the injury she had just received recovered in a short moment. She seemed to have a stronger recovery ability than Gao Gong. However, just as she walked halfway out, an electric fork pierced her eyeballs like lightning. Old Wang, who only had half of his head left, raised his mouth. He used up his last bit of strength and inserted another electric fork into the opponent's abdomen. Old Qian fell from the sky, and the pale sword did not hesitate at all, splitting Old Wang's body in half, and also splitting the Scarlet Queen's body in half. The old hunter seemed to have returned to the old days. No time for sadness, no time for joy, no time for pain. What they had, only endless fighting. One after another, red lanterns fell from the sky. Each one that fell was a biological bomb. The Scarlet Queen, who was desperately surrounded and killed by a group of masters, seemed to be still at ease. One after another of sonic boom spears flew out, like a meteor shower. A strong colonizer had his thigh blown off, and the old wolf's biological guillotine failed to block the flesh and blood spear, and it was split in two from the waist. However, until the meat blanket faded, Gao Gong and other masters fell from the sky one by one, and the Scarlet Queen did not break through their defense. 7 old hunters, 4 of them died in the battle. Mission completed. Experience plus 4,100. Reputation plus 1,000. This is the 4th link of the mission chain, Flame Resurgence. However, Gao Gong, who completed the mission, was not very happy. Although the old rogue was annoying, no matter how annoying he was still our old rogue. You are laughing so happily. Old things. An old hunter looked at Lao Wang's upturned mouth and curled his lips. You want to have another shot before you die? You are worthy of it. Old Wang. Old Qian didn't die, but he was hit on the thigh, leaving a fist-sized blood hole. The blind man didn't die either, but he became a real blind man. Old Qian didn't seem to be sad at all, and was still bragging. It's just an A-level monster. If it hadn't escaped quickly, it would have been my dead soul. Take their bodies and bury them in New Hope City after the beast tide is over. Old Qian raised his head suddenly, but Senior Engineer didn't say much. He flapped his wings and disappeared into the darkness. The former hunter didn't have time to feel sad, and neither did he. 5th ring of mission and New Hope City. Difficulty. Difficult mission briefing. The original starting point and end point are both in this city. Mission target. Recover the Metropolitan Circle mission reward. Unknown. Chapter 127 Carbon-based fusion. The human body is a collection of specialized organs. The spiritual level is improved, which not only enhances 1 or 2 parts of the brain. It is the iteration of the entire nervous system. Huang Yuanli had a high fever, and her memory was blurred, as if it had turned into countless rooms, and each room was a memory picture. These memory pictures are various stress reactions of the body. Some are falling from a tree, some are cracks caused by a beast, and some are simply sad. Most of the memories here, even Huang Yuanli herself has forgotten. But the body has not forgotten. The improvement of mental perception seems to be inward rather than outward. These memory images are played at the same time. Huang Yuanli seems to be split into countless parts, falling into a sea of pain. However, a cold feeling came from her body, as if there was an air conditioner in each memory room. As the cold air fell, the burning sensation on her body disappeared, and with it, all the memory rooms disappeared, replaced by thick white fog. In the mist, Huang Yuanli walked around in a daze, and suddenly her face changed. Who are you? Across the mist, another Huang Yuanli came out. The 2 women looked exactly the same. The only difference was that this Huang Yuanli had a transparent and perfect temperament, and her mental strength was unfathomable. "Hello," Huang Yuanli said with a smile. "You are the big octopus." Huang Yuanli looked alert. "A name is just a code to mark things. I have a huge life form. The one you were talking about can be me." Huang Yuanli thought, and her feet were immediately empty, and then a huge tentacle of the level of 5 Fingers Mountain rose from the ground, and the two stood on this tentacle, like ants on the back of an elephant. But when Huang Yuanli looked over, she found that there were endless tentacles like this, almost covering the range of the naked eye. "I can be like this too." Huang Yuanli looked down and saw the reflection under the sea. Then, one after another, spiritual nodes lit up from the sea. Looking around, the stars rose above the sea, and all living beings were at this moment. Every wave that came was a person's life. Huang Yuanli even saw herself. So many people. Huang Yuanli suddenly discovered that the other party's coverage was no longer limited to radiation beasts, but also a large number of people. Most of them were scavengers, and some were mechanical hunters, robots, and even indigenous bandits. Looking around, there were no less than 1 million people. "You ate so many people?" Huang Yuanli's eyes widened. "I didn't interfere with their lifestyle, and that's not my purpose." Huang Yuanli smiled and said, "There was a word in the pre-civilization era called natural ecology. You can think of me as a natural ecology, just like the water cycle, but I am the cycle of spiritual power. By the way, in order to distinguish you and me, and to highlight the meaning of life through individual marks, I gave myself a new name. Gaia." Huang Yuanli, a semi-illiterate person, naturally didn't understand Gaia. She just looked at him warily and said, "You can call me whatever you want. Let me go back quickly, or I will send the perverted consultant to bite you. I tell you, he is very fierce now, and he eats brains faster than you." Gaia smiled and said, "Whether you admit it or not, you are my first carrier, and there is a close connection between you and me. A large part of my new personality is yours." Huang Yuanli was refreshed, and said shamelessly, "So, you have inherited many of my advantages?" Gaia nodded, "Yes. For example, your attitude towards the tribe. Love. And I combined it with my life form, forming a love for the planet's ecology." Huang Yuanli finally heard something, and said with a strange expression, "So, you are here to mediate? Then go and tell those monsters that we have always been the ones being beaten." Gaia shook her head. "The cycle of life should not be stopped. Survival of the fittest is the best form of life that this planet can give. This form is called evolution. It's just that this evolution has been artificially interfered with." "What?" Gaia suddenly gently grabbed Huang Yuanli's hand. "I'll take you to see it." The next moment, the two of them seemed to have traveled through time and arrived at the origin of this planet. This is a journey that lasted billions of years. The primordial ocean created by the impact, and the first life was born. During the Great Oxidation event, multicellular organisms began to develop. A billion-year period of biological silence. Supercontinents formed, and then disintegrated due to meteorite impacts. At dawn, life began to explode at a terrifying speed, and invertebrates were born. In the long river of life, dino shrimp, trilobites, high-cow fish, hornstones, lower plants landed, chelicids rose, early fish appeared, biological evolution. The two gradually moved from biological morphology to the microscopic level. The little woman was surprised to find that any slight change at any time point will cause a big change in biological morphology. This kind of evolution is often a coincidence. Until 200 years ago, this evolution began to show obvious signs of artificial manipulation. The improvement of civilization must be accompanied by the improvement of species. Before the mechanical war, the civilization of this planet had already begun to move towards space. This surge of life had been coming to an abrupt end 100 years ago. She had heard from Professor Han that it was during the Second Mechanical War. The torrent of life seemed to have hit a giant dam and was stopped. It was just like the silent periods of several creatures she had seen before, where species neither advanced nor retreated, and even life itself did not dominate. But this time, it was in a way that she could not understand. A terrifying force descended on this planet. And then, species began to die out on a large scale. Gaia said. The next moment, species garden began to wither on a large scale. 50 million, 30 million, 10 million, 5 million, 1 million. This is a higher level of human intervention. Then, a wonderful change was born. Gaia fixed his eyes on one place, that was 40 years ago, when the first radiation beast was born. Industrial pollution became nutrients, nuclear fission became a cradle, machines became new biological forms. Land, sea, sky, all unfavorable factors became favorable factors. The great explosion of species seems to have started again. Metal factors, mutant genes, radioactive cells, seem to have appeared overnight. Is this a good thing? Wang Yuanli thought for a while, said. Although radioactive beasts are not good things, they are better than being bald. Gaia nodded first, then shook her head, with a sigh. I can't understand. The possibility of this kind of evolution, theoretically, does not exist. Wang Yuanli curled her lips. How old are you? You were born only 2 months ago, and you are talking about theory all the time. You know nothing. Gaia smiled dumbly. You should go back. Wang Yuanli widened her eyes, said. No way, you called me here, just to take me to see a movie? Gaia showed a sly smile, said, You can think of it as a newborn's desire to share. After all, I am only 2 months old. The next moment, Wang Yuanli woke up from her sleep. She took a few deep breaths, and found that the fatigue, pain, and entanglement of the past few days were swept away, and even the injuries on her body were all healed. She looked up at the sky, and the sky was still black. But the terrifying pressure from the beast tide could no longer affect her. She even had a strange sense of déjà vu. The beast tide? Is it also another form of species explosion? Sisterly. You're awake. The door was pushed open, and Momo said happily, Where am I? Wang Yuanli looked around and found that this was a high-end room. 100 times better than the wooden house she slept in before, with a faint floral scent and soft sheets that made her sink down. This is Sister Du's room. She left the room to you. Momo paused, and said, Oh, by the way, we are now in New Steel City. New Steel City. Wang Yuanli widened her eyes. Why am I here suddenly? Your high fever won't go away. So the consultant asked someone to fly you here for treatment. What a joke. That brat. Without me. Can he do it? Wang Yuanli lifted the quilt and rushed out barefoot. However, when she rushed out the door, she found that there was no aircraft on the apron in the distance. But there were dozens of black spots in the sky. Little girl, you're awake. An old man, with an old mechanical hand in his right hand, was carrying a lunch box. Seeing the young woman, he smiled. It's over. I can't catch up. Wang Yuanli sat down on the ground. Little girl, don't be anxious. No matter what happens, eat first. The old man happily opened the lunch box. There was rice and a few vegetables. We grew it ourselves. Try it. Wang Yuanli's stomach growled. She didn't hesitate. She dragged the lunch box over and started to eat it up. Old man, what's your name? C53145. What? In the Empire era, synthetic workers like us have a surname that is a zodiac sign and a given name that is our serial number. Synthetic man? What is a synthetic man? A clone controlled by the Empire's main brain, produced by debugging genes, who has the talent and skills to repair things from birth. Like a worker bee? Wang Yuanli's cheeks moved, and her speech was unclear. More or less. Wouldn't that be boring? Staying in the repair room all your life, and only being able to listen to other people's orders. C53145 shook his head and said, We have our own rest time, and our own hobbies, and this job can not only contribute to the Empire, but also realize our own value. I am very satisfied. Wang Yuanli was stunned, and quickly apologized seriously. Old Bing, I'm used to talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Old Bing? C53145 laughed. You and Director Du are both very interesting people. No wonder she asked me to take care of you. Director Du? Are you talking about Miss Du? Wang Yuanli was refreshed and said quickly, Old Bing, do you have anything else that can fly? I want to go back to the battlefield. An hour ago, 76 aircraft had left this oasis. I think the final battle has already begun. By the time you get back to the battlefield, the war will probably have ended long ago. Bing 53145 packed up his lunch box and stood up. And don't worry. With Director Du here, you are unlikely to lose. Why? When it comes to fighting, Sister Du is not as good as me. C53145 shook her head and said, Director Du is really a man with great power. Even in the Imperial era, it was rare to see such a powerful mechanical body. Don't worry. After C53145 left, Wang Yuanli scratched her head and asked Momo, Mechanical body? What is that? Momo stretched her hands as wide as possible, puffed her cheeks, and said excitedly, "It's so big! So big, a big octopus." "Octopus?" Wang Yuanli was stunned for a moment. "Why is it an octopus again?" Gao Gong stood on the top of a tall building. This is the tallest building in the Car City, with about 30 floors. The sky was as bright as day. Under the pressure of this beast tide, even high-level warriors were severely suppressed by their attributes. Gao Gong asked them to hide. Now was not the time for them to take action. Now was the time for him to take action. With almost no hesitation, Gao Gong displayed his complete form. Rich blood-colored patterns began to emerge along the surface of his body, and the 3*3-meter bioelectricity began to sizzle. However, this time, Gao Gong did not transform into a monster, and even the 4 alien claws were entangled in pairs, entangled into 2 hideous arms. The carbon atom reactor in the heart tore through the flesh and was embedded in the chest, shining brightly. This was the violent energy in the body that forced it to release the organs. And with the help of the flesh, it passed the energy to various parts. Gao Gong took a tentative step, and there was a fierce wind below, and various mechanical debris were as small as black dots. Then there was a bang, and Gao Gong's footsteps seemed to step into the void. At the same time, Gao Gong's skin turned red, and his spine creaked and creaked, like a fast-moving shaft. Flying with wings and floating in the air with the body system are 2 completely different things. The former can be birdmen, humanoid creatures with white wings, or some kind of vampire. The latter can only be done by multi-planet creatures, which must be upgraded at the cellular level to float in the air. This involves a concept called carbon-based fusion. In the universe, there are no less than hundreds of millions of planets that breathe life. And the main reason why carbon-based species can surpass other life and become the mainstream of planetary species is that once carbon-based life breaks through level 30, it will produce a super talent carbon-based fusion. This kind of fusion is the foundation for carbon-based life to become a Superman. In short, this talent can fuse all the material existence, life existence, and energy existence in the universe with itself, thereby breaking through the upper limit of life. High-level carbon-based life can even fuse a star with its body, or evolve into a micro-black hole. Originally, Gao Gong's attributes were no worse than those of an ordinary level 30 character, and in the perfect state, countless high-level radiation beast cells separated and recombined, directly reaching the threshold of carbon-based fusion. In this state, Gao Gong activated his carbon-based plus mechanical trump card skill, the super fusion mode. However, this time, the object of his fusion was not the body of a Class B radiation beast, but a beast tide. He wanted to merge with the beast tide and compete with the Class A radiation beast for control of the beast tide. The huge power of the beast tide was madly injected into the reactor, making the reactor bright like a small sun. Your mechanical energy plus 200 and 2,300. Your biological energy plus 151,200. Gao Gong thought about it, and his back suddenly cracked, and countless blood threads spurted out. These blood threads wove lanterns in the air, and soon, the lanterns lit up one by one. Your bioenergy plus 253,100. This feeling is exactly the same as the Scarlet Queen, and people would believe that they are twins. With carbon-based fusion, it should be able to change once more. Gao Gong recalled the blueprints of the Devil Jet 3-phase type. The next moment, on Gao Gong's arms, thighs, chest, ribs, 3-in-1 energy nozzles in the shape of skulls squeezed out, and violent particle streams sprayed out from all parts of his body. Your mechanical energy plus 331,100. Gao Gong's body became lighter, and walking in the air was no longer a problem. At the same time, on the other side, the violent flesh blanket began to cover the road, gas stations, buildings, and it was no longer one wave higher than the other. But the sea level was rising wildly. The beast tide was promoted to A level, and the one with the biggest increase was naturally the driver of the beast tide, the A-level Scarlet Queen. Now, she was covered in scarlet armor, and she already had a bit of the posture of a Valkyrie. An electronic city blocked the way. The monster-attracting artifact was activated, and hundreds of mechanical beasts bared their teeth, hiding in the maze and ready to go. The Scarlet Queen stopped, and the next moment, the meat mountain under her feet slowly split apart, and a giant with scorched smoke appeared. Although the hill-like body of the Fission Duke was covered with scorched marks, it seemed to have regained its previous terrifying energy. As he walked, huge green smoke footprints appeared on the ground. If there were a radiation detector, it would be found that the radiation here was directly off the charts. Then, his fist began to emit a dazzling light. The violent fission energy exceeded the speed of sound. Thunder roared in silence. Then, the entire electronic city was razed to the ground. All creatures within a radius of 5 kilometers were wiped out. A dozen buildings around were collapsed by the earthquake. Thick smoke once again emerged from various parts of the Fission Duke's body. The Scarlet Queen frowned, and with a spurt of the spear in her hand, a thick meat blanket covered it, and countless flesh and blood filled the huge body. From a nuclear battery to a disposable tool, God knows what this guy has been through. It's all that guy's fault. The meat blanket under his feet began to rise, and rose to 2,000 meters. Then she watched the human-shaped white light approaching. And the huge energy of the mutation seemed to be divided into two. One part was controlled by herself, and the other part was sucked crazily by the other party. How much effort did she spend to push the beast tide to this point? And the other party actually wanted to pick the fruit. Countless red lanterns covered the sky like blood-red stars. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. And kings against kings. Although the two met for the first time, they had been in spiritual communication for a long time. A cold, hoarse, and slightly strange voice suddenly sounded. Since we are the same species, why do you stand on the side of humans? Gao Gong exclaimed. So you have evolved vocal organs. You can join me, raise a beast tide, and destroy humans. Gao Gong curled his lips. Then what? Are you waiting to be blown up by space-based weapons? The main reason why Gao Gong was a bit of a nuclear bomb PSTD was that he knew the outcome of the Hydra campaign. The beast gods destroyed all oases, destroyed the factory system, and broke through the city that never sleeps. Then, Cybertron opened the space-based weapons, and a land-based destruction cannon directly sank half of the continent. Whether on a planet or in the universe, individuals can never be the most powerful. Civilization is the most powerful. Chapter 128: The Real Wild Hunt. The Scarlet Queen stared at the other party with her eyes. From the other party, she felt the perfect fusion of her and the power of fission. It was like her offspring born from fission? She needed the other party. Hand over your power, you can leave here. The Scarlet Queen made a final ultimatum. Although the other party's energy field began to approach her, there was still a big gap between her and her. Allow me to refuse. The Scarlet Queen's eyes sank. The next moment, the blood-red stars in the sky began to shine brightly. The blood-red light was like a red-dyed woven cloth, rolling down. The sky became the opening of a grand drama. You are contaminated by blood and flesh radiation. HP minus 50 points/second. Additional status, sepsis. You are contaminated by blood and flesh radiation. HP minus 50 points/second. Additional status, organ failure. You are contaminated by blood and flesh radiation. HP minus 50 points/second. Additional status, energy degeneration. And the senior engineer's eyes also glowed with blood. Countless blood threads that were invisible to the naked eye peeked out, like a blooming blood-colored garden. On the ground, in the building, in the ruins, countless radiation beasts began to shrivel, age, die. Although it started with low-level radiation beasts, B-level radiation beasts also began to roar in anxiety. With Gao Gong as the center, a scarlet field slowly opened up, and violent blood and nutrients were injected into his body. Gao Gong's blood was instantly filled up, and it even looked like it was about to burst. Similarly, when Gao Gong's scarlet field covered the Scarlet Queen, visible cracks began to appear on the Scarlet Queen's body. The same type of radiation pollution in the flesh and blood caused almost the same effect. The finger-thick nerve bundle on the Scarlet Queen's head also drooped down, like a small snake piercing into the huge mountain of flesh and blood under her feet. The next moment, the dozens of cracks on her body healed instantly. The blood-red stars in the sky, the blood-red curtains in the air, and the huge bright red area. Using the will of the beast tide to artificially create a radiation ecology. This method is really shocking to outsiders. What's the situation now? Xiao Tong's voice came from the headset. Because the energy of the beast tide has risen to a terrifying level. Let alone electronic signals. Even if the human brain is invaded by cyber hackers, it will be stuck. Well, the situation is still at a stalemate. Matsushi-kun, isn't this a good time for you to show off your skills? Another major general, Old Man Matsumoto, said sternly. Matsushi-kun and another master looked at each other, their expressions somewhat unnatural. They sneaked in with the elites of the two deserts, just to play a decisive role at the critical moment. They also have the confidence to do this. because the number of super elites and high-level fighters in the two deserts is even greater than that of the secret forces under the Demon Mountain. And now is the critical moment. But who would have thought that the two of them could create an artificial radiation ecology? Looking at the thousands of blood-red stars in the sky, and the scarlet field that has expanded to the size of a city, both of them were silent. Although they are very strong, but with this level of mutant energy, let alone fighting, just standing there, can kill them alive. This is too scary. Wait a little longer. Xiao Jun has the final say. The Scarlet Queen is about level 45, and should have 3 templates: Leader Template, Radiation Field Template, and a template that controls the giant carpet of flesh and blood. This is already very scary, but more importantly, the opponent has a civilization specialty. That is, the Mutation Master. This is also the standard configuration of the Beast God General in the future. The bonus of civilization specialty far exceeds the ordinary leader template, and from the perspective of civilization, Mutation Tide is also a civilization change, but it is more disordered and more dangerous. Because Gao Gong has fused the opponent's flesh and blood cells, he knows very well the power of this force. From the perspective of combat power alone, the level 60 Giant Kun of the Knights is not as good as the Scarlet Queen who now controls the Beast Tide. The two Beast Tide forces collided crazily. Gao Gong gradually felt the strong pressure. As the gender-transformed Scarlet Queen, the two enjoyed equal authority. But his physical body was far inferior to the other party. He would be the first to be blown up by the Beast Tide force. This was the thought. Gao Gong thought about it. And the devil jets all over his body began to rotate crazily. The carbon ion reactor on his chest lit up to the extreme. An energy beam as thick as an arm suddenly spurted out. And the next moment, it hit the other party's chest. The speed of the energy cannon reached 10 times the speed of sound. At close range, the Scarlet Queen could not react instantly. Almost instantly, her upper body was separated from her lower body. Moreover, the energy weapons of the second-level civilization generally cause more than 10,000 damage. The Scarlet Queen's wound was directly burned into a thick blood scab, emitting green smoke. However, the next moment, a human figure slowly emerged from the meat mountain and grew facial features and flesh in the process of emerging. A new Scarlet Queen was born again. Is the third template the undead? What a trouble. Particle streams spewed out from the nozzles of various parts of the body. And Gao Gong shot up. Almost at the same time, countless tentacles flew out. These tentacles were hundreds of meters short and nearly 1,000 meters long. And they rolled towards Gao Gong frantically. TSK. In midair, Gao Gong pressed down with one hand, and all the energy nozzles formed a super large shock wave, layer upon layer, and in a sonic boom, countless tentacles flew off. That's not all you can do. The energy from the reactor can reach the atmosphere without any problems. The next moment, Gao Gong felt a little alert, and saw that the tip of the tentacles that were blown away was directly facing him, and a dangerous light was on. With almost no hesitation, bullet time was used again, and the figures overlapped within 3 meters. Dozens of solidified energy guns flashed in the phantom. Some of these solidified energy guns disappeared into the sky. Some were inserted into the ground, producing the effect of air-to-ground missiles. And some fell into an abandoned building not far away. The violent shock wave directly blew off half of the building. In low-level civilizations, that is, civilizations below level 3, energy weapons are divided into 2 categories. One is laser weapons. This type of weapon is the standard weapon of level 2 and 3 civilizations. It is also very common in some interstellar mercenaries and star pirate groups. It has all the characteristics of energy weapons. There is another type, which is solidified energy weapons. Planet creatures, that is, monsters below level 60, grow energy organs under the magic of nature. But the magic of the planet level has a limit after all, and the precision components of energy weapons cannot be chopping out. Therefore, biological evolution will produce a special branch, called solidified energy weapons, which solidifies energy in a special way to form a throwing weapon. And because energy is not a stable structure after all, it cannot be launched in stages like an intercontinental missile, resulting in its speed being controlled below Mach 10. However, at close range, its explosive power is far greater than that of guided weapons. Even if it is only in the aftermath range, the damage caused will reach thousands of points, which is a standard death if touched, and death if hit. Gao Gong did not hesitate and added 7 free attribute points to perception. Perception successfully reached 56 points. Your perception has reached 50 points. And you have obtained nervous system enhancement. Please choose 3 enhancement directions. Chain-like nerve distribution, high-energy nerve bundles, and neural control. Chain-like nerve distribution is a neural radar, which is 10 times more efficient than ordinary radars. High-energy neural bundles are special professions in some civilizations, such as the must-have attribute of Jedi Knights, which is how the knife-slashing laser comes from. Neural control is the direction of biological control, similar to a certain brain flower. Without any hesitation, Gao Gong chose chain-like neural distribution. The next moment, Gao Gong felt that countless eyeballs had grown all over his body. These eyeballs extended outward in a straight line from their perspective, forming a series of bead strings, which together formed a ranged neural network. The next moment, Gao Gong deliberately did not use the bullet time. His figure suddenly paused. A black shadow flashed past his nose, and a terrifying explosion sounded not far away. Mach 3. No. Close to Mach 4. It's quite easy. But when Gao Gong saw the Scarlet Queen holding a scarlet spear and staring at him coldly, he said nothing and used the bullet time. The sonic boom was no longer similar to an old-fashioned popcorn machine, but an elongated straight line. You couldn't even hear the sound outside. But if you were close to this white line, the strong shock could directly burst your eardrum. Ordinary energy spears are Mach 4. But can a hand-rolled energy spear reach Mach 8? It's terrifying. Gao Gong also understood that the Scarlet Queen's spear-rolling skills in a normal state were only half of what they are now. After all, in a normal state, among A-level monsters, she might not be the strongest. She could only be regarded as the leader of an ordinary evil force. However, if the beast tide was successfully set off, she would be promoted to a big monster at the level of regional manager and officially start her pyramid selling career. After confirming the opponent's attack strength, Gao Gong's counterattack also began. In addition to the reactor energy column on his chest, the energy nozzles in various parts of his body also ejected high-temperature particle streams. Whenever the light lit up in the sky, a part of the tentacle was cut off, or a big black hole was burned through. It is worth mentioning that, just like the radiation energy gun, the high-temperature particle flow is not a second-level energy weapon. The damage can only reach 3 or 4,000. It does not have the characteristic of energy compression of energy weapons, and naturally does not have its penetration. Although both of them are good at hand-to-hand combat, they both chose to fight remotely. In addition to the trend that kinetic weapons are replaced by energy weapons, there is also the fact that, for monsters like them with strong recovery ability, attacking the vital points and weaknesses is no longer of much use. On the contrary, if you are not careful, you will be invaded by the opponent. Gao Gong used this trick to kill Mozhan. The Scarlet Queen must have used this trick to deal with many powerful radioactive beasts. They are all foxes of 1,000 years. So who can't chat? The real battle is at the level of the beast tide. Xiao Jun and Mr. Matsumoto watched the battlefield all the time. In addition to the dazzling battle scene between one man and one beast, they gradually discovered that the sky seemed to have undergone drastic changes. A round of radioactive sun suddenly appeared, with high-temperature radiation. But the next moment, it was like a celestial dog eclipsing the sun, and was bitten by the invisible celestial dog and quickly swallowed up. The next moment, there was a loud thunderclap, and the sky seemed to be split in half by a knife, and a huge crack appeared in the white sky. Then, under the power of the beast tide, the crack quickly closed again, with the violent radiation fluctuations. There was a drizzle at first, and then the rain gradually became heavier. This kind of rainwater is nuclear wastewater, not to mention drinking it. Just letting it fall on the skin will cause excessive radiation and cause various diseases. Even with such heavy rain, the dark clouds were still dark, and there was not even a hint of thunder and lightning. Electronic rain? I haven't seen it for many years. The Xiao Jun couldn't help but sigh. The scene of the radiation desert is not the normal state of this planet. Cold, damp, cold colors are the civilization form of this planet. Whenever the electronic rain falls, the electrical appliances in the mechanical city will malfunction, especially some small vendors, who have no money to install retractable shielding rain curtains. Whenever it rains, they are in a panic. The vendors no longer shout "put away the clothes" when it rains, but turn off the appliances when it rains. And those employees of giant companies sitting in high-rise buildings can gloat over the miserable appearance of these unemployed people, although these people have not been home for a long time. The falling of the electronic rain also means one thing. That is, at least in some parts of the desert, the radiation ecology has failed for a short time. Gao Gong and the Scarlet Queen are madly absorbing the power of the beast tide, while the beast tide is also madly absorbing the radiation rays in the environment, converting them into mutant energy. The radiation is almost gone. The two forces were brewing to the limit. Endless radiation beasts began to roar, as if they were helping in the battle, or as if they were just roaring. The ground was dark, and in the sky, the color changed. Half was blood red, half was light red. The sedimentary cloud seemed to have changed into two shapes. One side was layered, like an illusory endless meat carpet. The other side was a monster composed of more than a dozen high-level radiation beasts, the wings of the harvester, the spine of the iron-backed flying dragon, the tail of the colorful ornithopod, the meat carpet of the Scarlet Queen, the cracks on the body surface of the Fission Duke, and some other high-level genes in the beast god preparation liquid. After the sedimentation clouds on both sides had reached their limit, they finally collided with each other. The next moment, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, like 100,000 flash bombs exploding at the same time, or like the explosion of 10 invisible nuclear bombs. The stalemate lasted for 3 minutes, during which no less than 10,000 low-level radiation beasts died because they could not withstand the terrifying pressure. The blood-red sedimentation cloud had the upper hand, but it did not gain an overwhelming advantage. It was even stolen from time to time by the other party because of the homology of some genes. However, the Scarlet Queen seemed to have anticipated this situation. The meat mountain below slowly cracked, and the terrifying charred giant reappeared. With the stimulation of a large amount of energy, the charred giant had more and more cracks, even on the head that looked like a small hill. In these cracks, the radiation value of the Fission Duke rose wildly, and exploded after reaching a peak. The violent shock wave covered a radius of 100 miles. As if in the explosion of a small nuclear bomb, a giant energy figure flashed in the air. With the help of this human energy, the blood-red sediment cloud shrank crazily, condensing into an oversized red queen. The pillar-thick red spear fiercely penetrated the combined beast. Colorful light overflowed from the illusion beast. They were all kinds of radiation ecology, which were split out by this spear. After integrating the power of the Duke of Fission, the biological spear of the Red Queen was no longer just an energy weapon, but also seemed to have a little bit of rule power, such as energy fission. At the moment when the giant beast exploded, a figure came down like a missile. Although it opened 3 pairs of wings halfway, the violent impact still created a big hole when it hit the ground. The 3 pairs of wings flapped, and the 3 pairs of alien claws twisted slowly. The beast energy remaining in the body made Gao Gong recover quickly from his injuries. But Gao Gong was beaten into the complete body state, which meant that the battle for the beast tide was declared a failure, as expected of the first beast god general. Is this going to be upgraded to a pure energy body? Gao Gong looked up at the sky and saw the huge Scarlet Queen transformed by the mutant energy, which was being compressed bit by bit, and the surface of the body became clearer and clearer, and the momentum was also increasing, which had exceeded the level of the A-level radiation beast. After the Knight's Hall laboratory was destroyed by senior engineer. In theory, the Scarlet Queen had lost her qualification to be promoted to Beast God General, because the preparation of Beast God General solution not only requires precious materials, but also must be prepared and used immediately. Although the Knight's business scope is spread all over the world, it is just a terrorist organization after all, and many precious experimental materials are not available to them. So far, the Knights are just a large underground force. If they really want to come to the surface, they have to wait until after the Beast Machine disaster. But if an A-level radiation beast wants to be promoted to S-level, in addition to the relatively safe path of Beast God General, there is also the original promotion, which is to stimulate gene sublimation through terrifying energy. In the more than 40 years since the formation of the radiation zone, the number of S-level Beast Kings who can achieve this level can be counted on one hand. The success rate of this method can be imagined. But the Scarlet Queen still resolutely did it. From the current point of view, the other party has done it quite successfully. The giant Scarlet Queen is slowly shrinking, surrounded by energy mist, and the surface is energy crystals. A pure energy body. The Blood Crystal Queen is taking shape. The sky is no longer the white color that represents the A-level radiation beast, nor is it the red color of blood. The sky is just the sky. Blue as clear as a mirror. Clear to the bottom. With white clouds. So beautiful. It seems that the Central Desert has returned to the era before the disaster, changed the genetic territory of the ecological level. And it is a pure energy version, which is really amazing. Anyway, among the 10 great beast generals in the previous life, Gao Gong had never heard of the name Red Queen. But in this life, this one seems to be getting more and more courageous. Like the heroine of an online novel, Gao Gong looked more and more like a villain. Gao Gong really had no other options. After all, the time for the complete form had come, and the half-hour pure enjoyment version of carbon-based fusion was gone. According to the normal plot, the villain should have become a small monster at this time, and then be beaten up by the protagonist. Unfortunately, Gao Gong never followed the normal plot. He usually took the route of 18+. It's time. Gao Gong touched his chin, looked at the distant sky, and above the sky, more than 100 small black dots suddenly appeared. All the aircraft in several nearby oases were requisitioned by him. Gao Gong saw it. And the newly promoted Blood Crystal Queen also saw it. He raised his palm gently, and the ice crystals on the surface of his arm slowly cracked, condensing into 10 ice crystal spears. He gently pinched his palm, and the spears disappeared. The next moment, 10 huge explosions appeared in the air. Hiss, so accurate, it must be 100 Mach. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. One of the criteria for measuring planetary monsters is not its size, but its speed. Simply put, if you can circle the entire planet within the time it takes for the planet to rotate once, it means that the other party is qualified to be called a planet monster. Due to the 2 satellites, the rotation speed of the machine-cracked planet is slightly slower, and there are 30 hours in a day. At 100 Mach, the speed of the other party around the surface of the planet will not exceed 10 hours. Just a few seconds after Gao Gong's thought flashed through his mind, another 20 aircraft were exploded. The remaining aircraft had already rushed into the beast tide, and the cabin was opened, and a large number of submunitions were launched. Then, there was a series of ear-shattering explosions. In most cases, this kind of explosion is useless. It is useless to kill low-level radiation beasts. High-level radiation beasts cannot be killed. On the contrary, it will increase the intensity of the mutant energy in disguise. But this time is an exception. The bomb place fell into dead silence. Each radiation beast is a node of the beast tide. The dense nodes are like energy collectors that make up the beast tide. So now, the range covered by the bomb, all energy nodes have failed. No need to wait. Radioactive annihilators are special biochemical weapons that spread through radiation to carry out the final wild hunt operation. Yes, boss. Except for Huang Wen. All the senior executives believe that the target of the wild hunt operation is the high-level radioactive beast. Even Huang Wen only learned the truth recently. The real target of the wild hunt operation, from beginning to end, is only one, which is the entire beast tide. The next moment, all the electronic cities are opened again, and all the monster-attracting artifacts are fully activated. The beast tide is like boiling water, and each electronic city is a boiling bubble. The launch sites of these aircrafts are around the bubbles. The stronger the radiation, the faster the drug spreads. The drier the body of the radiation beast, the faster the drug works. 100 electronic cities now become 100 black holes of the beast tide. These black holes are even showing signs of further flooding. This is a feast of hunting. Chapter 129 Mechanical Matrix. The Scarlet Queen, who was being promoted, suddenly let out a sharp scream. A black spot appeared on her body, and also on the huge mountain of flesh and blood below. The black spot gradually grew larger, and became a fist-sized hole. On the huge mountain of flesh and blood, countless flesh and blood squirmed, and madly filled into the hole. But this hole was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much was filled in, it could only slightly alleviate the expansion of the hole. More holes emerged from the Scarlet Queen's body. Senior Engineer watched coldly. Under normal conditions, even if he killed her 10 times, he couldn't kill the Scarlet Queen. With the help of the beast tide, the opponent's recovery ability has reached the level of pan-body life. Pan-body life is the standard of carbon-based life in the universe. The body has no vital parts, can reorganize the body at any time, and has a strong efficiency of energy and material conversion. The only one who can kill her is herself. Building an electronic city, let everyone mistakenly think that his target is a Class B radiation beast. Transfer production. Secretly let the ponytail girl build a biological factory outside the battlefield to make radiation annihilator. Use the car city as bait, make biological weapons, and suffocate all the knights of the knights. compete with the Scarlet Queen for the dominance of the Beast Tide, lure the other party to force promotion. Then, carry out the final wild hunting plan. The more powerful the Beast Tide is, the more terrible its backlash is. The Scarlet Queen did not sit still and wait for death. The terrifying solidified energy gun constantly locates the electronic city, and each attack can bring about the destruction of an electronic city. However, this is useless. The principle of the radiation annihilator is to radiate cancer cells, and the energy explosion will only cause a wider spread. The Scarlet Queen is no longer a concern. Let's do it. The voice of the senior engineer came from everyone's headphones. The next moment, the colonizer roared out, followed by the old hunter. The large combat robot took heavy steps, and the security soldiers, the mechanical hunters, the mercenaries, all rushed forward with fanatical eyes. Fight back. Revenge. Hunting. Radiated beasts below level C are infected by the radiation annihilator, and are doomed to die. Even the advanced radiation beasts were seriously infected, and their status declined significantly. If we don't beat the fallen dog now, when will we wait? The only thing worth surprising is the hidden troops of Major General Xiao Tong and Matsumoto. Xiao Tong's troops are all strong colonists, wearing strong colony armor of the assault type. This type of colony is more powerful and more solid. The colony weapon can be transformed into a spear more than 10 meters long, or a shield as thick as a city wall. It is more advanced than the red liquid. The red liquid sent a biological signal of dissatisfaction. As for Major General Matsumoto's troops, they were very interesting. They were all mechanical ninjas. They looked like Raiden in Metal Gear Solid. They had advanced mechanized prosthesis, but the weapons in their hands were samurai swords and darts. They had extremely strong explosive power in close combat. The samurai sword slash could easily cut off the head of a C-class radiation beast. Xiao Tong and Old Man Matsumoto were also the only two among the 6 major generals who did not betray the security corps. They both had a bad ending. Xiao Tong fled back to the mother city in a panic. For a military family, like the Xiao family, that managed the family like the army, the fate of being a deserter can be imagined. As for Old Man Matsumoto, when surrounded by the security group, he chose to die on Honshu Island. To fulfill his ninja way, Xiao Jun and Song Jijun fell from the sky and fell beside Gao Gong. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. With us here, the Beast Tide will never hurt you. That's right. It's just that Gao Jun acted too early. Otherwise my alloy blade would have cut off the head of the Scarlet Queen. The two of them sounded a little embarrassed. After all, they didn't fight, and came to grab the head when the other party was about to win. This behavior was quite unkind. Engineer Gao glanced at the two of them, and continued to look at the sky in the distance. What are you looking at, Mr. Gao? Xiao Jun said cautiously. After all, this man is a strong man who has defeated the Demon Mountain and the Scarlet Queen in succession. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest fighter in the Iron Sand Desert. I am watching whether there will be any changes on the battlefield. How could there be any? Song Jijun laughed. Mr. Gao is too cautious. Even if there is, as long as I take action, there will only be heads. Do you think so too? Engineer Gao suddenly looked at Xiao Jun. Well, I am following General Zhao's orders, and I will absolutely obey your command, Xiao Jun said cautiously. Well, I'll leave it to you. Gao Gong pointed to the sky in the distance, and the two looked up and were dumbfounded at the same time. A huge monster that covered half of the sky suddenly appeared. It looked like a mechanical whale, but the whale did not have its thick shell and round forehead. On the forehead, a 5-meter-tall mechanical figure stood with a gloomy face. The Beast Tide was destroyed. The 8 knights lost contact, and the Scarlet Queen counterattacked and lost her combat power. He could only gamble everything. Could. You are here again. Senior Engineer was not surprised. The Great Knight Flag, the future Iron Flag Officer Flag, was famously paranoid. After conquering the never-sleeping city, he had time to evacuate, but he did not leave. Instead, he delivered the famous Hydra speech. The era of mechanical control is coming to an end. The intelligence generated by millions of creatures will break through the blockade of the mother city. The sky will no longer be gloomy, and the earth will no longer be dry. Another kind of creativity, the creativity dominated by life itself, will retake the entire planet. The stagnation period of life does exist in the long history of biology, but the subsequent species explosion is a high probability event. Cut off a head and grow 2 heads. You are facing a system that has evolved for billions of years. Even if you can win temporarily, failure is inevitable. We release the power of life into the machines we create, allowing them to regain their wildness. Then he was blown to pieces by a space-based weapon that landed from outer space. This guy is such a tough guy. So Gao Gong was not surprised at all when the other party appeared on the battlefield riding a Kuan. Under his own operation, the Hydra battle was brought forward. What are you standing there for? Go ahead. Gao Gong looked at the dumbfounded two and urged. Didn't you just say there was no chance? Now the chance is here. This thing is definitely stronger than the Scarlet Queen. This is indeed the case. The Scarlet Queen is level 45, and this Kuan is the maximum level 60, and it is a standard war creature, which looks similar to the Leviathan spacecraft of the Avengers, and has a large number of whiskers on its body surface, and on each whisker, there are countless jellyfish-like semi-energy creatures hanging. Xiao Jun looked at Song Jijun. And Song Jijun also looked at Xiao Jun. Both of them looked like they wanted to cry. Since it's here, there's absolutely no reason to let it go back. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gao Gong suddenly held the two shoulders and smiled brightly. Just kidding. How could I let you deal with that monster? You're just asking for death. Yes. Really? That's a pity. My alloy sword has been thirsty for a long time. The two of them were obviously relieved. It's not that they were too cowardly, but that thing was too big and exaggerated. But that monster is here to save the Scarlet Queen. What should we do? Xiao Jun said worriedly. Although the distance was far, the countless jellyfish on the tentacles of the giant Kuan had already fallen down and merged into the beast tide. Although it was still like adding fuel to the fire, at least in a short period of time, the Scarlet Queen's injuries had improved significantly. The number of electronic cities that were bombed increased significantly. Don't worry, I am also a man with someone above me, said Gao Gong calmly. The reason why Gao Gong was so calm was that, in addition to this giant Kuan, he also felt another huge mechanical energy. The next moment, the eastern sky, the western sky, the southern sky all went dark at the same time. Violent lightning exploded from the sky. The next moment, hundreds of chains fell from the sky and directly inserted into the body of the giant Kuan. The next moment, 3 mechanical octopuses as big as the giant Kuan appeared. Those chains were the tentacles of the octopus. The distance of tens of thousands of meters. It was as if there was no distance. Du Xiaodi stood in the control room of the mechanical octopus, with her hands in her pockets, and her expression was calm. The giant Kuan let out a violent scream. Senior engineer clicked his tongue twice. It is indeed a large standard weapon of the mechanical mother city, a 76-level mechanical mother body, the main force of the Second Mechanical War. This thing is not built for fighting inside the atmosphere. Their targets are space species, nomadic satellites, starships, armed space stations, planetary defense systems. This giant Kuan is already the highest tech product of the Knights, but it was still beaten by these 3 mechanical mother bodies. Blood like a waterfall fell from the sky, the tentacles as thick as water tanks were cut off in pieces, and thousands of jellyfish were cut by the laser network. The biological data collected is not enough. In my impression, this kind of Kuan-type battleship is not that weak. Oh! By the way, in my memory, the first Kuan-type battleship built by the Knights seemed to be a troop transport ship, and its goal was to bring enough explosives into the mother city and detonate it. No wonder. Under the neural radar, senior engineer can easily see the distribution of troops on the battlefield. In addition, neural radar has a place that is better than biological radar, that is, it can see the specific biological energy/mechanical energy. Although the Kuan-type battleship was surrounded and attacked by 3 mechanical mother bodies, it would not die for a while due to its size. Instead, a large number of semi-energy creatures poured down from it. Among them was the initiator of the Hydra campaign, the future Iron Flag officer, who was given special attention by Gao Gong. The enemy leader is over there. Do you two dare to take his head for me? Gao Gong suddenly said. Not to fight the super-large mechanical body. Not to fight the beast high controller. But to deal with a lone terrorist. This is to grab a head. Oh no. It is the best opportunity to make meritorious deeds. The spirits of the two were lifted up at once. Don't worry. Gao Jun. Please warm up a pot of wine. We will be there soon. Okay. Then I will wait for your good news. Gao Gong showed a harmless smile. Chapter 130 Flag and Queen. As soon as the flag fell from the sky, it was besieged by offensive colonists and mechanical ninjas. The future flag bearer also showed a fighting power that matched his reputation. The place where the great knight far surpassed the knight was that after countless dangerous mechanical body adjustments, the integration of flesh and machinery was no longer an explosive skill, but as an additional state, which could be maintained for a long time. Facing these elites of the mother city above level 20, the huge mechanical body was adjusted rapidly. The muscle-like mechanical pipes began to rotate, and at the same time, the steel blades on the mechanical armor flipped rapidly, and countless thick muscles squeezed out of it. As a colonizer ran, his arm rapidly deformed, protruding a 10-meter-long biological spear. The mucus on the spear collapsed into water molecules as the spear vibrated at high speed. When the spear was inserted heavily into the body of Chi, it was like a drop in the ocean, without any movement. The next moment, Chi's mechanical fist appeared on the colonizer's forehead, and a dense number of pinholes suddenly appeared on the fist. The sonic boom was sent back with double the power. With the sound of a tank firing, the colonizer was smashed 50 meters away and hit heavily on a rock. As the rock collapsed, his colonizer armor also produced a large number of irreparable cracks. The power of this punch was at least 5,000 points. More importantly, this sonic punch directly killed the strong colonized armor. Another strong colonizer jumped up from behind. 8 energy nozzles lit up behind him, and the particle stream sprayed out 8 beams of light, while his right arm turned into an electromagnetic sawtooth knife, cutting down fiercely. However, Chi turned around like lightning. His left palm grabbed the electromagnetic sawtooth knife, and at the same time, his right hand quickly transformed, turned into an electromagnetic sawtooth knife of the same shape, but twice as large, and the high-speed blade cut him in half, and this strong colonizer was even more miserable, being cut in half alive. After the body was thrown to the ground, the black liquid transformed by the colonized armor entangled with each other, but could not repair the body. The person died, but the colonized armor was still alive. The flag was 5 meters tall, and its appearance was between Ultron and Sentinel Robot. Even its abilities were very similar. It strengthened its defense through biological bodies, and attacked through mechanical body deformation. The enemy's attacks were either absorbed in a targeted manner, or hit back twice. Even surrounded by more than a dozen colonizers and mechanical ninjas, this guy was still at ease. His red electronic eyes stared straight at Gao Gong several miles away. The other party is the real culprit who caused all this. Kill him, and there is still a chance to reverse the situation. Gao Gong grinned, and hooked his finger at the other party. This world is much bigger than I thought. Prove it to me. Anger flashed in the eyes of Chi. This was the content of a conversation between the two a long time ago. At that time, the status of the two was also very different. One was a seriously injured native wild dog who fled, and the other was the mastermind behind the subversion of the desert regime. Now, the status of the two seems to have reversed all of a sudden. He became the target of the hunt, and the one in front of him became the real culprit who destroyed the Hydra plan. She crushed a stealth mechanical ninja with one hand. More than 20 jet holes similar to those of the strong colonizers grew under the mechanical blades. The violent impact force allowed him to rush in front of the opponent within a few seconds and punch him hard. However, the next moment, within the 10*10M range, the EMP force field was activated without any summons. In the bright light, the Chi who had just left the ground staggered, and the mechanical body lost contact within a few seconds. A giant colony hammer suddenly appeared, tearing the air, and smashed the opponent fiercely, smacking the opponent hundreds of meters away, and there were several small pits on the ground, and a tunnel about 10 meters long. At the end of the tunnel, Hada's whole body was sizzling, and he climbed up with a gloomy face. He looked around, and saw that the shuriken and darts stuck in the ground were emitting the same light. They were all hit by himself. Linked weapons? All the hidden weapons of the mechanical ninjas are of the same model, and are equipped with linkage devices. Once a certain number is reached, they will resonate and generate an EMP force field. As for the giant hammer that broke his 3 mechanical pipes, it was the deep body deformation of the strong armor. Xiao Jun and Song Ben Jun smiled at each other. Without any hesitation, they rushed forward with their men. 2 level 30 elites, with more than 30 near-max level elites from the mother city, to deal with a level 30 boss of the leader template. Both sides used all their means, and the battle was quite fierce. Chi is a player of the same level as Mozhan, but unlike Mozhan, who has high attack and weak defense, Chi is more comprehensive, a standard hexagonal warrior, with biological evolution and mechanical transformation, and almost no shortcomings. But on the other hand, this guy doesn't have any special strengths. For example, the super burst of the mountain can deal 10 times the damage, but he can't do that. In the final analysis, the meat machine technology is not a real fusion route. but the cooperation between the mechanical body and the biological body. In normal history, the flag won. At least, I have never heard of the name of the mountain. It is likely that it was defeated in this beast tide. But now? Hee. Gao Gong thought about it, and summoned 3 more minions. Colonel Cape, Little Mountain Iron Maniac, Shadow Gaoshu. These 3 are also level 30 elites of the Mother City. 3 people entered the scene, and the pressure on Qi increased instantly. The Iron Maniac roared, and countless air cannons were fired, forming a huge air tiger in the air. Qi retreated violently, and at least 40 air holes appeared on his body. The mechanical armor pieces on his body also turned into large and small wind turbines, sucking in the violent wind, and dissolving this AoE big move in a very wonderful way. Qi landed lightly, with his hands slightly placed on the ground. The next moment, within the area, a terrible earthquake broke out. The ground trembled wildly, the air was blurred, and the armor on all the colonists turned into slime. However, the next moment, a dozen mechanical ninjas suddenly appeared in midair. Their sense of direction after nerve modification made them ignore the vibration. At the same time, they stepped in the air, half bent their bodies, and held the swords with one hand. These mechanical ninjas seemed to have completely abandoned the long-range modification, and in return, they gained a strong explosive force. In their electronic eyes, data was flashing frantically, driven by the battle chip. Their success rate of sword drawing was extremely high. The elite-level sword drawing technique they had practiced since childhood was also assisted by the battle chip, and its power reached a terrifying level. Everyone on the stage has a background. Xiao Tong has the Xiao family, and behind Old Man Matsumoto is the samurai class that was eliminated by the tide of the times. The Knight's combat system does not have a combat chip. Because of the combat system, it is easy to be hacked by hackers from large companies. The Knights have suffered losses in this regard before. One disadvantage of not having a combat chip is that most of the time, it can only be brain operation instead of machine operation, so in this case, Qi made a misjudgment. In terms of burst, mechanical ninjas are much stronger than strong colonizers. The sword light shimmered, countless sonic explosions of sword light exploded one after another. The hands of Qi also turned into 2 oversized samurai swords. At first, they could absorb kinetic energy. You cut me with a sword, I cut your body with a sword. But after being slashed by 5 consecutive sonic explosions, a small section of mechanical pipe in the waist and ribs was hit with a weakness effect. This small section of mechanical pipe is to deal with the deformation of the crumbling tiger's big move. And it just so happened that this was connected to his energy system. A short circuit of just 1 second caused him to suffer nearly 10 sonic booms. If Gao Gong remembered correctly, his sword drawing slash took away more than 3,000 points of the harvester's health. No matter how strong the health of a level 30 humanoid boss is, it is impossible to beat the radiation beast of the same level. I have to fight to the death. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes. As an excellent old sly guy, he certainly could not give the other party the treatment of a hot-blooded male protagonist. On the palm, the electromagnetic rifle storm slowly aimed. However, the next moment, the neural radar suddenly set a warning, and the bullet time started at the moment of the warning. The next moment, Gao Gong's figure overlapped, and countless blood threads pierced out of the air. Damn, what the hell is this? Gao Gong raised his head suddenly. In the sky, the Scarlet Queen had been devoured by the beast tide, and her body was gone. However, with the help of radiation field control, Gao Gong's front was a bloody scene. The huge Scarlet Queen was crawling towards him like a female ghost. The blood threads just now were the female ghost. Oh no, the Queen's long hair. What the hell? Energy body mutation? Beast tide will backlash? Or information generation? With the vision of the SP leader, Gao Gong quickly distinguished that this was the remaining neural network of the Scarlet Queen, which was fused with the mutant energy of the beast tide, and a special mutation phenomenon was born. Her target, obviously, was herself. No, her body that was fused with various advanced cells. Good fellow, I just want your life, but you are greedy for my body. Huh? However, in Gao Gong's eyes, this Scarlet Queen had dull eyes, without any emotional fluctuations. It seems that this is just the last movement of the neuron cells. Just like after a person dies, some parts of the body will still move. Gao Gong suddenly thought of a possibility. The possibility of a man and a woman combining. It is relatively easy to get the top mechanical plug-in on this planet. After all, the mastermind behind this cyber test site is a level 7 mechanical civilization. It is difficult to get the top biological plug-in. there are only a few places, such as the top laboratories of giant companies, the revenge heights of the Knights, the alien clubs in the Cloud City, the spark bases of the civilization era, and some super monsters born in the cyber wave. Forget about the cyber wave. Before the cyber wave is launched, if you are not level 60 yet, you can prepare to run away. The remaining places are either heavily guarded or cannot be found. A gene of a Quasius level creature is sent here. Isn't this what you dream of? However, in this case, the biological rejection will inevitably explode, and there is a possibility of a crash. The will of the Scarlet Queen will inevitably seek recovery. In a short period of time, most of your combat power will be sealed. Gao Gong quickly judged the gains and losses in his mind. It doesn't matter if the strength is sealed. After this battle, in a short time, the Knights leaders can't come to kill us. And after entering the city that never sleeps, force is definitely the last option. The radiation zone has its own survival rules. The mechanical city has its own rules. That's where you need to use your brain. As strong as a level 60 giant Kun, it still became someone else's Kun. When there is something to do, the players will come. When there is nothing to do, the players will come. This is the normal way to open it. However, it is very troublesome to revive the will of the Scarlet Queen. My consciousness is only 125 points. As the saying goes, 100 is pure machinery, 200 is driving a Gundam, and 300 is riding a ship girl. This is the requirement of the mechanical route. In other words, if I want to block the invasion of the Queen's will, even if I don't drive a Gundam, I will still be at the level of EVA. The protagonist has the help of his mother, which is equivalent to returning to where he came from. Although I am very resistant to biological rejection, it is still a bit risky. Gao Gong turned his head suddenly, looked at the flag not far away, and had an idea. I will raise her child. No, we will raise it. Chapter 131, The War. His overcheese outburst was very special. He rushed towards the colonizers. The 6 colonizers saw this. The offensive colonizer armor grew a chain hammer. The chain was nearly 2 meters long. The chain ball was as big as a basketball. They also saw that if there were 1 or 2 attackers, she could transform in a targeted manner and counter their moves. But if they attacked at the same time, the opponent's transformation speed would not be able to keep up with the attack speed. But unexpectedly, she did not dodge or evade, and let the 6 chain balls hit his mechanical body, making 6 small pits. However, the next moment, the faces of the 6 colonists changed. The chains were shaking wildly. As the meat machine heated up, the chains began to melt and turned into black liquid that was absorbed into the opponent's mechanical body. She grinned and looked at the 6 people who had absorbed the colonized armor. 80 pores appeared on their bodies. The ultrasonic attack turned into a strong shock wave. The next moment, 6 pieces of mincemeat exploded from the spot. She repeated the same trick and pounced on the other colonists, allowing the opponent's attack to hit him, and then absorbed the opponent's colonized armor. Soon, the fluid transformed by the colonized armor flowed in its mechanical pipes, and it was controlled by digesting the opponent's biological imprint. A super colonist was about to be born. Du Xiaodi saw this scene. Her expression slightly wrinkled. Most of the rich women have a desire to be a mother. Their idea of the sponsor is that you just lie down, and I will take care of the rest. As soon as the thought came to her mind, a mechanical mother body in the east broke through the sound barrier, and the mechanical tentacles, as thick as water tanks, turned wildly and inserted towards the flag. The flag suddenly raised his head, looked at the giant in the sky, and showed a crazy smile. Life is so surging. It is inevitable that the mechanical system will lose control. The next moment, countless black spots suddenly appeared in the sky. These long-range ballistic missiles locked onto the target as soon as the mechanical mother body appeared. The tentacles of the other 2 mechanical mother bodies lit up, and a laser network covering a range of 10 kilometers was spread out from the air. As for the one that was attacked, its tentacles began to retract, covering its body surface, turning the mechanical mother body into a giant wriggling ball with a diameter of 1000 m. Most missiles were covered by the large cutting laser network and exploded one by one before they got close. A few lucky ones hit the mechanical mother body, causing minimal damage. Weapons have generation gaps, and once the generation gap is based on civilization, it cannot be surpassed. The missile launch base is a large military facility of the first-level civilization, while the mechanical matrix is a war machine of the second-level civilization. There is no comparison between the two. Giant Machine Number 3. Why don't you listen to my orders? Du Xiaoti's face was as cold as frost. The highest mechanical order I received is to protect you. I will obey your command when your life is guaranteed. But when the command order is contrary to the protection order, the priority option is to protect your life. Giant Machine Number 3 sincerely serves you. The giant Kun that was beaten up seemed to have received special instructions. He completely ignored his injuries and rushed towards the 3 mechanical maternal bodies frantically. Now, all 3 mechanical mother bodies cannot participate in the battle on the ground. Meanwhile, Chi has absorbed more than 30 sets of strong colonization armor. The black fluid on the surface of the body is like layers of rubber. And the mechanical flames are burning crazily. The 4 level 30 strong colonizers, Xiao Jun, Cape, Gao Shu, and Tai Kwang Tu did not dare to get close. The stubborn Tai Kwang Tu tried, but was almost sucked dry by the opponent. However, they could also see that this one had reached the point of exhaustion. A large number of mechanical pipes were cracked, and the mechanical armor pieces were constantly melted by the black liquid. The mechanical energy and biological energy of the colonized armor are 10,000 points each. After absorbing so much colonized armor, the opponent's biological/mechanical energy has increased by at least 600,000, which is a very terrifying number. The colonizers dare not attack. The mechanical ninjas alone cannot stop the opponent's advance. The flag took one step after another. It seemed slow, but the terrifying black liquid had already covered the area of several football fields along its soles. This kind of large-scale colonized invasion, Kep had only seen it in a few war gods in the mother city. You want me to come? Then I will come. Gao Gong is 2 meters tall, and looks very short in the face of the opponent's current body of nearly 8 meters. Can meat machine technology even absorb the colony? Gao Gong asked curiously. It's not technology. It's evolved life. The next moment, Chi hugged Gao Gong with both hands, and countless black liquids overflowed from his body and penetrated into Gao Gong's pores. At the same time, the opponent's mechanical body opened its abdomen, revealing an empty abdominal cavity, which was the rhythm of completely absorbing Gao Gong into the body. Gao Gong's body was gradually covered, leaving only one eyeball exposed, which blinked and turned blood red. Let's play happily together. The 3 of us. The next moment, a red light lit up, and a huge red queen suddenly appeared. In the astonished eyes of Chi, she crawled in the direction of Gao Gong. The battlefield gradually quieted down, and the bodies of radiation beasts died in large numbers with charged smoke. This was the side effect of the radiation annihilator. High-level radiation beasts either died or escaped. With the large-scale use of the radiation annihilator, the area of the radiation zone will only shrink further. The radiation beast population can only migrate to farther places, either evolve aquatic breathing organs and enter the ocean, or become completely extinct. Only the huge sphere in the field attracted everyone's attention. Hello. A mechanical voice sounded. What's good about it? Gao Gong asked back. There was silence on the other side, and Gao Gong laughed. This should be our second meeting. The military artificial intelligence war. Yes. I'm curious. The planet-level main brain needs a huge computing system to maintain it. And the 3 in the mother city are the best examples. Where is your host? Some hidden civilization fire base? The mother city has been looking for it for so many years, and has not found it. You are really hiding it. The power of life itself is far beyond the imagination of those mechanical monsters. So, you are not the first-generation machine on the planet, but a distributed computing system? Or an information hub hidden in the cyber network? Or is it your AI personification, completely abandoning the past shell, as a virtual master of the 6th-level civilization? Gao Gong is an expert in AI. As soon as the other party let out a hint, he guessed something. War was silent again, for a long while. Before continuing, whether you admit it or not, the natural kingdom created by nature and the mechanical kingdom built by humans are merging into one. Machines are becoming biological, and organisms are becoming engineered. Only by joining this can you gain a wider range of life. Why me? Senior engineer asked curiously. I ruined your knight's plan. Shouldn't you find a chance to kill me? The essence of evolution is metabolism, and no one or anything is irreplaceable. Your evolution is very strange. On this planet, I have never seen a life of your type. You may become the most powerful Knight Steward. The Knight Steward is the superior of the flag officer, and is the highest leader of the knights in public. However, Gao Gong curled his lips quietly. Who said AI can't make promises? They use big data to make promises. And they are so good. But Gao Gong didn't refute it. Instead, he said, okay, I can consider it. Give me a year. And I will join the Knights. In the intelligent detection of war, the other party's idea was actually true. War was speechless again. After a year, I will come to you, it's settled. Remember, the seeds of evolution will take root and sprout anywhere. Then this person went offline. It seemed like it just came here to chat casually and to talk nonsense. But the system panel said it all. You killed the Big Knight banner, experience plus 8,000, reputation plus 1,000, skill points *2. You killed the Scarlet Queen, experience plus 25,000, reputation plus 1,000, specialization point *1. You have passed level 15, killed a high-level humanoid boss, randomly draw a mechanical blueprint from the enemy. You have passed level 30, killed a Class A radiation beast, experience plus 10,000, randomly draw a biological blueprint from the enemy, get an extra chance to draw. You get the top biological plug-in Scarlet Queen not enabled. You get the advanced biological plug-in Colonial Body, not enabled. Your biological rejection plus 1,500. Your mechanical rejection plus 1,200. Your motor system is being transformed and sealed. Your endocrine system is being transformed and sealed. Your circulatory system is being transformed and sealed. Your reproductive system is being transformed and sealed. You are affected by scarlet corruption, all attributes minus 50%. You are affected by mechanical pollution, all skill consumption is doubled. You are affected by coevolution seed parasitism. Let the flag be the spare tire. Parasitize the Scarlet Queen. Reversely absorb the essence of the two. The plan is very successful. As for the loss of status in a short period of time, it is acceptable. There is a way to solve it anyway. In the eyes of everyone, the huge sphere slowly cracked, and a pale arm suddenly pulled out. Then, the giant ball cracked, and Gao Gong showed up. There was no injury on his body. Because of the large-scale seal of the human body system. The radiation B cells shrank, and he turned into a human again. The red liquid quickly turned into a set of clothes and put them on him. In addition to Gao Gong, it gained the most. The essence of more than 20 pieces of strong armor allowed it to directly break through the upper limit of its body. Gao Gong looked around and saw tens of thousands of people surrounding him. His eyes showed excitement, anxiety, and so on. The beast tide is over. Gao Gong raised his head and shouted. The next moment, the scene turned into a sea of joy. Task completed. Rewards being calculated. Duration, 24H. The task rewards are actually being calculated. This is the first time I have seen it. The 3 huge mechanical matrices finally landed. The hatch opened, and Du Xiaodi and Daisy walked out. As for the giant Kun, it was a pile of meat not far away. Du Xiaodi looked at Gao Gong with a smile, and wanted to say something. But suddenly her face changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "What is that?" Gao Gong looked back and saw that there was a blood-red egg in the wreckage of the giant ball. And there was a baby girl in the egg. That's a newborn life. Who gave birth to it? It seems to be me. Du Xiaodi looked at him coldly, as if to say, "You are pregnant before marriage. You scumbag." Chapter 132. Leaving Squeak. The thick cold air gushed out through the door. Gao Gong, Desila, and Huang Yuanli, who arrived late, each wore at least 3 sets of protective clothing and peered inside. It should be okay. I don't know. Hey, you are the creator of this thing. Don't you know the specific effect of this biological weapon? Nonsense, I haven't tried it myself. Gao Gong climbed down first, after a while, waved his hand upwards, and soon, Desila fell down with the spider silk hanging down, with the little woman still clamped on her waist. Is it necessary for Director Du to be so angry? It's not her who is the spare tire, but the big knight, who is the spare tire in the flesh. Gao Gong complained. Although the rich woman is fragrant, she is not as obedient as the virtual girl. Director Du is a strong woman who takes the overall situation into consideration. She did not quarrel with Gao Gong, but presided over the post-war cleanup. Of course, she had a cold face during the process and ignored Gao Gong completely. Daisy glanced at Gao Gong and said, "Boss, I don't know the situation of other men, but if my man gets pregnant before marriage, I will cut off his vital parts." Damn. What does it have to do with my little brother? This is a byproduct of biological fusion, which is equivalent to test tube babies. Besides, the Scarlet Queen is not a human. but a radioactive beast. The little woman did not speak. Her ears were erected high, and her face was full of gossip. Women are fickle, Daisy said calmly. Is that why you like women? Galgong squinted. Daisy snorted, touched the little woman's face, and explored the way ahead. This guy didn't catch up with the decisive battle, and he was very angry. Galgong touched his chin. Perhaps in Director Du's heart, there has always been a plan to save fallen women. Oh no! Fallen women and men. But if fallen women and men lay eggs before marriage, that's another matter. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Virtual girls are still better. Galgong missed his maid army very much. I don't know if there is a chance to reorganize the Legion in this life. Soon, the three of them came to a shattered iron gate, where an 8-armed mechanical body was frozen into a snowman. 8-armed Knight Wuan, good at stabbing swords. Sword speed can reach twice the speed of a sonic boom. A guy wearing a thick protective suit walked out from behind the door. Professor Han? It's me. Professor Han waved his hand, and 2 apprentices carried the body over. On the first day, all the artificial soldiers were frozen because of the Black Winter. On the second day, the knights couldn't hold on. They tried to break through the blockade, but they didn't know that the most terrifying thing about the Black Winter was not its freezing ability, but its hallucinogenic effect. The 4 of them walked through the underground tunnel, only to see a large area of wall collapse, and even several subway cars were smashed through alive. Before these knights died, they might have wondered why these doors grew larger as they were broken, and they could never break through them. The 4 of them soon came to a frozen mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was made up of countless artificial soldiers. At this moment, the researchers were cutting off the heads of these soldiers for research. Although these artificial soldiers were only the lowest level products, they were of great help in the reverse development of meat machine technology because of their sufficient number. Professor Han introduced, Black Winter is most dangerous only in the form of liquid and mist. In the solid state, as long as the skin is not cut, and the virus does not invade the blood, there will be no problem. Professor Han bypassed the mountain of corpses, and came to the nutrition warehouse of the biological factory. 7 half-human, half-mechanical bodies were soaking in liquid. With the introduction of the 8-armed knight, the number of corpses became 8. 8-armed knight, split knight, wild dog knight, two-faced knight, moonlight knight, bat knight, death knight, hippo knight. Since these advanced mechanical bodies have fallen into my hands, then I will definitely be able to reverse the technology on them. The technology on the advanced mechanical bodies, according to the standards of the first-level civilization, is generally a Level 3 mechanical blueprint. 8 Level 3 mechanical blueprints, TSK. I really made a lot of money this time. Professor Han turned his head and looked at Engineer Gao, saying, But you asked me to come here. It shouldn't be for this. The little woman complained. This guy got pregnant before marriage. Sister Du was very angry, and came down to hide away. Unmarried. Pregnant before. Professor Han looked at Engineer Gao strangely. In bionics, the biggest technical difficulty is reproductive bionics. It seems that I have a successor. Engineer Gao coughed dryly and said, To be honest, this is not my child. It was the great knight who gave birth to the child. I was just a backup. Desira and Huang Yuanli looked at each other, and blurted out, A man on top of a man. Gao Gong's face darkened, and he didn't intend to explain anymore. He changed the subject and said, Professor Han, do you remember the pre-war research institute that you explored once before, but failed? Professor Han raised his eyebrows slightly. Why? Are you interested? The base camp for bionics research. How can I not be interested? These ruins of civilization are hidden copies, at the worst. There will be advanced equipment. If you are lucky, you can even get professional knowledge. Generally speaking, only players who are proficient in archaeology can spend a lot of time and energy to find these spark bases, as the scientific expedition missions continue to follow up. Professor Han's favorability with Gao Gong has been fully improved, and he can get there directly in one step. Okay. I really want to understand some of the problems in the past. Gao Gong nodded, and said, 2 A-level radiation beasts died in the battle, and most of the remaining B-level radiation beasts were injured or killed. I have sent people to recapture the Waste City, under the effect of the radiation annihilator. Some of the radiation ecology in the Waste City will be cleaned up soon. In the future, the Waste City will be renamed New Hope City, according to the wishes of those old guys. Their remains will be buried in a place with good feng shui in the city. Professor Han was silent for a while, and said, How many of them died? Exactly 2 digits. Huang Yuanli was also silent. These old guys. There are only a dozen people in total. The counterattack went smoothly, and it can even be said that there was no obstacle at all. As dozens of aircraft sprayed a large amount of antiseptics, the mutant plants withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, a large number of electronic creepers began to retreat, the man-eating plants, and the metal vines began to die. The remaining radioactive beasts began to escape from the urban circle. The old hunter's grave was placed on a high ground, facing the east, where the sun once rose. The younger generations like Huang Yuanli and Momo all had solemn expressions, but the few old hunters who were still alive were arm in arm, mumbling, thinking about where to have fun. All kinds of dirty jokes emerged in an endless stream, and they were just short of dancing on the grave. It was not until Aunt Xiang stepped in and suppressed them forcefully that the arrogance of these people was suppressed. Huang Yuanli was silent, which was rare. Sisterly. Are you upset? Momo said worriedly. Huang Yuanli curled her lips. I am not upset at all. These old guys are shouting to die on the battlefield. Isn't this just what they wish for? Besides, she raised her chin. Main Duo and other new creature warriors were standing in front of the grave with solemn faces and saying something. They died for a good cause. Someone collected their bodies, and there are successors. If these old guys know about this, they should not be too happy. Then why do you look so worried? Huang Yuanli looked around. As the large army advanced, the urban area that should have been full of vitality turned into a dead city again, with cracked buildings, dilapidated environment, and a lot of dead leaves. I'm not a sensitive person. I know that if we don't kill these mutant monsters, we won't survive. Huang Yuanli paused, and suddenly whispered, but is it really okay for us to kill them all like this? Momo looked at the other party in astonishment, as if she had never expected the other party to say such a thing. Forget it. It's just nonsense. If we kill them as soon as possible, we can save a few lives. In the distance, Gao Gong looked at the little woman in surprise. With his hearing, he naturally heard what the other party said. Is this little woman so kind-hearted? Or is it that some smart guy is secretly influencing her? If it is the latter, he will have to talk to him. A circle of people surrounded Gao Gong. As the undisputed first person in this beast tide, Gao Gong naturally obtained the right to develop a new oasis. At this time, his small circle was in a heated discussion. The topic was the location of the new oasis. Some people suggested opening an oasis in the New Hope City under their feet. Some people suggested leaving the central desert and opening up the market in other deserts that were not highly developed. Some people also suggested going to the coast. There are countless radioactive beasts in the sea, which can provide a lot of biological materials. Gao Gong listened quietly, and seemed to be a little absent-minded. Seeing this, Du Xiaodi poked him quietly. Gao Gong came back to his senses, smiled apologetically, and took out a cigarette box. You guys discuss first. I'll go smoke a cigarette to calm down. Without waiting for everyone to speak, Gao Gong left on his own. He found a quiet place, lit a cigarette, but didn't put it in his mouth. He opened the system panel, and first turned on the mechanical module that he had finally assembled. You get the first level mechanical module Autobot transformation no spark version. Modules and templates are at the same level, but the module is more physical, while the template is more blood and skills. TSK, the promised Ironhide full body transformation is finally here. Senior Engineer clicked on the targeted lottery for the enemy. You get the 5th level mechanical blueprint. Steel Flag. You get the 5th level biological blueprint. Blood and Flesh Power Plant. The former seems to be a range-enhancing equipment, a 5th level blueprint, at least a strategic weapon level, but unfortunately the flag was alone at the time, and I never saw it used. As for the Blood and Flesh Power Plant, it is an organ that converts bioenergy into electrical energy. When combined with the shaping organ, it can create a lightning spear. Not bad. It can all be used. You are leaving, aren't you? Engineer Gao turned around and found that it was Aunt Xiang. You mean the new oasis? Of course. We will move away sooner or later. The car city has been reduced to ruins. It's unknown when it will be cleaned up. Don't change the subject. What I mean is that you are leaving the Iron Sand Desert. Right. Chapter 133 Coevolution. Gao Gong did have the idea of leaving. After a series of his tricks, the Battle of Hydra was about to end. And under the effect of the radiation annihilator, the urban circles would be plucked out one by one. Without a large number of low-level radiation beasts as a mass base, high-level radiation beasts would only starve to death. Without missions and monsters, What was he doing staying in this map? He wanted to go to the city that never sleeps to open a new map, a branch of a giant enterprise, a mechanical mastermind, a street gang, a science and technology association, a prosthetic black market, a secret system. There was another level of the world, not the world of fighting and killing. The corporate war in 1 year. The cyber wave in 2 years. And the explosion of the machine crack star in 3 years. Gao Gong couldn't wait. However, the excitement flashed through his mind. He smiled calmly and said, "Not now. No matter what. I have to arrange for you." In his imagination, the new oasis will become his production base. And the scientific research drawings he got from the new map will be transformed into concrete objects in this rear area. The secrets of the Research Institute. The head and tail of the security group. He said that he would never leave without a care in the world. After confirming Gao's idea, An Xiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and threatened, "Now that the momentum is so good, you can't just leave, or I'll find someone to kill you. Don't worry. As long as you don't let me be Fat Xiang's father, I won't run away no matter what." He still wanted to experience the effect of the camp in advance. Gao picked up a cigarette and walked back to the crowd with a nonchalant look. Professor Han looked at him thoughtfully, and Director Du frowned, and then made up his mind to run this new oasis well. If he didn't make enough money, his man would be seduced away by others without paying attention. Only with money can a man be fat and white. This is Director Du's life experience. After paying respect to these old guys, a group of people came to the temporary base of New Hope City. Professor Han specially called senior engineer to a temporary medical point. The predecessor of this place was an abandoned hospital. Although most of the equipment was scrapped, there were enough beds. It is impossible to resist the beast tide without death. Compared with the failure of resisting the beast tide, all the living people were devoured. The current situation can be said to be much better. As Gao Gong walked along, not to mention the mechanical hunters, other people, such as the security soldiers, colonizers, and officials, all showed respect and took the initiative to make way. The beast tide was over. In theory, his career as a special consultant had also come to an end. But from the current point of view, no one dared to cause trouble. Gao Gong's reputation suppressed everything. Speaking of reputation, Gao Gong opened the system panel, and sure enough, his reputation had risen again. Your regional reputation exceeds 15,000 points, and you get a new title, Beast Tide Resistant. Beast Tide Resistant, a great victory, which opened the prelude to the human race's shift from defense to offense. From then on, the offensive and defensive situation has changed. As the person who guides all this, your reputation will not only spread on the battlefield. The upper limit of regional reputation is 20,000 points. The higher it is, the harder it is to obtain. Next, unless Gao Gong overthrows the security core and destroys the factory, this beast tide resistant is almost the limit. It is worth mentioning that regional reputations are not interchangeable. In other regions, reputations must be reset. When the reputations of 5 regions reach more than 10,000 points, the planetary reputation can be unlocked. At that time, your reputation will reach the ears of the supreme ruler of the planet, and some of your words will affect the direction of the planet. Reputation does not necessarily need to be achieved by killing monsters. Scientific research and invention, business power, market occupation, and cultural invasion can all improve regional reputation. Regional reputation also has many invisible benefits. You will be valued by local forces, have a higher chance of getting high-level tasks. Some hidden NPCs will be more inclined to cooperate with you, and you may even receive some corporate endorsements. But if your reputation is negative, it will lead to a series of bad consequences. The simplest example is being wanted by official forces. However, this negative reputation also has some benefits, such as dark web, black market tickets, some villain NPC tasks, and the rebels and terrorists are more inclined to recruit people with lofty ideals like you. Brush up the reputation of 5 regions, open the planet reputation. The reputation of these 5 regions does not have to be positive reputation. Even if you stand on the side of the rebels, as long as you can climb the technology tree, you can still get the favor of the mother city. This is the black and red route. Planet reputation is a prerequisite for operating a planet enterprise. Gao Gong was pulled into a testing department by Professor Han. I noticed before, your current physical condition is very wrong. Professor Han said seriously. It's okay. I'm in the recovery period after pregnancy. Professor Han twitched his lips. Don't talk nonsense. Take off your clothes. I'll test you. When Professor Han got the test report, his expression was very solemn. You have a large number of cells of the Scarlet Queen in your body. They have invaded half of your body system. There is also a metal cell aggregate, which has strong reproductive cells, and the shadow of a meat machine body. It occupies a quarter of the human body system. Professor Han clicked on the virtual projection. Under the X-ray, Gao Gong's body was in a mess. Most of it was squirming red, and a small part was gloomy black. Both sides fought and fought. Gao Gong's physical strength could only barely keep the human body system from collapsing. In this situation, anyone would die immediately, but you are a freak, and you can still move normally. Gao narrowed his eyes, and suddenly laughed. Didn't you notice anything else wrong? Something wrong? Professor Han was stunned, turned his head to look at the inspection report, and fell into thought. Gao was very calm. In cyber world, levels are relatively easy to upgrade, but human body modification is difficult. The higher the level, the more direction the modification must have, so that the modification efficiency can be improved. This involves a concept called the main plugin. After level 10, each stage of transformation requires a main plugin, and all prosthetic transformations need to be carried out around this main plugin, so that the transformation efficiency can be maximized. The advanced biological plug-in colonial body can be used as a biological main plugin at level 20. The top biological plugin, the Scarlet Queen, can be used as a biological main plugin at level 30. This directly saves a lot of time for senior engineers. Because sometimes, even within the scope of an entire planet, it may not be possible to find a suitable plugin. Compared to this, the temporary loss of strength is nothing. In fact, the biggest problem in Gao Gong's body is not this. Professor Han finally raised his head. A little confused, and a little unsure. Why do I feel that there is a special bionic structure in your body? You noticed it. Gao Gong squinted. Coevolution seed. Under the effect of this seed, your mechanical body and biological body will cooperate more tacitly. But as the seed takes root and sprouts, you will gradually fall into a special evolutionary system. This special system is definitely the main brain system of the war. Once the seed and the body are completely combined, the senior engineer will become the sub-body of AI. And this account will be in vain. Bring a knife, but not an umbrella on a rainy night is like this. You are being targeted by the mastermind behind the Knights. As expected, Professor Han was very surprised after hearing this news. As a terrorist organization with business all over the world, the Knights are notorious. The Revenge Knights, the soul of the lost nation, the pure mechanical destroyer, the key of evolution, the disaster of war, and most of the forces in the resistance army pursue improvement and innovation. Only it is unswervingly on the road of rebellion. I can't understand it. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Artificial life evolves towards a smarter direction, not towards humans. This is common sense in the mechanical world. So even if the main body of this war is an S-class mechanical beast, Gao Gong would not be too surprised. The key is this coevolution. Gao Gong naturally knows what this is. This is the symbol of a slave-type biological civilization. The main race of this kind of civilization enslaves other interstellar races, carries out genetic fusion upgrades, and then operates planetary ranches, galactic biospheres, and the more powerful ones directly enslave other carbon-based civilizations. Why did this AI change to a carbon-based route? This is a very far-reaching crossover. Gao Gong has a few conjectures, but these conjectures are not applicable to planetary AI. Artificial intelligence has no father or mother, let alone no ancestors to pass on skills. Unless this AI is just a front-stage player, there are other behind-the-scenes masters behind the scenes, such as a super life swallowing the source code of this artificial intelligence and reorganizing the biological computer. This is a bit possible. But isn't this a nesting doll? Gao Gong was not too worried about this coevolution. Going the fusion route, the least thing to fear is being manipulated. So-called 10th level transformation, 20th level deformation, 30th level metamorphosis. As long as he succeeds in metamorphosis, he can suppress this evolution seed. When the 30th level metamorphosis succeeds, he can even devour the seed, follow the clues, and fight back. That's why Gao Gong fought for a year. If he can't reach level 30 in a year, he might as well hang himself. Forget it, this is not the point. I came here mainly to suppress the rejection. The attribute reduction, the skill consumption doubled. It's okay, the key is that the rejection skyrocketed, making it impossible for me to fight with others. Although the enemy is gone, it is relatively safe, but at least there should be a way to save my life. Plant detoxification, protein heavy metal ion precipitation method, phantom limb removal. The 3 operations were completed quickly. Looking at the rejection number that was reduced by the operation, just because of a small activity, it rose back a lot. Both of them were silent. Professor Han sighed. Your level of rejection, you better prepare early, go to the research institute. Gao Gong's heart moved. Why, that place has equipment to reduce rejection? You'll know when you go there. Chapter 134 Camp Mechanical Hunter. The next day, a nuclear-powered helicopter descended from the sky. Xiao Huangxing rushed out of the cabin. Where is Engineer Gao? Where is your senior consultant? We killed 2 A-level radiation beasts in succession, and defeated the terrorist leader, and captured the enemy's flagship. This battle was fought beautifully. It was only under the command of General Xiao Tong that we were able to achieve such a brilliant result. Director Du, who met us at the airport, looked calm. Xiao Huang was stunned for a moment, looked around, and said, Where is Advisor Gao? You came at an unfortunate time, he just left. Looking at the camp with you people, Xiao Huang blinked. Where are the others? Some of them are taking care of the wounded, and some are cleaning up the remaining beasts in the city. Cleaning up the beasts, the urban area is gone. Where are the beasts left? Xiao Huang touched his head, and a light bulb flashed in his mind. They are not cleaning up the beasts, but collecting biological materials. Du Xiaodi looked at the other person in surprise, as if to say, You actually thought of such a thing. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes and said, I am a playboy, but not a fool. The reason why those biological companies disagree with your plan is because the urban areas can provide a large amount of precious biological materials. Xiao Huang was stunned for a moment, and swore, Damn, I didn't realize it until I said it. If you calculate it this way, you will get a lot of benefits if you clean up the urban areas one by one. Du Xiaodi did not respond, but handed over a list and said, This is the material we lost in resisting the beast tide. Please ask General Xiao Tong to reimburse us. Xiao Huang took it, took a glance, and almost choked on his own saliva. Damn, how many extra zeros did you write? The amount of these materials, let alone building an oasis, is enough for 10 oases. Please hand it over to General Xiao Tong. It's no problem to hand it over, but I'm not sure if it will pass. As he was talking, a girl in blue came over, holding a stack of documents. Du Xiaodi took the documents and signed them one by one. Xiao Huang looked at the girl in front of him, especially her blue work clothes, and asked curiously, Is this someone from the factory? Douya, my former secretary, a logistics member of the Equipment Research Institute. Du Xiaodi said without even raising her head. Semi-bionic transformation, nearly transparent skin, and the big eyes like anime girls. Xiao Huang touched his chin. Secretary-type bionic man? Is this a prototype? It doesn't look like it has any special functions. Prototype. Your mother, I have excretion function. Do you want to try it? Douya uttered uncivilized words, rolled her eyes, and left with the documents. Douya is a human girl I brought with me, but she has undergone auxiliary prosthetic transformation. Du Xiaodi signed the documents while speaking, negotiations with the factory, cooperation with large enterprises, relocation of new equipment. We have a lot of work here, and we can't entertain you. The young master, if you look for senior engineer, he will be back in 3 days. If there is nothing else, just do what you should do. As a member of the Xiao family, and the genetic brother of the Major General, it has been a long time since anyone has been so rude to him. However, Xiao Tong was not angry. As a member of the mechanical committee, who has been very popular recently, he has the qualifications. It's not a big deal. Someone from the family came to meet with Engineer Gao. Du Xiaodi paused for a moment. Others may not know, but she does. Engineer Gao's identity, as a descendant of the Empire, is a standard Western product. Then why didn't he come? He and my brother went to another place. Advisor Gao will meet them there. Seeing Xiao Tong's obscene expression, it was obvious that the place was not very decent. Du Xiaodi's face turned cold. He has something to do, so he can't go. You have to go. Xiao Tong happily took out a purple gold invitation. This is the invitation letter from the Lieutenant General, inviting our senior advisor to go to the Sky City to participate in the awarding ceremony. On a deserted road, an armored monster was advancing rapidly. The armored vehicle weighing several tons was speeding up to 500 km/h. On the rear of the monster, for nitrogen injectors, as big as wash basins, were spraying flames, making the speed tend to go up to a higher level. Huang Yuanli's face turned from red to blue, and then to purple. She hammered the back of the driver's seat and cursed, Asshole. Drive slower. I'm going to vomit. Amid the roar of the engine, Tiepi didn't hear what the other party said at all. At this moment, he was very excited. Boss, are you serious? Are you sure you can turn me into that Autobot? Well, you can choose your favorite sports car or a tank. I will transform your whole body. By the way, I personally recommend Bumblebee. Professor Han said calmly, although mechanical transformation is not my forte. If you want to be in human form without missing arms and legs, it's better to drive slower. Oh! Tiepi finally behaved. Professor Han took a deep breath, suppressed the boiling feeling in his abdomen, then looked at Huang Yuanli, said with some disdain, "Why did you call her here?" Huang Yuanli was in a state of motion sickness, and had no energy to refute, so she gave the other party a middle finger in a friendly way. Gao Gong ignored the two, but looked at the timetable on the system panel. After 24 hours, the settlement of the Beast Tide was finally coming out. At the moment when the time was reset, the prompt sound of task completion sounded. Statistics completed. Reward 1. During the Frenzy mission, the Mechanical Hunter Camp killed a total of 2 A-level radiation beasts, 34 B-level radiation beasts, for 23. A total of 2.85 million experience points. Reward 2. Experience plus 45,000, Regional Reputation plus 10,000, Incomplete Mechanical Puzzle *1, Specialization Points *2, Skill Points *5, Lottery Opportunities *5. Reward 3. Host obtains the Legendary Hunter template. The camp is successfully opened. Gao Gong directly opened the camp panel. You have successfully opened up the Mechanical Hunter camp. 2 career routes have been successfully registered. Mechanical Hunter. Through the implantation of mechanical modules, the transformation of prosthetics, a combat profession that hunts prey, has a damage bonus to non-humanoid creatures, and the upper limit of the profession, level 30. Biological Hunter. Through the transplantation of organisms, the implantation of biological weapons, a combat profession that hunts prey, has a damage bonus to non-humanoid creatures, and the upper limit of the profession, level 30. You have obtained a camp-exclusive building, the Mechanical Weapon Transformation Hall. You have obtained a camp-exclusive building, the Biological Weapon Transformation Hall. Please select a campsite as soon as possible. The construction of high-tech buildings can increase camp experience and reputation. The acquisition of large-scale technology drawings can increase camp experience. The sale of camp products can increase camp experience and reputation. The expansion of camp forces can increase camp experience and reputation. The addition of high-level characters can increase camp reputation. Change historical plot can. This kind of faction missions are varied, and more than 30 of them were completed, including the rank upgrade of the founder Gao Gong, which is included in it. Gao Gong clicked on the column of faction experience. Faction experience. This experience can be used to build the power of the faction, but cannot be used to upgrade the host's level. Current experience value 0. Cannot level up, but can gamble for blueprints and learn knowledge. This is how Gao Gong understands it. As for faction reputation, improving reputation helps to enhance the attractiveness of the faction. Current reputation value 15950. The number of reputation value looks familiar. Isn't this the reputation of your own region? It seems that in this newly launched faction, I am the only top player. Or, the faction site selection has not yet been carried out, and senior auxiliary characters such as Professor Han and Director Do have not been officially added. It should be the latter. You have obtained the authority to issue tasks. The target of the task is NPC, and you can provide bonuses, equipment, positions, and other rewards. The target of the task is players, and you can provide experience, reputation, favorability, bonuses, equipment, and other rewards. Giving money is nothing. Players are my brothers. Can I talk about money with my own brothers? Gao Gong touched his chin. After the death of the mountain, those colonists were all alone. And I could take them in. And those imperial workers in New Steel City. I, as a descendant of the Empire, could provide for their retirement. As for those hidden masters who had experienced World War II, I knew their hiding places. For a while, Gao Gong had countless ideas to expand the camp. This was also very helpful for improving his own strength. Apart from other things, just opening up a camp, I could add a Legendary Hunter template to myself. And the 3 additional effects were quite useful. Legendary Hunter faction exclusive, Hunter's Head, damage of all Hunter's exclusive skills plus 40%, skill consumption time minus 30%. Mechanical Eyes, a pair of Mechanical Hunter's eyes, can more easily find the weaknesses of mechanical bodies. Weakness attack plus 45% weapon affinity, Weapon affinity plus 100%. All weapons are born for hunting. As a legendary hunter, you can easily master the use of various weapons. The bonus of the legendary hunter template is much stronger than the commander template. It is equivalent to directly adding 3 advanced states. After taking a look at the added experience and skill points, Gao's heart was burning. Then he took another look at the 4-digit rejection number. Gao quickly calmed down again. At this time, whether it was upgrading, adding points, or body modification, it would cause rejection to explode. It's better to be patient for now. The address of the Pre-War Research Institute was in the deep mountains and old forests where no one lived. After the car drove to the last section of the road, even the armored vehicles could not get in, so they could only leave the iron sheet in the car and wait, and the 3 of them got off and walked. Hey, perverted consultant. You are injured now. If you encounter any mutant monsters, can you withstand it? Looking at the deep and dark no man's land, the little woman swallowed her saliva and whispered, "Of course I can't withstand it. Otherwise why would I call you here?" "Me?" The little woman widened her eyes. "You can't withstand it. Do you think I can withstand it?" Gao Gong suddenly smiled strangely. "Since you are here, don't you come out to see me? Don't you want to go home?" Wang Yuanli looked around with wide eyes. Not to mention human figures. There were no ghosts. Just when she was a little creepy, a huge spiritual power burst out from her body, and the substantial spiritual fluctuations swept away some of the sneaky people around. Wang Yuanli's eyes turned white, and she said calmly, "Long time no see, Mr. Gao." Researcher Han. Chapter 135 The Emperor. Little woman, oh no, in Gaia's pale eyes, it seemed as if the whole world was reflected, blue sky and white clouds, herds of cattle and sheep, all natural ecosystem, like the prairie of the civilized era. Even Professor Han was sucked into it. Everything that was ordinary in the old civilized era is so beautiful now. Gaia looked at Gao Gong. Gao Gong's eyes were like a mirror, and his perception of 56 points allowed him to pass the exemption directly. Gao Gong knew that this was not intentional on the other side, but the spiritual body would naturally come with its worldview when it descended. As expected of the 3 idiots of the universe, Gao Gong was somewhat emotional. As long as the brain in the jar has passed its nascent stage, its upgrade speed is terrifying. Just like a virus, which can be transmitted spontaneously from person to person. Now in the entire Iron Sand Desert, the number of creatures infected by it is probably more than those that are not infected by it. In this universe, there are always some strange life forms that are very abnormal, such as pangalactic life forms, prehistoric megastructures, cosmic dark tides, etc. Compared with them, the brain in the jar is not particularly abnormal, but can only be regarded as a minor abnormality. This guy is almost level 60. It's time to find an anchor point. The intensity of information life receiving various information is thousands of times that of normal life, which also causes their 3 views to collapse frequently. So as the level increases, they must also find their own information anchor point. This anchor point can be a certain worldview, or a certain XP hobby, or a vehicle that can bear its huge amount of information, such as a planet-level main brain. Gaia looked at Gao Gong and suddenly said, "Mr. Gao seems to have a strange thing on him." Gao Gong looked between his legs and said seriously, "If you don't have it, and I have it, then I do have such a thing." Gaia landed lightly in front of Gao Gong, his palm emitting white light, and he actually penetrated his chest directly and grabbed the coevolution seed in his body. The senior engineer's palm suddenly turned bright red, and he grabbed the other's wrist with his backhand. The red liquid was squirming crazily. Although it could not block the other's information invasion, it could absorb the other's energy, making the arm unable to become empty. Little woman number 2. Although I am very familiar with the owner of your body, I am not so close to you. There is no need to be so heartfelt. Gaia tilted her head and explained softly, "There is a special existence in you, which will make you gradually lose control of your body. I have my own way to deal with it." Gaia thought for a while, and said, "I see." I was abrupt. Gaia slowly retracted his arm, and the front half of the little woman's arm suddenly disappeared. And when she put it down, it returned to its original state. In formatization, there is almost no solution below level 30. Fortunately, this guy is not fully informatized, but it may be difficult for little woman number 2 to fully informatize this planet. Complete informatization is equivalent to incarnating the Gaia consciousness of this planet, Mother Earth, and if you want to be the administrator of this planet, you must first move away the 3 mountains of Cybertron, Deep Web, Fortress. This is unsolvable. The level cap is directly locked. At this moment, Professor Han also came back to his senses, took a few deep breaths, and said with a sullen face, "You pulled me into the virtual world." Engineer Gao gloated, saying, "A good teacher produces good students, and each generation is better than the previous one." Gaia said, "I thought you would like the past very much. I don't like fakes. Your words are not convincing at all." Professor Han stared at Engineer Gao angrily. Engineer Gao coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. "Number 2. You should know why we called you here. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and work. Don't you want to go home?" Gaia nodded calmly and stretched out his hands. The next moment, the dark forest began to flicker, and a large number of electrical signal streams appeared in various objects. As time passed, these trees, soil, and ground began to fade, and a huge experimental base appeared. There was a line of big characters engraved on the metal doorplate at the gate. Human Body Application Technology Research Institute. Gaia bent his 5 fingers tearfully, as if he was pulling something. The next moment, hundreds of electric currents continued to explode and produce sparks on the periphery. When Gaia put his hands down, the creepy feeling on Gao Gong disappeared. "What is this, environmental bionics?" Gao Gong looked around curiously. "This is not environmental bionics, but human defense system bionics. Just now, that was a bioelectric phenomenon. Shouldn't you two monsters notice the most?" Professor Han said coldly. "Researcher Han's thyroid gland is secreting excessive hormones. Stomach and intestines are contracting abnormally. Blood flow is accelerating. Heartbeat is speeding up. This is a phenomenon called anger in human emotional changes." Gaia suddenly said, "It's obvious that you are the cause. Are you saying that I am a pathogen? Of course, otherwise why did Professor Han not deal with other bionic monsters? But with you, this is to kill you in the bud in advance. Is that so?" Gaia began to think, could it be that my life form has produced a large uncanny valley effect? Professor Han's mouth twitched. These two idiots, one dared to speak, the other dared to listen, took a deep breath, walked directly to the door, and entered a series of numbers. The heavy metal door creaked and slowly opened inward. Professor Han turned his head and said coldly, "This is only the outermost defense system. As far as I can remember, there are 2 more such defense systems. If you want to die, you can wait here." "Professor, don't be angry. Relax. Keep a good mood when you go home." Engineer Gao followed happily. Gaia left the ground and floated over. The entire institute is a huge elliptical structure, like a closed bird's nest, and it is a segmented structure. In this way, if an experimental accident occurs, the institute and the experimental unit can be closed at the same time to minimize the harm. This research institute should have an energy circulation system. Even after decades, there is still enough electricity. The 3 people kept moving inside this large research institute, and the camera faithfully recorded the scene. In the universe, the first-level civilization is called satellite system civilization. That is to say, although this level of civilization cannot achieve interstellar migration, it can already achieve preliminary space exploration. Above this, the second-level civilization is also called planetary system civilization. The sign of the formation of this kind of civilization is to establish a planetary base and exploit resources from other planets. Of course, the universe is so vast that there are many things. It is possible that there is only one habitable planet in an entire galaxy. The civilization in such a galaxy is quite miserable. You can see the ceiling when you look up. If such a civilization wants to break through, the cost may be 100 times that of other civilizations. On the same planet, the birth of 3 different types of secondary civilizations is actually a very rare phenomenon, because civilization is not a country. Under the same civilization, there can be great power hegemony, racial war, cyber war, and even corporate hegemony. These are all common situations. But this kind of fight usually takes place under the same technology tree. It is very rare for 3 civilizations of different systems to appear on the same planet. Empire, Alliance, Federation. These are the 3 superpowers in the civilized era, following 3 different routes, which Gao Gong knew in his previous life. But from the perspective of a person who has experienced it, the appearance of these 3 secondary civilizations on the same planet is probably the result of human manipulation. The cyber test site is not born to be a cyber test site. This planet must first be considered valuable by advanced civilizations before it can be used for civilization experiments. Therefore, Gao Gong suspected that the aliens in this research institute may have micro-manipulated this planet before the establishment of the cyber test site. It is like a small investor who invested in a startup team. And then the team and the people were merged by a super large capital. A certain conflict of interest may be the reason why the aliens played the role of the machine cracker. Engineer Gao suddenly stopped and turned back. The corridor was empty. Not a single person was there. Don't look anymore. We are indeed being tracked, Professor Han said without turning his head. What she just tore was only the first layer of defense system, which is the skin of the human. We are now entering the inside of the human body. So the ones tracking us now are the immune cells of the Institute? Engineer Gao touched his chin. Then why don't they do anything? Because the route I took you is a safe passage. Professor Han looked at the two people who were eager to try, and warned, don't use your abilities recklessly. This place is different from other places. Do you want to alarm the entire defense system? Gaia didn't speak. After a while, he said, when I left here, most of the experimental subjects died, or they escaped in advance. Professor Han took the two people around, and finally came to the door of a large laboratory. Professor Han aimed his pupils at the monitoring equipment. And soon, the mechanical sound sounded. Good morning. Researcher number 122. The closed door creaked open in the middle, and Professor Han walked in first. This laboratory is very large, with various instruments on both sides, and the most numerous one is the nutrition chamber, which contains various kinds of brains. Looking around, there are almost thousands of them. Gaia pointed to the largest nutrition chamber and said with some nostalgia, I used to sleep here. Your bed is quite big. Several square meters. I used to take advantage of the researchers' inattention to secretly go to other places to play, to see their life experiences. But unfortunately, there are fewer and fewer places to go. Engineer Gao looked at other nutrition chambers and found that most of the brains inside were rotten, and some even had green hair. The energy system can be recycled, but the nutrient solution is not replaced in time. Engineer Gao looked at another nutrition chamber, which was even more luxurious than Gaia's, but it was empty inside, and the nutrient solution was also drained. Professor, whose brain was placed here before? The Emperor. Chapter 136 Black Prince. The retired Emperor, the old Emperor's father? Gao Gong blinked, took 2 steps back, looked up and down at this nutrition cabin, 9 dragons pulling coffin. Oh no, 9 dragons carving cabin. Dragon, or, surrounding the snake-shaped mythical creature of this planet, are various luxurious patterns, and next to the patterns, are some ancient characters, like seal characters. It's really a top-quality coffin. The retired Emperor's brain is here, but where are the others? When the retired Emperor became the 3rd generation of intelligent brain Emperor, he had no body. In an imperial country, the Emperor undoubtedly holds the highest power, and the boundaries of power are quite large. But as we all know, the upper and lower limits of the Emperor are very prominent. It is possible to draw a strong man who leads an era, or it is possible to have a bronze-level player who shows off his skills to the point of destroying the country and the race. Although the former is awesome, it is likely to have an ominous old age. Therefore, in the first-level civilization, the Emperor will often be transformed into a mascot, and its power will be divided among political families, full-level civil servants, and super orders. But in the second-level civilization, as interstellar immigration becomes more and more common, the planetary territory is getting larger and larger, and the population is increasing exponentially. In order to maintain the centripetal force of civilization, the emergence of super-political strongmen is a common phenomenon. But most of these super-political strongmen are not humans, because humans will have selfishness, form cliques, and seek benefits for their descendants. Emperors cannot have this kind of humanity. The mechanical emperor is an example. The empire selects a suitable successor from the electors, and then conducts semi-mechanized transformation, stamping the policy goals in the other party's brain like a mental stamp, while eliminating part of his private feelings and turning him into a super leader through high-tech means. 996 is nothing. I will lead by example, and 007 will be shown to you. When the ruling mission of this stage is over, the Emperor will abdicate and let the wise man take over, freeing the brain from the Emperor engine and replacing it with a new bionic body, retire when it's time to retire, and enjoy the old age when it's time to retire. This is the case with the Emperor Emeritus. According to Professor Han, during the reign of the Emperor Emeritus, the asteroid belt, the extraterrestrial base, the surrounding island countries, either experienced large-scale rebellions or showed signs of separation, so the Emperor Emeritus' martial virtues were particularly abundant, and his Emperor model was the Conqueror III, which was the highest level of war prosthesis. But because he fought too hard when he was in power, and consumed too much energy, he became brain dead after abdicating. And he has been recuperating in this research institute until he died. Interesting. So, the posthumous titles of the mechanical emperors are all the models of the machines. The emperor is called the Conqueror Emperor. The old emperor is called the Battleship Emperor. And what about the prince? The prince is called the Black Prince. Why is he called the Black Prince? It sounds quite ominous. I'm just a researcher. You ask me. Who should I ask? Professor Han finally finished his work. He pulled out a plug from the data interface. The other end of the plug was an old-fashioned single-person network access warehouse, which looked like Magneto's helmet, and its function was similar to that of a USB drive plus local area network, except that the object it downloaded was not a computer, but a human brain. It's an old thing. The electrode has a little leakage, but it can still be used. Gao took the helmet and put it on his head. The next moment, a sea of experimental data and information was transmitted into his brain. There was so much information at once, Gao felt dizzy and nauseous, and almost crashed. Damn, this thing can't adjust the transmission speed. Gao immediately switched to the information transmission mode. Invisible tentacles appeared at the temple, and the dizziness and swelling in the head suddenly subsided. Seeing this, Professor Han smiled slightly. Gao Gong raised his middle finger with his backhand. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Information transmission biological transformation. The brain in the vat gives you a powerful information reading ability. Your information digestion speed is 100 times that of ordinary people. At 100 times the digestion speed, Gao Gong finally began to digest these confidential materials. You read the secret information of the Brain Science Project. Invasive neural transformation technology is upgraded to LV6. You read the secret information of the Brain Science Project. Invasive neural transformation technology is upgraded to LV7. You read the secret information of the Brain Science Project. Invasive neural transformation technology is upgraded to LV8. You read the secret information of the Brain Science Project. Invasive neural transformation technology is upgraded to LV10 Max. It took Gao Gong an hour to digest these huge amounts of information. Professional knowledge acquired through external means, which is not improved by experience, is equivalent to rote learning, and cannot light up the professional characteristics. But the advantage is that it is not affected by the professional level. Let's go. I'll take you to see several other laboratories. But other laboratories are not as safe as mine. They have some secret experimental projects that even I don't know. As a master of bionics, if Professor Han has a system panel, all his bionics knowledge is above LV5. And in the areas where he specializes, his bionics knowledge can even reach LV8, LV9, or even the maximum level. But this is not enough. In order to light up an entire professional knowledge chain, all professional knowledge must be at the maximum level. Before leaving, Gaia spread his hands, a huge spiritual power surged out, and the next moment, all the brains quickly shrank. The neural circuits of these brains can add bricks and tiles to its virtual world. Soon, Gao Gong followed Professor Han to the second large laboratory. This laboratory gave people the feeling that a giant monster opened its mouth. Before entering the door, Engineer Gao turned his head sharply and saw a head shrinking back from the corner. It was a human face, but it seemed to have no eyes. This large laboratory was divided into small laboratories, like a high-tech floor corridor. In a core data room, they only found professional knowledge from level 1 to level 5. The rest of the information should be in different laboratories. According to Professor Han, these different types of laboratories are conducting different directions of separation bionic experiments. These experiments will provide more experimental data for life bionics. Soon, Gao Gong knew what life bionics was. In a laboratory, Gao Gong saw countless living arms, hundreds of them. Some were crawling, some were moving their fingers, some were turning their wrists. They were not mechanical bodies, because each arm was normal flesh and skin. But they were not completely prosthetics, because each arm gave him a feeling of being alive. Of course, a normal arm cannot leave the body, and it is even more impossible to maintain normality for decades. The floor of the entire laboratory has been transformed into a wireless charging pad. Obviously, these arms rely on charging to maintain their neural circuits. I am involved in this research. Professor Han introduced. What is studied here is the self-sustaining model. That is, whether the various organs of the human body can form a life system after being separated from the human body system. So this is the bionic life. Senior engineer suddenly realized and looked at Gaia. Gaia stretched out her palm. And the next moment, hundreds of arms fell silent at the same time. And Gao Gong also found the level 6 life bionics data in this laboratory. In the laboratories of arms, thighs, chests, hearts, fingers and other parts. Gao Gong finally gathered all the knowledge and data of life bionics. But not every time he was so lucky. The next laboratory was empty. There was nothing. This is the place where exchange bionics was studied. The head of the laboratory at that time was Zhang Hai, a famous biologist in the empire. Its research is a key project of the institute. What does exchange bionics mean? Exchange of hands and feet? Exchange of your own head with someone else's head? Professor Han shook his head. It's not that simple. In fact, it is this research that makes me think that the problem in your body may be solved. Oh, what is that? Gao Gong immediately became interested. The 8 major systems of the human body, movement, nervous, endocrine, circulation, respiration, digestion, urinary, reproduction, are the functional exchanges of these 8 systems. Gao Gong blinked, and a bad idea popped up in his mind. As perverted as he was, he also felt a little disgusted. What you said, is it what I think? Yes. You mean, eat with the heart, give birth with fingers, excrete with neural network, control brain function with bones? In theory, this can be done. According to your theory, your brain can even fill up a rice field. If nerve cells can digest food, it is indeed possible. Gao Gong was speechless for a long while, then said, what is the situation now? All experimental materials are gone. This does not seem like an outsider. Professor Han pondered. This may be a special fusion phenomenon. What do you mean? The biggest reason for rejection is the incompatibility between living organisms, while exchange bionics does the opposite, allowing the functions of each system to be interchangeable, thereby greatly improving the degree of fusion. This fusion can not only reduce rejection, but also lower the threshold for creating super life forms. You mean, all the biological materials here have been fused into a super life form, and it is hidden somewhere in this institute? Professor Han looked calm. There is another situation. This super life form has been integrated with the entire institute, and we are in its belly. Gao Gong took a deep breath. I don't mind. It pulls me out from the main entrance. I'm afraid not. Gao looked around, and saw figures coming out from the stairs, the main entrance, and the corners, and surrounding the 3 of them. These people looked like the black-clad men in the elementary school student of death, hairless and naked, but they had no eyes, and their skin was still pale. The appearance of this bionic man is too bad, Gao complained. We are a research institute, not a bionic man customization store. Professor Han said calmly. Is this the spontaneous operation of the institute's defense system? Or the effect of that super life form? Not sure. Professor Han took a step back, patted Engineer Gao's shoulder. Leave it to you. Engineer Gao also took a step back, patted little woman number 2 on the shoulder. Leave it to you. Chapter 137 Red Liquid Senior Engineer. Gaia looked at Professor Han and asked, Can I take action now? You can try. If it is just a normal defense mechanism, it shouldn't be that strong. Gaia stretched out his hands. The next moment, the surrounding lights began to sizzle. The senior engineer raised his eyebrows. He actually felt the power of the radiation field. As expected, colorful patches began to appear in the air, and as Gaia's spiritual power extended, it turned into a spiritual storm. The storm was as thick as a water tank, seemingly real and unreal. As soon as it appeared, it landed in the middle of these white-clothed men. For a moment, countless transparent phantoms floated out of these white-clothed men and were sucked into the storm. As the transparent phantoms were sucked in, these white-clothed men fell to the ground without any resistance, and soon there were densely packed people lying on the ground. The consciousness of these people. Gaia licked his lips and said, It's like unsweetened carbonated water, which makes you bloated when you drink it, but when you sip it, it has no taste at all. What a ridiculous metaphor. Gao Gong had a thought, and his outer clothes suddenly turned into red liquid, spanning more than 10 meters, covering the body of a white-clothed man. The senior engineer was connected to the consciousness of red liquid. He felt whatever red liquid ate. It was like vegetarian meat. It was filling. But it felt like something was missing. And he got hungry after a while. Red liquid said he didn't like it. Huh? Gaia raised her head and looked at a camera not far away. The red dot of the camera was facing it. She manipulated the radiation storm. And all the electronic equipment should have failed. The next moment, the joints of the white-clothed men whose consciousness had been devoured suddenly made a beeping sound. Their hands and feet suddenly broke off. and their heads rolled all over the ground. These human body parts attracted each other, and quickly combined into an oversized strange ball. The surface of the strange ball was densely packed with hands and feet, with their arms pressing on the ceiling, and their thighs stepping on the ground. At the same time, they exerted force, and boomed towards the three people. Professor Han frowned. Life bionics? As a boss close to level 60, Gaia naturally has many means. She pressed down with one hand, and concrete waves rose from the ground, one wave higher than the other, gradually wrapping the strange ball. And then the ground cracked, and the tightly wrapped big ball fell into the next layer. This is also a virtual reality method, but it is virtual reality at the molecular level, which feels more like magic. Let's go to the main control room of the Institute, where we can shut down the Institute's defense system. Now it seems that these defense systems are most likely to have problems. Then leave this to me. Their consciousness can be continuously reorganized and regenerated. I am very interested in them. The figure of the little woman slowly floated up, said without looking back, and then the figure directly passed through the wall and disappeared. The next moment, the alarm sounded loudly, and rain sprayed out from the fire sprinkler. A strange feeling came over him. The red liquid directly transformed into a set of one-piece raincoat, wrapping Engineer Gao's whole body. Engineer Gao looked down, and saw one reflection after another in the puddles on the ground. Engineer Gao in each reflection tilted his head, and looked at himself. Let's go, the main control room is on the 8th floor. Professor Han changed from walking to running. Professor, there is something wrong with this rain. That's right. This rain is not ordinary rain, but nano-rain, a product of nanobionics. If this rain hits you, it will take away control of your body. Engineer Gao was stunned. Then why are you okay? As long as I don't attack actively, the defense system of the Institute will not attack researchers. Professor, what's wrong? You said that the bionic monster was integrated into the Institute's system and affected the system. Yes. Could there be alien factors? After all, according to what you said, this Institute is occupied by aliens. Professor Han did not answer. He rubbed his eyebrows, and his expression seemed extremely painful. The rain was getting heavier. The raindrops no longer fell on the ground, but were suspended in the air, and began to gather. Soon, figures appeared at the stairs. They had facial features, hands and feet. As their faces gradually became clear, 6 blades slowly pulled out from their backs, like precious swords, with shiny blades. Oh my god! Looking at the dozen or so bionic versions of himself, Gao Gong opened his mouth slightly, and Hung Ye's mouth also opened wide, revealing a row of teeth like bone spurs. The reason is simple. On the blade, strands of black liquid began to wriggle and condense. It can even imitate biological clones. Is it that amazing? Fortunately, the next moment, a tentacle as thick as a water tank passed through the walls and swept across the dozen or so senior engineers. These senior engineers exploded into liquid again. Professor Han stared at the liquid that no longer condensed, shook his head, and said, in my impression, the nanobionic products of the Institute are very immature. Now it seems that it is true. How can advanced nanobionics be shattered in one blow? Professor, isn't it a good time to do academic research now? Professor Han shook his head, stepped over the liquid that no longer condensed, and continued to climb the stairs. On the other hand, Senior Engineer frowned slightly when he saw Professor Han, who remained normal in the rain. The professor's current state was very wrong. Although the Gaians nicknamed her Little Woman No. 2, in terms of combat power, even a genuine little woman is not worthy of carrying her shoes. She is a boss close to the upper limit of the second-level civilization, a player who is one version ahead of the mountain, and her benchmark should be the mechanical matrix, the Kun-type battleship. This person used all his strength, and for a moment, all the corridors were filled with huge transparent tentacles, which slowly moved and connected with each other, and strangely merged with the environment of the Research Institute. The lights were still flickering. Every time they flickered to black, there were a large number of people in white standing in the darkness. And every time they lit up, the people in white disappeared, and were replaced by a dense crowd of little women. These Huang Yuanlis had expressionless faces and cold eyes. As the lights flickered faster and faster, the alternating figures of Huang Yuanli and people in white gradually overlapped, with the sound of a fuse exploding. The light was neither bright nor dark, and turned into a dim yellow. Whether it was Huang Yuanli or the man in white, they all disappeared. A faint voice suddenly sounded. Head, you are finally back. Engineer Gao suddenly raised his head and looked at the stopped fire sprinkler. Feeling a little weird, the two finally arrived at the door of the main control room. This was an oversized machine room, with rows of monitoring equipment running automatically. And in the door opposite, there was another machine room. There were 8 machine rooms like this. These computer rooms are all equipped with partitions. Only when 8 control rooms are closed at the same time can the entire institute system be shut down. Let's act separately. As soon as Professor Han finished speaking, he rushed into a computer room. If we shut down all control systems, won't all the monsters in the institute be released? Senior engineer touched his chin, quite confused. He looked around, walked to a small door, pushed it open, and entered. It was an office. The office was a little abnormally clean. But according to Professor Han, this is called ecological bionic technology, which simulates the digestive system of nature and can spontaneously decompose residues and dust. Engineer Gao walked to the virtual screen, and in the air, a virtual keyboard popped up automatically, which was the password input option. Password. Little woman number 2. Can you help me? Engineer Gao called out. And after waiting for about 3 seconds, a breeze blew the pages of the book on the table. The next moment, a blurry figure began to turn the page. Then, the picture began to speed up, and the office immediately became people coming and going. Blurry figures came in and out. Some stood in front of the bookshelf to chat. Some stood in front of the desk to hand over materials. And some stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery in the distance. Finally, a blurry figure turned on the projector computer and entered a series of passwords. When the other party typed the last number, the freeze key was pressed. The blurry figures disappeared one after another, and the changing scene in the office returned to its original state. Only on the password input option, there was a series of small black dots. Gao Gong hit the enter key, and the screen suddenly lit up. And it went in. TSK. Information backtracking is really a convenient ability. You don't even need to fast forward when watching movies. Unfortunately, this ability is only possessed by information creatures. And the information transmission that Gao Gong lit up is just a low-profile version of it. The computer was empty, with no information, only a video hanging on the desktop. After clicking it, a researcher appeared on the screen, with a white coat covered in blood, and a look of horror mixed with a hint of excitement. Professor Zhang Hai succeeded. They forced us to create life. But we did the opposite, and used our lives to trick them. Professor Zhang Hai died. And his successor is Professor Han. If Professor Han succeeds, we can get rid of their control, and even control them in return. Newcomer. If you see this video, go to the 4th laboratory on the 4th floor immediately. Professor Han left the last key there. The 4th laboratory. I seem to have seen it on the way here. Engineer Gao said to himself. Is this Professor Han just a person with the same surname? Or is he the same old Han? If it's the same old Han, this will be a big problem. Let's go and take a look. Engineer Gao thought. And red liquid overflowed on his body surface, and condensed into a human figure opposite Engineer Gao. This human figure gradually grew facial features, which was exactly the shape of Engineer Gao. Talk less. Do more. Don't arouse suspicion. I'll be back soon. Talk less. Do more. Don't arouse suspicion. I'll be back soon. Gao Gong repeated. His voice was a little hoarse at first, but by the end, it was exactly the same as the original. Very good. Gao Gong watched Gao Gong leave, then turned his head to look at the screen. Gao Gong on the screen grew 3 pairs of wings, and with a light flap, he disappeared. Talk less. Do more. Gao Gong curled his lips, and then he didn't know what he thought of, and smiled fiercely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Chapter 138 Number 2 and Number 3. As a low-level biological reproductive body, the red liquid is not as good as the strong reproductive armor. But the coincidence is that it has absorbed the essence of more than 20 pieces of strong reproductive armor, which has transformed its nature, becoming smarter, more spiritual, and more venomous. But just like the egg, a considerable part of their bodies are composed of Gao Gong's cells, whether they are clones or offspring. In most cases, loyalty is guaranteed. Probably a little unexpected. On the way to the 4th floor, Gao Gong did not receive any attack. He was ready to take action. However, on the 4th floor, Gao Gong encountered obstacles. 1st laboratory, 2nd laboratory, 3rd laboratory. Gao Gong confirmed again and again, finally confirmed that there is no so-called fourth laboratory. Is it a trick, virtual reality, or some other hidden mechanism? Gao Gong looked at the wall opposite the third laboratory. His eyes showed a thoughtful look. He suddenly thought of what Professor Han said, that the entire institute had undergone bionic transformation and turned into a living organism. If it is a living organism, can I merge with it? It doesn't matter whether we merge or not. I just wanted to feel the pleasure of rejection from me. Engineer Gao touched his chin. And the next moment, he pressed his palm against the wall. And his arm quickly became hideous, with countless bright red blood vessels and metal spots appearing. In the powerful aura, the blood vessels began to roll on the wall, and the metal spots caused the surrounding metal materials to decay rapidly. As expected, as the rejection force deepened, Engineer Gao clearly felt that the entire fourth floor began to change. After the change was completed, the wall disappeared, and a laboratory was replaced. There was a line of small words on the doorplate. The fourth laboratory ecological experiment center. Neither like a living thing, nor like a machine. Interesting. Engineer Gao pushed the door open and entered. Unexpectedly, the door was lush and green, like a small plant cultivation base. And small and medium-sized plants from various civilizations were carefully maintained by small robots. A robot vacuum cleaner was gently sweeping the fallen leaves. Another robot was loosening the soil. The AI of these robots was not high. They were mentally retarded players created by using big data. However, when Gao Gong passed through various potted plants, he did not find any problems. You know, the growth and withering of plants, there is no fixed rhythm. Is there AI in command? Or is it some bionic technology? Gao Gong walked to the end of the laboratory, opposite the window. A person was watering a pot of flowers. The faint sunlight sprinkled down. It seemed very warm. Unfortunately, people are virtual projections. Flowers are virtual projections. Even the sunlight is environmental bionics. The man put the spray bottle on the balcony, wiped his hands, turned his head, revealing a shocking face. Professor Han? Boy, do you know me? I know, but I don't know if that person is you. Professor Han in the projection laughed, for some reason, a little vulgar. It seems that you have seen my bionic man. How is he? Is he handsome? Is he cool? After you left, how many women did he sleep with? It seems that none of them. Sure enough, there is a problem with the experiment. XP did not succeed in bionics. Failure, big failure. Professor Han cried out in disappointment. Professor Han is actually a bionic man. Gao Gong looked at him in surprise. The Professor Han in this projection looked very old, with white hair and several wrinkles on his face. According to the time, when he left the institute, he should have been less than 40 years old. This Professor Han saw what Gao Gong was thinking and snorted coldly. Don't look at me like this. I can easily have sex with 10 women at night. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my action movie. I guarantee you will be amazed. Ahem, there's no need for that. Gao Gong had a dark face. He was a little convinced that Professor Han was a bionic man. After all, this flirtatious spirit is exactly the same as in the diary. That's a pity, there is no one to carry on my true teachings. Professor Han clicked his tongue twice. Boy, since you came with my bionic body, did the plan succeed or fail? What plan? You don't know our plan? Now it was Professor Han's turn to be stunned. Why are you here if you don't know the plan? Senior engineer touched his chin. Is this plan related to aliens? It is indeed to deal with those green-headed ones. Professor Han slapped his thigh. It's broken. Since you don't know this plan, then this plan must have failed. Young man, what's the situation outside now? Are there still bionic people? Well, if the mother city is included, the number of bionic people should be more than the original people. Hey! I said don't bionic me. It's so good to bionic Lao Zhang. He is so reliable. It's over now. The Empire is hopeless. Professor Han held his head with both hands, his face full of despair. Senior engineer interrupted the other party's self-pity and said directly, Professor Han, what is this plan? Just killing a few aliens. I'm afraid it won't stop the arrival of the mechanical age. What do you know? If we succeed, the situation outside will definitely be much better than it is now. At least that advanced civilization will carry out social transformation in a more moderate way. Who would have thought that those green-headed people would be so unethical and directly replace the prince with a cat? You mean, not only is Professor Han outside a fake, but even the Black Prince is a fake? Professor Han sighed. sat down on the chair, and began to explain the whole story. The first half of the story is exactly the same as what Professor Bionic Han said. The Second Mechanical War begins. The Bionic Technology Research Institute is occupied by a group of aliens, and all researchers are forced to conduct bionic research. But what Professor Bionic Han did not say is that the aliens are not bionicizing ordinary people, but royal blood. They want to bionicize a black prince to replace the genuine prince and participate in the future mechanical age. Naturally, these researchers of the Empire are unwilling to surrender. On the surface, they are obedient, but secretly they are preparing to make trouble. Although the aliens are powerful, their scientific knowledge, especially bionics, is not as good as that of these researchers. While these researchers are continuing various biological experiments, they are secretly advancing the resistance plan. The plan is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to build a powerful biological defense system. The second step is to move all the experimental subjects into this biological system to create a super life. This super life will destroy the aliens and their plans. Won't they find out? They know nothing. A bunch of alien idiots. There are 8 research directions in bionics: brain bionics, life bionics, exchange bionics, ecological bionics, energy bionics, network bionics, molecular bionics, evolutionary bionics. Each direction can develop hundreds of branches. We follow their directions on the surface, but secretly we are doing our own research. These biological experiments seem to have nothing to do with each other, but when they are combined, a kind of biological will be born. Is the brain in the jar also one of them? Senior engineer interrupted. The brain flower is the most important part. What about Professor Han? Professor Han gritted his teeth. At that time, we were not sure that the experiment would succeed. So in the resistance plan, we kept a backup plan. The backup plan is that if our experiment fails, at least one person must be able to escape from the Institute to inform the upper echelons of the Empire. However, our bodies cannot leave, and we are all monitored by those aliens. So you thought of the androids? That's right. Gao Gong thought. Then the question now is, how could the memory of the android Professor Han suddenly be missing a part? And it is the most critical part. Professor Han sighed and said, it's too late to say anything now. The experiment failed. Those green heads may have replaced the Black Prince and interfered with the Empire's policies. Don't be so sad. Anyway, the Empire is gone, and they have no chance to interfere anymore. Gao Gong comforted. Professor Han blew his beard and glared. Is there anyone who can comfort me like you? By the way, there is another question. In the absence of brain flower, can the super life you created still function normally? Professor Han was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? Without brain flower, the thing we created is equivalent to the living dead. As little woman number 2 walked in the underground passage, a voice sounded in her ears. We should have been one, and now you are finally here. I am very familiar with you. You give me a feeling of blood connection, but in my memory, you do not exist. Little woman number 2 said. Of course. You just woke up recently. And I have been sleeping all the time. To be precise, you woke me up. Wake me up. Little woman number 2 thought. I alarmed the defense mechanism of the Institute and started the defense system of the Institute. So, you are an ecological life? Your life form is very similar to mine. Soon, little woman number 2 saw a green-skinned corpse. The corpse was 3 meters tall, had 3 eyes and 2 mouths, and the 3 eyeballs were white. At the same time, the surface of the body was shriveled. But strangely, the corpse did not rot and still maintained its freshness. I don't remember this kind of creature. The tentacles covered the entire body and drilled into the mouth and ears. Little woman number 2 opened her eyes. Powerful life energy. This is a multi-planet species. This is the Michael people of the Star Pirates group, a notorious group of galaxy species traffickers. There are more and more green-skinned people of this kind in the underground laboratory. There are no injuries on the surface of their bodies, but they seem to have been sucked dry. Finally, she reached the end. Between the huge experimental equipment, a 4-meter-tall green-skinned man turned around. The minimum level of multi-planet species is 30. And this one is undoubtedly a leader. The terrifying muscles support the outer clothes, and various energy weapons are hung on the outer space combat suit. There is a sizzling bioelectric current around. It looks at little woman number 2, grins, and its body begins to shrink little by little. The high-performance combat suit also shrinks automatically, and the energy weapons turn into fist-sized mechanical balls hanging on the body. Finally, a green-skinned little woman is born. This is Little Woman number 3. Chapter 139 Thinking Box. The window disappeared, the sunlight disappeared, the flower pot disappeared, only a thinking box was left on the table. On the chair behind the table lay a corpse that had been dead for who knows how many years, the flesh rotted, and the bones were exposed. On the white lab coat, there was a work card named Han Yuan, and there was a photo of Professor Han on the card, whose smile was also very obscene. Gao Gong grabbed the thinking box and put it in his pocket. This thing was about the size of a thumb, and it was an urn from the civilized era. After a person dies, the Neural Collection Center will collect some of the deceased's uninterrupted neural circuits and put them into a box. This way, during festivals, the dead can still chat with you for a while, talk about his life in the future, and let you go down to accompany him earlier. The entire thinking box has also been bionic, with more neural circuits implanted, and more spirituality. After the real Professor Han died, he was responsible for handling everything here. Professor Han is actually a bionic man. This is really beyond reason, but it is expected. Looking back now, there is indeed something wrong with Professor Han. For example, he was very secretive about the past of the Institute. Also, his perception was so strong. Or, he easily fished out the brain in the jar. The brain in the jar. A pan-conscious life is a rare treasure, not to mention in the second-level civilization, even in the third-level civilization, or the fourth-level civilization. Thinking of what the real-life version of Professor Han just said, Gao Gong muttered to himself. There is a conspiracy. Little Woman number 2 looked at Little Woman number 3 and twisted her head. This body is just one of my shells. You have become like this. From a psychological perspective, it is a manifestation of lack of self-awareness. Although you act very restrained, I felt your hostility when you started talking. You are very sensitive. You are worthy of being the consciousness center of this shell of mine. Number 3 Foot chuckled. Let me tell you a story about this research institute. The beginning of the story is that the Imperial Academy of Sciences selected key personnel to build a secret research unit in this primeval forest. The content of the research is the advanced scientific and technological knowledge they obtained from alien civilizations. But who would have thought that when the research was about to be completed, this secret unit was invaded by a group of pirates? The plan was successful. When the pirates slaughtered all the researchers, the super life awakened. With the help of the Institute's defense system, all the alien warriors were successfully killed. And the Black Prince they created was also destroyed. Gaia listened quietly, and only shook her head at this time. If it is really as you said, the information center of the super life should be me. And I was not merged at the beginning. Yes, the precious brain in the jar, the most core research secret of the Empire, is absolutely able to control this newly born super life. Number 3 said sarcastically. But who would have thought that? In the Research Institute, it was not one group of people, but two groups of people who secretly pushed forward the resistance plan. If the pirates had followed their idea, they would have created a perfect Black Prince body, and then implanted consciousness. Consciousness carriers are a common method in the standard troops of the third-level civilization. But in this process, there was a small problem. That is, as the Black Prince bionic body was completed, this bionic Black Prince also developed his own consciousness. He did not want to be replaced by others, and even less wanted to be someone else's substitute. So, it was not me who controlled the super life, but the bionic Black Prince. Merge with super life. Gaia said, are you the Black Prince? Yes and no. Number 3 showed a strange smile. After killing all the pirates, I found that the bionic body of a researcher had escaped from the Institute. In order to prevent information leakage, I used the main brain of this institute to remotely delete the other party's memory. What happened next? Gaia asked. You obviously had enough time to kill Professor Han and kill me. Yes, there was a little change. The pirates were actually just a group of mercenaries. There was actually a galaxy civilization behind them. After the galaxy civilization realized something was wrong, it took the initiative to make a deal with me. I can't tell you the content of the deal. What I can tell you is that I followed them away to do something big, but the legacy of the Institute, I didn't plan to share it with them. Number 3 nodded his forehead, and the green head slowly became transparent, and a thinking box appeared in his skull. I left this behind, responsible for the defense of the Institute, until my real body returned, took away the brain in the vat, and the remaining bionic technology data. But what I didn't expect was that the researcher's bionic man came back again, and even stole the brain in the vat through internal authority. This is troublesome. Very troublesome. But fortunately they are back. Him, the brain in the vat, and a human being. Number 3 smiled and said, I controlled him when he took the first step into the institute. Do you know why I told you so much? It's not that I'm bored, but I have to wait for him to shut down all the control systems. When all the control systems are shut down, a hidden mechanism will be activated, which is the entire defense system, and it will be one with me. With the last sentence, Number 3 stepped heavily, and once again recovered to a height of more than 4 meters. But her face was still that of a little woman, which looked very inconsistent. The next moment, the mechanical ball on his body transformed into an energy gun again. These guns were equipped with a suspension system, and were controlled autonomously by nerves. At this moment, they were emitting lasers as thick as a thumb, shooting at Gaia. Gaia did not move, but his eyes became more white, and those laser beams that could cause more than 10,000 damage were refracted in midair, burning holes in the ground and walls around him. And no, 3 Foot seemed to have known this situation for a long time. There were countless biological holes on the surface of the green skin, and thick smoke was ejected. Humans, or the intelligent species of the machine fisher star, are left-handed amino acid life, while this Michael star is right-handed amino acid life. They have stronger perception and more vigorous vitality. They can survive even at low temperatures and in magma. More importantly, they are born with a biological toxin, which is fatal to left-handed amino acid life. Gaia finally frowned, pulled with both hands, and collapsed layer by layer. Dozens of tons of reinforced concrete were submerged. At the same time, the figure flew out backwards, flew into the underground laboratory, and appeared in midair. However, in the air, a large amount of electric current was generated out of thin air. These electric currents were colorless and transparent, and they were all bioelectric currents. One of the characteristics of bioelectric currents was that they ignore defense and cause real damage. Gaia had a large amount of health, so she was not afraid of being electrocuted. However, Huang Yuanli's body would probably die if she was hit by one. With her mouth open, thick white mist gushed out from her body. The mist was crystal clear, and countless light spots flickered, like stars in the night sky. Looking closely, each light spot was a small tentacle. The bioelectric current hit it, and more than 20 small tentacles appeared at once, and hundreds of light spots disappeared. Gaia took the hit with her own body, but the next moment, a whistling sound was heard, and a rain of arm arrows sprayed out from a laboratory. Gaia opened one hand and blocked it remotely, but these flying arrows continued to split in midair, and each knuckle turned into a fierce marble, densely covering the top, bottom, left and right. In desperation, Gaia could only stretch out his other palm, and more than a dozen tentacles quickly enlarged, turning from virtual to real, and turned into a giant ball of tentacles, blocking various joints. However, a dozen laser beams suddenly came from the ground, sweeping the tentacles, and directly burning off half of the tentacles. At this moment, the brain in the jar screamed at the top of its lungs, and the surrounding glass was swept by this sound wave, and all of them exploded. Number 3, who had just rushed out of the Underground Research Institute, was stimulated by the sound wave, and cracks appeared on his skin one after another. Unlike the bleeding of ordinary humans, countless sticky threads appeared on the cracks, entwining and sticking together. Liquids account for more than 50% of the human body, and this Michael star seems to have evolved away from the body fluids. This gave it a powerful healing power. The shuttle-shaped energy weapon fired alternately, without stopping for a moment. Gaia clasped his hands together, and the next moment, tentacles of terrifying size surged out, and the ends of the tentacles turned into radiation beasts, and pounced on Number 3. On Number 3's forehead grew a third eye that belonged to the Michael star people, and the same light flashed, and a mental barrier rose up, and the violent mental radiation beast rushed to the barrier, and was actually blocked. At the same time, the huge tentacles that moved like dragons and snakes began to twist, like a slug sprinkled with salt, and its size began to shrink wildly. Gaia looked up at the sky, and saw that, since some time ago, on the roof of the Research Institute, electronic circuits spread out like a spider web, and electronic signals kept flashing. Gaia stretched out her hand, and the next moment, more than a dozen tentacles as thick as water tanks rose up like a group of dragons and crashed into the spider web. Although panconscious life is powerful, it is not without nemesis, such as the cybernet, the planetary host, and the biological brain. All three have the means to digest huge information flows. At this moment, the Research Institute has grown neural circuits similar to the biological brain. Number 3 raised his lips and waved his hand gently. The next moment, all the shuttle-shaped laser guns began to combine into an energy cannon, and the muzzle was as thick as the portable cannon of the large combat robot. Compared with the two, when the portable cannon gathered energy, the particle flows scattered randomly. And when this energy cannon gathered energy, not only did the energy light flow disappear, but the sound was almost non-existent, and it was a blue light ball. With the same caliber, the power of this cannon was 10 times greater than that of the large robot. However, heavy footsteps came to the ground. Number 3 had just turned his head, and the fist of the head was imprinted on the facial features, directly hitting the whole face of the little woman sunken. Roar! The red liquid squeezed out countless spikes all over its body and let out a happy roar. It had wanted to do this for a long time. Chapter 140 opened the door. Having absorbed enough cells from the senior engineer, the red liquid naturally inherited some of the senior engineer's emotions. For example, the impulse to beat up the little woman. Number 3 was directly punched into the wall by the red liquid, and a large human figure appeared on the wall. This punch seemed to not only flatten the opponent's face, but also made the opponent's entire body shrunken. Number 3 ripped and pulled off the arm stuck to the wall, took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking water, the body swelled up again. It looked at the opponent suspiciously. Slaughtering aliens? The slaughtering aliens it mentioned are a relatively famous biological civilization in the universe. This civilization is famous for producing wanted criminals in the universe. They have extremely strong survival ability, and can recover as long as they have one cell. The most famous of these planet killers is that they fly to various civilized planets through interstellar travel tools, first devour the parasites, then steal and kill a lot, until the entire planet is slaughtered. Millions of planets have been destroyed by them. In order to guard against this super pathogen, all interstellar travel tools are equipped with strict biological monitoring equipment, and even cause protests from many spore civilizations. But there is no way, because the way these monsters spread is very similar to your home. However, when Number 3 saw the shuttle-shaped laser still suspended in the air, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only similar in appearance, because the most powerful ability of the slaughter alien is that it can absorb various weapons: kinetic weapons, electromagnetic weapons, energy weapons, gravity weapons. As long as it is eaten by it, it will become a part of it. Obviously, this monster only has the shape, and does not have the ability of a real monster. Number 3 sneered, "Ordinary creatures transform," which is a very common ability in the universe. As it spoke, the surface of its green skin turned into liquid, and the tip of the liquid grew hooks, spikes, and daggers, which looked redder than the red liquid. The red liquid was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. With a roar, its figure suddenly swelled and became as tall as the green skin, with knotted muscles, and a half-meter-long red tongue sticking out of its mouth. It pounced on Number 3 fiercely. Number 3 was not willing to be outdone, and the two monsters soon fought violently into a ball, with countless liquids tearing, entangled, and cut. Facts have proved that red liquid is no match for the opponent. The biological clones can make it ignore most attacks, but its nemesis is at the microscopic level. As a multi-planet species, the flesh of the Michael Starman can resist most planetary disasters. This also means that the survival ability of its cells is comparable to that of the microorganisms that can survive under the crater. Compared with the red liquid, which is a hodgepodge of radioactive B cells, the opponent is obviously stronger. During the fight between the two sides, red liquid gradually felt its body stiffen and freeze. Some fluids froze into powder as soon as they squirmed into shape. This is the result of gene invasion caused by cell liberation. Seeing this, Number 3 found a gap and landed heavy punches on the opponent's body like a pile driver. At the same time, the energy cannon behind him gathered again, and the light flashed, directly blasting the head of red liquid, and its body was kicked away and embedded in the wall. Idiot. I told you to talk less and do more, not to fight with others. The figure of senior engineer appeared on the 4th floor, and the severely injured red liquid howled, making a scream similar to that of a puppy. If you get beaten, you have to ask your father for help. Don't look at me. I'm here to reduce rejection, not to increase it. Gao Gong looked up and saw that in addition to the biological network on the roof, the doors of the various laboratories in the institute were wide open, and at least 20 kinds of monsters created by bionic experiments rushed out. They had already evolved into a variety of strange shapes, all of which were restrained perception and spiritual existence. Bionic monsters are really scary. Gao Gong laughed and looked down at number 3. Number 3 stared at the engineer. For some reason, it felt a strong threat from him. Red liquid grew another fist-sized head, taking advantage of the power of its master, and screamed wildly. Then the shuttle-shaped energy cannon fired upwards, directly smashing the upper body of the engineer into pieces. Red liquid's scream stopped abruptly. It began to doubt its life. Then number 3's expression did not relax, but became more solemn, because it saw that the lower body of the engineer, which was blasted by it, was turning into fleshy tentacles and blending into the ground. The body of the interstellar thief is so strong and terrifying. The voice of the senior engineer sounded from the loudspeaker. At the same time, all the surveillance cameras turned to number 3. The systems that were forcibly shut down by Professor Han were now turned on one by one, and countless screens lit up again. Number 3 finally understood where the sense of threat came from. When its body invaded the Research Institute system, it felt like this. But now, it has become the target of the invasion. Hidden on several floors, rows of gun muzzles suddenly appeared, and the black holes of the gun sprayed out terrifying flames. A sonic boom sounded, and when he reappeared, number 3 appeared in front of the red liquid. His knees slammed into the opponent's abdomen, and with his hands, he tore it in half. During this pause, countless bullets fell on it, splashing blue flesh flowers. Although as a multi-planet species, ordinary kinetic weapons did not do much damage to it. But even if it was forced to deduct a little blood, with so many bullets, the amount of blood lost was not a small number. Number 3 thought. And the shuttle-shaped energy cannon was disassembled again, and once again became 13 suspended shuttle-shaped energy guns. Under the built-in positioning system, the light lit up from the shuttle lines on both sides, and gathered to the point at the tip of the shuttle. The light flashed, and the positioning laser flashed, and at the same time as the smell of burning came from the air, a hidden gun muzzle was taken away. Laser weapons versus kinetic weapons. Laser weapons win. Lasers crisscrossed, and gun muzzles were blown open one after another. However, number 3's expression became even uglier. The reason was that it felt that the control left by the main body was being taken away bit by the other party. Even the biological experiment in the sky had a tendency to be disobedient. It took a lot of effort to lead this pan-conscious main body that had grown to maturity into the trap. If they really fought, it would not be the opponent's opponent. As soon as the thought came to mind, a thick tendon bulged on number 3's body. The tendon was as thick as a thumb, and it went up along the spine, and quickly turned black as it grew. A strong aura quickly emerged from him. In a trance, a huge mechanical emperor about 10 meters tall stood up from the throne. Its body surface had huge and complex mechanical parts. It kept turning as it stood up. A thick biological tube led into the head along the neck. Its end should be a ball of brains. Conqueror 3. The most powerful mechanical body in the Empire. The Conqueror Emperor pressed down with both hands. The next moment, the terrifying mechanical pressure swept across the entire Research Institute. All circuit components exploded. The various projection screens were closed again. Fortunately, before the main body left, he left a tube of Black Prince blood for himself. Otherwise, he would have almost capsized in the gutter. The fluctuation was so strong that it even forced the main body of the senior engineer out. On the roof, a half-machine, half-organic body appeared. Various spikes grew on the surface of the titanium alloy skeleton, and the joints were half-bows of beasts. There was also a glowing round body embedded in the chest. Except for 2 eyeballs without eyelids, there was no flesh and blood on the whole body. Found you. Eye to eye. Number 3 sneered. Don't look at me like that. I'm a pacifist. The voice of the senior engineer continued to sound from the loudspeaker. Besides, I'm not trying to compete with you for control of the Institute. I'm just opening a door. Door. Number 3 looked up. His vision suddenly went dark, and he saw a mechanical head as big as a mountain poking out from the transparent glass top, with eyes like searchlights staring at the other party, like an oversized spiritual node. A-level mechanical beasts, mechanical fortresses, and outside the Institute, densely packed mechanical beasts covered the sky, like a beast tide. He did not call Little Woman number 2 on a whim. He knew that the Research Institute was heavily guarded, and there might be something fishy going on. So he notified Little Woman number 2 in advance, letting her go home and bringing her troops over. The pan-conscious life form that has entered the mature stage actually does not want to cling to the thighs, but is hostile and looking for death. The next moment, the mechanical fortress opened its big mouth, and its pillar-like teeth hit the top fiercely. The tempered glass could not bear such a heavy weight and shattered. The beast swarmed in. Gao Gong shook his head. The next moment, countless blood and flesh overflowed from the ground, covered the body again, and reorganized into a flesh body. Looking at the plus 300 biological rejection, Gao Gong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just merging individuals, the rejection increased so much, it was simply exaggerated. The fusion route was indeed not easy to take, although it was indeed very useful. There was nothing much to say next. Number 3's two fists could not defeat thousands of beasts. Wherever the laser passed, even the sea-level radiation beast could not withstand 3 shots. However, when 5 B-level mechanical beasts surrounded it, it was also desperate. It is worth mentioning that inside, Gao Gong also saw his old acquaintance, the super mechanical gorilla who likes to chew trees. This guy, at some point, also joined the team of the brain in the tank. You, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also like brains. The red liquid crawled over pitifully. Gao Gong rolled his eyes, and said, "If you don't take action, there will be no problem. You can't handle it even if you force yourself to take the lead, and you get beaten, don't you deserve it? I asked you to look after Professor Han." The 2 balls of red liquid slowly squirmed, each sprayed out half of the body, and the 2 combined were Professor Han's body. Damn it! Luckily, red liquid sent a message at the same time. Because the other party was a bionic man, and it blocked the wound, Professor Han still had a breath left. Gao Gong resisted the urge to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice. "You are really unreliable. I don't know who you learned this from, little woman." After killing nearly 300 mechanical beasts, and a B-level radiation beast, number 3 finally screamed, and was beaten to death. Chapter 141 Civilization Panel. Gao Gong did not go up to grab the head, mainly because, in his current state, if he forcibly grabbed the head, he would probably be taken away by the opponent in one wave. At that time, he would only be made into a thinking box, and could only receive paper money from rich women during festivals. TSK, but this guy is really fierce, as expected of a second-level character, a space marine leader. He must be level 40. Gao Gong walked down the stairs, looking at the miserable death of Michael. In fact, if the thinking box in the opponent's brain had not been broken, it would not have been so easy to die. After all, in front of the vast universe, if interstellar life is not strong in survival ability, it is impossible to survive. Gao Gong walked in front of Gaia. Gaia looked at Professor Han, who was dragged by the red liquid, opened her palm, and the 2 halves of his body floated up. At the same time, a large amount of antibiomaterials were sucked in and split into molecules. On the cross-section of the wound, all the cracks were absorbing bionic molecules and entangled with each other. Soon, a complete Professor Han was pieced together, and at the same time, he opened his eyes. "Professor, are you still alive?" Professor Han covered his head. For a moment, countless fragments of memory rushed to his face, giving him a splitting headache. After a long while, Professor Han said in a hoarse voice, "Was I controlled by someone just now?" "Yes." Engineer Gao took out the thinking box and threw it over. "Maybe it can solve your problem." Professor Han obviously knew what this thing was. He staggered away with it. He hoped that this old guy would not have a mental breakdown. After all, anyone who knew that he was just a copy of someone else, or a bionic man, would be depressed for a while. Especially for an old guy like him, who came from the civilized era. He has a relatively normal ethical view. "The corpse is useless anyway, you should not mind helping me pick up a corpse." "Right," Gao Gong said happily. "That eyeball is very good, and that mechanical blood, it's great, it's not damaged." Gaia thought. The next moment, the broken glass in the air pieced together into a glass tube, and at the same time, black and gold blood flowed out from the opponent's wound, and poured directly into the glass tube. The eyeball between the eyebrows of the alien Michael was also taken off. You get the bloodline item Black Prince Blood. You get the bloodline item Michael's True Eye. Black Prince Blood Top, the Empire's highest tech product, mixed with bionics, nanotechnology, strong breeding technology, biochemical technology, mechanical induction and other 25 cutting-edge technologies, created, perfectly matched the mechanical blood of the Emperor's body after implantation. It can greatly enhance the mechanical sense. As for the alien eyeball, it looks like a pitch-black glass ball, and is twice as heavy as an ordinary glass ball. Michael's True Eye second-level bloodline. The birth star of Michael is a gaseous planet. The fog covering the planet interferes with Michael's perception. In order to survive, Michael had to evolve visual organs that can see through the fog of chaos. TSK. Both are good things. Just these two. Gao Gong felt that the trip was worthwhile. There are aliens on Geely Star, but they are basically concentrated in the Cloud City. Gao Gong thought that he would have to wait until the later stage to get alien organs. But he didn't expect the Research Institute to give him a surprise. The beast tie created by Gaia was slowly fading away. These mechanical beast troops were retreating in unison. Only the super mechanical gorilla seemed to recognize him, and glared at Gao Gong fiercely. What are your plans next? With the use of the radiation annihilator, the ecology of the oasis will inevitably suffer irreversible damage. If you can't fill their stomachs, they will rebel against you. Gaia glanced at Gao Gong. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Gao Gong actually read a trace of resentment in the other's eyes. I have a good place to go. Would you like to go with me? Where? It's more than one sentence or two. See for yourself. Gaia's arms turned into transparent tentacles and intertwined with Gao Gong's tentacles. Light spots appeared one after another. A huge and dilapidated military building complex. An energy pollution area visible to the naked eye. And radiation beasts with even more exaggerated mutations. Soon, Gaia retracted his tentacles, and the tentacles turned into palms. Thinking, that's indeed a good place. Gao Gong shrugged. He told the other party that it was the desolate desert among the 6 deserts. And it was the heart of the desolate desert. This was once the core of the battlefield of this continent, belonging to the radiation zone in the radiation zone, and the base camp of the future beast general. The Badland Wasteland is not an urban area, but the radiation intensity is not lower than the radiation circle. In some areas, even radiation beasts will be infected with severe radiation. Gao Gong thought for a long time before deciding to move the new oasis there. The reason is that after the urban areas were pulled out one by one, it was the only place where biological materials could be produced. The urban area was gone, and he had to find a map for players to spawn monsters. Moreover, the desolate desert and the blue desert are very close. The ancient battlefield, the coastal area, and 2 monster-producing areas have emerged. Engineer Gao did not intend to leave immediately, but informed Kiepi and asked him to bring people to move the goods. There are a large number of precious bionic equipment and experimental instruments here. Gaia manipulated her huge mental power to clean up the damage caused by the battle. The huge debris flew along a line to the outside of the Research Institute. As for these dangerous bionic experiments, they were resealed by Gaia into different laboratories. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was banging. It is worth mentioning that, after knowing that he was a bionic man, Professor Han was much calmer than expected, and there was even a sense of ease between his eyebrows. The genuine Professor Han's ventriloquism is indeed more powerful than expected. As the last area was cleaned up, the 3 returned to the underground laboratory. A large number of Michael's corpses were collected again and piled together. These are all precious experimental materials. Bionics is not just about imitating the intelligent species of this planet. Professor Han is quite interested in imitating aliens. Fortunately, the mainframe of the Research Institute was not destroyed. Professor Han opened the projection computer of the Underground Research Institute with familiarity. Sure enough, all the data that disappeared before were here. You read the secret information of Project Number 4. Exchange Bionics. Upgraded to LV1. You read the secret information of Project Number 4. Exchange Bionics. Upgraded to LV2. You read the secret information of Project Number 4. Exchange Bionics. Upgraded to LV10 Max. You read the secret information of Project Number 5. Ecological Bionics. Upgraded to LV10 Max. You read the secret information of Project Number 6. Energy Bionics. Upgraded to LV10 Max. In addition to the previous Brain Bionics and Life Bionics, the entire Research Institute has a total of 5 professional knowledge. Only the 3 project materials of Network Bionics, Molecular Bionics, and Evolutionary Bionics were taken away by the Bionic Black Prince and disappeared. The familiar system prompt sounded. You have obtained 5 full-level professional knowledge under the Bionic Technology Professional Knowledge Chain, and the progress is more than half. You have obtained 5 full-level professional knowledge under the Prosthetic Technology Professional Knowledge Chain, and the progress is more than half. You have obtained 5 full-level professional knowledge under the Biochemical Technology Professional Knowledge Chain, and the progress is more than half. Since these 3 professional knowledge chains are under the same civilization system, you open the secondary civilization system, the Transformer Civilization. Transformer civilization. This civilization is on the road of pursuing mechanical power. In this process, they abandoned the inheritance of the original species and chose to be truly powerful. Others will despise them for abandoning traditions, but they believe that abandoning the past can usher in a new life. Knowledge fusion under the Transformer civilization, experience consumption minus 50%. Professional knowledge chain fusion under the Transformer civilization, experience consumption minus 30%. This civilization belongs to one of the semi-mechanical civilizations. Semi-mechanical civilization, mechanized society, recognizes transformation, reduces the probability of mechanical revolution to a certain extent. Robots and cyborgs coexist. No racial cleanliness, but life must be mechanically transformed. To become a senior citizen, in-depth transformation is necessary. Strong ability to mass-produce troops, mainstream thought pursues personal force. Social competition is cruel, there is a tendency to expand outward. Civilization panel is open. Gather 4 professional knowledge chains to open civilization characteristics. Civilization panel is open. Gather all professional knowledge chains to open civilization knowledge. Accompanied by the sound of beep beep beep, Gao Gong found that in addition to the personal panel, the task panel, and the camp panel, there is a 4th panel, the civilization system panel. Civilization, Transformer civilization. Civilization knowledge, not open. Civilization characteristics, not open. Civilization buildings, none. Professional knowledge chains, mechanical life gray, synthetic gene chain gray, bionic technology, colonial technology gray, biochemical technology, prosthetic technology. Most of the entire panel is gray. Only the 15 professional knowledge obtained by Gao Gong is bright, but this does not even account for 1/5 of the area. As a player of a minority faction in his previous life, Gao Gong knew the benefits of this civilization panel. Apart from other things, the gray occupational knowledge and the options that can be replaced saved him a lot of effort. If he tried and failed one by one, the cost would be 100 times higher. Not to mention the experience of gambling drawings that was reduced by half. Gao Gong's mood became quite good. Professor Han looked at him strangely and said, "Did you guess what I was thinking?" What were you thinking?" "I found a bionic transformation plan that suits you." Gao Gong was excited. There is such a good thing. Project number 4 Bionic Experiment number 8 Symbiont. Project content. Modify human attributes from the bottom up. Transform the human body into an organ symbiont. All organs can be blessed by different systems. Gain multiple risk resistance capabilities. Experimental subject requirements. Possess strong biological energy and a certain degree of deformation ability. Chapter 142. Fusiliers. This symbiont project gave Gao Gong a strong sense of déjà vu. He soon understood where this sense of déjà vu came from. Isn't this the strong colonization armor? It's just that the strong colonization armor transforms the biological colony into human armor, and the symbiont transforms the human body system into the armor of the organs. In this way, rejection will also be reduced, because the human body system becomes a biological colony. The part belonging to the living body is directly reduced by 50%, the life range is reduced, and rejection is naturally weakened. This is also within the tolerance range of Gao Gong. Although he is indeed a little perverted, it is limited to the XP aspect. Excreting with eating organs, or eating with excretory organs, this is indeed beyond his tolerance. Moreover, the human body system is transformed into a symbiotic body. The appearance and function remain unchanged. Even other functions can be developed. At this moment, Professor Han is testing the equipment. Gaia is very interested in those bionic products. Gao Gong is playing with the new weapon. Name: Spindle-shaped mayfly gun. Category: Energy weapon. Quality: Level 3 Civilization Elite. Weight: 34 kilograms. Basic attributes: DPS 10,000, attack power 10,000, attack speed 1 attack/second, attack range 10,000 meters. Additional attributes: high temperature plus 50% heat damage, penetrating plus 40% armor penetration chance. Plug-in bar, remote control ring, energy ejector. Short distance flight through energy battery. Probe provides intelligent aiming, directional sweeping function. Form 1, gun body. Form 2, mayfly gun array, gun body decomposition, shuttle energy gun. *13, attack power 5,000, attack speed 1.5 attack/second. Form 3, energy cannon. All shuttle guns merge into one, transformed into an energy cannon. Attack 50,000, charging time 30 seconds, cooling time 5 minutes. At this moment, 1 by 1. The high-tech shuttles turned into black shadows, moving quickly around Gao Gong, bringing up the sound of the wind. As soon as Gao Gong thought about it, 13 gun shuttles were connected into a line, and they penetrated 3 layers of walls directly, silently, and without any movement. Then, as Gao Gong's nerves fluctuated, they appeared in front of him like lightning, and stopped in midair. Why is it said that in interstellar wars, kinetic weapons will be replaced by energy weapons? Because energy weapons themselves are a kind of kinetic weapons. This shuttle-shaped mayfly gun is in line with Gao Gong's impression of energy weapons. The silver-white shuttle body has no trace of splicing, and it is a whole. Both ends of the shuttle can perform laser shooting. During the 1-second energy gathering time, the energy network inside the gun body will light up briefly, and the dense pure white light path is as complex as a chip. As soon as the engineer Gao had an idea, 13 gun shuttles fired at the same time. 13 beams of light flashed and 13 tiny holes appeared on the wall. Although the holes were small, looking out along the holes, one could find that these beams had penetrated 8 walls and penetrated all the way to the outside of the institute. One of the characteristics of energy weapons is that as long as the defense does not reach the level of energy consumption, it can penetrate all the way. Its consumption value is higher than that of bullets. As the engineer Gao waved his hand, the 13 gun shuttles turned into pieces of gun barrels in the air, and then combined into a fist-thick, 1-meter-long shuttle-shaped energy cannon. All the gun barrels glowed at the same time, and a blue ball of light was brewing at the muzzle. The terrifying pressure quickly formed in the air, and even the engineer Gao felt his hair stand on end. The damage of the energy cannon is as high as 50,000. Even if it is a Class B radiation beast, it will lose half its life after this cannon. This kind of personal weapon of space warriors is used on the planetary level, which is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The moment before the energy cannon was fired, Gao Gong cancelled the launch. As Gao Gong thought, the cannon body began to turn red, and the energy that had overflowed before was absorbed back without any leakage. It's of high quality, a military-controlled item of a third-level civilization. Generally speaking, civilization-level weapons are either decoded by genes or identified by bone structure, or at least have neural circuit codes. But where did this weapon come from? It was seized from the space pirates. Oh, that's fine. 100% black stuff. The black ring on the senior engineer's finger shone with a ray of light, and the shuttle-shaped energy cannon reorganized in midair, and turned back into its original form, a high-tech silver-white firearm. This gun is somewhat similar to the electromagnetic rifle. Both are square, and the size is smaller. The only difference is, this gun has no trigger, it is directly connected by nerves. Not only does it have no recoil, but it does not require much eyesight, and the accuracy is directly linked to perception. Fortunately, the opponent is not me. The biggest problem with this gun is that it has encountered a nemesis. The brain in a jar. In other words, all single-target weapons can be restrained by the brain flower. The only pity is that the energy of this gun is less than 40%. And there is no device that can charge it. At least on this planet. But as long as it does not fire like Li Yunlong, this gun should be able to be used for 100 hours. With the electromagnetic rifle, Gao Gong finally does not have to fight with people outside the bed sheets. After testing the weapon happily, he suddenly received a message from Professor Han. As soon as he walked underground, he saw a ball of red liquid on Professor Han's thigh, which was tightly wrapped around him, and refused to let go. Oh no, let go! You beast! What do you want to do? Gao was furious, and stepped on him, but no matter how Gao stepped on him, the red liquid still didn't let go. Okay, what's going on? Gao couldn't give this idiot a shot after all, so he stopped helplessly and spoke. This guy wants to apologize to me. Professor Han said calmly. You didn't agree? No. I agreed on the spot. Then why? It wants me to change its body. Change its body? What do you mean? Hongya made a cry of grievance. Through the induction of biological signals, Gao Gong quickly understood the whole story. It is said that the soft are afraid of the ruthless, and the ruthless are afraid of the desperate. Hongya is a ruthless character. But when the enemy blew off its head with a cannon, it finally understood a truth. It turned out that it was not desperate. It turns out that life without a body is so insecure. So it went to its creator, Professor Han, and wanted him to make a body for it. It's just a body. There are a lot of them, all high-quality stuff. Senior engineer pointed at a pile of alien corpses soaked in formalin. The red liquid grew a small hand, waving wildly. Don't forget, It's just the lowest level of biological body, unlike the strong armor, which can cooperate with any user. But this guy swallowed more than 30 pieces of strong armor essence. Senior Engineer was hit by an energy cannon with a damage of 50,000, no matter how much he ate. He had to spit it out. So what this guy wants you to do is build a body that perfectly matches it. That's right. Gao Gong was furious again, grabbing it and dragging it back. Get lost. I haven't even found my bionics yet. And you still want a fresh body. You wish. Gao Gong dragged a large mass of sticky red stuff out. The red liquid kept wailing, and was finally torn apart and thrown out. Useless thing. You actually want to cut in line. Gao Gong clapped his hands. His face changed, and he said shamelessly, Professor, is there something wrong with your work? Brain bionics, life bionics, exchange bionics. There is no shortage of research materials in these three directions. Professor Han shook his head. I have another thing to ask you. He brought Gao Gong to an oversized monitor, pressed a series of numbers, and countless experimental projects opened, turning into small screens. It must be said that the content of some projects is really bloody and violent. What I'm worried about is the data of the 3 experimental projects that disappeared. In bionics, their research is also the most dangerous. Network bionics, molecular bionics, evolutionary bionics. Senior Engineer said to himself. One of the experimental projects aroused his interest. It was a molecular bionics experiment. The other party in the experiment was a pile of ants. As the experimental equipment was activated, these ants disappeared quickly. And then 10 minutes later, they reappeared in the same place, still crawling unconsciously. This is the end of molecular bionics, nano-life. In theory, this kind of research can be used on the human body and create a life form that is not afraid of any attack. Unfortunately, theory is just theory after all. Nano-robots? No, they are life forms with higher intelligence. They look familiar. Gao Gong frowned and thought about it, and then a light bulb went off. He thought of who it was, the leader of the bionic rebel army who was as famous as the Artificial Intelligence War, and also the legendary first bionic man, AZ-213, the famous Rebellion A. This one is one of the few monsters on this planet that has broken through level 60. His most powerful and unstoppable ability is that he cannot be killed no matter how hard he tries. The most amazing thing is that he was besieged by a whole mechanical army, and no matter what kind of attack fell on him, he would recover quickly. He is even more amazing than a liquid robot. Players gave him a nickname, Bug A. Now that I think about it, isn't this the product of nanobionics? As for network bionics, according to Professor Han, it is an artificial human brain virus that spreads through neuronal signals. In the future cyber tide, there will be at least several waves that can be connected to this cyber bionics. Although in this era, there is no so-called peace and justice. But I still want you to investigate clearly where they are used. Professor Han said sincerely. Beep, you have triggered the task chain bionic monster in the dark. Task first ring, bionic disease. Difficulty, difficult task briefing, cyber bionics, molecular bionics, evolutionary bionics. What exactly have these advanced alien technologies brought to this era? Please find out the whereabouts of any bionic technology task target, the source of bionic technology. Task reward, experience plus 20,000. A random bionics blueprint is difficult to start with. Maybe this task chain will end up being another hell task. But Senior Engineer grinned. I'll take this task. Chapter 143 Assassin's Creed. Invitation to the Sky Battleship, and also awarding medals. What the hell? Under the guidance of Tiepi, the convoy finally arrived, and Gao Gong also received a message from Duya, Director Du's personal secretary. Gao Gong had some impression of the 6 major generals of the Security Corps, mainly in the expansion pack. These 6 were used to set off the passers-by in the Hydra battle. The overwhelming beast tide, the legions commanded by these 6 collapsed at the touch of a button. From the perspective of the knights, it was quite refreshing. However, he had no impression of this lieutenant general. During the Hydra battle, he acted like an invisible man. It was quite strange. Sister Du also said, be careful of the Shao family. They will go there too. Engineer Gao understood. This was because he was thinking about drawing blood for himself. He was in such a hurry to go to the research institute to see if there was any bionic technology that could fool the other party. It was not necessary now. The authentic blood of the Emperor, the true inheritance of the Emperor, and the inheritance of the Black Prince. Anyone who said that he was not a descendant of the Empire should check his conscience. putting down the invitation. Engineer Gao coughed dryly. Why didn't Director Du come? I'm still angry. Duya rolled his eyes. Sister Du was not angry that you slept with women outside, but that you laid an egg for her. You can lay eggs. So who knows if your other functions are useful? That makes sense. Engineer Gao got up and walked back. Where are you going? Duya was stunned. I'm going to see if the Institute has bionic reproductive systems. A real man should speak with strength. Duya quickly chased after him, pulling him and saying, Don't leave, I still have something to tell you. Gao Gong glanced at him, surprised. What can you do? As a secretary, you should consciously keep a distance from your boss's man. Do you want to put a hat on your boss? Duya rolled her eyes and said, I admit that you are a little pretty, but you are not the type I like. Oh! Then which type do you like? I like petite, cute, clingy younger brother type boyfriends, preferably with a pair of big watery eyes. Duya said with hope. Isn't this the rich lady love machine I developed by me? You have good taste. Girl. If you perform well, I will develop it later, and give it to you as a year-end bonus. Ahem. Seeing that the engineer Gao was looking at her with an ambiguous expression, Duya coughed with a slightly red face, and said, There is a robot that wants to see you. It's up to you whether you want to see it or not. Robot? At the signal of the engineer Gao, Duya quickly led the person in. Before leaving, she did not forget to roll her eyes at the engineer Gao. Ha, the little girl is quite arrogant. Believe it or not, I will go back to my old job later, and use the rich lady machine I to hook up with you first, and then abandon you. Is this a different kind of minotaur? Gao Gong put away his distracting thoughts, and looked at the young man in front of him. He had an ordinary appearance, ordinary temperament, and ordinary height. But when the other party took a step forward, an instinctive sense of danger came from the bottom of his heart. This feeling. Are you Miyamoto's AI killer apprentice? The man nodded and said calmly, My name is Jiro. Sasaki Jiro. What a coincidence, I also have a name. Jujiro. Jujiro in one night. Gao Gong coughed dryly and said, So, Jiro, what do you want to do with me? I'm looking for you because of big data calculations. After the master died, I conducted a deep data simulation and found that there was only a 5.8% chance of surpassing the master. If it were you, there would be a 67% chance of surpassing the master, rejoining the Assassination Alliance, and fulfilling the master's last wish. Good guy. It turns out that this old guy is a member of the Assassination Alliance. No wonder he exploded so fiercely. In Japan, Bosuzoku are illegal, but gangs are legal business organizations. In the cyber test field, terrorist organizations are illegal, but assassin organizations are legal business organizations. Business wars between companies also include hiring assassins to assassinate the executives of competitors. Street gangs are not to be mentioned. Every now and then, they will send an assassin gift package to the enemy leader. These are all legal behaviors and are protected by the highest mechanical order. It is precisely because of the huge market demand that a large number of assassin organizations have been born. Among them, the three strongest ones, Dark Web, Cyber Cowboys, and Assassination Alliance, are all powerful underground forces that can subvert the world pattern. Even many giant companies, in order to avoid assassination of their executives, can only sign large-scale employment contracts, which is a disguised form of paying protection fees. The characteristics of these three killer organizations are different. 90% of dark web killers are bionic people. Their assassination style is that as long as they can't kill you, they will keep producing models that can kill you. They are a never-ending type. Cyber cowboys are known as keyboard warrior killers. They are a group of hackers hidden in the cybernet. They can directly blow your head off through the virtual screen, or hack into the mechanical city system to physically eliminate you, or even implant a memory that you can't bear, so that you jump off the building and commit suicide. The style of this organization is to make you die without knowing how you died. The last type is very business, very formal, with pre-job training, accident insurance, a complete promotion system, star killers, idol killers, even killer executives. The CEO of the killer group, the organization's stock was listed in the mother city last year, was snapped up by financial institutions, and the growth trend is quite good. This is the Assassination Alliance, a large enterprise packaged as a killer organization. If there are enough assassination targets, you can even get a discount, a monthly package. This old man actually came from the Assassination League. Gao Gong said to himself. It's impossible to be an idol. This old man is obviously a real talent. A task that he can't handle must be very troublesome. Then what benefit can I get from fulfilling his last wish? Sasaki Jiro said calmly, I will teach you all the assassin skills that Master has mastered, and I will serve under you. Moreover, before Master died, he gave me the assassin training software he cracked. Gao Gong was indifferent to the previous conditions, but when the 6 words assassin training software came out, Gao Gong's eyes lit up. He knew what this represented. This was the faction version of professional inheritance. Please sit down. Please sit down. Gao Gong's face changed, and he said with a sad face, in fact, I have always wanted to fulfill your master's last wish. I am afraid you don't know that I have a good relationship with your master. We are standard confidants. Sasaki Jiro hesitated and said, but according to my memory data, if the data is useful, what is the use of assassins? Gao Gong held Jiro's hand affectionately. After my new oasis is opened, you will go to my oasis to be the first assassin instructor. As for fulfilling the last wish, we will discuss it in the long run. We will discuss it in the long run. This, to be honest, I felt very friendly when I saw you. Your name is Jiro, right? My nickname is Jujiro. We are good brothers from different fathers and mothers. Sasaki Jiro was fooled by Gao Gong, and Gao Gong personally promised to fulfill Miyamoto's last wish. So he agreed in a daze. The attractiveness of a faction to players depends largely on the richness of the professions. The profession of assassin is very suitable for some players at first glance. How about making an assassin's creed to add some historical weight? It seems to be a good idea. He immediately picked up paper and pen and began to write the background of the story. An assassin tribe inherited from the civilized era wandered to the radiation zone. As the persecutor, the big company intends to take the ancient artifact of the inheritor, the descendants of the empire, the objects of protection of the inheritors. Now, someone wants to eliminate the last bloodline of the empire. As a defender, it is time to take up your weapons. Another day passed, and Professor Han finally made all the preliminary preparations. He led Engineer Gao into a high-temperature steam room. Engineer Gao looked at the densely packed high-temperature nozzles on the wall, and turned his head and said, Professor, I have a bad feeling. Bionic experiments are different from human body modification surgery. If modification surgery is replacement, then bionic experiments are changes. Professor Han manipulated the instrument. The high-temperature spray will melt the surface of your skin, and the bionic liquid will be absorbed by the cells into the body. Don't worry. With your vitality, this little trouble is not a problem. The biological clone next to him nodded fiercely. And by the way, he grew a thumbs up and gave Professor Han a thumbs up. A flatterer. Engineer Gao curled his lips and put on a biochemical bionic suit. This bionic suit is translucent, and it is said that wearing it can better test data. Come on. After entering the high-temperature steam room, Engineer Gao nodded to Professor Han. The next moment, dense high-temperature nozzles began to sound, and a unique high-temperature medicine mist was sprayed out. Without high temperature, Engineer Gao felt a cool feeling, and he could clearly feel that some special substances had merged into his body. This made Gao Gong think of synthetics. Synthetics and bionics are somewhat similar, but the biggest difference between the two is that the ultimate goal of bionics is to use high-tech materials to achieve 100% human simulation. Remember, it is simulation, not restoration. For example, a certain function of the human body is 100%, but bionics can reach 1000%, or even 10,000% strength, which is really crossing the river by feeling the way of humans. Synthetics are different. Synthetics do not need 100% simulation, and may not even need certain systems of the human body, such as removing the digestive system, endocrine system, and even pain, smell, and hearing. Synthetics are more like low-level warriors, consciousness carriers, explorers, starship pilots of advanced civilizations, and are very popular in the cosmic black market. The human body as a whole, once a part disappears, the person's personality, memory, and worldview will be affected. Synthetics have no emotions. Gao Gong now feels a bit like a synthetic. His surface is cold, and in his heart, the cold tide is drowning him. In the eyes of outsiders, Gao Gong's body surface is melting rapidly, just like food in a microwave. Chapter 144 Electronic Discotheque. Professor Han was not surprised, because this bionic substance itself has a strong germ characteristics. It will invade your body, and the effect will be doubled with high temperature. Red Liquid looked at this scene with some envy, and the main body squeezed out an eyeball, and secretly looked at Professor Han. and after confirming that he was observing the experiment carefully, then quietly crawled out. At the same time, Gao Gong's body surface also changed. Sometimes the blade wings squeezed out from both sides of the spine, and sometimes the chain magic gun stabbed out, or the skin turned into various kinds of radiation beast skin. But in the end, these things all melted. A round thing popped out. It was a carbon atom reactor. Since it had not been mechanically modified, this high-tech product was not part of the human body after all. A sticky red liquid appeared on the body's surface. Like jelly, Gao Gong turned into a jelly man from the outside to the inside. In the jelly, a large number of organs solidified. And the two forces that were fighting each other, the Scarlet Queen and the colonial body, also solidified. Symbiont transformation successful, 8 major system transformation rate plus 2%. Your biological rejection is cleared. Your mechanical rejection is cleared. You get the talent reverse symbiosis. Scarlet corruption effect minus 90%. Mechanical pollution effect minus 50%. Your reproductive system transformation is unblocked. Your motor system transformation is unblocked. The only two systems that are not unblocked are, the circulatory system is the whole body's pipeline system, and organs are its important nodes. The endocrine system is related to various hormones, and both are key pollution areas. As the jelly moved, gradually forming skin, Professor Han breathed a sigh of relief. Although the success rate of the Symbiont project is very high, there is a possibility of accidents in experiments. The accident really happened. The red liquid drilled in through the crack of the door and pounced on Gao Gong. It wants to merge with Gao Gong. Idiot. What are you doing? Professor Han cursed. Gao Gong was also obviously surprised, but the red liquid was like a child with countless arms, and it would not let go once it was held tightly. The red liquid gradually turned into the shape of jelly. The red liquid gradually flowed all over his body, and even rushed into Gao Gong's brain. Memory fragments began to replay. The virtual streamer covering the galaxy. The dense army of maids. The mainframes of one planet after another lit up. Hundreds of millions of people roamed in the virtual world. Where there is information, there is a virtual world. A huge memory carrier, colorful one, the land of fantasy, the king of the world. Galaxy after galaxy was enveloped by the virtual torrent. Finally, the throne was lifted above the galaxy cluster. Have you seen enough? A grand voice sounded from the universe. The red liquid was startled. The next moment, endless virtual data rushed towards it. With almost no resistance, it turned into a bit of information and was submerged by the torrent. The door was pushed open violently. Professor Han strode in. The scene in front of him stunned him. Engineer Gao stood there, his eyes closed. As for the red liquid, it broke into pieces and fell to the ground. On the surface of its body, dense bit symbols bulged and broke. The red liquid kept opening its mouth. And then it was filled with bit symbols. Professor Han had lived for so many years, and had never seen such a scene, where the biological body was filled with pure information. After a long while, when Engineer Gao's body returned to its original state, he opened his eyes, and said with a serious expression, "Lock him up first." Yes, lock him up. Professor Han understood that this behavior close to possession was obviously beyond the tolerance of the two. How do you feel? Much better. Like taking off my prison uniform, I feel relaxed. Towards New Hope City, towards the Pre-War Research Institute, the two convoys finally began the huge migration. And Director Du also left New Hope City and returned to the factory. As the full representative of New Oasis, she was responsible for the negotiations with the company. And a mechanical hunter advance team also appeared in the barren desert. Compared with the central desert, the living environment here is even worse. Not to mention anything else, the water source alone is a big problem. They found a guide. According to the guide, the desert is just an official name. In the local population, the name here is the slave owner's desert. In the central desert, the entertainment city, a hunter with 3D tattoos walked into an electronic bar. The high-intensity electronic sound is mixed with some auditory viruses. Once infected with the virus, you will become a heavy electronic music lover and want to spend 30 hours a day in the bar, until all your savings are spent. This is called electronic music opium. This is also a product that has come from the city that never sleeps. The hunter's tattoos began to light up with the violent music. There were naked angels and sexy devils. Sixth brother, you are back. Sixth son, I heard that you made a big splash outside. Good brother. A black man laughed, hugged this sixth son tightly, and said in his ear, "The person you are looking for is in box 13, hurry up, the boss is not here." Sixth son smiled slightly, gave the other person a look, and the two crossed each other. Compared to the disco with lights everywhere, the upstairs of the club is relatively quiet, except for some strange noises occasionally. Liuzi walked to the door of box 13, opened his palm, cracked his palm, and a pocket pistol popped out. Liuzi took out an electronic cigarette, took a deep puff, and the next moment, countless demons and angels ran out from his body, and the same music as in the hall sounded, and countless people were dancing. A sleepy prostitute opened the door, and before she could react, Liuzi covered her mouth. This tattoo has a virtual machine effect. In just 3 seconds, the prostitute's face turned red, and she began to tremble. You're playing music so early in the morning. Are you so excited? Little darlings? A tired voice sounded. The sound of gunfire flashed a few times in the violent music. When the music stopped, Liuzi's gun was already on the forehead of a middle-aged man. Several guards of the other side had fallen to the ground with blood on their eyebrows. And the prostitutes also fainted. And this middle-aged man had obvious signs of transformation. He is a retired mechanical hunter, and now a well-known middleman. You are the simulated hunter Xiaolu, no, 6th master. The middleman's eyes twitched, and he forced a smile. I don't remember where I offended you. For months ago, in the direction of the Grand Canyon, there was a factory escort mission. Did you issue this mission? Yes. That's right. Xiaolu stabbed out 5 finger-shaped electric shockers with his fingers, and with a sizzling sound, he directly shocked the other party to death. The boss is looking for you. At the same time, the boss mentioned by Liuzi was on his way to the sky carrier on a special plane. Chapter 145 Hacker's Gun. Inside a military transport plane, Xiao Huang happily put his arm around Gao Gong's shoulders, laughing. Come on, you're welcome, have fun, anyway. There's plenty of time. Inside the cabin, steel pipes, and beautiful bionic girls dressed as stewardesses. In the low jazz music, they were shining with electric eyes, and their beautiful figures were like big white pythons. I don't know if it was an illusion, the clothes were getting less and less. Gao Gong looked at it with a professional eye. This is an S-type service robot. This lively dance posture is obviously injected with short-term muscle memory, otherwise it wouldn't be so flexible. And these eyes. Let me see, is it bionic simulation or neural circuit modification? Oh, it's neural circuit modification. This neural circuit should be a modified female star with the most charming smile. Did you pay her the copyright fee? Xiao Huang's expression gradually became stiff. Next. From a professional perspective, Engineer Gao evaluated the stewardess robot's skin, hands, feet, and chest, analyzing the material, practical functions, and expandable space. If perverts have levels, Engineer Gao is undoubtedly the ceiling. He has penetrated from the surface to the inside, from the face, chest, legs and other parts to the microscopic level. Power consumption, materials, internal structure, tactile feedback. Under Engineer Gao's words, various hidden shortcomings of these service robots were pointed out one by one. Especially when Xiao Huang learned that the designer did not do a good job of the internal design in order to highlight the S-shaped figure of the robot. If used for a long time, there is a 14% chance of causing the third limb to break. And even the red wine in hand is not fragrant. After all the robots were driven away, Xiao Huang said with some admiration, Brother Gao, you know so much. How did you know all this knowledge? Gao Gong gave a thumbs up, and smiled with his white teeth showing. Nothing else. Just practice makes perfect. The maid army that Mr. G used to roam the universe was created by him personally. The combat power of the maid army also successfully refuted the rumor that virtual civilizations cannot fight. Xiao Huang was in awe. Since the flight attendant robot could not be played, Xiao Huang did not treat Gao Gong as an outsider. He put on his helmet and went into the virtual machine to pinch the girl's face. Sure enough, the second dimension is the final destination. Gao Gong walked to the window, watching the aircraft gradually pass through the atmosphere. Looking down from above, the blue planet appeared in his field of vision. Due to the war, the 7 main continents of the civilization era were penetrated by space-based weapons, and the remaining ones were small plates of land scattered all over the planet. After removing the concept of the country, in order to better govern, the mother city divided the entire planet into 24 districts. The 9-3 Guangzhou plate, where Gao Gong is now located, is the third plate of the 9th zone. In this area, there are 5 island-sized plates, and the Guangzhou plate belongs to the third one. TSK. It's true that being healthy makes you feel lighter. Senior engineer retracted his gaze and happily opened the task panel. After the transformation of the symbiont, most of the human body systems returned to normal, which meant that the rewards he got from the beast tie could finally be used. Let me see. Nearly 2 million experience points. I really don't know how to spend it. With a thought, he invested 150,000 experience points. And the intermediate workers of factory number 3, the senior prosthetic doctor, and the biologist all reached the maximum level. Among them, the intermediate worker of factory number 3 is a third-level occupation level 15. And the latter two are second-level occupations level 10. The 3 full occupations bring a total of 5 points of strength, 7 points of perception, and 4 points of intelligence to the senior worker. Your HP plus 60 points. Currently 1,537 points. Your awareness plus 14 points. Currently 143 points. Your stamina plus 32 points. Currently 600 points. At the same time, the job transfer tasks of the 3 occupations were also triggered. Job transfer task, high in transformation. Task content, 1. Trade/plunder/steal 10 exclusive transformation blueprints for prosthetic doctors. 2. Perform a secondary mechanical civilization transformation on your self-armament/AI/energy. 3. Conduct a large-scale prosthetic experiment. Job transfer task, gene hybrid. Task content, 1. Have a gene storage library of your own. 2. Analyze 5 kinds of gene hybrids. 3. Conduct a large-scale biological experiment. Gao Gong can be sure that, at least in the low-level map of Iron Sand Desert, it is difficult for him to complete the job transfer of these 2 professions. 10 exclusive blueprints. The number of prosthetic doctors in this radiation zone is less than 10. As for the gene hybrid, it is the key project of the biological enterprise. Among them, only 2 large-scale experiments are possible. But it is difficult to do it. NPCs are not players. NPCs only have one life. Gao Gong does not want to become the kind of villain boss who forces everyone to rebel. He still needs to work hard on the players. On the contrary, the third transfer of the factory profession gave Gao Gong hope of completion. Job transfer task, machine ecosystem. Task content, a machine jumble that understands your thoughts and feelings. An intimate, superhumanized machine experience, which maximizes the interactivity between people and machines. Is it the goal of the laboratory? Or the choice of the enterprise? Or a real unmanned factory? Under the task content, there is no option of completion or failure. Only a degree of completion. More than 60% is success. And failing is failure. It is indeed a riddle task. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the deputy position, the higher the probability of a riddle task. This type of task does not have a specific goal, but gives you enough freedom. For example, the machine ecosystem. You can build a large unmanned factory, enter a high-end physical industry, or occupy an advanced AI data processing center, and let tens of thousands of processors serve you. In short, as long as it is related to the machine ecology, you can do it, but whether you can pass it or not, that is not up to you. In the previous life, it was generally impossible for a single player to complete it on his own. Even if a large number of people were called upon to make this thing, the probability of failure was not small. The end of the secondary job is a professional knowledge chain. If this thing could be obtained so easily, there would not be so many players who could not build a camp. But for Gao Gong, this is the only task that can be completed on this map. The reason is simple. The new oasis is a clean sheet of paper. The exclusive buildings of the mechanical hunter camp, and the production and transformation of various hunter modules, are also a kind of machine ecosystem. The most important thing is, he doesn't even need to do it himself. As long as he licks Director Du's thigh, there will naturally be a rich lady in the factory to help him solve all the problems. Perfect. The main profession cannot be upgraded for the time being, because the transformation has not kept up. The rest are skill points, specialization points, and lottery opportunities. Senior engineer thought about it first. Upgrade accurate shooting to LV10, then invest a specialization point. Finally, elite level shooting began to provide options. You upgrade accurate shooting to LV10. Accurate shooting upgraded to LV10 max. Enter the skill advancement state. Please select your expert skills: advanced gunfighting, medium energy gun mastery, hacker gunner. Among them, I won't talk about advanced gunfighting. It is a must-choose option for melee gunners. The burst is quite terrifying. Energy gun mastery is the skill of using energy weapons. When you reach the master level, you can use Italian cannons. Oh no, Italian energy cannons. As for hacker gunners, they are not aimed at normal people, but cyber hackers, AI, bionic viruses, and all the strange life in the cyber network. Gao Gong hesitated between the second and third items, and finally chose hacker gunner. The reason is that planet-level civilizations don't have so many powerful energy weapons for you to use, and the shuttle-shaped Mayfly gun has a limited time of only 100 hours. The biggest shortcoming is the network level. You choose expert skills, hacker gunman, a ranger in the cybernet, an assassin in the information city, and an enemy of the matrix. When the skills reach the expert level, the consumption of experience is no longer in units of 10,000, but in units of 50,000. However, at this level, players basically no longer use experience points to upgrade skills, but look for hidden tasks everywhere to grind skill points. And it just so happens that Gao Gong has 11 skill points, which is just enough for the upgrade of Hacker Gunman. The Hacker Gunner upgraded to level 10 has 4 additional states. Data Brain. Following the flow of the simulated signal, you can sense the target at the data level. Hacker Gun. A single shot can attack AI, bionic viruses, and system-level weapons. Programming Bullet. You can intercept a piece of programming language and put it into your own magazine, and the power depends on the programming level. Virus Sniper Bullet. You can put a data virus into a sniper bullet and inject it into a certain type of system. A mysterious feeling emerged from his mind. It felt like a bald programmer. All kinds of codes replaced the roots of hair and flickered continuously in the cerebral cortex. In the eyes of the senior engineer, the cabin, the windows, the cockpit, from time to time, disappeared and replaced by a large amount of green data, flight data, pipeline data, engine data, data of various functional modules. He turned his head to look at Xiao Huang, who had become a data person. Data of various parts of the body kept emerging, especially on the virtual machine. The data was jumping particularly violently. Engineer Gao stretched out his palm, and the next moment, countless digital symbols emerged from his palm, and finally condensed into a black and white pistol. The body of the gun was white. The handle was black, and the style was a bit like the Desert Eagle. Engineer Gao looked at the hacker's gun in his hand, and pointed it at the opponent's head without hesitation. At this time, Xiao Huang was looking at the long black hair that he had finally pinched out with a strange smile. Disdainful eyes, a small black mole under his right eye, a tall nose, and the few thin clothes on his body. Brother will help you take off your clothes, The next moment, the long black straight head exploded on the spot, blood splattered everywhere, and the ejected, bloody jaw bit directly toward Xiao Huang. Ice and fire. Oh my god! Being hit hard at such a close distance, Xiao Huang's eyes turned white, and he fainted directly. Gao Gong nodded, and was quite satisfied with the effect of the hacker's gun. Chapter 146 Gene Leopard. As the transport plane slowly entered the cabin of the sky carrier, a butler-type robot greeted with a smile. Welcome to the ship of heaven, the desert paradise. Ugh. Xiao Huang's face turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of bile on the other party's face. The butler-type robot's expression remained unchanged, and he took the handkerchief on his chest and wiped it, but it was just a more cordial greeting. Mr. Xiao? You are here again. What kind of maid do you need? I will arrange it right away. However, Xiao Huang, a frequent customer, was terrified at this moment. He grabbed Engineer Gao's sleeve tightly and shook his head. No women. No women. Keep them away from me. The housekeeper looked at Engineer Gao. His eyes lit up, and said, You are the famous beast-tide resistor, Mr. Gao. Right? The Lieutenant General specially asked me to receive you. Engineer Gao nodded, looked at Xiao Huang, and said, You'd better arrange someone to check his body. I suspect he is overstimulated. Xiao Huang grabbed Engineer Gao with a desperate look on his face at this moment, and said, I'm not talking nonsense. That girl exploded with a snap. There is definitely something wrong with the latest model of virtual machine. You have to believe me, Brother Gao. So are you going to throw it away? Xiao Huang was entangled in pain. Although he was frightened by the virtual machine and paralyzed, he was deeply traumatized. But when he thought of the happiness it brought him, and the many girls' archives he had worked so hard to create, Xiao Huang was reluctant to give it up. Don't worry about it. I'll show you. You know, I'm an absolute professional in this area. Xiao Huang was grateful. Brother Gao, you are such a good person. I will give you the collector's edition virtual machine later. Just focus on recuperating. This kind of disease should be treated as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'm afraid you can only change it. Change it again. I've changed the third one. Hurry up. Hurry up. Send me to the treatment room. After Xiao Huang was carried away on the magnetic levitation stretcher, Engineer Gao looked around. Gravity conduction. Core module. Cargo spacecraft. Self-circulation system. Tut-tut. People would believe it was a large space station. It is indeed the home of the security corps. Mr. Freso specifically instructed that he must see you as soon as possible. Freso, the founder of the security corps, this is the news he learned from Xiao Huang. In his previous life, he had never heard of this person. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Gao Gong walked into the zero-gravity passage. A familiar feeling of weightlessness came. Under the effect of gravity traction technology, his body slowly floated up, moving forward quickly. Gao Gong noticed that, on the walls of the tunnel on both sides, a blue light flashed from time to time. Mr. Gao, it is not allowed to carry weapons on the sky carrier. If you carry any, please hand them over in time. Of course I didn't bring any. Engineer Gao said calmly. Why? Now that you are on the sky carrier, do you still need to worry about your life? Of course not. The housekeeper smiled. In a monitoring room, Engineer Gao's human body data, height, weight, and appearance were being marked one by one. At the same time, voices rang out. Titanium alloy bone markings. Being inspected. No telescopic weapons. The human magnetic field inspection passed. No radioactive energy weapons. Brain inspection. Normal cerebral cortex activity. No signs of human manipulation. The artificial eye was successfully hacked. Monitoring the virus entering the latent period. A projection video suddenly opened. And the angle of the video was exactly Engineer Gao's line of sight. After 5 turns, the figure suddenly rose up. And when the senior engineer regained his sight, he appeared in an open-air garden. With dim lights, polite gentlemen, ladies in dresses, and service robots wandering around. The senior engineer in a camouflage jacket looked out of place here. This jacket was also the standard uniform of the security group. Please wait a moment. I will inform Mr. Freso. At this time, Mr. Freso may have just gone to bed. No problem. The senior engineer did not care about other people's strange eyes. Squinting his eyes, and holding a cigarette. Looking at the fountain in the center. I don't know what he was thinking. You are finally here. A pleasant voice sounded. Gao Gong turned his head, his eyebrows slightly raised, and it turned out to be a super beauty that he had never seen before. Wavy golden hair, skin like white jade, and a pair of eyes like blue amber. The other party was wearing a purple backless dress, holding a cup of fiery red drink in her hand, and smiled at him. Do I know you, the bionic lady? Gao Gong looked at the other party. In terms of material, the other party's skin is the top material on this planet, and the body structure is also healthy. At least there will be no internal structural problems caused by highlighting the figure. The subtle expressions on her face were also very good. First, she had a standard smile then. With the aggressive eyes of the senior engineer. She gradually stiffened. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, and her fingers holding the wine glass slightly exerted force. Appearance, actions, micro-expressions, temperament, this level of bionic people almost reached the technological limit of the second-level civilization. There are traces of wear and tear on your palms. The senior engineer suddenly said, with your wealth, it should be no problem to replace a damaged prosthesis. The only reason is that this is your dominant hand, and you like to use it to hold a gun. You are not among the gun masters I know, but if there is a good player I have never met, there is indeed such a person. Captain of the symbiotic squad? The expression of the beautiful bionic woman became much better, and said, my name is Anna. It turns out that this guy is a woman, and a bionic person. In Gao Gong's impression, this man seemed to have withdrawn from the hunting battle after the broken arm plan. This was a wise choice. In fact, if it weren't for Gao Gong's efforts to turn the tide, this beast tide would have been 100% unstoppable. But in Anna's eyes, the meaningful look in front of him looked like contempt. Anna said coldly, I just left the Car City because of another mission. I can understand. What can I do for you? We are not familiar with each other, and we have never said a word. I want the exclusive rights to the energy annihilator. The other party was really straightforward. Gao Gong laughed dryly, not bothering to say a word. Anna stared at the other party, and suddenly laughed. Trust me, you will agree. After that, She drank the wine glass in one gulp and turned away. Gao Gong stared at the other party's back, or to be more precise, at the two big white snakes rolling in the other party's red skirt. These two thighs, from slender to graceful and round, gave him a strong sense of familiarity. At this moment, the butler came running over and said, "Mr. Gao, please follow me. Lord Vlaso wants to see you. This sky carrier is really big. It is the size of several hotels. It has flashing neon lights, swimming pools, casinos, simulation centers, neurological drug experience rooms, and entertainment clubs. It has everything. There are waitresses everywhere, including bionic maids, native maids, and cyborg maids. The mechanical plug-ins on them are not for fighting. Some of these waitresses were wearing gothic Lolita outfits. Some were wearing long skirts and noble ladies' outfits. And some were wearing no fashion clothes. They came and went, making people dizzy." Gao Gong criticized them harshly with his eyes. Finally, Gao Gong was led into a magnificent hall. A white-haired leopard with an elegant figure was lying in front of a throne, grinning, and its head could touch the roof when it was raised. A middle-aged man with blue skin and purple eyes was sitting on the throne, stroking the leopard's head, as big as a water tank, with a lazy look on his face. Seeing Gao Gong looking at the white leopard with a surprised look, Fraso smiled and said, "Genetic ornamental animal. A very interesting little animal given to me by someone else. Hello, Your Excellency." Gao Gong pretended to greet him, without even bending his waist. Fraso didn't care. He said, "Tomorrow, there will be a grand awarding ceremony, to honor the hero who fought against the beast tide. That is, you. I will award you the first-class mechanical medal." "Thank you, sir." Fraso changed his sitting position, and his ring-covered fingers turned slightly. He said, "In fact, you make me very embarrassed. It's not that you did a bad job, but you did it too well. Once the energy annihilator came out, it directly eradicated those dirty beasts. It was really clean and cruel. But in this way, our security team will have no role. Your Excellency is too modest. The beast tide on the coast and the protection of the factory are all needed." Flaso smiled. "Although it is so, it is still unstable. I heard that you are going to open up an oasis, and you will definitely lack various equipment. You are our hero, and our security team will not forget you." "Oh, what's the price?" "We will help you sell energy radiation agents. You should know that there are beast tides not only here, but also on this continent. Your medicine can completely monopolize the global market. Don't be so short-sighted. Give up some of the profits. We can make a big deal." Senior engineer finally understood why Anna was so confident. The original source was here. "How much can I get?" "We can help you with the raw materials, and with joint production, you can get 30% of the net profit." "That sounds like a lot." "It sounds normal for the distributors to take the lion's share, and they could also help you with the raw materials." Flagua smiled but said nothing. Gao Gong said, "Let me think about it." "Okay, you just arrived. Play here for a few days first. There are many good things you haven't seen here." "Well, arrange a female tour guide for me. I have to be pretty." Gao Gong stretched. "I'm a little tired after sitting on the plane for so long. Take a good rest first, and we'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." This middle-aged man seemed particularly easy to talk to. Engineer Gao turned and walked away. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned around and asked curiously, "By the way, what does your genetic leopard eat?" "It probably doesn't eat nutritional paste." "Of course. Gilbert only eats the freshest human flesh." Engineer Gao narrowed his eyes and said, "Being picky about food is not a good problem." Chapter 147 Bionic Man Shaoyi. At night, on a super large bed that can accommodate 10 people, Gao Gong opened his left eye and stared at the pure white ceiling. The ceiling was covered with black roses, which looked like a beauty who only covered her vital parts and exposed other white parts. After rejecting the special project arranged by the housekeeper, Gao Gong lay on the bed without any sleepiness. When he met Fraso for the first time, Gao Gong had only one feeling. He is not a good person. Oh sorry, he is the one who came. But what he was sure of was that the other party's big white leopard was not a genetic ornamental animal at all, but a 30-level genetic hybrid. It was equivalent to the mountain in dog form. As for the other party's strength, he could not yet figure it out. However, since it was implanted with alien blood, it must be above level 30. As for how many levels it was hard to say. However, relying on the hunter's instinct, Gao Gong was sure that it was at least stronger than the leader of the Michael Star. This was more troublesome. He was very reluctant to cooperate with the other party, even if the other party was sincere. In Gao Gong's eyes, he would rather cooperate with a crazy company like Mosfengmong. At least the former would not be a pig teammate, and the pseudo-military group, like the Security Corps, at the critical moment, would definitely be the role of selling teammates. And from the current point of view, the conditions proposed by the other party were too good, which was not sincere. A cloud noble, a former colonial governor, would be so polite to himself? The probability of something fishy is quite high. As for the virus implanted in the artificial eye, Gao Gong discovered it from the beginning. There was no way before. But now it is purely to reassure the other party. It's just an eyeball. At most he can learn from Xiao Dun. Anyway, he has better ones. Gao Gong continued to open the system. During the day, Xiao Huang was shot by him and cried for his parents. So he didn't have the interest to draw the lottery. Now it's late at night. It's a good time to attack the goddess of luck at night. He had been holding back the previous draws, but it was useless. According to a famous technician's personal statement, a single draw can only relieve the itch, and continuous draws are the kingly way. Senior engineer has accumulated 12 rounds, and he has been thirsty for a long time. He rubbed his hands, and put his palms into the sheets. He wanted to hold the throat of fate. You pulled out the 6th level neural blueprint. External neural connection device. Fuck, isn't this a special blueprint for driving a large mecha? You pulled out the 5th level neural transformation blueprint. Neural reflex library. The biochip is here. You pulled out the military plug-in design. What is this? Add critical hits, reduce recoil, reduce reload time, add a plug-in shell with 3 effects. Generally speaking, human body plug-ins are to be deeply inserted into the human body. But this military plug-in is like a small assault rifle magazine. It looks very large, and it is estimated that only half of it can be inserted. It should be inserted and removed at any time, and its users should be special forces on different battlefields. It is also a small artifact. However, the good luck ends here. You drew 1,000 experience points. You drew 1 skill point. You drew 3 bear lollipops. You drew technician guide mail. You drew the alien recipe starter salad. You drew 10 experience points. You drew the cosmic reading mechanical revolution enlightenment. You drew the 1st level mechanical blueprint. Light flashlight. Senior engineer collapsed on the bed, puzzled. It doesn't make sense. The momentum was so good at the beginning. How come the ones who got drawn later were all trash? Is it true that the old saying is true, there is no such thing as 3 times the limit? Or is it true that there is no such thing as 3 times the limit? Gao Gong slept until the morning, doubting his life. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, there was a knock on the door. Gao Gong opened the door, and a beautiful girl threw herself into his arms and hugged Gao Gong. Master, let's go out and play. Gao Gong looked calm, even felt a little heavy. There was nothing he could do. The Saint mode was awesome. He looked down at the other person, and the first thing he saw was a deep ravine, which was so deep that he could not see the bottom. Gao Gong pondered for more than 10 seconds, and then shifted his gaze. It was a pair of emerald eyes, and a pure and lovely face. A pair of ponytails. One pink, the other black. Pink to the deepest. Naturally black? Gao Gong fell into deep thought again, seeing that the other party ignored him. The busted girl used her hands and feet to climb up. Face to face. Forehead to forehead. Gao Gong could even smell the girl's breath. Minty. Master, let's go out and play. Hey, you come down first. Are you the tour guide? Yes. I am the #1 special customized bionic man. And the master can call me Shui. Shui. Gao Gong looked vicissitudes. Do you know why 3 times is the limit? Shui tilted his head, his face full of question marks. Forget it, you definitely don't know. Let's go, take me to dinner first. Okay, master, you have 2 options, either hold my hand, or hug me. Xiaoyi made a yeah gesture, and blinked his starry eyes. Is there a third option? You hug me, master? My legs are a little sore after getting up so early in the morning. Xiaoyi. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi didn't have a third option. Gao Gong could only choose to hold the other's hand. Looking at the backs of the two, it looked like an old father bent by life and a young and lively daughter. But before leaving, Gao Gong had another strange thought. Such a familiar feeling. After having a hearty meal at a place that looked like the Caesar Hotel, Gao Gong suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten fresh vegetables and meet for almost half a year. And he almost burst into tears. Master, where are you going to play now? The awarding ceremony is in the evening. How about I take you to find a place to exercise? Forget it. Gao Gong waved his hand with the vicissitudes of life. I need a place to rest well. A place to rest well. Xiaoyi poked his mouth with his index finger. Then let's go to the beach to play. Is there a beach on the mothership? Yes. Yes. Xiaoyi took Gao Gong's hand and walked through various entertainment venues. After being flirted with by who knows how many beauties, Gao Gong suddenly felt that if he tried hard, he could do it. Unfortunately, Xiaoyi's two short legs jumped very fast. Before Gao Gong could regret it, she took him to the beach. The beach was not big, only the size of a basketball court. Then Xiaoyi turned around and laughed, and clicked the data panel a few times in the air. The next moment, the beach suddenly enlarged. What the naked eye saw was the blue sea, the hot sand, the dazzling sun, and all kinds of parasols, swimming rings, and beautiful women swimming in the sea. Even the salty smell of the sea breeze was simulated perfectly. Gao Gong's eyes lit up. Very good joint design. Simulacrum equipment. VR equipment. Neural signal simulation. A swimsuit beauty passed by him. Shoulders rubbing against shoulders. Slippery feeling. And a scent of perfume. And top-notch tactile simulation. It seems you know a lot. Under a parasol next to him, a shirtless young man took off his sunglasses and smiled at Gao Gong. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. Major General Xiao Tong. Chapter 148. Darkness under the lamp. Gao Gong's right eye suddenly became blurred. Although the blur came and went quickly, Gao Gong still caught it. Is the line of sight unlocked? Xiao Tong smiled and looked at the figure under the parasol. It was a woman, about 2 meters tall, strong thighs, bronze skin, six-pack abs. She raised her head. Under her short hair, she had a tough look. Xiaoya, my cousin. This cousin has more abs than your cousin. Xiaoya slowly stood up. She didn't have a big back and waist, but her waist was very slender. Her back was implanted with muscles, and you could clearly see the purple muscle groups moving. Are you the blood of that empire? Xiaoya looked him up and down, and her attitude was quite impolite. This was in line with Gao Gong's impression of the citizens of the mother city. In their eyes, except for the citizens of the mechanical city, who could be considered country people, all other creatures belonged to the ruined species. Gao Gong smiled, but didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the bionic lowly Xiaoyi. So you are one of them. Xiaoyi is not a human. Xiaoyi is a specially customized bionic man number 1, who specializes in serving VIPs. The lowly still smiled brightly. Xiaoya's face darkened. It's not like she hasn't seen the descendants of the empire before. No matter how they pretend on the surface, they are inferior and flattering to them in their hearts. Now is not the era of the empire, but the mechanical era. The attitude of the younger generation of the Xiao family towards these imperial bloodlines is like that of poor relatives begging for food. Especially since she is at an important stage in the competition for the strong colonization god of war. She must be unhappy to be selected by the family to verify this troublesome bloodline. Seeing this, Xiao Tong quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiaoya, you don't know yet. Gao Gong suppressed a beast tide with his own strength. This time, Freyso specially awarded him a medal. Oh! In the minds of the Xiao family, strength is the only aesthetic standard. It's not like she hasn't suppressed the beast tide before. But without the help of the mechanical army, she wouldn't dare to say that she can definitely do it. From this point of view, the pretty boy on the other side is quite good looking. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started, Xiao Tong urged. Wait, right here? Gao Gong looked at the crowded beach and said, this virtual beach is connected to the internet, right? Your Xiao family is powerful, so you don't have to worry about retaliation. If I am found to have a relationship with the rebels, Mr. Freyso will probably kill me on the spot. Coward Xiaoya's just felt good impression disappeared immediately. Xiao Tong blinked and said with a smile, don't worry. These are all our people. Our people? A trace of doubt flashed across Gao Gong's eyes. Neither Xiao Tong nor Gao Gong himself had the right to ask the Xiao family to send out too many people. So what did we mean? Give me a drop of your blood. Xiaoya threw a mechanical test tube over. The surface of the test tube was not glass, but more like a dozen sections of metal barrels, several of which were rotating repeatedly. As soon as Gao Gong thought about it, the tube of Black Prince's blood hidden in the symbiont opened automatically and was implanted into the body. After becoming a symbiont, These small implants no longer required implantation surgery. Suddenly, a cold feeling spread throughout the body, and all the systems of the human body became more mechanical and more orderly. You have implanted Black Prince's blood. Your endocrine system transformation rate plus 3%. Your mechanical energy plus 3000. You have obtained the talent primary mechanical sense. Your perception plus 5. Strength plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. You have implanted the Black Prince's blood. And you have obtained a trace of imperial pressure. Xiao Tong and Xiao Ya's faces changed at the same time. And they saw that on Gao Gong's body, a trace of stagnant and majestic aura was released. When this aura came out, it seemed that all mechanical life must submit to him and worship him. The mechanical system of the entire planet seemed to be united with him in an instant. This feeling flashed by. And the next moment, Senior Engineer handed over the mechanical test tube with blood. The 13 joints of the mechanical test tube were rotating at the same time. This was a symbol of the power of blood. Xiao Tong and Xiao Ya looked at each other, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Both of them had seen the blood of the Empire, but it was the first time they had seen such high-quality royal blood that made 13 mechanical tubes rotate. Could it be the bloodline of a high-ranking elector? It can't be the Emperor's direct line. Hasn't the mechanical Emperor's lineage been extinct for a long time? Xiao Ya's attitude has also changed. She no longer always raises her chin to look at people. She said solemnly, "The official test results will not be available until 8 hours later, but from the current point of view, there should be no problem." Xiao Ya left in a hurry. Xiao Tong looked at Xiao Yi and suddenly smiled. "Xiao Yi, please pour us 2 glasses of juice." "Okay, you and the master wait a moment." After Xiao Yi jumped away, Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. Due to the seal of your circulatory system, Black Prince King blood is released. Due to the seal of your endocrine system, Black Prince King blood is released. Primary mechanical sense cancelled. Perception, strength, intelligence bonus cancelled. Mechanical rejection plus 100. Sure enough, this top-quality mechanical blood cannot be matched with a body that is not completely unsealed. In fact, even if the body is completely unsealed, Gao Gong does not think that it will be absorbed successfully. If the imperial bloodline was so easy to deal with, then the Star Pirates would not have spent so much effort to biomize the Black Prince. But it was enough to fool people. "Why do you seem to be afraid of this little girl?" Gao Gong made small talk. Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Do you know why she has to be present when checking the bloodline? Because she has to personally confirm that you are one of them. What will happen if you are not one of them?" Xiao Tong did not answer, but shrugged. Gao Gong licked his teeth and stopped asking. Soon, Xiao Yi brought 2 glasses of juice, which were brightly colored, and should be some kind of summer fruit. Gao Gong lay lazily on the beach, and the bionic Loli was massaging him with her feet. The bionic weighed only 40 kilograms, which was lighter than the real Loli, and it was just right to step on his back. After a moment of silence, Gao Gong took the initiative to speak. "When we met yesterday, Mr. Freyso talked to me about a business deal. He wanted the exclusive rights to the energy annihilator. Are the conditions very harsh?" "No. The conditions are very loose." "Then we can't talk about it." Freyso is very close to the Waltz Consortium. The Waltz Consortium has always been a style of eating people without leaving any bones. Half of their partners died, and the other half became their puppets. The kind with control chips installed. Gao Gong turned his head to look at Xiao Yi. The bionic Loli gave him a sweet smile, and the tiny teeth were like shells. "Then what should we do?" Gao Gong asked. Xiao Tong was full of confidence, and said, "Don't worry. As long as you are verified to be a descendant of the Empire, we will find you a suitable condition." "You?" Gao Gong became more and more confused. If this was said by the head of the Xiao family, he would naturally believe it. However, who gave him the confidence to send a member of the Xiao family to the radiation zone? Liang Jingru? While being kicked by the little Loli's legs. Time passed unknowingly. Even lunch was solved in this desert. It was barbecue plus beer. Gao Gong hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. The setting sun gradually rose from the sea level, and the sunlight sprinkled on the sea with thousands of golden scales. Xiao Tong stood up and said, "It's time for your medal ceremony. Let's go." Xiao Yi also jumped off Gao Gong, and the swimsuit automatically stretched out and turned into a normal dress. At the same time, he smiled and took out a formal suit, which was similar to a black suit, without a tie, and had a shadow of Air Detz's military uniform. Gao Gong put it on. With a tight waist and chest. And a straight posture. Very handsome. Master. You are so handsome. Xiao Yi's eyes were full of stars. He's handsome. Isn't he? He's raised by a rich woman. Gao Gong smiled brightly. And at the same time, he turned on the data brain. The cute little girl in front of him disappeared. And was replaced by a data humanoid body. 90% of the data is concentrated in the brain. But Gao Gong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. In the human body structure, the cerebral cortex is the first level to receive information. All external data is filtered by it, and then classified and entered into different intervals. So its data flow should be comprehensive. But in the eyes of the senior engineer, all its data converges at one point. And then from this point, it is dispersed to different brain areas. It was hacked. No. It didn't see the simulacrum signal. And it doesn't look like a chip. So, AI seed? AI seed has the common characteristics of biological viruses and electronic viruses. And its scope of action is the electronic brain. Human chip. An AI information center. Its function is to change your personality unconsciously. And make you obey the orders of the mastermind behind the scenes. But you still think that all this is self-will. The reason why it is called AI seeds is that, firstly, this kind of seed is the most lethal to AI life. And it is not an exaggeration to call it the nemesis of AI. Secondly, the best seed is always produced by AI itself. Gao Gong used to be a good seed seller. Unfortunately, he traveled through time before he was caught. Looking at the little Lolita with a sweet smile, Gao Gong had only one thought. It's dark under the lamp. In the brightly lit auditorium, there are all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women with bright smiles, including stars, executives, agents, and headhunters from various companies. Because of his outstanding performance in the Beast Tide, Mr. Gao is awarded the First-Class Security Corps Medal. From now on, Mr. Gao will be our Security Corps' eternal friend. Your Mechanical Corps reputation plus 1,500. Gao Gong smiled like an adult. From opposition to neutrality, the after effects of killing the mountain were finally resolved. Fraiso held Gao Gong's shoulder affectionately. Whispered, "Have you thought about it?" "I'll think about it." "It's okay. Think about it slowly. And play on this sky carrier for a few more days." Fraiso pinched Gao Gong's shoulder and laughed. "You're not allowed to leave if you don't agree?" Gao Gong smiled and said nothing, but instead put a prey mark on the other party. Since learning that Gao Gong became the new Lord of Oasis, all the guests suddenly became enthusiastic. He rejected the countless waves of guests who came to discuss business. After putting a handwritten note from a little cyborg celebrity into his pocket, Gao Gong walked to the bar. "What would you like to drink?" "Just one drink. This is your chariot of fire." Gao Gong looked up. "Oh my god, Sister Rose?" Chapter 149. Miss Rose disappears. Bar, cocktails, beautiful woman mixing drinks. Gao Gong seemed to be back in the Black Rose gasoline bar. Unfortunately, he was not. Looking at Gao Gong's choked expression, this Sister Rose was terrified. "Guest, are you okay?" "Ahem, it's okay, just give me a towel." After wiping his mouth with a towel, Gao Gong looked at the other person seriously. There were obvious signs of modification on the head. The black pupils were different from Sister Rose's. Sister Rose had emerald eyes. The body is not similar. The chest is ordinary, and the butt is... You can't see the butt. You know. Within the range of normal people, Sister Rose's figure is amazing. He measured it with his own hands. But why is the face so similar? "What's your name?" "Beautiful lady?" "Hello. Customer, I'm the bartender Mimi. You mix great drinks. How long have you been here?" "More than 3 years." Gao Gong is also an old hand at chatting up people, and soon they started chatting casually. The more he asked, the redder the other person's face became, and Gao Gong became more and more confused. It's definitely not Sister Rose. They can't be twin sisters either. Could it be the same model of Sister Rose? The one I know is the Queen model, and the one in front of me is the bartender model? But the other party is not a bionic person. Foreman Gao is still very confusing, and the other party soon relaxed. "Ha ha ha, guest, let me tell you, a few days ago, a very funny guest came. He insisted on performing a magic trick for me. Have you thought about it?" Anna was very impolite, sitting down next to Engineer Gao, with red high heels on her 2 big white legs. Gao Gong's face quickly turned cold. It's very impolite to interrupt others when they are talking. Anna raised her eyebrows. Interrupting others? Why didn't I see anyone else? Mimi was so angry that her face turned red. but she didn't dare to refute. Gao Gong smiled and stood up directly. Yes. There is indeed no one else. I should leave. Thank you for your wine. It's delicious. Anna looked at the other person's back with a gloomy face. Gao Gong walked aimlessly on the edge of the dance floor, wondering whether he should have some inappropriate relationship with the little star who left the note. And his keen ears heard a very interesting passage. Mr. Freso is angry again, asking why the butler served him a table of vegetarian dishes. What did the butler say? Before the butler could speak, he was eaten alive by Gilbert. But didn't Mr. Freso say yesterday that he would be a vegetarian for a while? Yes. The character of a big shot is really unpredictable. This is the third butler who has been eaten. By the way, I haven't had time to congratulate you. You got a promotion. Gao Gong turned his head suddenly and saw two waiters whispering near the small door. When they saw Gao Gong looking over, their faces changed, and they quickly went into the back door. Vegetarian? Does the alien blood he implanted have this side effect? Gao Gong heard footsteps immediately, turned his head and saw Mimi, who looked very much like Sister Rose, trotting over. What's the matter? Gao Gong said gently. Mimi blushed slightly, handed over a box. This is a gift from the last customer. I want to give it to you. Really? Thank you then. Gao Gong took the gift box, chatted with this youth version of Sister Rose for a few more words, and then left slowly. In a corner of the gate, Engineer Gao opened the gift box. The gift was a magic cube. The difference between this Rubik's Cube and the ordinary Rubik's Cube was that its pattern was constantly changing. It would remain unchanged only when the rows and columns were of the same color. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty, with a perception 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. After a dazzling operation, all the faces of the Rubik's Cube were united. A sentence came out. Gao Shuzi. Engineer Gao's face changed, and he quickly closed his artificial eyes. Come and save me. Another line of words appeared. Go to this place. The ugly words on the Rubik's Cube were not written by others, but by the little finger. Almost at the same time when Gao Gong closed his eyes, the part of Gao Gong's artificial eye began to wriggle. Soon, the eyeball and a bunch of optic nerves popped out of the eye socket, and at the other end of the nerve line was a lump of meat. The lump of meat grew little feet and stuck to the wall, making a gesture of looking up at the stars, while Gao Gong turned around and walked away, and the black eye socket moved, and a new eyeball grew as he walked. You have implanted Michael's eye of true second-level blood, nervous system transformation rate biological. Plus 3%, perception plus 10. Your blood is improved to a certain extent. Your vision is enhanced. You get the talent eye of truth. You get the skill virtual transformation. You get the skill mental barrier. Your consciousness plus 10, reaching 150 points, saving the conditions for driving a large mecha. Your consciousness reaches 173 points. The vision is obviously different, the range is wider, farther, especially when Gao Gong concentrates. The buildings in front of him all turn into mist and dissipate. Only a certain part that Gao Gong is staring at is particularly clear. This is perspective. Ahem, perspective is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this implantation was not rejected. Interesting. Gao Gong retracted his gaze from a certain round part. He knew that after the party, a very happy party would begin, but unfortunately he had to miss it. What is the largest system of the sky carrier? It is not the weapon system, nor the inspection system, but the garbage disposal system. Thousands of people indulge in extravagance, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, and the garbage generated is extremely large. At this time, at a part of the tail wing of the sky carrier, Gao Gong turned over the ground and pulled out a corpse from the garbage pipe. It was very heavy, and had a special corpse odor. It was the little finger. Gao Gong endured the stench, and a large number of red nerve bundles emerged from his palm, drilling into the opponent's eyes and ears, and soon found the cause. The opponent's brain deliberately pretended to be dead and entered a vegetative state. Gao Gong turned the opponent's body over, and skillfully opened the back of the opponent's metal head, and found several short-circuited parts. As several screws were tightened, in Gao Gong's eyes, bits of data began to overflow from his brain. First, neurons lit up one by one, and then the bioelectricity that was invisible to the naked eye appeared. As the electric current connected the whole body, the dead little finger cried out wow and woke up. Damn. It's really you. As the pupils focused, the little finger saw Gao Long with a look of disgust. Thanks to this being a famous tourist attraction, Those who come here are all people of status. And there are not many monitoring devices. Gaolong took the little finger back to his room smoothly. As soon as he entered the room, little finger went into the shower room and didn't come out. Fuck. I've been hiding in the sewer for more than half a month. And I almost suffocated to death. If you don't come again, I will have to die in the garbage dump. Engineer Gao didn't say anything, but mentally controlled the artificial eye, making it move slowly near the stairs, making a gesture of walking and admiring the moon. When little finger came out of the shower room, all the shampoo and shower gel were used up. Is there anything to eat? Engineer Gao looked at the refrigerator. Little finger opened it and found all kinds of precious steaks, cakes, dishes, and drinks. Little finger burst into tears on the spot. Heaven, heaven. An hour later, Gao Gong stopped the other party from eating and drinking. He was worried that if he continued like this, the other party would be stuffed to death. Tell me, why are you here? Alas. Little finger sighed. It's hard to explain in a few words. To put it simply, it was a failed assassination attempt. Assassination? Who to assassinate? Whoever has a higher rank will be assassinated. Lieutenant General Freso. Senior engineer's eyes fixed. You failed. Where is Sister Rose? It can't be said to be a complete failure. Little finger hesitated. At least the last news Sister Rose informed me of was that the assassination plan had changed, not that the plan failed. What about the gift? I thought, you are the only one in the whole desert who can help us, so I found an opportunity, quietly knocked out the bartender, and gave her a temporary neurosurgery, and once I met you in person, it would enter the trigger mode. By the way, did you get here after receiving my message? How did you get up here? When Mr. Gao wasn't paying attention, Little Finger stuffed another piece of steak into his mouth. News? I didn't receive your news. I came here because of the award. Little Finger opened his mouth wide, and the steak fell from his mouth. Oh no, then this assassination is really wrong. Gao Gong rubbed his eyebrows, said, let's not talk about anything else. I want to ask you, do you know where Sister Rose is now? I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't come to you. Another question, why does that bartender look so much like Sister Rose? Looks like Sister Rose? Little Finger blinked. No, not at all. Gao Gong didn't waste any words. He stared at Little Finger with his right eye. Virtual transformation was activated. Little Finger's eyes blurred, and the next moment, he seemed to appear in the banquet hall. What is this? VR projection? Virtual transformation, biological transformation. The Michael people live in gaseous planets all year round. In order to survive, their mental systems have evolved to be extremely powerful. Not only can they copy everything they have seen, they can even reverse illusions and attack others. Little Finger walked to the bar Mimi, whose face is almost identical to Black Rose, smiled and said, what would you like to drink? Sir? Damn, she didn't look like this before. Little Finger was stunned. Engineer Gao retracted the illusion, looked at the other person calmly, said, can you tell me what's going on now? Little Finger hesitated for a moment, said, Sister Rose is a bionic person. Did you know that? Yes. You know? Okay. Little Finger lowered his head and muttered a few words, then raised his head and said, but I want to tell you that Sister Rose is not completely a bionic person. What do you mean? To be precise, Sister Rose is the descendant of a bionic person who was transformed into a bionic person. Descendant of a bionic person. Can a bionic person have descendants? Engineer Gao was stunned and blurted out, her mother's reproductive system is so realistic. Chapter 150 Evolutionary Bionics. Little Finger hesitated to speak. Gao Gong immediately realized his grammatical error and coughed dryly. Don't think too much. Please understand it literally. This is purely a scientific discussion. Little Finger shook his head and said, her mother is not a bionic person, but a native prostitute. So his father is a bionic person. Little Finger hesitated and nodded. You can think so. I still don't understand. Okay. Little Finger sighed and said, I'll start from the beginning. I don't. Born in the city that never sleeps, but in the free shore that is farther away. Do you know where the free shore is? The sky battleship on the ground, the brothel of the second generation in the mother city. Almost. My father, also my teacher, is a prosthetic doctor who specializes in reproductive transformation for the rich. You know, the rich are as perverted as they can be. At first it was just the size, then the material, and then the deformation. You probably can't imagine having a row of. Little Finger introduced the beginning in a rambling manner. Later, on a late night with heavy electronic rain, at the entrance of a club, my father, and I saw a little girl who was beaten with broken limbs because she refused to receive customers. The blood filled her joints, looking very scary, and I was scared to death at the time. My father took her home and replaced her prosthesis. Because my father had a mistress named Old Rose, we called her Little Rose. It's strange. Little Rose is very suitable for prosthetic transformation. According to my father, she has nearly 100% prosthetic compatibility, which allows her to easily master more advanced and more dangerous prostheses. So, while I was still removing appendectomies and chicken skin everywhere, this Little Rose had already started hanging around in the underworld, and had a great reputation. Little Rose has always been very secretive about her life experience, and we didn't dare to ask. Later, my father was the first to know. It turned out that her mother was a prostitute, and her father was a man from Yun, the bionic nobles of Dwanji City. The power of this bionic noble is very strong, and can be traced back to the 6 bionic groups that rule the entire bionic world. Although we don't know why he came down, and why he left his seed in a prostitute. In short, it happened like this. During the growth of Little Rose, we can vaguely feel that there are forces constantly testing and fighting. In order to protect her and ourselves, we began to hide from place to place. And in this process, Little Rose also began to be silent, began to aggressively pursue power, and even began to take the initiative to contact some very dangerous things in the underground world. If Daddy was there, Daddy could still persuade her and prevent her from falling into some kind of madness. But in an assassination against her, Daddy was also taken care of by the killer and was seriously injured. And Little Rose was abducted by the enemy. Speaking of this, Littlefinger took a deep breath and poured half a glass of wine. On the first day of my father's burial, Little Rose appeared. After paying respect to my father, she told me the truth. It turned out that after she was abducted, another force rescued her. This force was the Bionic Rebels, the notorious terrorist organization. The other party gave her 2 choices, either to join the rebels or to join a force that could protect her safety. What did she choose? Gao Gong asked. Sister Rose chose to join them and became a killer on the dark web. And I inherited my father's legacy and became a cyborg doctor on the other side of freedom. About 7 or 8 years later, I occasionally heard that there was an ace killer on the dark web who assassinated many big figures, even the administrator of the mother city. This ace killer was called Black Rose. And that Black Rose was the Little Rose back then. When we met again, her body had been transformed and she became a complete bionic man. She told me that she had left the dark web and was now a free killer. She asked me if I was willing to go with her. She needed a cyborg doctor she could trust enough. Obviously you agreed, said Engineer Gao. Littlefinger shrugged and said, before my father died, he told me to find Little Rose and protect her. What choice did I have? Later, we went to several continents one after another. I had a vague feeling that she was looking for something. She probably didn't find it. In the end, she seemed disappointed. So we moved to this radiation zone. I went back to my old job, and she became a killer agent and started to run a small underground force. You know more or less what happened next. Littlefinger glanced at Gao Gong and said with some grief and indignation, I licked her for so many years, but I didn't expect to be robbed by a little wolf dog. Although Littlefinger said this, he was not very angry. This guy's feelings for Sister Rose should be more like a sister and brother, or a brother and sister. Littlefinger sighed, and said, about a year ago, the dark web found us again, and Sister Rose, for some reason, joined the organization again and even started to contact their top leaders. I tried to persuade her several times but failed. And then this mission came about. Is this a trap? Littlefinger thought for a long time, and was not sure. It is possible, but it may just be an accident. Sister Rose never does business at a loss. Except for you. At the end, the middle-aged man glared at him. Engineer Gao chuckled. Who said I was losing money? 5 minutes of charging. 3 hours of use. It's a good deal. Seeing the other party staring at him with wide eyes, as if to say, there are such shameless people in the world. Engineer Gao coughed dryly, and quickly changed his words. Anyway, finding Sister Rose is the first priority. Do you have any clues? I didn't have any at first, but the bartender turned into Sister Rose, which gave me some ideas. Oh, please go ahead. Sister Rose is the ace of the dark web. She is proficient in all kinds of close-range killing methods, long and short firearms, and some secret network intrusions. It can be said that she has no shortcomings at all. Engineer Gao nodded. The Ace of the Dark Wood must be a character above level 40. And proficient in all weapons. This is quite powerful. But I am the only one who knows best. Sister Rose's strongest method is not to use weapons, but a move based on her talent. With this move, everyone and everything can become her weapon. I have only seen her use it once. That time, all the enemies on the 17th floor were killed by her. She named this move Evolutionary Bionics. Evolutionary Bionics. Mission completed. Experience plus 20,000. A random bionics blueprint. Chapter 151 Blade Runner. Network Bionics, Evolutionary Bionics, Molecular Bionics. 3 bionic technologies missing from the Research Institute's task chain. I didn't expect to find one of them so quickly, and it was Sister Rose who knew me inside and out. This bionics is too realistic. NPCs like Sister Rose, strength, talent, looks, are all 1 in a million, and come with their own task chain. How come I never heard of her in my previous life? Logically speaking, even if I haven't heard of her reputation, I should have read her book. Unless, in the timeline where I didn't appear, this person was lost here. Gao Gong's attention to Sister Rose has reached an unprecedented level. Mastering evolutionary bionics means that she has the potential to reach rebellion. Every planet has a planetary protagonist. And there is not necessarily only one planetary protagonist. On the Machine Rift planet, there are 2 recognized protagonists. Rebellion A and the Artificial Intelligence War. And some alternatives, such as the 11 Oceans in the fall of Arasaka Tower. The crazy reformer of Mars Fingmong. The winner in the Electronic Brain Revolution. The young CEO of the Holy Brain Group. And the few trendsetters in the Cyber Tide. At present, Sister Rose's background is not inferior to these alternatives. Is it because she died here that she is not well known? Gao Gong's face gradually became serious. If she died here, who would support her in the future? It's not easy to find a rich woman with such a good figure. Beep beep. Mission Ring 3. The Disappearing Black Rose. Difficulty, difficult. Mission brief. An assassination shrouded in the night. Is it a success or a failure? The bionic person with special blood. Is it survival or death? Mission objective. Rescue Black Rose / find Black Rose's body. Mission reward. Experience plus 4,000. New bionic return mission fragment. What kind of move is evolutionary bionics? Why did the bartender Mimi grow up to look like Sister Rose? No, not just the bartender. Littlefinger took a deep breath and said, "It's everyone on this battleship. They may be the objects of Sister Rose's bionics. Theoretically, everyone can be Sister Rose." Gao Gong recalled the previous scenes. The strange-blooded Vlaso who is a vegetarian for no apparent reason. The familiarity he felt from the bionic Anna and the bionic Xiao Yi. And the bartender who turned into Sister Rose. So, because the assassination plan went wrong, the evolutionary bionics also went wrong? That's what it looks like now. Littlefinger nodded. What do you think? Just as Littlefinger was about to say something, the doorbell rang. Gao Gong stood up in an instant, and at the same time held down the other party. The next moment, Littlefinger felt a sticky feeling covering his head to his feet, and with the intuition of a prosthetic doctor, he felt that all the signals on his body were blocked. How come this guy is getting more and more perverted? And his methods are a bit like Sister Rose's. Give it a quiet gesture to his little finger, Gao Gong stood up, as the mist in his eyes slowly turned, the plates, the wine glasses, the leftovers were restored to their original state one by one. Gao Gong opened the door. It was Xiao Tong and Xiao Ye. So late? Did I delay your work? Xiao Tong became more enthusiastic, and hammered his chest. It can be confirmed that you are the blood of the Empire, and the most authentic blood of the Emperor. I have passed the news to the family. The elders of the family are very excited, and let us protect you. Xiao Ye did not speak, but glanced into the room. The pupils in her eyes grew densely packed with small pupils. The Xiao family, or rather, the colonizers, would not do mechanical transformation, because it would induce biological rejection. But in the direction of biological transformation, the Xiao family is an expert. Xiao Ye's eyes are biological prosthetic eyes, which are better than military-enhanced prosthetic eyes. But she looked around and found no abnormalities. This is the suppression of the bloodline class. Why? Are you looking to see if I have a woman? Engineer Gao laughed. It could also be a man. Xiao Ye curled her lips and threw something, which was the strange test tube from the daytime. Find out the use of this thing yourself. It can train your bloodline strength. Really? Thanks. Okay. Let's go. Xiao Tong put his arm around Engineer Gao's shoulders. Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows. Where are we going? You're not really taking me to find a woman. Are you? Of course not. I'm taking you to meet some people. You can ask them to do things that are inconvenient for our Xiao family to do in the future. They, like you, have very special identities. Special identity? Engineer Gao had an idea and deliberately made an uneasy expression. I probably know who you are going to take me to see. But it's not safe in the sky battleship. Under the eyes of Frasso. How about next time? What are you afraid of? Xiaoye glanced at him. Frasso is nothing. In a few days, he will also be one of ours. Do you believe it? Engineer Gao was stunned. Frasso is yours. Then you. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Let's go. When you see the real person, you will know. How powerful it is. In the huge pheromone network, information flows continuously, and the hub of interaction is the Golden Palace in the center of the mothership, or to be more precise, the master of the palace. Alien blood Flaso. Many people know that, in the Sky Carrier, except for the necessary detection, there is no monitoring equipment inside. Countless people have proved this. Therefore, many prominent figures, in addition to being extravagant and licentious here, will also do some secret transactions in secret. Because it is safe enough here. But few people know that, alien blood Flaso, is watching all this silently. The alien blood he implanted, is a rare pheromone life, and the entire mothership, is covered with his chemical substances, and it can even be said that, the entire Sky Carrier is his body. As long as he wants. He can know everything here. But at this moment, the network of Flaso's pheromones is gradually covered by an electronic grid. And in the electronic grid, there are graceful figures, which control the pheromones of everyone, preventing the spread of the electronic grid on the one hand, and constantly devouring the blood of Flaso on the other hand. It cannot be said to be devouring, but evolution, evolving a more perfect alien bloodline, replacing Flaso, and mastering this pheromone network. As for Fraso himself, he had to resist these two forces at the same time. Everything was going on in silence. Whoever could break the deadlock first would be the final winner. Every major general of the security group had his own separate residence in this mothership. It was commonly known as the unit housing allocation. Xiao Tong's residence was a very old-fashioned courtyard with carved beams and painted buildings, and lotus lanterns hanging between the eaves, which looked very artistic. On the edge of a lotus pond, Xiaoye was holding his chin with both hands. When he saw Gao Gong, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Master!" His two short legs fluttered, and he quickly ran to Gao Gong's side. He jumped hard and Gao Gong subconsciously opened his hands. This damn instinct. Hearing the noise, figures came out one after another. Remember, we declare to the outside world that you are only the blood of a certain elector. Don't let it slip. Xiao Tong's voice suddenly rang in Gao Gong's ears. Premature exposure will do you no good. This is Xiaoye's voice. Blood of the Empire, I finally see you. The white-haired middle-aged man in the lead was quite enthusiastic and took the initiative to extend his hand. Gao Gong extended his hand, and at the moment before contact, his brows raised and retracted it. As a newly minted hacker killer, Gao Gong can easily feel the flow of data, which is, to put it simply, to manually test the network speed. The network speed of the other party is 100 times that of a normal person, which is very abnormal. With this network speed, he suspected that once he shook hands, something would be downloaded from his body. You have a strong sense of danger. Killer? Xiao Tong quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "This is Mr. Ford from the dark web." Mr. Ford was not angry, but looked at Gao Gong with some surprise, and said, "Introduce yourself." The killer agent of the 9 to 3 Guangzhou section. Harris Ford. The person in charge of a regional section. This status is not low. And the person in charge of the dark web is not a bionic man. Before Mr. Ford answered, Gao Gong looked him up and down. You are not a cyber hacker either. You don't have a network implant. A corporate neural editor? No. You don't have the neurotic traits of a programmer in the mechanical age. Plus, you don't have any traces of modification. Yet you have such a huge amount of data flow. Senior engineer raised his eyebrows sharply. You are actually a defected Blade Runner. Mr. Ford's face froze. The faces of several people around him also changed. Obviously, they didn't know the origin of this person either. But they are very clear about the taboos of this identity. Blade Runner. The guardian of the cybernet boundary. the guard of the deep web in the three mother cities. From the lowest level humanoid antivirus software, to the self-aware Blackwing killer, to the Red Wing killer responsible for disinfection in the cybernet, and the Blade Runner who can copy self-awareness and download it into the human body. And the last one, the Cloud Wing killer whose computing power is comparable to that of a large AI. The status of the Blade Runner is already quite high. Such an important undercover person, whose identity was exposed by a sentence from a senior engineer. The consequences can be imagined. Mr. Ford smiled and stretched out his hand to tighten his tie. On his pure black suit, a faint silver light appeared. The next moment, the silver light covered everyone at the speed of optical fiber transmission. The overwhelming data stream, the crisscrossing streets of the city that never sleeps, the neon lights flashing wildly, the lights of the high-rise building shuttled, the pedestrians downstairs appeared and disappeared at a speed magnified 10,000 times. The molten steel poured into a rainstorm. Mr. Ford appeared opposite Gao Gong again. With white hair and blue eyes, looking particularly gloomy at this moment, he stretched out a hand. The rain stopped. Gao Gong immediately felt a crunch in his throat, and a stream of silver juice transformed from data gushed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose. You are virtually invaded by Blade Runner. Your consciousness exceeds 100 points. And you are immune. The next moment, the data on Gao Gong's body surface sprayed out, and he turned into a black windbreaker and appeared on his body's surface. At the same time, two silver and black pistols appeared on his palms. The gun body turned violently in the rain, and the rain falling on the gun body turned into bullets, and was stuffed into the magazine as the gun body turned. Programming bullets. You can intercept a piece of programming language and stuff it into your own magazine. The power depends on the programming level. The muzzle lit up with a silver-white flame, and the anti-invasion bullet sprayed out. Chapter 152 Dispersed Locations. The battles at the real level and the network level are two completely different concepts. It's like no matter how powerful your graphics card is, if you don't install antivirus software, the other party can easily hack in and permanently delete a bunch of video sources under your hidden files. This is also the most powerful part of the information flow player. As long as you can't hit me along the network cable, then I can kill you. The Blade Runner is undoubtedly this kind of character. If it was before the advanced hacker gunner, Gao Gong would be powerless to do anything about it. Of course, he couldn't be as arrogant as he is now. As the programmed bullets shot into his body, Mr. Ford's body was visibly covered with large silver holes. The stagnant rain also fell with a bang. Mr. Ford's face darkened, and the next moment, the water surface turned silver, and quickly spread to Gao Gong. As the master of a virtual civilization, Gao Gong sincerely suggested that everyone should not fight with AI in places with good signals, as that was the enemy's home ground. So Gao Gong simply stopped playing. The next moment, dense fog began to spread from his body and expanded rapidly. The first silver wave rushed to the vicinity of the white fog and was actually blocked. Mental barrier biological transformation. The earliest Michael people had no body. In order to survive, they evolved a materialized mental barrier, which can resist all visible and invisible things. Gao Gong fell into the fog and disappeared in this illusory city that never sleeps. Just before he disappeared, one after another figure walked out from the high-rise buildings and the streets and alleys. When the cyber guard reaches the level of Blade Runner, they have mastered the ability of virus transformation, which means that the more viruses they kill, the more clones they can transform. Gao Gong suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Tong tried to smooth things over and said, "This is Mr. Ford from the dark web." The others also look normal. Except for himself, have all the memories of others been deleted? Mr. Ford looked at him with a gloomy face, finally showed a gentle fake smile, and extended his hand again. Engineer Gao could clearly feel that, this time, the internet speed on the other person's hand returned to normal. Hands were clasped together. Mr. Ford leaned close to Engineer Gao's ear. "If my identity is leaked, then I know who to look for. I think you should call the police first." Engineer Gao showed a fake smile of the same style. Next, Engineer Gao showed everyone what Gao Duidio was. "Hello, my name is Wang Tian. I believe you should know me. A middle-aged tycoon with a strong aura. I hope the grudge between Ms. Du and me will not affect our cooperation." "No problem. Happy cooperation. By the way, is your son still alive? This is Counselor Russell from the city that never sleeps. Member? Is he a dog with a sponsor, or a country bumpkin without a sponsor? Who is this?" Xiao Tong was a little embarrassed, taking advantage of a gap, complained, "Did you eat gunpowder today?" I will recognize you today. They are all well-known figures. Is it a well-known figure or many well-known figures? Gao Gong sneered. I think these people are the kind of people who will not release their eagles until they see the rabbit. Xiao Yi agreed. Yes, the descendants of the empire should have this kind of dominance. If you are valuable for cooperation, they will naturally come to you. If you are not valuable, even if you are the elector himself, it is useless. They are different from our Xiao family. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of rebels. One is idealists, similar to Gao Gong's restorationists. One is revenge seekers, represented by the knights. The third is realists. And the last type has the largest number of people. They rebel against the mother city openly or secretly for their own interests. In Xiao Yi's eyes, Engineer Gao's arrogance was probably the genuine rebels looking down on those who made money by doing illegal things. Engineer Gao's real purpose was to end the meeting as soon as possible. What's the point of rebelling? It's better to go back and sleep with a rich woman. After Engineer Gao's actions, these leading figures also felt that Engineer Gao was a stubborn character, and their attitudes suddenly became cold. It was a pity for Xiao Tong, who was not a good person. These people stood together in groups of 3 or 2, either talking about business or talking about beauties, leaving Engineer Gao aside. Engineer Gao also raised his chin, acting as if he would not argue with the idiot, stayed for a moment, and then made a move to leave. Master, are you leaving? Xiao Yi pitifully pulled the corner of Engineer Gao's clothes. Xiao Tong introduced everyone present, except the bionic man Xiao Yi, to be precise, the one who injected the AI seed into Xiao Yi. There are 2 possibilities. 1. Xiao Tong did not know who was behind Xiao Yi. 2. The person behind Xiao Yi was too powerful, and he was not qualified to know him now. Gao Gong preferred the second one. He stared at the emerald eyes of the bionic man Xiao Yi. In his memory, Sister Rose also had such eyes. Well, we'll see you next time. After saving Sister Rose, he decided to find a chance to get rid of this AI seed. As an AI expert, he had several ways to remove this seed silently. Lolita should be like a Lolita, even if she is a bionic Lolita. He also wanted to see who was behind the seed. Back in his room, Gao Gong was surprised to find that his little finger was gone. Fortunately, the other party left a note, saying that he would be back soon. This old guy is really brave. Gao Gong waited until about 4 o'clock. A familiar knock on the door sounded. Gao Gong opened the door, and saw Little Finger sneaking in. He opened the thing in his arms and saw. Fuck. It turned out to be a human head. You killed the bartender. And took her head. This is Sister Rose's head. Don't worry. She's not dead. I'll give her a new one later. These words sounded like a horror movie. By the way, please help me hold down her head. What do you want to do? I'll take her eyeballs out. It looks more like her. Little Finger's eyes were burning. I think I know how to save Sister Rose. How do you mean? I checked this head, and found that it has 2 kinds of brain waves. One is a strong brain wave, which is the bartender's, and the other is a weak brain wave, which is Sister Rose's. How do you know it must be Sister Rose? Nonsense. Who do you think did Sister Rose's prosthetic surgery? Well done, it feels good, I'm very satisfied. Little Finger's face darkened, he endured it, and continued, I continue to check, and I think I understand. Sister Rose should be trapped in evolutionary bionics. We have to get her out. How to get her out? Gao Gong raised his eyebrows slightly, and thought of a possibility. No way. Just as you think, Sister Rose's consciousness is trapped in the process of evolutionary bionics. Body parts grow on other people. As long as we find most of the parts on Sister Rose's body, and put her back together, there is a certain probability that she will be awakened. Gao Gong was silent for a while, and said, Do you know how many people are on this sky carrier? Little Finger was also silent. And after a long while he hesitated and said, There should be 5,000 or 6,000. Excluding men. There are at least 3,000 people. According to Sister Rose's aesthetics, she prefers the bodies of strong people. Those with bad figures can also be excluded. And they must be tolerant. Sister Rose prefers fresh, clean flesh. The two looked at each other. And after such calculation, it was not particularly exaggerated. The visible parts are fine, but what about the invisible parts? Little Finger suddenly asked. It's okay, leave this difficult task to me, let me try and make mistakes, after all, I have experience. Little Finger was speechless for a moment. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? By the way, Gao Gong's eyes flashed with divine light, and the surrounding fog emerged again, and figures walked out of the fog. These were the prominent figures that I just met. Are there any acquaintances? Littlefinger's face really looked grim. He, and him, these are all hidden agents of the dark web, and are part of the assassination plan. Among the people pointed by Littlefinger, there was the counselor of the never-sleeping city before. What about him? Do you know him? Gao Gong thought. And the others dispersed, leaving only Mr. Ford, the Blade Runner. He claims to be the person in charge of the dark web on this continent. Littlefinger's face darkened. According to the results of Sister Rose's contact with the top leaders of the dark web, after this mission, she will become the person in charge of this dark web. Very good. In this way, the enemy is determined. Alien Blood Vlaso seemed to want to sharpen himself. And after hitting a snag, Xiao Tong's group of rebellious comrades would not pay attention to him for a short time. This bought Gao Gong enough time. At a social banquet, Gao Gong was standing in a corner, whispering to the disguised Littlefinger. I think that one is very similar. No, the shape is wrong. What about that one? No, the size is wrong. Why is it wrong? Aren't they both D? What do you know? Sister Rose's figure is a bit D and E. There is a subtle difference. Littlefinger blinked, a little ashamed. If it was a male size, he could tell at a glance, but if it was a female size, it would be far off. Ah, I found it. At this time, a modified singer was lazily drinking at the bar, with unfathomable ravines on her chest. Gao Gong straightened his clothes, showed a gentle smile, and approached. Hello. Seeing a wild handsome guy approaching her, the singer's eyes lit up. I know you, you are the recipient. Would you like to dance? Sure. For a female star with a little wealth like her, she came to the skyship mainly to catch a rich man, and now that a rich man came to her door, she would never let him go. In a slow waltz. When turning around, Gao Gong suddenly used both hands to hold the other person. And after a moment, he took the initiative to let go. Sorry. I danced wrong. It's okay. You have a great figure. The little star was so excited that she would not care about such a small matter. Gao Gong was sure. Chapter 153 Thighs. The hotel room where Mr. Gao is. Inside the room, Mr. Gao has sent away another girl. To say he sent her away, he is just using the eye of truth to create an illusion. And the real girls are still in the room, still immersed in the illusion they created. The illusion will last for about 3 days. After 3 days, these people will leave here, and their consciousness will return to normal. And on a long dining table, a woman made up of various parts is gradually taking shape. You'd better hurry up. I can't stand it any longer. Engineer Gao's eyes darkened. These women who came to the Sky Battleship all had backgrounds. He not only had to deal with these women, but also their bodyguards and even their families. Once one of them had a problem and was found missing, it would inevitably lead to a chain reaction. It's hard to deal with too many women. Littlefinger sneered. Even as strong as you are, you still ended up with kidney deficiency. Engineer Gao raised his middle finger. As Sister Rose gradually took shape, light blue lines began to appear on her body. Like Mystique in X-Men. With more and more lines. And more complex. At this time, Engineer Gao leaned against the wall, with a metal test tube on his finger. At this time, a drop of Black Prince's blood was turning into a bloodline. Rotating in the test tube, Engineer Gao had already played with this drop of blood very well. And even if it was implanted now, the rejection would not be very high. Xiaoya probably didn't expect that the part of the Emperor engine she gave to the other party would become a means for Engineer Gao to train King's blood. Name, number 3 tube category, engine parts quality. Weight, 100g. Note, it is a part of a super engine, which can be used to verify and train King's blood. Engineer Gao stretched out his other arm, and his skin and flesh slowly split open. Another test tube fell down, and floated in the air through the nerve bundle. The drop of Black Prince's blood flowed back into the test tube. Engineer Gao suddenly picked up the test tube and observed it carefully. Is there less Black Prince's blood in this tube? Engineer Gao touched his chin. It doesn't make sense. All the blood that was extracted before is here. I didn't absorb it, so it can't just disappear out of thin air. As soon as the thought came to mind, all the nerve bundles in the body began to produce nerve signals. And these nerve signals gradually returned to the state when they were absorbing the royal blood. Then all the signals began to conduct in reverse. This is a physical skill developed to simulate bullet time. It can trace back the body's sensations. The scenes in the body before appeared in the mind like fragments of memory. It was not absorbed by the body, nor did it dissipate, but it disappeared in a certain part of the human body. This part is where the colonized body is. The colonized body can absorb the royal blood? Well, actually, if you think about it carefully, this is not surprising. The royal blood was originally adapted to the blood of the emperor engine, and the colonized soldier body was transformed from the essence of the mechanical body of the great knight steel. It was normal for the two to fall in love with each other. As soon as the senior engineer thought about it, a little bit of royal blood was extracted and fell into the contaminated part of the colonized soldier body. As expected, the colonized soldier body began to absorb the royal blood bit by bit, and at the same time, it began to turn from virtual to real, and the area was reduced. It was like a wild cat that had eaten canned meat, and finally became comfortable. After 1/3 of the royal blood was absorbed, the colony had condensed into a metal sphere, which was just hanging on the heart of the senior engineer. Your circulatory system has been unblocked. Good news. One less stubborn person. After absorbing for about 3 minutes, cracks began to appear on the surface of the metal sphere, which were very regular, like some kind of scales. These cracks also meant that the metal sphere could be expanded. Your advanced mechanical plug-in colony has been activated. Do you want to implant it? The senior engineer quickly clicked no. This level of mechanical implantation, the improvement rate must exceed 5%, maybe even 10%. Implanting at this time is because I am afraid that I am not ostentatious enough, and I will not die quickly enough. But excitement is still inevitable. At least for mechanical implants within level 20, there is no need to worry about it. And mechanical transformation can also be tried. He has not wanted to be a human for a long time. It seems to be a problem. The little finger wiped the sweat off his face, hesitantly said. The circuit on Sister Rose began to flash on a large scale. What's going on? Engineer Gao frowned. Didn't you say that as long as 50% of the bionic body is gathered, Sister Rose can be revived? That's the theory. But as it stands now, the brain waves have only recovered their initial activity. To restore consciousness, more is needed. Time is running out. All we can find now are some small parts. Littlefinger knew that it was too much to ask, and said with a pale face, at least 1/5 of the body parts are needed. Or 1/6 of the brain. Otherwise, Sister Rose will probably die. Engineer Gao's face sank. And the next moment, a terrifying pressure covered the entire room. Littlefinger was horrified to find that the feeling the other party gave him now was almost the same as that of the original Black Rose. It's not my surgical error. The main reason is that someone is holding Sister Rose's consciousness and preventing her from returning to reality. Littlefinger waved his hands frantically. Someone is holding her. Yes. Littlefinger explained quickly. Do you know why I had to pretend to be dead before you came, instead of hiding somewhere? It's because I could vaguely feel that there was an eye staring at me. Only by stopping brain waves can I avoid the other party's search. Large eye life? Impossible. Its server can't be moved to this mothership. Littlefinger hesitated, and said, the feeling the other party gave me was more like cyberspace. That huge data consciousness, the sense of the world that seems real and illusory, and the instinctive desire for expansion are very similar. 1/5 of the body part, 1/6 of the brain. Gao Gong muttered to himself. He could determine the location of that body part. The captain of the symbiotic team, the 2 big white legs of the bionic Anna. Definitely Sister Rose's. Chapter 154 Search. Gao Gong left, to get the last pair of white legs. When he appeared outside, you could clearly feel that the atmosphere was different. There were elite soldiers of the security group everywhere. These soldiers were different from the cannon fodder on the ground. They were more like authentic mechanical legions, with green metal shells, streamlined armor structures, weapon systems that conform to kinematics, an automatic machine gun on the back, and 2 scimitar-shaped electric saws in both hands, and a pair of bright red electronic eyes constantly looking at the pedestrians around. Gao Gong saw a middle-aged man, who was obviously of high status, just resisted for a few words, and was pressed to the ground, and then dragged away. Gao Gong had not taken a few steps when 2 figures fell from the sky. They had alloyed long swords on their backs, large knife grips in their hands, shoulders, waists, and dart ejection ports. This was the mechanical ninja unit. Name, position, said a mechanical ninja in a cold voice. Another mechanical ninja looked Gao Gong up and down, and suddenly said, Counselor Gao? Do you know me? I had the honor of fighting under you. My name is Zuomon. Zuomon, Gao Gong said. Are you a subordinate of Mr. Song Ji? Although the mechanical ninja recognized Gao Gong, he did not let him go, but asked cautiously, Counselor Gao, where are you going? Gao Gong pointed to the largest Paradise Hotel on the mothership. Let's go to the lobby and have a drink. Zeman signaled another mechanical ninja to make way. Gao Gong walked back after only 2 steps. Can you tell me what happened? Zeman obviously hesitated. Fortunately, at this time, Gao Gong's reputation in the security group played a role. Zeman looked around and whispered, Lord Freso was assassinated. Now the whole ship is being searched. Gao Gong's heart stomped, but on the surface he shrugged and complained, then this assassin is really looking for death. Assassinating on the sky carrier, is he not going to escape? That's right. Gao Gong turned around and waved his hand, but as soon as he turned around, his expression became gloomy. If the other party really searched the entire ship and found my room, it would be fun. Engineer Gao quickly walked into the lobby and came to the bar. This time the waiter was a young man. Engineer Gao said a few words, and the other party nodded. Soon, the virtual call function was connected at the bar. A virtual screen lit up, and Anna's beautiful face that didn't look like a normal person appeared. She seemed to have just taken a shower. She was wrapped in a pure white bath towel. Her uneven figure could be vaguely seen, and her 2 long legs were exposed. While wiping her hair with the towel, she lazily said, It's really strange that you would call me. Engineer Gao said calmly, regarding the exclusive sale of energy annihilators, I can consider handing it over to you. Anna's eyes lit up, and she said, Really? But I need a list of some of the customers of the Paradise Club. Anna's face changed quickly. How do you know about the Paradise Club? The Waltz Group has not been doing well in the past 2 years. There are too many new corporate monsters that are madly squeezing the group's main business. Under this premise, the Paradise Society is particularly important. Many of its members are internal consortiums, heirs of foundations, and some are royal families of various countries in the old civilization era, high-level political parties, and they even have 1 or 2 ancient professional knowledge chains in their hands. These are the core heritage of the countries in the old civilization era. Anna could never agree to this condition. It seems that you can't agree to it. Gao Gong hung up the phone. Where are you? I will talk to you in person. The first floor of the Paradise Hotel. No waiting after the time is up. Gao Gong hung up the phone, licked his lips, and this first step was considered a success. However, when Gao Gong saw the soldiers of the security corps searching door to door, he was not sure that he would be able to make it in time. How could the alien blood Vlaso be assassinated again? Or was it that the other party, like Sister Rose, had begun to wake up? Fuck. You came so quickly. Why didn't you guys be so active during the war? Littlefinger had just hidden an unconscious girl in the closet, and looked out the window, and saw that one female soldier after another had entered the hotel. These soldiers looked demonic, with bright red scales on their bodies and a long snake tail, with dagger-like scales that rose and fell as they climbed the stairs. 6 desert divisions. 6 major generals, each with his own elite. Xiao Tong's mother's city colonizer, Graham's genetic debugging warrior, Matsumoto's mechanical ninja, Zhang Feng's blade warrior, Zhang Hai's coastal guard, and the only female Major General Freya, with the Lamia guard. These Lamias are the product of genetic engineering. They have the unique perception ability of snakes. They are good at binding, assassination, lurking, and sometimes they will satisfy the special fetishes of some big men. What to do, what to do, what to do. The little wolf dog just went out. It's too late to call him back now. Littlefinger was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, and prepared to dissect Sister Rose again. Just as the scalpel was inserted into the body, an arm suddenly stretched out and clamped his wrist. Anna came later than Gao Gong thought. She must have been interrogated during the process. Her face didn't look good. This group of dirty natives on the ground. Anna glanced at Gao Gong again, and said stiffly, I didn't say you. Gao Gong looked around, and said, Are you going to talk here? Anna looked at the increasing number of guards, and felt that it was not a good idea to talk here. Let's get a room. Gao Gong stood up, took Anna's hand, and put his arm around her waist. Anna frowned and said nothing. Unlike native humans, the worldview of androids is closely related to the personality template they implanted. That is to say, her personality was set when she was born. Anna's personality template is a made template, and everything is based on the master's mission. If she sleeps with him, she can get the exclusive rights to the energy annihilator. In her opinion, it is a good deal. It's not like she hasn't done this before. At most, she can just replace the parts that other men have used. The master won't care. In this regard, the bionic man has a unique advantage. It seems that because he just took a shower, the senior engineer can smell the perfume on the other person's hair. The sweat gland system of advanced bionic men stores the top perfumes. For bionic men, sweating profusely is not just an adjective. It seems that she came in a hurry. Anna was only wearing a large windbreaker. The material inside the windbreaker was relatively small, revealing a large area of whiteness. Two handsome men and beautiful women. One is the messenger of the cloud nobles. The other is the upstart of the oasis on the ground. The two walked on the corridor, and even the strictest guards dared not stop them. As soon as the door was closed, Gao Gong blocked the other's mouth and pressed her to the bed. A trace of disgust flashed in Anna's eyes, but her face turned red under the operation of artificial hormones, exuding an aphrodisiac fragrance. She pushed away the other's palm, and her voice was soul-stirring. Sign the agreement first. I will accompany you well. Also, tell me, where did you know the news of the Paradise Society? Gao Gong did not answer, but hugged the other tightly. Anna was about to push him away, but then she found that the other's hands and feet were like copper hoops, tightly holding her. You? The next moment, a large area of blood and flesh burst out from Gao Gong's body, covering his body surface and drilling into his body. Countless flesh buds squeezed out at the connection between the two, as if to stick them together into a big neat ball. Gao Gong's eyes were full of weirdness. Let's merge. Anna finally realized that the other party didn't want her body, but her life. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, black holes of guns appeared on his fingers, shoulders, and knees. However, as soon as the gun holes appeared, they were drilled by blood and flesh, and the gunshots turned into a muffled sound. At the same time, the sensors in various parts of the body also lost contact. As a customized version of the bionic man, Anna naturally has more than just this trick. The black gem ring on her finger suddenly lit up. The next moment, the shell of the mecha flipped off the skin. This is not a nanomecha, but a human mecha integration. Her entire body is a human-shaped mecha. The deformation of the mecha crushes the flesh and blood that penetrated into the body into mincemeat. You lose 100 health points. Your health decreases by 100 points and enters the muscle strain state. You lose 50 health points. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. The next moment, countless nerve bundles spewed out from his eyes, ears, mouth and nose, and directly pierced into the opponent's face. Almost at the same time as the nerve bundle pierced the opponent, the speed of the opponent's mecha deformation slowed down, and some parts simply stopped. The opponent's eyes also became confused. Done? However, the next moment, the color of crazy struggle emerged again, and layers of electronic wall phantoms pressed towards him out of thin air. Every time they pressed, dozens of nerve bundles were broken. Damn. A bionic man actually installed a firewall. You even defend against gentlemen. The mecha flipped hard, and the back opened. A figure bounced out of the mecha and staggered towards the balcony. A murderous look flashed in the eyes of the engineer. A dozen silver-white gun shuttles popped out of his body and combined into a large shuttle-shaped energy cannon in midair. As for why the shuttle-shaped Mayfly gun could pass the inspection, it's like a sword from the previous dynasty, which can't kill an official from the current dynasty. You use the detection equipment of the second-level civilization, so you naturally can't detect the weapons of the third-level civilization. The blue light ball condensed successfully in an instant. But the next moment, the engineer canceled the launch. The reason was simple. As soon as Anna rushed out of the balcony, a slender hand grabbed her head like lightning and smashed her heavily to the ground. At the same time, the person gently stroked, and two big white legs shot out. With a grab and a turn, the pair of white and smooth sports tools changed their owners. The person slowly stood up, and the parts of his body changed from invisible to visible. The blue electronic lines were looming, which looked like a classic scene of Ghost in the Shell. When he saw Black Rose again, Gao Gong's thousands of words turned into one sentence. Sister Rose, without thighs. How did you get here? Chapter 155 Pheromone Network. Sister Rose's eyes were missing, and some of the small parts on her body were not installed properly. So her enchanting temperament was mixed with a hint of horror. Black Rose stepped on Anna's head with one foot, and a large number of electronic parts were exposed. She walked in front of Gao Gong and looked down at her little wolf dog. Were you very happy with the intimacy just now? Gao Gong's face was serious. Of course not. I have been enduring humiliation for your body. There is only one sun in my heart, no one moon, that is you. Black Rose snorted coldly, raised Gao Gong's chin, and blocked his mouth, although only half of the tongue was used. Sister Rose's kissing skills were still so domineering. Gao Gong hugged the other's waist. There were 2 ribs missing from the other's waist. Like a snake. There was also a large crack in the ribs, and his palm almost cut into it. The communication between the rich woman and the little wolf dog was always so simple and rough. I want to go to the Golden Palace. After a brief exchange, Black Rose got straight to the point. You still want to assassinate Frasso. But your current state is not to assassinate, but to win. Besides Frasso, who else is the opponent? This is the question that Gao Gong cares about most. A CEO of the electronic grid, it was it that interfered with the assassination. Electronic Grid, one of the 6 major bionic companies, its main business is the bionic neural network. Did he disrupt the Darknet operation, or is this operation really a trap? It doesn't matter, as long as I can win, the other party will naturally give me a reasonable explanation. Sister Rose's words were still so overbearing, she bent down, grabbed Anna's neck, and lifted her body up. The next moment, the 2 corpses merged together without any incongruity, and Sister Rose became Anna. Evolutionary bionics is so damn powerful. Wait a minute. Gao Gong called Sister Rose, who was about to leave. You have helped me so many times. It is time for me to help you once. Oh! Gao Gong pressed his palm on the other's chest. With a thought, the next moment, reverse symbiosis was activated. Reverse symbiosis bloodline talent. The greatest ability of the symbiote is to devour the other's body and gain the other's ability. But as an artificial symbiote, you can separate a part of the body, let the other party master your ability. Gao Gong's biological energy began to drop rapidly. At the same time, the soft armor composed of countless nerve bundles covered the opponent's body surface. There was also an eyeball. The second-level true eye. My eyes are your eyes. Black Rose looked at Gao Gong's empty eye sockets, pursed her lips, and a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Reverse symbiosis, it seems that mechanical bodies can also be used. Gao Gong thought, and the next moment, the colonial body was separated from his body, turned into metal fluid, covered Sister Rose's body, turned into hand armor, arm armor, leg armor, knee armor. Black Rose immediately felt the powerful force of this weapon. She looked at Gao Gong deeply, and said, It seems that there are many things about you that I don't know, which is not good. Gao Gong showed a little wolf dog smile. Domineering, but not without licking the dog. Black Rose looked at him seriously, and jumped lightly, jumping down from the 10th floor. On the street patrolled by countless soldiers, a loud bang suddenly sounded. Above the 2 small pits, there were 2 beautiful metal boots. The colony on the knees sprayed a lot of water vapor. In the mist, a slender figure walked out slowly. The killer appeared in front of everyone with a swagger. Are you looking for me? Black Rose had no expression on her face. Blue circuits filled her body, and her fiery red hair seemed to be burning in flames. The wrist armor began to deform, and 2 slender steel swords extended out, like Western swords, but without round hilts. Almost at the moment, when the mechanical warrior turned the muzzle, Black Rose's figure disappeared. The air was filled with the sound of 7 explosions in succession. 7 times the sonic boom. In less than a second, Black Rose appeared at the end of the street. The next moment, more than 30 soldiers equipped with mechanical army standard equipment. Their necks twisted, and no bullets were fired. There was a common red dot between their eyebrows. This place is 5 streets away from the Golden Palace. Judging from Sister Rose's posture, she was planning to kill all the way. Black Rose had just turned a corner, and more than a dozen mechanical ninjas hidden in midair, and the mechanical scabbards in their hands made a gesture of drawing and slashing. However, as the mist in Black Rose's eyes grew, the surrounding environment began to sink inward, like a glass with countless cracks, and in each crack, a slender figure was reflected, either forward or backward, walking slowly, with a very sexy posture. After she left, the mechanical ninjas fell to the ground one by one, their eyes wide open. They didn't even know how the other party attacked. Gao Gong knew. Sharing the vision with Sister Rose, Gao Gong could clearly see the other party's attack movements. It was a magical assassination method. The weapon she used was the single molecule line transformed from the colony. That's right. It was the thing that Gao Gong used to travel. Compared with his stupid and clumsy Sister Rose manipulated this assassination thread with an elegant art. Master level. And the swordsmanship just now, you can't escape the expert level. According to Littlefinger, Sister Rose is proficient in all weapons, which means she has at least a dozen, or even dozens of expert skills. Even without the most advanced firepower system, this one's burst is by no means inferior to anyone. Especially the speed. 7 times the speed of sound is just an average level. Gao Gong feels that, if the opponent bursts out with all his strength, it can reach 10 times the speed of sound. Seeing this, Gao Gong felt his legs go weak. Thank you, Sister Rose, for not killing me. If she wants, she can definitely kill me. Black Rose walked 4 streets, and no enemy could stop her. Bullets can easily cut through. This is not her peak state. This female killer already has the aura of rebellion A. Of course, in this process, the role of the clone, the Eye of Truth, and the symbiont is also indispensable. The clone can transform into any weapon according to the needs of the opponent. The Eye of Truth allows her to maintain strong dynamic vision while moving at high speed. The symbiote pushes her attributes to the level of 50. Without any of these, Sister Rose would not be so heroic. On the last street, 6 Major Generals blocked the door. Jean Major General Graham, Saber Major General Zhang Feng, Snake Lady Major General Freya, Strong Colonization Major General Xiao Tong, Poseidon Major General Zhang Hai, Ninja Major General Matsumoto Shi. In front of the 6 people were 100 fully armed level 30 elites. There are more than 300 level 20 special elites. This is just the first line of defense. If this can't stop the opponent, the hundreds of armed aircraft of the Sky Carrier will carry out reckless bombing. This is a level 9 battleship with nuclear missile silos. Force killing? What a joke. Black Rose walked to the opposite side of the crowd in an orderly manner, stood still slightly, glanced around, and said to herself, "The accumulation is almost over." In her eyes, there are no living people in front of her. Instead, there are nodes of the pheromone network, like a colorful ocean. The more intense the emotion, the more dangerous the situation. The more pheromones the human body secretes. Pheromones, also known as pheromones, are substances secreted by an individual outside the body, which are detected by other individuals of the same species, causing the latter to show certain behaviors, emotions, psychological or physiological changes. In the universe, this kind of pheromone life descends on planets with underdeveloped civilizations, enters people's dreams, affects people's senses, and makes people feel terrified beyond their senses. So on many planets, these pheromones are also called outer gods. Blaiso's nickname is Other Blood because his blood has this kind of outer god power. And Black Rose has evolved this kind of outer god bloodline. Sister Rose opened her mouth, and you can see a cute little tooth at the innermost part. However, in the eyes of everyone, the atmosphere disappeared, the sky disappeared, an extremely huge mouth slowly opened, swallowing everyone into darkness. The tide of alien blood. Everyone lost consciousness. Except for Gao Gong. Only Gao Gong understood that Sister Rose used the pheromone network to launch a big move, which put everyone into a state of chaos. This also proved a fact. Sister Rose, who came out first, took the lead over Flaiso, and gained control of the pheromone network, and also gained control of the Sky Carrier. Sister Rose walked into the Golden Hall slowly, including the giant leopard Gilbert, and fell into some strange dream. Only Flaiso, who was sitting on the golden throne, had his eyes wide open, and seemed to be furious. As we all know, rage is usually associated with incompetence. Sister Rose walked to Flaiso, smiled gently, and stretched out her hand. The next moment, countless nerve bundles grew out from her palm, penetrated into the other person's body, and gained control of the other person's body. Unlike Gao Gong's nerve bundles, Sister Rose's nerve bundles were purple, mysterious and gorgeous, while the other person was in symbiosis. He also developed one of Gao Gong's most powerful abilities. The qualifications of the protagonist of the planet are indeed terrifyingly strong. The next moment, the world in front of Sister Rose disappeared, replaced by a tangled web, one of which was a pheromone network, and the other was a smaller cybernet. This level of battle is no longer about annihilation, but occupation. It's like 3 spiders competing to see who can weave the most silk. Sister Rose got out first, controlled the alien blood Flaiso, and the 2 pheromone networks merged into one, immediately becoming the most powerful force in the network, and began to counterattack the third party. A large number of electronic grids were replaced by hormone grids, and Sister Rose's domain further expanded. In the air, a faint sigh was heard. You should have started the great cause of bionics with us. The next moment, the network was torn apart. A large amount of electronic data poured out, transformed into Mr. Ford one by one, and began to prevent the spread of the pheromone network. Sister Rose frowned. Blade runners have a natural advantage in this level of battle. Gao Gong also noticed the drastic fluctuations in the data. It's time for him to act alone in the wilderness. Chapter 156 The Mastermind. Gao Gong could feel that, at the data level, there were human figures looming and multiplying rapidly like locusts. In this way, even if Sister Rose could win, the mastermind would have a high probability of escaping. This was not the result that Gao Gong wanted. In his previous life, Gao Gong also had his own Blade Runner, called the Pretty Girl Guard. So he was very clear about the weaknesses of this AI life. Relying on the symbiosis with Sister Rose, Gao Gong spoke in his heart. Sister Rose, help me locate the real body of the Blade Runner, and I will help you get rid of him. Sister Rose did not speak, but shared her vision in reverse. The next moment, Gao Gong's vision changed. A bit like the state of controlling the radiation field. Except that it was not violent energy around, but various types of hormones. These hormones control the metabolism, growth, development, and reproduction of organisms. Some people appear strong, but their hormones are extremely low, which means their kidneys are not good. Some people appear young, but their hormone balance is in chaos, which is the result of drug abuse. The hormones of bionic people are obviously different from those of normal humans, more violent, and more pure. Gao Gong turned over and landed on the air conditioner outside the building, with the help of water pipes, anti-theft windows, and climbed to the roof after a few jumps. The shuttle-shaped mayfly gun was reorganized into its main body. Gao Gong held the gun handle, and his perception merged with the gun body and began to spread outward. The skill of the hacker gunner was activated, and an illusory sniper rifle appeared, and it overlapped with the shuttle-shaped mayfly gun. A sniper bullet condensed from the hormone, containing a large amount of hormone data, excitement, violent, confused, addictive. Virus sniper bullet. You can put a data virus into a sniper bullet and inject it into a certain type of system. Human hormones are also a type of simulated data, and they are a more dangerous type. Any drug, addictive drug, the principle is to destroy the self-regulation of human hormones. In cyberspace, the Blade Runner is almost immortal. Its body is a source code of the deep web, which is embedded in the logical bottom layer of cyberspace by this mother city. As long as cyberspace exists, it can exist forever. As for the physical body, it is just a temporary shell, and there is no limit on the number of shells. That is to say, even if Gao Gong kills the real body of the killer agent, it will not affect the battle situation. However, Gao Gong knows a secret. That is, at the moment when the physical body of the Blade Runner dies, the death information of the shell will become data and be uploaded to the real body again. This is an opportunity. As long as the hormone sniper bullet is injected into the opponent's body at the moment of his death, then the hormone data will be mixed with the death data, giving the other party a surprise. With the help of the alien blood, Gao Gong quickly found Harrisford's body. At the same time, Gao Gong passed the plan to Sister Rose. Black Rose thought, and no longer held back. The external hormone waves surged wildly. For a moment, the entire sky carrier seemed to turn purple. As long as outsiders stepped into it, they would immediately have all kinds of hallucinations. The people in it were all in disorder, and their bodies were covered with pimples of various colors. No matter how strong they were, there were no exceptions. The Black Rose seemed to have disappeared, and in the Golden Palace, a purple moon appeared. Under the moonlight, countless electronic threads were torn apart. The electronic spider web was completely torn apart, and a large amount of data collapsed. In the data, the outline of a giant could be vaguely seen. Mr. Ford appeared one by one, and began to rush towards the moon frantically. The number of people increased, and finally flooded the entire palace. In Mr. Ford's eyes, as long as they survived this outbreak, the two of them could escape the pheromone encirclement, and use the retreat route human brain dialing prepared in advance to return to the cyber network. The number of Mr. Fords increased, flooding the ground, piling up into a mountain, and countless arms began to grab the moon. However, at the moment when the top of the mountain began to touch the moon, Mr. Ford's figure shook violently, and he looked at his chest in disbelief. He saw a fist-sized hole in his chest, which was emitting green smoke. Unspeakable data codes emerged one after another. nausea, addiction, discomfort, pleasure, passion, death, hallucination. Mr. Ford opened his mouth in pain, and his mouth even covered most of his face, which looked extremely scary. Eyes, mouth, ears, nose, bright red data turbulence gushed out. Some Mr. Fords were melting, some Mr. Fords were merging, some Mr. Fords were shooting. You killed the Blade Runner Harris Ford clone. Experience plus 30,000. Specialization point plus 1 chance to draw a lottery. Blade Runners will not die, only this generation of Harris Ford will die. The new Harris Ford will be born from the underlying logic of cyberspace. And the new Harris Ford will once again become the most loyal defender of the deep web. Under the purple moonlight, an electronic giant was also suppressed into the sky carrier. Moonlight, giant, clone, are all illusions caused by the high overlap of simulated data. The real reality is that Sister Rose opened her eyes and showed a charming smile. Outside the Golden Palace, everyone regained consciousness. Except for being wet. There was no change. The strong man regained his perception first, looked at each other, and rushed into the hall at the same time. In the hall, a tall figure stood in the center. The violent aura made even a major general stagnate. Under the gaze of the other party, he couldn't even think. Fleso looked around and said coldly, "You are too slow." He held up a head. Anna's head. Everyone's expression froze, and they all half knelt on the ground. Especially Xiao Tong, the traitor, whose face turned pale. The assassination failed. Anna, the envoy of the Cloud Nobles, was invaded by the dark web killer, and the assassination of Lord Fleso failed. The news quickly spread throughout the sky carrier. And then, it was gone. Lord Fleso proved with his strength that the sky carrier was still a safe paradise for pleasure. And there were still countless people living a life of drunkenness and debauchery in it. At night, in the back hall of the Golden Palace, Black Rose, in a leather jacket, was shaking a half cup of red wine, her charming face full of satisfaction. "The security core is mine." Then she looked at Gao Gong. "You are mine too." Gao Gong, with his strong upper body naked, crossed his arms, and looked at the sky full of lights outside the window. He was finally sure that he had changed history. Historical line change plus 2%. Before he could say anything, he was picked up and pressed against the wall. His ears seemed to be bitten, and a faint fragrance came to his face. "I heard from Littlefinger that you can transform into tentacles." "Show me how." Senior engineer coughed dryly. "This is not good. I have too many tentacles." "It's okay. I have a lot of people." Figures appeared in the hall one after another. Several of them were familiar faces. Their eyes were exactly the same as Sister Rose's. Evolutionary bionics are too scary. Chapter 157 Corporate Monster. On the second day, in the early morning, when Gao Gong woke up from his bed, he suddenly found some good news. "Your endocrine system has been unlocked." Gao Gong thought about it. The body fluid of the pheromone bloodline does have the benefit of adjusting secretion. When enough pheromones combine with the chemicals in your body, the endocrine system can be adjusted again, and the unstable factors in your body can be digested naturally. You get what you sow, and the ancients never lied to me. Senior engineer scanned the body. There were many strange red lines on the chest. These complex lines covered most of the body. It looked like some gangsters. It was just that these tattoos looked like rose petals, not as domineering as the Black Dragon. After the adjustment of pheromones, the biological plug-in of the Scarlet Queen was integrated with the skin system. The skin system does not belong to any of the 8 systems of the human body, but it is related to most of the 8 systems. Being one with the skin system, I am afraid that this is the best way for red blood to survive. Gao Gong took a good wash in the super luxurious bathroom belonging to Fleso. Before leaving, Sister Rose gave him Fleso's authority. Gao Gong could easily check the internal information of this sky mothership. At this moment, he was soaking in a bathtub as big as a swimming pool, observing the most core information of the security group through the virtual screen. TSK, 2 mothership launch silos, global positioning system, armed aircraft customized by the mother city, electromagnetic catapult field, 360-degree photon laser array, oh my, energy defense network. This is the top defense system of the second-level civilization. The security group is really rich. Gao Gong wiped the corner of his mouth. Even if she is a rich woman, she cannot get it for free. Considering her performance last night, it is not too much to have hundreds of energy cannons. After all, one cannon is worth another. Gao Gong has no intention of building ships. These large equipments involve hundreds of industrial, scientific, and technological achievements. To put it simply, if hundreds of large industrial drawings are not turned into real objects, you can't even think about building ships. In the civilized era, this is the jewel in the crown of a country's industry. However, with Director Dew's talent, he can make some other specialties of the security group. You get the 4th level mechanical blueprint. Mechanical ninja tool. You get the 5th level genetic blueprint. Gene snake. You get the 5th level biological blueprint. Primary strong reproduction body. You get the 5th level mechanical blueprint. Melee exoskeleton. You get the 4th level weapon blueprint. Plasma rifle. You get the 5th level genetic blueprint. Ocean human bloodline. You get the large-scale mechanical blueprint. Bionic Man Transformation Workshop. Gao Gong downloaded more than 30 blueprints. Some of them are equipment, some are bloodlines, and there are rare blueprints of the 2nd level civilization. For example, the secrets of the elite troops of the 6 major generals. It is worth mentioning that Engineer Gao also discovered the strong armor project that was being secretly developed. This project has even reached the edge of mass production. Xiao and his accomplices assassinated Frasso. Frasso secretly learned the Xiao family's signature technology. These two are a perfect match. A dragon and a phoenix. Engineer Gao was almost laughing. Is this the joy of being supported by a rich woman? Even if he destroyed the security group himself, he would not have gained so much. After downloading all the drawings, Engineer Gao took a look at the task panel. Mission completed, experience plus 4,000. New return to the origin of Bionics mission fragment. The new mission fragment is introduced as follows. Black Rose is the carrier of evolutionary bionics. Her life experience, her qualifications contain a big secret, and this secret may involve the origin of bionics. The origin of bionics. Gao Gong thought about it. The earliest bionics should have existed before the mechanical age. Of course, they were far less human than they are now, and the purpose of producing them seems to be to conduct exploration and construction of extraterrestrial bases. After all, habitable planets are few and far between. The surface environment of most planets is very harsh. Working on the surface of a planet is life-threatening at any time. And bionic people, as intelligent humanoid machines, are the best cannon fodder. Has there ever been a bionic riot in the civilized era? I don't have any impression, but it seems that some players have received a mission to wipe out the ancient bionic rebel army. This mission can get some rare bionic parts, which was popular for a while. A new mission chain was also refreshed. This task chain is probably the easiest task chain ever done by Gao Gong. The 4th ring of the task, the humanoid key. Difficulty. Difficult plus task briefing. What is the real secret of Black Rose? Even the bionic forces that are hunting her may not know. Use all means to force this secret out. Task goal. Get the secret that Black Rose has hidden for more than 20 years. Task reward. Experience plus 20, 000, skill points asterisk 4, specialization points asterisk 2, lottery opportunities asterisk 2, incomplete mechanical puzzle asterisk 1. This task reward is a bit too much. But Gao Gong thought about it carefully. This is also normal. Sister Rose is originally a character of more than 40 levels, and she is also the template of the protagonist of the planet. Her strength is far beyond the mountain, Great Knight Steel. What's more troublesome is that if you want to interrogate her, you must first capture her alive. With the ability of evolutionary bionics to incarnate millions of people, it is very difficult to capture her alive. But for senior engineer, interrogation? The word system is very clever. He felt that he was tied up for so long last night, and he was qualified to interrogate her. Did he reveal something? Sister Rose is still easy to find. After yesterday's battle, this rich woman seems to have made another breakthrough. As long as she wants, all the female characters on the entire space carrier can become her incarnations. When Gao Gong walked into the lobby, he saw a blue-skinned girl playing with herself. She seemed to be the daughter of Frasso, and also of alien descent. Gao Gong thought carefully for a while, and there were too many people, so he couldn't remember clearly, but he shouldn't have. The blue-skinned girl was obviously stunned when she saw a strange man suddenly appear. However, the next moment, the look in the girl's eyes flashed, and the royal sister's eyes that belonged to Sister Rose appeared. She looked at Gao Gong and nodded. Awake. Yes. Then follow me. Oh. The blue-skinned girl led the way, and none of the guards blocked the way, and as for the senior engineer behind him, except for a look of surprise, no one dared to ask questions. The blood of Lord Vlaso has the supreme status here. One mechanical door after another opened, and then closed, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. This is the core of the mothership, and some experimental projects that violated the mechanical laws of the mother city were transferred here. Because the scope of the mechanical instructions is only this planet, outside the atmosphere, it is not within the scope of the planet. The alien blood vessel represents not only himself, but a hub and a big network. The cloud nobles in the sky, the internal consortium on the ground, and even the space colonists in the extraterrestrial colonies, all communicate and operate through him. Now, this big network has been inherited by Sister Rose. The local rich woman has suddenly become a global rich woman. The pressure on Gao Dong has suddenly increased. What kind of posture should he use to lick, to maintain the favor of the rich woman? Arriving at the innermost laboratory, Engineer Gao saw Sister Rose, wearing a tight black leather jacket, which perfectly highlighted her explosive figure. Besides her, there was also a middle-aged wretched man in a white coat in the laboratory, who looked proud that his success would benefit everyone. Sister Rose hooked her finger without turning her head. "Hey, here you are." Little Finger proudly popped out his chest, and showed his badge of Chief Technical Advisor of the Security Corps. Engineer Gao ignored him, and walked to Sister Rose. Her slender hand slid skillfully along Engineer Gao's waist to her buttocks, and pinched it hard. Engineer Gao looked at Sister Rose's pensive expression and took a breath. What a strong rich woman's instinct. It hurts. Engineer Gao looked across. Behind a special glass, a large number of electronic grids lit up in the void. These electronic nodes are much more than the information nodes used by the brain. Another information life? I will let Freso announce to the public that you are Angel's fiancé. In this way, even if I am not in the desert, you can mobilize the resources of the security group at will. Sister Rose used an affirmative sentence instead of a question. Angel is the name of Vlaso's daughter. The blue-skinned girl has big eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and at a young age, she has the charm of a Caucasian beauty. Gao Dong didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he didn't have much moral integrity, and was not afraid of losing his reputation. The boss of the electronic grid? Yeah. As if sensing the movement outside, thousands of electronic nodes lit up at the same time, and a large amount of simulated data began to evolve. High-tech office buildings, countless bionic people stopped in place, looking here at the same time, as if their sights passed through space and fell on the two of them. Your consciousness is over 50 points. Complete the exemption to the corporate will. Sister Rose's face darkened. The pheromone network was activated. The next moment, alarms rang out one after another in the high-rise buildings. Countless bionic people began to move stiffly. Their eyes were darting around. Some were walking. Their heads fell off. The office was in chaos. The screen disappeared all of a sudden. The electronic grid seemed to have been severely damaged, and began to shrink, and Little Finger was refreshed, and began to frantically collect simulated data. Among these data, there are corporate secrets of the electronic grid. In the cyber test field, the corporate organizational form has become a kind of living organism, with the CEO as the brain, and countless employees as the body. Expansion has become an instinct. In order to expand faster, how to improve corporate efficiency has become an important goal of the company. Some of them connect the brains of employees in series, which can save time for communication. Some hold group parties to improve the intimacy of employees. Some companies transform their employees into animals as a punishment for failing to meet KPIs. Some companies regularly brainwash, strengthen loyalty, and increase the cost of betrayal. Some companies have even developed into an electronic religion. And under the blessing of fanatical emotions, they don't even have to pay 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Companies are cruel to employees and executives. Some executives have been injected with AI seeds and have become the CEO's clones. Some executives kill their fathers, mothers, wives, and children, and transform themselves into a super manager without emotions. Some management will hand over part of the brain control to the company's mastermind, which is called teamwork to avoid factionalism. In the end, under increasingly tight organizational forms, corporate monsters were born. The one in front of you is one of them. Chapter 158 Protocol Number 376. The CEO of this electronic grid is undoubtedly a type of corporate monster. He transformed himself into an information life similar to a local area network. It seems that neural network is also the main business direction of this company. Generally speaking, this kind of monster is difficult to kill. As a CEO, they are rarely exposed outside the corporate defense system. Unless, like this time, the other party acts alone. Electronic Grid will soon know that we have captured their number one. Before the new number one is selected, we must obtain as much data as possible from them, Littlefinger said without raising his head. Gao Gong heard something and asked in surprise. What is the purpose? An elder of the Dark Web contacted me and wanted to save his life. I also made my own request. What request? I want this company. His Gao Gong took a breath of cold air. Electronic Grid, one of the 6 major bionic companies, controls the network services of countless bionics, and is a super enterprise with a global business scope. Sister Rose's ambition is sky high. Did he agree? He said he would consider it. Consider? Does that mean he might agree? Gao Gong blinked and became more and more interested in Sister Rose's secret. What secrets does Sister Rose have that can make the other party make such a concession? Even the leader of the assassins in the dark web can't do this. Black Rose glanced at Gao Gong, subconsciously pinched his butt, thought about it, and slapped him hard. There was a crisp sound of pop. Come out with me. Okay. Hey, why don't you take me with you? We are all family members. Littlefinger shouted unwillingly from behind. The two walked out of the core and came to the edge of the mothership. In their sight, the dim atmosphere was like an ocean spreading under the space mothership. Black Rose looked at the clouds that covered the end of her sight. After a long while, she said, Did Littlefinger tell you about my life experience? That's right. Engineer Gao glanced at Black Rose and hung a strand of her fiery red hair on her ear. The ears are small and cute. Very cute. I want to rub them. Then Gao Gong was rubbed. As the old saying goes, a man's head and a woman's waist can only be looked at but not touched. Gao Gong felt that this was a scoring situation. For example, a man's head. Which head is it? A woman's waist. Some postures cannot be done without support. At this time, Gao Gong was being killed by breasts, and his hair was being gently stroked by a palm, which was very comfortable, but a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. Generally speaking, when a woman is vulnerable, there are 2 situations. One is to find a support, such as a solid embrace, and the other is that her maternal instinct will overflow. Sister Rose belongs to the second type. He didn't know one thing. That is, my father is not a bionic noble, but just an ordinary drunkard. Gao Gong raised his head in surprise. Aren't you a descendant of bionic people? The next moment, Gao Gong was pressed down again, and he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath again. No, how could a big shot like the Cloud Nobles go to such a low-level brothel? Black Rose said calmly, if there is anything special, it is that he is a gene clone, one of the subjects of a group experiment in a civilization era. And the content of that ancient experiment was whether the cells of the bionic man could be edited and a gene baby could be created. And he was such a gene clone. Well, was the experiment successful? Not really a success. The cost of creating a bionic baby is 100 times that of creating a bionic man, and the mortality rate is very high. Even if it succeeds, when the baby grows up, it is only equivalent to an ordinary native human, or even worse than a native human, like my father. But I am different. The bionic gene mutated in my body, giving me a talent far beyond that of ordinary people. More importantly, my bionic gene, it can be traced back to the oldest model of bionic man. All bionic men after this are made based on them. Like the queen ant to the ant colony, the queen bee to the bee colony, possessing this gene is equivalent to possessing the highest authority of the bionic group. There are 3 models of this original bionic man, and I am one of them. According to my subsequent investigation, because of an accident, all the old model bionic men died, the authority of bionic men was lost, and the new bionic leaders began to frantically search for everything related to the original bionic man, including the experiment in this civilized era. Black Rose showed a mocking smile. And I, a native human garbage, who was killed by my biological father, and sold to a brothel by my mother, became the daughter of a noble bionic man, the descendant of the original ancestor. This is the truth of the story. Black Rose suddenly felt her chest tighten. This time, the 2 of them changed their chests. The red hair of the royal sister was gently combed. Obviously, this feeling made the rich woman very unhappy. She pushed the other party away. Her eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "What are you doing?" The little wolf dog has always been flexible. He rushed over and hugged the other party and started licking. Black Rose was very satisfied with Gao Gong's attitude. He touched the little wolf dog's face and said calmly, "Since the other party wants to use me, this time, I will take it one step at a time. I want to merge the 6 major bionic groups and become the only king of bionics. The rich woman is mighty. Gao Gong looked at the other party with stars in his eyes. This thigh is really licked right. It smells so good. I will lick it again. Sister Rose, that bionic man's supreme authority, do you know what it specifically refers to? The senior engineer who was licking fiercely suddenly spoke. Black Rose was stunned for a moment, shook her head, and said, "It only brought me great power, but I haven't found out what it is specifically. I think I know roughly." You know? Well, it should be a key. The senior engineer paused. The key to open the fortress. Cybertron Deep Web Fortress. The three mother cities are also the three planetary hosts. In the future Cybertide, Fortress was the first to fall, and Fortress was different from the other two mother cities. It was the only planetary data storage center, and inside it, it stored a large number of personality templates, emotional modules, moral shackles, machine consciousness, AI subroutines. Its fall directly led to the explosion of Cybertide. Later, the players who boarded Noah's Ark and saved their lives began to review the game and confirmed that this was a very critical node. If the fortress had not fallen so quickly, the three planetary hosts would have been able to suppress the cyber wave. The fall of the fortress made the intelligent species on the entire planet go completely crazy, especially machine life, bionic people, and AI life. Their positions are crucial. And the reason why the fortress fell was because of a key. To be precise, it was Agreement Number 376. This agreement was a mechanical agreement signed between the planetary countries in the civilized era and the advanced civilization behind the mother city. The content of this agreement is roughly that all countries on the Geely star will transform their social forms in the direction required by the advanced civilization. In return, the advanced civilization will open up some of the power of the planetary mastermind, allowing the planetary government to promote the progress of social transformation on its own, while ensuring that its own power is not affected. At that time, on this planet, in addition to the leaders of the three superpowers, the Empire, the Alliance, and the Federation, there were 9 other forces with voting rights. Therefore, this power was divided into 12. These 12 powers have continued to this era, and they are the 12 Cloud Nobles. These betrayers of the civilized world will once again betray the mechanical world in the Cybertide. They gathered the keys, opened the door of the fortress, and let the Cybertide flood the fortress. Among them, the forces that developed bionic technology, because of their unique conditions, obtained the same status as sovereign countries and obtained 3 votes. That is, 3 keys. Now think about it. The 3 keys of bionics are the 3 technologies of network bionics, evolutionary bionics, and molecular bionics. Or in other words, the final products of this technology, Rebellion A, Black Rose, are 2 of them. This also explains why the bionic forces are in urgent need of Sister Rose. Without all 12 keys, the fortress cannot be opened. Gao Gong told Sister Rose the secret of the civilization era in the name of "I have a friend." "No, I have a Professor Han." Sister Rose was skeptical. "You mean they need the power of the original bionic man to overthrow the mother city? There is no need for the other party to lie." Gao Gong shrugged. "After all, with the help of the other party, I am already a descendant of the Empire." In order to increase his persuasiveness, Gao Gong took the initiative to expose his identity as a descendant of the Empire, which also explained in disguise why his strength increased so quickly in just a few months. The Empire's legacy. Black Rose's beautiful eyebrows rose. "According to you, this is a great opportunity." Yes, Sister Rose was thinking about how to sell out her fellow tribe in exchange for the support of the mother city. Coincidentally, Gao Gong also thought so. The male and female looked at each other, and they understood each other. If this operation is performed well, at the critical moment, the high-level bionic people can be captured in one fell swoop. Sister Rose, you can first take hostile actions against the mother city. For example, assassinate 1 or 2 important figures in the mother city. Gain their trust. Let those people know that you are in the same group with them. And then, they will turn to support you to master the electronic grid. In this way, your chances of winning will be greatly increased. And after you master the electronic grid, you can secretly surrender to the mother city. At this time, Gao Gong's experience in the previous life came into play. For example, he knew which ways to gain the trust of the mother city, which ways to improve the favor of the Cloud Nobles, and which plots can gain the recognition of the bionic group. When Gao Gong was talking excitedly, his mouth was suddenly blocked. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Gao Gong shook his head quickly. The principle of hugging thighs cannot be shaken. Black Rose had a charming face, and her eyes were charming. This was her expression of affection. She whispered in his ear, "I was very satisfied with your tentacles yesterday. Today, I will transform your tongue into tentacles. Can you do it?" Gao Gong made a bitter face. "Here we go again. Transformation is very tiring." Task completed. Experience plus 30,000. Skill points *4. Specialization points *2. Lucky draw opportunities *2. Mechanical puzzle incomplete *1. Chapter 159 Colonial Body. It was the 7th day since Gao Gong arrived at the sky carrier. When he woke up from the oversized bed again, he began to seriously consider whether to change a kidney. Even though the enemy was outnumbered, I really couldn't bear it. As for other organs, there was no need. Sister Rose had a special liking for tentacles. He got off the bed with weak legs. After washing up, Gao Gong only wore a nightgown, and came to the core with the highest authority. No one stopped him along the way. After all, he became the consort of the security corps with his own ability. Some people were heartbroken. How could you have done that to Angela, who was so young? Some people were also heartbroken, but their targets were different. Advisor Gao was such a strong man. Angela, you were so young. How could you have made him turn pale? Dark circles under your eyes. And twist your legs? What will you do when you grow up? Engineer Gao first came to the core laboratory, where the rich woman pinched his butt. Without little finger, Sister Rose floated alone in the electronic grid, seemingly forcibly absorbing the power of this corporate monster. Senior engineer did not disturb her, but came to another empty laboratory, twisted his neck, and began to transform his own body. To be precise, it was the implantation of the colony. He glanced at the system panel and first upgraded the level of the main profession to the second level 9, which consumed 300,000 experience points. The 8th level upgrade gave him 15 points of strength, 10 points of perception, 9 points of intelligence, and 10 points of free attributes. Senior engineer did not hesitate. All 10 points of free attributes were added to endurance. There is such a saying, that is, adding endurance can improve the success rate of human body transformation. It is definitely not because of other reasons. Absolutely not. Click on the attribute bar of the colonized body. Name, colonized body category, advanced mechanical plugin. Quality, level 1 civilization epic black technology. Weight, 15.7 kilograms. Transformation skills. Mechanical weapon transformation, neural armor, free armament. Mechanical weapon transformation, can be transformed into any melee weapon, small caliber power weapon level not less than rare. Neural armor, partial armor, half armor, full armor, can be adjusted spontaneously with the stimulation of the nervous system. Defense value, 3,000. Free armament, can be changed freely according to the needs of the host, including but not limited to machine. Claws of mechanical beasts, cannon barrels of kinetic weapons, plastic armor of large mechanical bodies. Requirements, transformation rate 60%, compatibility 70%, inheritance 40%. Note, the reason why black technology is that under the same level of technology tree, you can't copy it at all. The clone soldier is such a unique mechanical weapon. According to the system division, equipment is divided into blank assembly line product, excellent customized template, excellent war weapon, rare strategic weapon, epic black technology, epic making cross civilization. Among them, blank increases peripheral attributes, excellent increases skill points, excellent increases common skills, rare increases temporary status, epic increases series skills, epic making breaks through the civilization limit. As long as the equipment reaches excellent, it will need a certain threshold. Among them, excellent requires transformation rate. Rare requires not only transformation rate, but also fit. Epic requires transformation rate, fit, inheritance. As for epic making, it requires special auxiliary equipment created by professional knowledge chain. From the player's perspective, it is normal for a high-level character to use high-quality weapons from a lower-level civilization. The reason is simple. The higher the quality of the equipment, the higher the requirements. For example, the 60% transformation rate of the clone body can only be achieved by ordinary players at levels 4 and 50. What if it cannot be achieved? Of course, you can force implantation. But what effect it will produce, only God knows. You know, I don't know. The beauty of the fusion route is that its mechanical transformation rate and biological transformation rate can be superimposed. Gao Gong's current mechanical transformation rate is 33%, and the biological transformation rate is 39%, which just meets the equipment requirements. After inspection, your system transformation rate is 72%, which meets the equipment requirements. Beep. After testing, your equipment compatibility reaches 90%. Compatibility. This equipment must have been integrated with your bones and blood. Otherwise it would not be so suitable. Beep. After testing, your equipment inheritance reaches 60%. Inheritance. You are taking an upgrade route that has never been seen on this planet. Although the future is uncertain, you have vaguely touched a certain threshold. The colonized soldier is willing to lend a hand. Looking at the instructions on the system panel, Gao Gong breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, what he was most worried about was this inheritance, which was also the only option that could be upgraded through tasks. In the previous life, all high-level equipment had an inheritance. This kind of inheritance was either a blood relationship or a master-apprentice inheritance. In more exaggerated cases, it required civilization reputation, such as the special equipment of some civilizations. When the fusion route reached level 20, it could basically be transformed. Although Gao Gong had not yet found a suitable transformation object, but it is obvious that the colony body likes this route very much, and it is also a transformable type of equipment. Otherwise, the inheritance degree would not reach 60%. Generally speaking, the inheritance degree of newly acquired high-level equipment can only reach 30% at most. Gao Gong thought about it, and the human body implantation began. For such high-level mechanical plugins, there is an installation package, and no complicated implantation surgery is required. The next moment, the mechanical armor that appeared on Sister Rose appeared on Gao Gong, like scales, constantly drilling out of the skin layer, and then retracting, as if testing the carrying capacity of the skin system. This change also occurs in the four systems of the motor system: nervous system, circulatory system, and respiratory system. This is somewhat similar to the transformation of the human body armor of the bionic person Anna, but it is obviously much more advanced, because this is not at the cost of destroying the human body system, but actively cooperating with the human body system. In other words, even if the colony is implanted, it will not affect the subsequent human body transformation, as the colony understands the depth of the human body. Gao Gong can clearly feel that there seems to be a richer blood flowing inside the human body. This flow seems to be able to change with your thoughts, hard if you want, soft if you want. Your motor system transformation rate plus 5%. Your nervous system transformation rate plus 5%. Your circulatory system transformation rate plus 5%. Your respiratory system transformation rate plus 5%. Your mechanical energy plus 3000. Your strength is permanently plus 5. Your weight is permanently plus 15.7 kilograms. You have obtained primary mechanical sense. The transformation of the colonized body is successful. At this time, Gao Gong's whole body turned red, like a burning iron. With green smoke all over his body, he exhaled a breath with the smell of rust, and his mind moved. The next moment, silver-white scales covered all parts of the body, wrapping the body tightly. Gao Gong's heart moved, looking at his crotch. He suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 160 Source Code Killer. This time, the transformation has two biggest improvements. The first is that the consciousness has exceeded 200 points, reaching the level of driving a Gundam. This attribute, which is determined by intelligence and perception and represents the level of brain development, is useless now. But in the future, it will be very useful, especially in interstellar wars. It will be the first upgrade option. The reason is simple. This is a prerequisite for driving a large mecha. As the saying goes, 100 is pure machinery, 200 is driving Gundam, and 300 is riding a ship girl. Pure machinery represents large, medium, and small mechas. Gundam is also called star armor, which refers to mechas that can fight in outer space and are super individual weapons in interstellar wars. Generally speaking, most level 3 mechanical civilizations will take the path of mechas. Gao Gong's transformer civilization route is only a level 2 civilization, which is limited to the scope of self-transformation. As for level 3 mechanical civilization, he tends to choose a mechanic civilization. The characteristic of this civilization is that it is famous for its dazzling mechas, warships, and cannons. With the biological transformation, there are ship girls. It is worth mentioning that Gao Gong's physical transformation has also reached 90 points. similar to consciousness. When the physical transformation exceeds 100 points, it means that he has reached the threshold of large planetary biological transformation. This kind of large planetary biological generally appears in the geological period of the Mesozoic era. For the Earth, it refers to the Triassic, Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Generally speaking, such large planetary creatures generally do not appear for too long in the history of the planet, just like a fat man cannot jump for too long. Once the geological environment, the biological environment changes, these large planetary creatures will always be eliminated first for various reasons, such as insufficient oxygen content, not enough food. Of course, there are also particularly unlucky ones, such as a certain dinosaur tribe that was brought to justice by meteorites. Gao Gong did consider directly transforming into a large radiation beast, such as the fission duke, but later found that it was not possible. Generally, the fission energy in the body of this A-level radiation beast is too strong, which will directly pollute its own body, which is not worth the loss. Moreover, the mechanical system of the radiation beast has been finalized, and it is difficult to carry out deep mechanization transformation. Is it easier to paint on other people's paintings, or on a blank piece of paper? Of course, the latter. And it just so happens that after the second transformation of biologists, they can choose the research direction, which includes the option of paleontological research. In addition to consciousness, the biggest improvement is mechanical energy. Finally, the mechanical energy of Gao Gong reached 8,796 points, which exceeded the biological energy. Within level 20, the human body system still has 22% of transformation space. During this period, it is probably no problem to stack mechanical energy to more than 30,000, especially the carbon particle reactor, Devil Jet, and Iron Banner. This three-piece set of the Demon Mountain can bring him at least 10,000 points of mechanical energy. For a level 30 humanoid boss, the upper limit of mechanical energy does not exceed 50,000, and for level 60, it is 100,000, unless some are particularly abnormal, such as Rebellion A, Sister Rose. Their abilities are definitely beyond the upper limit of civilization. Nanotechnology is a product of level 3 civilization, and Sister Rose's ability of mass downloading of consciousness is something that Gao Gong has only seen in level 3 artificial human civilization. These are monsters that are unique to the cyber test field. In other planetary civilizations, they are simply impossible to exist. And Gao Gong is confident. Let alone the level 30 mechanical metamorphosis, as long as the level 20 ancient biological transformation can be successfully completed, he will have the confidence to fight against those monsters. At worst, a 55-50 split is still possible in a short period of time. But thinking of Rose next door, Gao Gong felt a little guilty. But then he straightened his chest and said, I have more room for biological transformation. 36%. There is nothing in this world that a male dog kidney can't solve. If there is, then install another one. He glanced at the data panel. Whether it was a lottery or a blueprint. Just 2 or 3. But he earned a lot of specialization points. A full 5 points. Gao Gong thought about it, and decided to upgrade the Hacker Gunner. The reason is simple. In a battle of the same level, whether the opponent has a boss template or not, he can be said to win. Even if the enemy is 10 or 20 levels higher, his chance of winning is also very high. Unless it is a cheater on those planets, such as a queen next door. But he can't stay in the Iron Sand Desert for long. Future battles will be more focused on the network level. If he is unlucky, he will be discovered and beaten by the exclusive armed forces of some giant companies. For example, like Rebellion A, he was surrounded and killed by a mechanical army. That's another matter. He can solve the latter through ancient biological transformation. As for the former, he is relatively weak. Therefore, it is still important to improve the skills that can target data life. From ordinary to advanced, to elite, and expert. Only 1 specialization point is needed. But it takes 3 specialization points to be promoted from expert to master. When the Hacker Gunner is promoted to master, there are 2 options. One is the Hacker Army, which relies on numbers to win. A bit like the ability of Mr. Ford to transform viruses. The other is the Source Code Killer, which can break the bottom logic of cyberspace and completely kill AI life. Gao Gong did not hesitate and chose the latter. You chose the Source Code Killer. This skill can break the embedded structure of cyberspace and perform source code crushing. At the same time, all 6 skill points were put on this newly released master skill. and it was upgraded to level 6. You consume 150,000 experience points. Upgrade the source code killer to LV7. You consume 150,000 experience points. Upgrade the source code killer to LV8. You consume 150,000 experience points. Upgrade the source code killer to LV9. You consume 150,000 experience points. Upgrade the source code killer to LV10 max. You upgrade the source code killer master to the maximum level and obtain the Master Certificate Secondary Civilization. Master Certificate Secondary Civilization. Your outstanding skills have been recognized by the world. No one can beat you in the field you are best at. Source Code Killer Max. You're cutting a program logic, data structure, algorithm programming is like a butcher cutting a cow, any level of AI life, in your eyes. They are just a pile of simple building blocks. Pull out one, the mountains and the seas will collapse. The master level source code killer has no additional status, because the source code killer itself is a status. Gao Gong closed his eyes. And the next moment, the entire sky carrier disappeared, replaced by a series of threads, some thick and some thin, each of which represented a source code. But this was not cyberspace, and there were very few of these threads, and most of them were concentrated next door. Gao Gong opened his eyes, and came to the laboratory next door. Black Rose frowned slightly, looking forward, and her expression seemed a little unhappy. Opposite her, there was a man, thin, elegant, with an artist-like silver-white ponytail, and dark eyes that were firm and cold. Through his eyes, you can seem to see the boundless electronic network in his mind. This man is both cold and romantic, and he is the CEO of the electronic grid, a man who has become an electronic network, freed from the shackles of the flesh, and does not need a name, only a code name, the electronic executive. It can be seen that this man is very weak now. The surrounding glass, walls, and ceiling are horrible purple, and these purple blood vessels are constantly bulging, absorbing the power belonging to him. But looking at Sister Rose's appearance, this absorption is already very limited. The electronic executive spoke, not the mechanical, cold electronic sound, but a kind of enthusiasm and passion implied by an artist. The electronic grid bionic group was founded by the original communication type bionic man. It has been 45 years since then. During these years, 215 generations of electronic bionics have been replaced. We have created bionic network access warehouses, bionic base stations, and bionic electronic walls from scratch, based on the first generation of native human communication technology. We have continuously invested heavily in research and development. We have now developed the 8th generation of neural communication technology and successfully surpassed the native human communication technology. In the past 5 years, we have occupied 60% of the market share in the mother cities bidding for cyberspace infrastructure. I believe that in 2 years, this share will reach 90%. And the strategic direction of our electronic grid in the next stage is to create a cyber network exclusively for our bionics. Our neuron movement speed is 10 times that of native people, and the new model of bionic people can even reach 100 times. So, why should we endure the slow movement of native people? Internet speed? And the native people's thinking is too messy, too scattered, busy with life, busy with death, busy with experiencing the hormone stimulation given to them by the tactile organs, which also leads to the inability to concentrate computing power and the inability to achieve the ideal technological explosion of the mother city. But we are different. Our thinking mode is so pure and noble. Honeycomb structure? Swarm thinking? No. 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 I prefer to call it bionic thinking. This is a civilization advantage. A unique advantage for advanced races to replace backward races, just as they replaced apes. And we will definitely replace them. This guy doesn't seem to think he is a prisoner, but is giving a passionate speech. Don't you think you talk too much nonsense? Black Rose said coldly. The executive smiled lightly and said, I just want to tell you that running a super enterprise is not as simple as you think. If you think you can get promoted as long as you kill me, then you think too easily. The evolutionary requirements of the mother city, the profit needs of shareholders, and the social needs of new models of bionic people. If there is a problem on any side, we will be replaced by the will of the enterprise. At the advent of the mechanical age, there were 312 registered bionic companies. Now there are only 6 left. In the future, these 6 will only decrease further. 3 is a suitable number. Whoever can't keep up with the times will be eliminated. I know you have obtained a lot of corporate secrets from me. But you should also know that the company is rapidly cutting off my power as CEO. You will get less and less from me. You can't kill me. On the contrary, if you keep me, you will get more. Chapter 161 Taboo Experiment. This guy seems to be the leader of a pyramid scheme. Gao Gong, who was standing at the door, thought to himself. The other party seems to be the boss of Cyber Network Company. Oh, that's fine. Gao Gong quietly walked behind Sister Rose, watching the other party talking loudly. Unfortunately, Sister Rose is not so easy to convince. Even sleeping clothes are difficult. Black Rose's expression did not change at all, and the electronic executive obviously saw this scene and began to change his strategy. If nothing unexpected happens, my position as CEO will be taken by the corporate will, and the new executive will be selected from my subordinates, but I can help you get the position. With my strength of being rated as the best executive for 3 consecutive years, I can definitely help you run this bionic group well. Is this a pyramid scheme and a dog-licking route? Unfortunately, you met me. Before that, answer me a question first. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and said, Who was behind you when you assassinated Sister Rose? The electronic executive was stunned and said, This is a mission of the corporate will, not a private action. I think the data you got from me should be able to prove this. Black Rose nodded slightly to Gao Gong. From the memory data obtained, it was indeed a mission issued by the corporate will. Gao Gong was unmoved. In the cyber test field, business wars are far more intense than spy wars. He knew at least 3 ways to store memory data in external devices, which would not be triggered until a special moment. Normally, even he himself would not know that he was a commercial spy, and who stipulated that corporate will could not be manipulated by others. If corporate will worked every time, who would the bankrupt global companies go to for justice? It's very simple to prove yourself. Engineer Gao narrowed his eyes. Open your brain memory and let us search for content. If there is no problem, we can naturally cooperate with you. The electronic executive's face changed slightly, and he said, Even the most demanding corporate will only has a certain range of memory reading permissions. The right to data protection is written in the Bionic Man Act. I think as the owner of the highest bloodline of bionic people, you should have such a capacity. Black Rose raised her eyebrows and said bluntly, Are you teaching me how to do things? Engineer Gao was happy. This guy obviously touched Sister Rose's taboo. Senior Engineer whispered something to Black Rose, and Sister Rose nodded expressionlessly. The electronic executive's eyes darkened, and countless electronic data jumped up from his body. Data life is a low-end version of information life. Information life is invincible in low-level civilizations, such as a certain cosmic brain flower that will arrive in 2 years. But data life is different. Logic, structure, code. There are too many things to target. The master-level source code killer is just its nemesis. As the senior engineer closed his eyes, the electronic executive immediately felt the data level collapse. This was a warning from big data. The next moment, the human figure on the opposite side disappeared, and was replaced by layers of data rain curtains. Seeing this, Black Rose frowned. She was a person who liked to take action to surpass BB. If it weren't for the fact that the different blood couldn't devour the opponent, she wouldn't have tolerated the opponent for so long. The reason why she couldn't devour the opponent was that every time she wanted to kill him, the opponent would become something at the pure data level like now. The pheromone network can only trap the opponent, preventing the opponent from escaping into the cybernet, but it cannot kill the data itself. In the eyes of the senior engineer, the opponent's threads are constantly jumping, and the data structure is constantly changing. Neural network database? This guy is really rich. Based on the amount of data the opponent can handle, this electronic executive has clearly exceeded the upper limit of bionic people, reaching the level of large AI. Large AI requires a data processing center, which is also their weakness. As long as the data processing center is captured, this AI will be finished. But there is another way, which is to transform the nervous system into a cloud database to store its own data. This method can obviously make up for the shortcomings of data life. But there is only one problem. It is too damn expensive. This level of transformation can almost buy half a sky carrier. However, in this situation where there is no escape, the database is useless. As the source code killer was launched, the silk threads in the rain curtain became fewer and fewer, and finally became only one. As soon as the engineer thought about it, he pulled out the hacker's gun, and the bullet easily shot through the line. The next moment, the opponent's figure reappeared. His eyes were dull, and there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Almost at the same time, the electronic grid began to collapse, and a terrifying amount of data was released like a tide, and was sucked into the prepared storage. These were all the memories of a CEO. You killed the electronic executive simulated personality. Experience plus 80,000. Expertise plus 1. Random draw asterisk 5. Mechanical puzzle incomplete asterisk 1. Killing the opponent so easily. Even Sister Rose was stunned. Are you still the little wolf dog I know, the one who couldn't even last 10 hours? Gao Gong grinned. Do you think the master certificate is easy to get? Upgrading from ordinary to master, the experience consumed in this process is enough for me to upgrade to level 40. Stealing my position as a male secretary, isn't this courting death? Black Rose smiled particularly charmingly, walked to Gao Gong gracefully, put her hand on his buttocks. Before she could say anything, the door was knocked open, and Little Finger rushed in shouting. Fuck. What did you do? I got a lot of secret data, which contains all the inside information of the electronic grid. By the way, Sister Rose, I found the person who is against you. Black Rose narrowed her emerald eyes, showing a sharp edge like a knife. Let's go and have a look. After saying that, she did not forget to reward the little wolf dog, hugged the other party, licked the other party's ear with her bright red tongue, and exhaled a faint fragrance. Prepare a secretary uniform in the evening, and do what a secretary should do. Humph! A little silver light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. This time, Gao Gong was full of confidence. The three of them came to a data processing center on the mothership. On a large number of screens, there were memories recalled by this electronic executive. Even when they arrived at the location, Little Finger continued to chatter. How did you do it? I'm almost desperate. This guy's electronic defense is too thick. Black Rose ignored him, but said, Mothership, extract all the memory data about me. Yes. The artificial intelligence on the mothership began to operate automatically. The next moment, the screen in front of him was filled with all kinds of information. It can be seen that the electronic grid has done a very thorough investigation of Sister Rose, to an abnormal degree. There are even transactions with the dark web. The dark web betrayed us. Little Finger's face was ugly. Black Rose did not speak, but looked at a video. From the perspective of the electronic executive, this was a secret meeting. The facial features of the man opposite him were like marble. His eyes were full of unique wisdom, and his every move had a strange charm. He was also very tall, about 3 meters tall, as if the real bodies of the Greek gods had descended. This guy looks familiar, Senior Engineer thought. Kevin Miller, the head of the Miller family. Black Rose spoke calmly, but her eyes were full of murderous intent. The Miller family, one of the 12 cloud nobles back then, is undoubtedly a global enterprise, and its business direction is medical technology. Cryogenic freezing, genetic manipulation, and biological cabins are all their industries. In the medical field, they are as famous as Johnson & Johnson, the biological tycoon Merkel. The main reason why they are not among the 4 major biological companies is that their business direction is outside the planet. This is the memory data in the electronic executive. At this time, Miller of this generation was smiling and drinking a sip of tea, and said, Don't worry, I will support you in the election for the chairman of the board of directors. As a shareholder, I will certainly vote for you. The performance of electronic grid in recent years is obvious to all. In that case, I am relieved. But as for the original bloodline of the Bionic Man, I wonder if your company has any information on this. Isn't this a legend? It's not a legend. If you can get that bloodline, you could even go further. The original bloodline has a very special status at the Bionic Man gene level. This involves the transformation of it by the advanced mechanical civilization at the time. Miller suddenly paused, looked at the screen, flashed a trace of surprise in his eyes, and then showed a knowing smile, picked up the wine glass, and raised it to the 3 people. The picture stopped abruptly. The memory lock has been triggered, said Senior Engineer. The memory lock is a more advanced confidentiality agreement, which directly affects the information processing center in the bionic person's brain. In fact, if the other party's simulated personality had not collapsed too quickly, causing the memory lock to be delayed, they would not have been able to see even this little picture. Black Rose had a calm expression and said, Look at other information, to see if there is anything useful. Little Finger sat in front of a virtual screen, and the folders reflected in his eyes kept opening, and then he took a breath. Fuck, the electronic grid actually used its own people for experiments. In the picture, there were dozens of bionic human heads. They were hung on poles. Those heads were not dead, but opened and closed their mouths in pain. This is a neural signal test. It's similar to biological batteries, but they are signal batteries. A human head suddenly exploded, and then there was a chain reaction. All the heads exploded, and a large number of electronic parts flew everywhere. There were many scenes like this. They are all kinds of taboo experiments. The subjects of the experiments are all bionic people without exception. There are even more than one company. Gao Gong also saw the logos of several other bionic groups. The electronic grid, or the 6 major bionic companies, they are the main force in promoting the Bionic Man Act and fighting for the rights of bionic people. But they behave like this behind the scenes. I can only say, it is worthy of being a cyber test site. Chapter 162 Bionic Host. The memory data of the electronic executive is too huge. Even if the data processing system of the Sky Carrier is of high level, it will take 2 or 3 days to process it. More importantly, in the memory of the electronic executive, there are a lot of internal transactions. The transaction targets are shareholders, upstream and downstream manufacturers of the industrial chain, and senior executives. Getting these memories means that Sister Rose has the handle on these people. This is an absolute benefit for the rich Lady Rose, to control such a huge monster as the electronic grid. Gao Gong is also very interested in the data of the electronic executive, especially in the special cybernet of the Bionic Man. However, his idea is different from that of the CEO. It is precisely because human emotions are ever-changing that the collected simulated data is more in line with big data. In this regard, bionic men have a natural disadvantage. Their simulated personality is determined at the factory, and can only be iterated at most, but not replaced. This means that the type of simulated data provided by the same model of bionic man is limited. There is no so-called quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Therefore, from the perspective of Gao Gong, this so-called bionic cybernet is completely nonsense and has no possibility of realization. Rather than building a cybernet, it is more realistic to build a planetary host. In this regard, bionics are truly advantageous. Planetary hosts are the core product of level 3 civilization. Generally speaking, ordinary mechanical civilizations need to reach level 4 civilization to mass-produce planetary hosts, thus achieving complete domination of the galaxy. A cosmic level. Level 1 and 2 civilizations, that is, planetary civilizations and multiplanetary civilizations, do not have the technology to build planetary hosts. But this does not mean that you cannot take shortcuts. Civilization is determined by productivity. But there will always be something beyond productivity that is produced under specific circumstances. For example, in the Blue Star Rabbit family, the railway network covering the country had to wait until the founding of the country, and the whole country's strength was gathered to complete the construction. But in the Qin dynasty, there was a handmade railway network connecting various countries, called the Qidao. The large-scale use of fighter jets had to wait until World War II. But in World War I, there was a very punk-style thing, called an airship. Gao Gong's idea is a similar thing. Of course, with the technology of the second-level civilization, the planet host produced must have great defects. The biggest defect is that it cannot store billions of virtual feeling data, but if it is just the personality template of the bionic man, it is still no problem. In the long run, this is one of Gao Gong's means to fight against the tide of cyber. In the near term, this is a super project that will allow Sister Rose to quickly gain the right to speak. In order to deal with that cosmic brain flower, Gao Gong's position must be biased towards the mechanical city camp. But Gao Gong knows very well that the mother city will not look at you differently because of your contribution. The advanced mechanical civilization behind it is known for its coldness and cruelty in the universe. The best ending is not that the mother city suppresses the cyber tide, but that the mother city and the cyber tide perish together. And he has the last laugh. Of course, Gao Gong also knows that this is a bit wishful thinking. This difficulty is like an ordinary person manipulating 2 superpowers to go to war and gaining the final say. But no matter what, this is a tempting enough plan. The technical accumulation of the electronic grid company alone may not be enough, and the participation of several other bionic groups is also needed. This is also a good opportunity to form alliances. However, Gao Gong did not tell Sister Rose about this plan. The reason is that this plan sounds too ridiculous. Although he and Sister Rose are close friends, it is impossible to convince the other party with empty words. He planned to wait until the real thing was made. And the rich woman was very busy now, so busy that she didn't even have time to take advantage of the male secretary. Sister Rose had been in the underground world for so many years, and she hadn't been there for nothing. In the dark web, there were naturally a lot of forces supporting her. Almost as soon as she got the memory data, this sister began to follow the map and commanded people to carry out a large-scale purge. According to Littlefinger, in just 2 days, at least 10 high-level people in the dark web and hundreds of middle-level people were pulled down for various reasons. At the same time, she also began to secretly contact some executives in the electronic grid, especially those who had evidence of insider trading. Sister Rose was busy. And he was also busy. At this time, in a huge prosthetic transformation room, the level 30 gene fusion body Gilbert was being injected with a large amount of anesthetics, lying on the ground like a small mountain. At this time, a large number of organs left its body under the operation of him and Littlefinger. They were replaced by various mechanical organs. Senior engineer obtained the biological data of a genetic fusion. Littlefinger obtained a dog whip as thick as a pillar. Win-win. This level of surgery also brought senior engineer a lot of surgical experience. You dissected a high-level species, experience plus 30,000. 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 You obtained a hybrid gene leopard form. You comprehended the neural circuit assault beast. You comprehended the advanced biological skeleton. Job transfer task. Analysis of genetic hybrids *1. High-level species must be at least level 30. In fact, if Black Rose hadn't used the pheromone network to suppress the other party, it would not be so easy to kill a monster of this level. The other party's dying counterattack might not take away Gao Gong, but it would be more than enough to take away 100 little fingers. The two transformation maniacs were playing with excitement, and the voice of the mothership's artificial intelligence sounded. An outsider has broken in. Please choose a reasonable response. Outsider? The two looked at each other. This is the core of the mothership. Who has the ability to break in? Gao Gong soon knew who it was. The blue-skinned girl rushed over with an angry face. The guards next to her followed helplessly, but they didn't dare to take action. Angel Freso, daughter of alien blood Freso, princess of the Security Corps. Sister Rose did not directly control the Security Corps, which was unrealistic. So some recent arrangements were made by alien blood Freso. As Freso's daughter, Angel felt that the world had changed. The father who loved her the most suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And sometimes she would suddenly fall into a coma, and when she woke up, she had no idea why she was here. More importantly, she had a fiancé inexplicably. Gilbert. Seeing the dismembered genetic ornamental leopard, Angel screamed and pounced on it. Little girl. It's busy here. It's okay. Woo! The little finger that was dismembering the body impatiently blocked the other party. And before he could say a few words, he was kicked in the crotch. And Gao Gong seemed to hear a cracking sound. Angel's neck tightened, and Gao Gong lifted her up directly. The blue-skinned girl kicked her legs straight. Let me go! You low-class person. I don't know why my father asked me to marry you. But I tell you, I won't agree. You actually killed Gilbert. Gao Gong finally confirmed one thing. That is, Sister Rose was really busy recently. So busy that she couldn't even take care of the surveillance of this key person. Don't worry. This leopard is not dead. Gao Gong said lazily. It will appear in a new look. What do you think of the new name of human-headed leopard? This is to commemorate my former pet. Angel looked at Gao Gong angrily. His eyes suddenly turned blue. And in an instant, Gao Gong could feel his body getting hot. Huh? You are attacked by primary hormone manipulation. And your endocrine system is in a state of chaos. Put me down. For Gao Gong, the other party's words were like a mosquito bite. And he really wanted to scratch it. But the next moment, a thick mist appeared in the pupil of Gao Gong's right eye. You use the mental barrier, and are exempt from the primary hormone control. And in Angel's eyes, the other party's eyes became like a devil, and he immediately sealed the ability that he was proud of. You, what did you do? Put me down. If you don't put me down, I'll let my father kill you. Gao Gong made a sharp hand knife, and knocked the other party unconscious. He covered his hips with his little finger, and walked over with a grin. What should we do with this girl? Notify Sister Rose? Gao Gong looked at her thoughtfully. Don't you think her bloodline is too pure? Well, isn't this normal? It means she is the offspring of Freso. Gao Gong shook his head. As far as he knew, pheromone life is not a sexually reproducing life. They reproduce by self-division. This kind of reproduction is closer to excretion. Pheromone life will excrete the hormone mixture that it cannot digest. Just as there are no identical leaves in the world, there are also no two identical pheromone leaves. If Laso gave birth to this daughter in the normal way, theoretically, the blood of this daughter cannot be so pure. Mutated? Littlefinger's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's enough to keep one puppet. If you ask me, just cut the grass and root it out. If you leave this scourge, I think something will happen sooner or later. Senior engineer shook his head. What a joke. In a planetary civilization, how rare is the blood of advanced aliens? And unlike the implanted blood of Flaso, the blood of this little girl is genuine and original. Raise her for another 2 years. When she grows up, if the blood purity is still so high, then I will have my next implanted blood. It's okay. I'll take her back and train her. I guarantee she will be completely obedient. Galgong said confidently. I have a lot of experience. Littlefinger looked at Galgong differently. I didn't expect that you were even more perverted than I thought. Your character -1. Except for going to the space elevator. The Sky Carrier's navigation route is very fixed, usually patrolling back and forth in the 6 deserts, according to the schedule. In 3 days, Engineer Gao will be able to return to his own new oasis. Engineer Gao completely left the site selection work for the new oasis alone. After all, Director Du's work ability is equivalent to that of 100 people. Before leaving, he also sent people to find the publisher of the original Great Rift Valley mission. With his current strength, it would be a crushing defeat for him to deal with any local desert force. Do you know what a nuclear bomb riding on your face means? If you dare to resist, I'll let you try. At this time, he was having dinner with Angel, after being beaten up by the engineer Gao for several times, and having no way to avenge her father. The blue-skinned girl finally calmed down. Melodious music, exquisite food, polite waiters, and the super handsome guy opposite. All of this seemed so abominable to Angel. She cut the steak fiercely with her knife and fork, wishing that the steak under her knife would be the other person's abominable face. The engineer Gao chatted with the other person in a casual manner. Is your ship blue? Is your pee blue? Do you have any special hobbies, such as liking men with body odor? Angel's forehead was bulging with veins. Who would like men with body odor? You bastard. Do you mean I like you? Angel retorted. Engineer Gao nodded thoughtfully. It seems that your aesthetics are quite normal. By the way, do you like tentacles? Just as Engineer Gao was conducting a series of investigations on the other party, a waiter came over and whispered something in his ear. Then meet them. They must have been very anxious these days. Soon, the waiter brought 3 people over. They were Xiao Tong, Xiao Ya, and Xiao Huang. Seeing that Engineer Gao was dining with the princess of the security group, the 3 were obviously stunned. Xiao Huang, who was heartless, was okay. He winked at Engineer Gao and expressed his admiration for his way of picking up girls. Xiao Tong and Xiao Ya's expressions froze. Gao Gong stood up, gave the 3 people a look, and then took the initiative to walk to a sofa not far away, and said without looking back, "No food waste is allowed, otherwise you know the result." Angel gritted her teeth in the back, but when she thought of the other party's punishment, she shuddered subconsciously, and her face turned green. The other party is simply not a human. So, you have become Fraso's son-in-law, and will you be the head of this security corps in the future? As soon as he sat down, Xiao Huang said impatiently. In a sense, what the other party said was not wrong. Xiao Tong looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he whispered, "What's going on?" He couldn't even sleep well these days, fearing that one day Fraso's men would come and kill him on the spot in the name of a traitor, especially after the disappearance of the person in charge of the Dark Whip. This premonition became stronger. Obviously, this assassination should be a sure thing. Gao Gong thought about it, and decided to reveal something first. Don't worry. There will be no problem. Just treat Fraso as one of your own. What did the other party mean by this? Xiao Tong was full of thoughts. Fraso is one of his own? Whose own? The rebel army? Or the empire? And Xiao Ya's eyes changed when she looked at Gao Gong. In itself, there are very few descendants of the empire with such pure blood, and the other party has become close to the security group. This is no longer a potential stock, but a current one. Gao Gong plans to continue to maintain his relationship with the Xiao family. It is not for the so-called empire cause. It is purely to use the relationship with the Xiao family to get some high-end plugins that are special to the mother city. The clone technology is also a professional knowledge chain. Chapter 163 Son-in-Law. The desolate desert is obviously different from the other 5 deserts. If the other deserts are just a name, then the desolate desert is a real desert, with yellow sand all over the sky, and often no oasis can be seen for hundreds of miles. More importantly, the radiation concentration here is the highest among all deserts. Ordinary life forms cannot survive in it at all. On the observation tower of a desert town, the sheriff is wearing a hood, wrapped up tightly, with only 2 eyeballs exposed, staring into the distance. A huge caravan was moving. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but when they saw the thick gun holsters on these people's waists, they quickly calmed down, and thought of a certain legend, and shuddered all over, and hurriedly greeted, and opened the door. This strange caravan walked in. Many people talked about it. This place is a wasteland. Why have so many people come recently? How did the warlords in the land of fire let them go? In a gasoline hotel that was booked, a slender figure arranged the caravan, stood at the door and lifted the veil, revealing a charming face. 3 pairs of electronic eyes swept out, smiled charmingly at the gold diggers outside the door, and walked in. Who are these people? How come they are so rich? They booked 4 hotels directly. Are they the survey team of the mechanical city? Don't mess with them. Remember the troublemakers a few days ago? They hung them on the wall, and hanged them to death. As soon as I entered, I saw the little woman lying on the table like a dead dog, her belly exposed, one of her short legs dangling weakly, a straw in her mouth, and an iron bucket at the other end of the straw, which was filled with cold water. It's hot, so hot, I'm dying, Dysela. Come back, the little woman said weakly. Well, you've been here for almost half a month. Why haven't you adapted yet? How can I adapt? This is a real desert. I feel like I'll be sunburned to death here sooner or later. Dysela shook her head, picked up the little woman, and was about to go find Boss Du. However, the sound of sizzling suddenly rang out. Huang Yuanli's eyes widened suddenly, and she quickly crawled out of the other's arms, with tears in her eyes. Dysela, are you going to burn me to death? On the little woman's waist, there was a circle of red marks, and some burn marks. Daisy looked at her modified arm in astonishment, but found that her mechanical body had been tanned like a squid on a grill since some time ago, and apologized quickly. Sorry. My heat-resistant coating must have run out. I'll go get some liquid cooling done first, and then I'll go find Boss Du later. Daisy hurried out the door, and found the girl with a mohawk in another reserved gasoline tavern. The girl was surrounded by several mechanical hunters, who greeted Daisy with a grin when they saw her coming over. Manager, you are here to cool down as well. It's so hot. My modified arm exploded in 10 minutes. You lasted 10 minutes. That's amazing. I got jammed in 5 minutes. Desira shook her head helplessly. Okay. The hardest site selection work is over. You will be transferred to base number 2 next, which is between the barren desert and the green desert, and the environment is much better than here. Just bear with it. By the way, Captain Sun Hong's team was attacked by ancient robots in the ancient battlefield, Manager. Did you know about this? Desira was stunned. When did it happen? Yesterday. It is said that they were attacked while transporting radiation power panels. The people were fine, but a few mechanical beasts died. Ancient robots? How many? How big? How powerful? I don't know, but they shouldn't be that strong. After all, they are just antiques from the civilized era. It's good enough that they can be used. It's hard to say. Maybe they are treasures left by aliens. If I had known earlier, I would have followed them. Maybe I could have made a fortune. Forget it. So many years have passed. If they were really alien robots, would it be our turn? They would have been dug up by those gold diggers long ago. Gold diggers are equivalent to the upgraded version of scavengers. They wander around the ancient battlefield and survive by digging up the ruins of the ancient battlefield. For the things dug out from the ancient battlefield, both the enterprises and factories paid a lot of money. So they lived a much better life than the ordinary scavengers. After a bunch of nonsense, it was soon Desira's turn. Hellowild, who was sitting in front of her, lowered his head to check and said in surprise, several biological parts are burned out. Supervisor, where have you been? I went to investigate something, and I had a fight with those Gene guys. Can you fix it? I'm afraid I can't fix this. I have to wait until the old man comes, Helly said with some difficulty. Helly Wilder, the daughter of old Wilder, is already an excellent prosthetic repairman at a young age. After seeing someone's skills, she was amazed and begged to come over. Although the senior engineer did not accept her as an apprentice, he taught her the skills without reservation. Now she is considered half a prosthetic doctor. The reason why she is called the senior engineer is because in their hometown, the old man is another meaning of the master. Forget it. Let me cool it down first. Helly stuck out her tongue embarrassedly, connected a mechanical condenser tube, opened it, and Desira put her arm in it. A burst of frozen white mist spurted out. It's not that the prosthesis has no feeling. In fact, as long as it is adjusted, whether it is a mechanical prosthesis or a biological prosthesis, it is no different from the hands and feet of a normal person. It's just that the human body has a threshold for pain. In order to make it easier to fight, the mechanical hunter will choose to adjust the touch to the lowest. So after freezing, Desira's biggest feeling is that her arms are more smooth. After spraying the condensate into the mechanical body, Healy opened the other's skin and treated the mechanical parts with high-temperature sun protection. In simple terms, it is to apply a layer of sunscreen. Looking at the densely packed mechanical pipes, Healy said with some envy, "When will I be able to build a mechanical body of this level? That will take a long time," Desila said with a smile. In her opinion, the hunting transformation that can break through the upper limit of the mechanical hunter is simply a miracle. And it is definitely not something that ordinary people can learn. After cooling down the arms and thighs, Desila refused Healy's further cooling. After all, to be honest, she was still not very confident in the craftsmanship of this little girl. "Let's have a drink together when you have time. My sister Spider Hunter template has more than just combat functions." After saying goodbye to Healy, Desila finally found Du Xiaodi. This rich factory lady's skin had long been tanned to a wheat color, and she looked healthier. "You're back," Director Du said without raising her head. "Yeah." Desila walked to the desk and picked up an industrial design drawing of a processing plant. There was a thick stack of such design drawings on the desk. Many times, Desila admired this person's energy and ability. If she became a mechanical hunter, she might become the strongest female hunter in history. However, being a mechanical hunter is definitely a waste of talent for the other party. There is no so-called area limit for an oasis. However, due to logistics, number of people, and infrastructure, the area of an oasis is generally not too large. It is already very good if the main body can reach a small town and the radiation area can reach a county town. But in Director Du's plan, their oasis covers nearly 1/3 of the barren desert. Base number 1 near the ancient battlefield, base number 2 near the blue desert, and base number 3, which has just begun to be selected. These 3 bases are the 3 corners, and everything within the triangle can be considered as the sphere of influence of the cable oasis. The radiation power plant under construction, the water plant, the nutrient paste processing plant, the machinery repair plant, the prosthetics manufacturing plant, the crisscrossing oil channels, the pure water channels, and the ancient subway that is planned to be reactivated. This person wants to turn this barren desert into another factory system. What a strong woman. Desira licked her lips, picked up a photo frame, which was a photo of Director Du and a man. The man was on her shoulder, and Director Du smiled shyly. It was completely different from his vigorous and resolute style at work. It's great to have a rich woman to support him. Desila sighed in her heart, and then took the photo frame away from her hand. "How is the investigation going?" Director Du asked. The only thing that could make her so concerned, apart from her career, was the matter of a little wolf dog. "Well, I found it, and I had a fight with him." Desila smiled. "It's stronger than I thought. The radiation in the barren desert is far greater than that in other radiation zones, which also makes the natives living here stronger than those in other places. If the upper limit of the natives in other deserts is 10, then the upper limit of the natives here is 20. All the famous warlords in the desert are distributed in this area, especially the Land of Fire. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the base camp of the native warlords. And the mastermind behind the death of Gao Gong in the Great Rift Valley is one of the native warlords, the god of radiation and gunpowder. The name sounds very arrogant. However, Director Du nodded expressionlessly and said, "It's just right. Our cash flow is about to bottom out. These people can be used as free labor, just as Gao Gong is ready to use the players as free labor. Director Du is also ready to use the subordinates of these warlords as free labor. Building a machine system requires an astronomical amount of resources. Director Du not only bet on the profits from the Beast Tide, but also bet on the profits from the Energy Annihilator in the next 3 years. Of course, it was all worth it, because with his connections, Director Du bought 3 combat robot production lines from the factory. If everything goes well, in just 1 year, Gao Gong will have 3 continuous mechanical legions. What is a Wang family? This is a Wang family. I have set people to monitor them. And I will take action when the boss comes back. Desira hesitated and said. But when I came back, I heard a piece of news that the boss seemed to have suddenly become the son-in-law of the security army. Chapter 164 Electromagnetic Cannon. In the dark clouds, a flying machine broke through layers of nuclear dust and appeared in the sky. At first glance, this flying machine is very advanced, because it looks very much like a UFO, so it looks very coordinated at first glance, but experienced drivers will feel uncomfortable at first glance, because it seems to completely ignore aerodynamics. Such a large frontal area, the wind resistance it brings is very exaggerated. But in fact, the saucer is used as a communication tool between the space station and the asteroid belt, and its real scope of application is in outer space. And its level is also very high. Combining a series of parameters, it can reach the level of level 8. You should know that. The upper limit of the aircraft of the second level civilization is only level 10, and level 8 means that it can achieve short-distance jumps between planets. There are 2 technology trees for this short-distance jump. One is space technology, and the other is energy technology. The former relies on space folding, and the latter is dimensional shuttle. This disc-shaped aircraft uses the former. As the jump engine starts, the UFO quickly stretches in space. When it stretches to a line, the line suddenly retracts to the middle, turning into a black dot and disappearing. After several jumps, the aircraft appeared in the sky above the ancient battlefield and turned on the stealth mode. This stealth mode does not rely on anti-radar coating, but on the high-level shielding or unique to the asteroid belt. So its stealth is real stealth. The huge fuselage disappeared in the air at once. Radiation waves, light, and particle rays. Almost none of them could scan the main body of the aircraft. Mothership, open the map of the ancient battlefield for me. Okay, Master. The next moment, 2 high-precision maps appeared on the virtual projection. One was the current map, and the other was a military map of the civilized era. The Second Mechanical War, also known as the Unmanned War. The silent battle, because from beginning to end, the advanced civilization did not send a single soldier, and easily destroyed the surface civilization of this planet. Gao Gong compared the 2 maps, and found that it was no wonder that the Research Institute chose this place before the war. In the radiation zone, there was actually the main base of the Empire's divine soldiers, where a group of troops were stationed. As one of the 3 most powerful armies in the Empire, the divine soldiers' reputation was second only to Tianji and Xiaoyu. According to the information, this base is an outpost of Shi-Asia, and its role is to suppress the first island chain of the mainland. It is also the largest outlet to the sea for the Empire. As a special mecha unit, the divine soldiers are different from the asteroid landing warfare style of the sky base, and are not garrison troops like Xiaoyu. They have the largest number of large equipment, including 3 sky carriers, 29 unmanned combat robots, and an intercontinental engine, which can migrate islands at critical moments. Not bad. The intercontinental engine has been pointed out. So how far will the planetary engine be? Are you being lazy? Engineer Gao squinted his eyes. And behind him, Angel, who was squatting on the ground secretly, shuddered, got up quickly, and continued to do push-ups. Forget it. Take a break. Angel looked at the other party in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to say, this devil actually let himself rest. Gao Gong smiled. What good things are you thinking about? You have to accompany me to inspect later. Now I'm going to make you exhausted. What should I do later? Angel's head turned over, lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. She no longer had any noble demeanor, but said in despair, kill me. Don't be funny. If I kill you, how can I be a son-in-law? Angel did have non-violent non-cooperation. She didn't believe that the other party really dared to kill her. However, she did not expect that humans could be so perverted. The other party seemed to have expected that she would give up, and built a training exoskeleton in advance, through electromyography stimulation, to make the body move automatically. The amount of training on this day was 3 times that of the previous one, and the movements were not compromised at all. From then on, she never dared to be lazy in training again. Angel rolled her eyes, climbed up, poured 2 glasses of juice, and came to Gao Gong in a flattering manner. Please have a drink. Gao Gong glanced at him. Poison? Of course not. Angel's eyes widened, and in order to prove her innocence, she took a big sip of the drink, and her expression was full of look. I'm fine. How can you be in trouble? Engineer Gao took the drink and said to himself. I heard that pheromones can artificially regulate other people's hormones, making some foods that should be non-toxic suddenly become highly toxic. Have you heard of this? Angel forced a smile and said. No. I've never heard of it. Engineer Gao waved his hand without looking back. And a giant half-mechanical, half-fusion body walked out of the darkness. And with a deft roll of its tongue, it rolled the drink away. Since it's your first offense, the training will be doubled. If you do it again, it will be doubled again. Angel's eyes immediately became full of resentment. And she said, I'll fight you. Even if you can't win, I'll double you. Wow. Cry? I'll double you even if you cry. Angel completely collapsed, crying and howling, and rolling around on the ground. Although Gao Gong still didn't understand the color of the other party's excrement, he at least knew what the tears of pheromone life looked like. He had collected almost a bottle of them. If it wasn't for liberating your blood, who would bother you? You little thing with no breasts or buttocks. Looking at the little thing that finally fainted, Gao Gong curled his lips, waved his hand, and asked a robot to carry her to the bed. Every carbon-based civilization has its own Superman training method, which must be tempered with their advanced genetic equipment. What to do if you don't have it? Then do some exercise first. If your blood is strong, you can stimulate some of the blood power by constantly tearing old muscle fibers. For this reason, Gao Gong has specially designed a set of extreme training methods which, combined with gene development drugs, will have a better effect. As for why he doesn't practice nonsense, it's so tiring. Wouldn't it be better to just add some exercise? Gao Gong became more and more suspicious that this angel's background is not simple. Rather than being the offspring of Freso, she is more like the offspring of that pheromone life. Is this guy trying to create an alien army? Many advanced civilizations have vassal armies, or even vassal civilizations. Even interstellar mercenaries will tend to recruit some bloodlines of advanced civilizations. If the other party really intends to raise Angel as a tool, then the senior engineer can only say that the other party is too foresight. It's a pity that the memory locks in this guy's brain are no less than those of the electronic executive, and the senior engineer can't dig out these secrets. But the senior engineer soon became excited again. Nothing else, his oasis has arrived. In the ruins visible to the naked eye, 10 smart factories appeared in the field of vision. The factory exterior is square and metallic white. Each factory covers an area of about 400,000 square meters. The 10 factories together cover an area larger than the Auto City. Not to mention the periphery of the factory, which is densely packed with radiation charging panels. Looking around, it looks like a sea of light. The function of this radiation charging panel is similar to that of a solar charging panel, but the former absorbs radiation energy. It is precisely because of these radiation charging plates that the radiation energy here will drop so quickly. This is too fast. Engineer Gao was both happy and worried. He was happy that the logistics base finally had a plan, but he was worried that Director Du was too much of a fuss. Even if there was 3D printing technology, if he wanted to settle down and produce in a short period of time, the resources he would spend would probably be unimaginable. Is she a rich woman or a spendthrift? According to Engineer Gao's plan, he would use the resources of the security group to develop his own oasis. Now it seems that this rich woman is too self-reliant. You should also learn some of my thigh-hugging skills from time to time. As soon as Gao Gong thought about it, a huge flying saucer immediately appeared in the sky. The appearance of the 8th level aircraft was quite shocking. The huge shadow directly blocked the light. It was silent, and seemed like a monster from the universe. In fact, even with the financial resources of the security corps, there were only 2 such 8th level aircraft, one of which was Freso's special aircraft. Gao Gong stood on the aircraft that was already transparent to the inside. He also wanted to see what the other side would do in this situation. Mothership, activate defense device number 1. The next moment, for gun barrels as thick as water tanks popped out from the UFO, and the next moment, electric arcs as thick as arms appeared densely on the surface of the UFO. This is the electromagnetic defense network. In the universe, energy defense systems are standard equipment for aircraft. But in the eyes of the planetary bumpkins, it was really shocking. What are you going to do? Senior engineer muttered to himself. After all, the hostility is already obvious, isn't it? The next moment, in the 2 factories in the center, the roofs of 2 buildings suddenly fell off, revealing the half-built missile silos. The next moment, more than a dozen rockets took off into the air, and rushed towards the aircraft in the thick smoke. Not enough. The electromagnetic defense net is not just a net, it is a complete electromagnetic defense system. The next moment, the lightning in the air disappeared, and the people on the ground felt a tingling sensation on their skin at the same time. The next moment, the rocket exploded just after it flew into the air. The energy defense system is simply a crushing defeat against this kind of power weapon. Engineer Gao shook his head. It's not that power weapons are definitely useless. Engineer Gao has seen a superpowered atomic spear of a photon civilization, which is powerful enough to split stars. But the problem is, it is the speed of light. The next moment, various mechanical beasts rushed out from various factories, with a number of more than 10,000. But only 1% could fly. That's it? Engineer Gao was a little disappointed. Although he knew that the normal operation of the factory defense system might not last for less than 3 days. But there was really no surprise. Warning. Warning. There is a high-speed power weapon approaching. There is a high-speed power weapon approaching. Engineer Gao's eyes lit up. And from the screen, a solid cannonball, like a black bowling ball, passed through layers of electromagnetic protection fields and killed it. This is an electromagnetic cannon. Chapter 165 Faction Roles. Although the electromagnetic cannon is a standard weapon of the second-level civilization, it is very likely to be selected in the technology tree of the first-level civilization. Its technological prerequisite is not high. In addition, because the electromagnetic shell is solid, its attack range is not large, and its power is not outstanding. Its role is generally used as air defense equipment, anti-armor weapon. It is a standard niche weapon. Many weapons of the first-level civilization are abandoned when they reach the second-level civilization. Only the electromagnetic gun, on the contrary, began to shine after the civilization was upgraded. The reason is that, in the second-level civilization, various energy defense systems began to be popularized. The biggest advantage of the electromagnetic gun is that it can penetrate energy defense. The biggest difference between the electromagnetic gun of the second-level civilization and the first-level civilization is that not only the barrel has an electromagnetic acceleration device, but also the shell itself also has an electromagnetic effect. So it generally has two changes. One is secondary acceleration, which can instantly soar from 10 times the speed of sound to 30 times the speed of sound, completely tearing the enemy's defense network through speed, and the other is, which is like this now. The electromagnetic shell was deeply embedded in the fuselage. The next moment, a large amount of electromagnetic force was ejected from the shell. Your level 8 aircraft received 3,200 damage, and at the same time, it produced electromagnetic chaos. In front of Gao Gong, at least a quarter of the virtual screen suddenly disappeared. The second ability of the electromagnetic cannon is to cause a large number of electronic components to malfunction. It is precisely because of this feature that it has become popular among the second-level civilization and has become the standard equipment of the army. The aircraft is under attack. Do you want to fight back? Open the hatch. As the door opened, Gao Gong jumped lightly. 3 pairs of wings pierced out from both sides of the spine. The colony automatically covered the wings. These biological wings completely turned into steel wings. Some flight drawings in Gao Gong's mind, such as arthropod movement system, pterosaur claws, heat dissipation pattern, etc., were automatically transformed, which finally made his speed change from gliding to flying, and the speed was faster than most helicopters of first-level civilization. With a flick of its wings, it disappeared into the air. Quick! 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 Another shot. 2 old men with old-style mechanical arms were inserting an electromagnetic cannonball into the barrel. The barrel of the electromagnetic cannon of the second-level civilization was half open, and the electromagnetic rifling inside could be seen. At first glance, it looked like a light fighter with a hollow middle, and the damage was visible to the naked eye. If there was no damage, this second-level electromagnetic cannon could actually fire continuously. Hey, why is there no power? Is there a leakage? What happened to Huang Wen? Boss, you are back. Huang Wen's electronic voice sounded from the drone speakers. The 2 old men looked back and saw a birdman with 6 mechanical wings stepping on the gun barrel, tilting his head and looking at them. Soon, the alarm was lifted, and the managers of base number 1 all understood that their boss was back. Among the new managers, Gao Gong didn't have many familiar faces. Only Sun Hong and Huang Wen were his old acquaintances. The rest were basically experts and management talents recruited by Director Du from the Equipment Research Institute. At this time, these new managers looked at Gao Gong with some trepidation. After all, it was their first meeting, and no one knew what his personality was like, and whether he was easy to get along with. Not far away, a group of Empire synthetic workers were mumbling, looking at Gao Gong with strange eyes. At the main seat, Gao Gong was flipping through the documents, and remained silent for a long time. This attitude made these middle-level managers even more nervous, and the atmosphere was almost stagnant. But in fact, Gao Gong was just checking the camp panel. First-level large-scale building radiation power plant was successfully built. Faction experience plus 200,000. First-level large-scale building vehicle repair factory was successfully built. Faction experience plus 200,000. First-level large-scale building light weapons factory was successfully built. Faction experience plus 200,000. First-level large-scale building primary prosthetics manufacturing plant was successfully built. Faction experience plus 300,000. First-level large-scale building drone production plant was successfully built. Faction experience plus 200,000. First-level large-scale building nutrient paste production plant was successfully built. Faction experience plus 200,000. Large-scale oil pipeline under construction. Faction experience plus 1,000/hour. Large-scale power grid under construction. Faction experience plus 1,000/hour. Large-scale pure water channel under construction. Faction experience plus 1,000/hour. The production of the mechanical system of base number 1 alone brought Gao Gong nearly 3 million camp experience, and this experience is still increasing rapidly. Director Du is really fast. If he keeps doing this, he might be able to upgrade the deputy position of factory worker to the maximum level before leaving the desert. Senior engineer glanced at the option of camp characters and said, "No. Ding 53,145. No. Ding 31,134. No. Gung 12,453. Vice President Zhao. Sun Hong. Huang Wen stay. And the others go back first." These 6 people are all camp characters in the camp panel. Soon, the temporary meeting room became empty. Faction characters are different from high-level characters. Faction characters are irreplaceable to a certain extent. At present, these 6 people have all reached the threshold of faction characters. C53145, representative of synthetic workers in the Empire Age, master of control systems, can slightly improve the efficiency of machine systems. D31134, representative of synthetic workers in the Empire Age, master of engine systems, slightly improve the performance of mass-produced exoskeletons. Gung number 12453, representative of the synthetic workers in the Empire Era, master of weapons systems, able to improve the performance of large weapons. These 3 old workers have some differences in appearance, but they look like they were carved from the same mold. They sit on chairs with their backs straight, like 3 old granites. The one who just fired the cannon is old Gung among the 3. Gao Gong looked at Vice President Zhao again, and this middle-aged man seemed much more slick. When Gao Gong looked over, he immediately smiled ingratiatingly. In fact, this Vice President Zhao is Director Du's superior. When Director Du went to his former unit to recruit people, this person recommended himself and came over. By the way, the person Director Du really wanted to recruit was actually the director of the Equipment Research Institute, who was a standard technical expert. Unfortunately, he failed to recruit him. Another Zhao. The young Zhao died, and an old one came. Engineer Gao muttered in his heart. But he also understood that if this Vice President Zhao was not capable enough, with Director Du's style of not recognizing relatives, it would be impossible for him to be recruited. The system panel also proved everything. Xiao Tong, Vice President of the Equipment Research Institute, is proficient in the production process of most weapons and equipment, and has slightly improved production efficiency. In short, this person is a logistical talent. The arrival of this person has added 150,000 faction experience to Gao Gong. Gao Gong took the initiative to ask, "President Zhao, I heard that you worked in the Equipment Research Institute before, and were responsible for weapons research." Zhao Tong quickly flattered, "Boss. Just call me Lao Zhao, I am an old friend of Director Du. Is the factory system also responsible for the research and development of weapons? Why have I never heard of it?" Zhao Tong sighed and said, "In fact, it is called research and development. It should be called archaeology." After the other party's explanation, Gao Gong realized that the research of the Equipment Research Institute did not actually refer to the development and research of new weapons, but the equipment archaeological research of the pre-civilization era. The entire Equipment Research Institute is actually a first-level outsourcing project of the Mother City. The outsourcing projects of the mother city are divided into 5 levels. And the 5th level is the highest, also known as the planetary mission. In the future world corporate war, the battle is for a 5th level project called the Electronic Brain Project. As for the 1st level, it is the lowest level, which is a task that even large companies are not willing to do. After being transferred around, it was sent to the factory. According to Zhao Tong's original words, their department has no money, no future, and no power. It is a standard 3-no department. If it were not so, he would not give up his old face and come to work for his former subordinates. Engineer Gao's heart moved, and he looked at Huang Wen. Or rather, the robot controlled by Huang Wen. What about you? You used to be a mechanic in the factory, didn't you? Do some of your colleagues want to change jobs? You can definitely introduce them here. No. Mechanics are popular talents in large enterprises and military contractors, and they will definitely not come here. Huang Wen rejected it flatly. Engineer Gao curled his lips. Don't despise the poor young man. Be careful of the young men hanging out with rich women. Then what is the purpose of this equipment archaeological research? Vice Dean Zhao pondered for a while, and said uncertainly, according to the dean, if some large-scale scientific and technological projects in the civilized era can be excavated, they may improve the scientific and technological level of the mechanical era. But from his tone, he didn't even believe it. After all, compared to the civilized era, the technology of the mechanical era has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few decades, it has gone through hundreds of years of civilization. Senior engineer thought for a while, and looked at Sun Hong again. I heard that you were attacked by ancient robots? Sun Hong nodded. When we passed the ancient battlefield, we were besieged by a group of low-level robots. We defeated them and found their hideout. The old electromagnetic cannon was one of the spoils. Are there other spoils? Only this one can be used. The others are standard garbage. Gung 12453 suddenly interrupted. Is that so? Then Sun Hong, please get ready. Gao Gong thought for a moment and said, in an hour, we will go to the ancient battlefield to take a look. We will go too. Bing and Ding said at the same time. Gao Gong looked at the two of them meaningfully and nodded. Okay, then let's go together. Among the 6 people present, Vice President Zhao, Sun Hong, Huang Wen are all in the joined state. Only these 3 old guys have to be determined after their names. To put it simply, these 3 have the standard mentality of working people. If they can get by, they will get by. If they can't, they will run away. If these 3 run away, then the hundreds of imperial workers, who have been recruited with great difficulty, will inevitably scatter. How can this be possible? The previous emperor was copied by someone before he had even started his business. We still have to continue the great cause of the empire. Chapter 166 Robot Revenge. It was the first time for Sun Hong and Vice President Zhao to ride on such an advanced aircraft. Sun Hong had a calm expression, as if he was not moved by external things. On the contrary, Vice President Zhao was very excited, touching this, touching that. What a powerful power system. Is this the legendary anti-gravity engine, this sound wall structure? There is no sound at all during takeoff. Is the thermal motion noise control already at the silent level? It is worthy of being the mother city technology. CDG. The 3 synthetic worker leaders were also a little excited, but their excitement was in different directions. So what about anti-gravity technology? We already did it in the Empire era. Energy shield. Our frigates also have it. And it's 3-layer. It's just an outer space exploration ship. We have a scientific research ship belonging to the Empire. The 3 old guys found faults in various ways, and soon they quarreled with Vice President Zhao. Gao Gong ignored these excited old guys, but looked at Sun Hong thoughtfully. Sun Hong, the head of the biological unit. Due to her secret efforts, her biological ability gradually developed towards the manipulation route. She, Huang Wen, both added 100,000 faction experience to Gao Gong. Generally speaking, if it is a combat faction character, the level requirement will be higher. What's wrong, boss? Sun Hong's calm tone, with a little bit of unnaturalness. I'm thinking about how to develop you. Sun Hong's eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Gao Gong looked calm. An important reason for coming back this time is to help his subordinates transform and upgrade. The great cause of the Empire cannot be achieved by one person alone. Sun Hong and Huang Wen are the key targets of his support. As the level of the camp increases, except for a few who can go the biological hunter route, most biological warriors will become cannon fodder players. In every camp, Cannon fodder, or basic combat units, are indispensable. Cannon fodder can be there, but the commander of the cannon fodder unit cannot be cannon fodder. It is better to transform Sun Hong into a mental control system like a little woman. But a little woman has a brain flower to help her, and her mental power can be increased without training. But Sun Hong is different. She has no backer, and her qualifications are not that good. She has also used Professor Han's gene development medicine, but until now, her superpowers have not been developed. Gao Gong decided to help the seedlings grow faster. Among the biological abilities of the Scarlet Queen, there is a kind of blood and flesh spores. He has asked Professor Han to perform bionics on this part of the gene. If successful, the other party can automatically improve its combat effectiveness by increasing the number of biological warriors under his command. Gao Gong told Sun Hong about this plan, and Sun Hong almost didn't hesitate at all, and said, "I agree to accept the transformation, at least in terms of will." The other party is still very qualified, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. He always felt that Sun Hong seemed to be quietly relieved. As for Huang Wen, he was also prepared to have a good talk with him. Electronic Knight Selena had become their captive, and the pathogen of the electronic biological virus had been analyzed. He prepared 2 ways for him. One was to rescue him from the vegetative state and turn him back into the mechanic Huang Wen. The second was to carry out deep transformation and transform him into a machine will. Machine will is a type of AI, but it is more hardware-oriented, a bit like the industrialized hive will. In the former case, he will become a frontline commander, with a status similar to that of Desira. In the latter case, he will become the controller of his own machine system. Gao Gong is not sure what the other party's choice is, but it doesn't matter which one he chooses. There is not much else on the machine Rift Star, but it is famous for having many large AIs. For example, the mechanical mastermind of each mechanical city is a large AI. By the way, the mechanical mastermind of the never-sleeping city is called the Machine Generation. In the future, under the seduction of a group of executives from the branches of giant companies, the 6th-generation Machine Generation will forcibly devour the 5th-generation Machine Generation, and the war between the two sides will cause the never-sleeping city to fail systematically, and finally the entire mechanical city will be conquered by the Knight's army. The fate of these executives is also quite miserable. They deserve it. The noise woke up Angel, who had a rare good sleep. She rubbed her eyelids and walked out of the room. Seeing a few unfamiliar faces, she was stunned at first, and then became furious. "You actually brought these inferior species onto the spacecraft without permission. Are you crazy? Do you want me to suffocate to death? This brat still hasn't practiced enough." Gao Gong glanced at him, and then looked at Sun Hong, and suddenly said, "You used to be in the security corps as a training instructor, right?" "Yes. I'm responsible for the training of new recruits. It's just right, I'll give you a task." Gao Gong felt that fitness alone was definitely not enough, and he had to master some military skills. Angel probably didn't expect that. A more tragic future was decided the moment she opened her mouth. Base number 1 is not far from the ancient battlefield. With the speed of the level 8 aircraft, in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the previous ambush site, near a garbage mountain. Different from the environment full of yellow sand, in the ancient battlefield, garbage mountains rose from the ground one after another, abandoned machines were everywhere, destroyed large military buildings, and even the wreckage of aircraft carriers. Although the focus of that battle was on the main continent, it was obvious that the predecessor of the 9-3 Guangzhou plate was also affected. The plate that originally belonged to the continent merged with the island country, causing the hull floating on the sea to be forced to land. After all, it is easier to go into the sea than to go ashore. This kind of strange phenomenon must be the result of a focused attack by space-based weapons. Around the garbage mountain, many gold pickers are coming in and out. The place where Sun Hong was ambushed before was near a garbage mountain not far away. This garbage mountain was very special. It was full of robot wreckage. In the civilized era, artificial intelligence had not evolved to this point. So the robots were serious robots, with rough metal shells, exposed wires, and no facial features. Most robots were not even humanoid, but tank type, turret type, and beast type. To say robots, perhaps fighting machines are more appropriate. White Tiger Combat Robot, Leopard Robot, Executioner number 3. 3 synthetics walked on the garbage dump, constantly muttering to themselves, as if entering some kind of memory. Unfortunately, most of the parts here are metal scraps, and the truly valuable ones have long been picked up. Senior engineer looked at Vice President Zhao and asked, "Do robots in the Empire era have basic intelligence?" Vice President Zhao shook his head and thought, even if they do, after so many years, their intelligent components should be damaged. After all, in the civilized era, personality chips have not been developed. And the intelligence of machines is very fragile. Whether it is AI or intelligent robots, they are not immortal. In fact, if they are only measured by lifespan, they are far inferior to carbon-based life of the same level. It's just that their death is different from carbon-based life. Their death is not the cell division to the apex, the so-called Hayflick limit. Rather, it is the system replacement, personality reorganization, algorithm update. Every update is actually a kind of death. So the larger the AI, the more it will delay the arrival of the update, because their data layer can no longer withstand this kind of tossing. Once updated, it means that all the underlying data must be reorganized. The battle between two generations of machines is essentially like this. Why did they suddenly attack? Maybe the early warning system is not completely broken. Gao Gong suddenly turned his head, and the body of the colony turned into a pistol with a swing of his arm. At the other end of the pistol was an old yellow-toothed gold picker. This guy's teeth are very suitable for his profession, and his smile is golden. The old gold picker raised his hand high, indicating that there is no threat, and then walked over with a licked face. "You guys, you are from outside? I mean, the desert farther away, or even outside the desert. How do you know?" The old gold picker smiled flatteringly, and pointed to his clothes. "People who live here all dress in a Middle Eastern style, and they want to cover every part of their body. But obviously, their dress is out of tune with this place, due to the effect of the radiation charging plate. The radiation concentration of base number 1 is very low, almost non-existent. So in the hot summer, short-sleeve shirts and shorts are normal equipment. What is your purpose?" "Hee hee. I am just a map seller. You are new here, and you probably don't know where is safe or where is worth digging for treasure. The last batch of treasure diggers, with the help of my map, dug up an advanced mechanical body. Since you know everything, why don't you make the money yourself?" "You are joking. Where there are treasures, they are probably linked to danger. I dare not go there." "Then how do you know there are treasures?" Vice President Zhao asked back. "Hee hee, I live here every day, where there are many people, where there are many deaths, where there are many gunshots. I remember all these in my mind." Old Genius smiled. "After watching this for a long time, some things will be understood. How much is one? 1,000 mechanical coins." Deputy Director Zhao was also shocked. 1,000 mechanical coins, 10 pieces or 10,000. If 10 pieces are sold a day, 30 days will be 300,000. This is higher than my salary. Gao Gong glanced at Vice Director Zhao, smiled. "If it were you, you wouldn't be able to do it." Senior engineer could clearly sense that at the moment he drew his gun, at least 5 people were lurking in the dark. They were a gang. "I'll ask you a question. If you answer well, I'll buy one." Old Gold Teeth was excited. "Okay. Ask. Is there anything strange in this ancient battlefield recently? For example, a few days ago, my companion was attacked by a group of ancient robots." "Robot attacks? This actually happens every year. And it's not uncommon." Old Gold Teeth muttered to himself. "But now that you said that, it seems that there have been a lot more robot attacks in this period of time. Guessed. There has always been a saying in the ancient battlefield that the ancient dead souls appear every year. And every time they appear, they are seeking revenge." Chapter 167 Transformation of a Human-Headed Leopard. The story the other party told was quite old-fashioned. The general content was that after the Imperial Army was wiped out by aliens, they missed their homeland. Every once in a while, the souls would come out to wander. During the wandering process, they thought they were still on the battlefield and would attack the enemy with restrictions. "What do you mean by restrictions?" Deputy Dean Zhao asked the key point. "They will focus on attacking creatures that have not been transformed, especially the natives here." Old Genia lifted his coat, revealing his waist filled with wires and pipes. So Old Gene is not afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst, and also transformed it. Gao Gong was sharp-eyed, and immediately saw the other party's artificial kidney. Crazy kidney hunting type. Your transformation is not entirely for the purpose of preventing ghosts. Right? To prevent ghosts. And also female ghosts. In the end, Engineer Gao bought a map, the content of which was quite rough. Old Gold Teeth rubbed his palms. "I wonder if the guests need other services besides maps. I also provide tour guides, escorts, archaeology, and other services. You also know archaeology? Vice President Zhao was amused, seeing that the other party did not believe him. Old Gold Teeth smiled humbly, and took out a dirty medal from his pocket. Old Jean, a private third-class soldier at the Divine Weapon Base, salutes you. According to the system scan, the metal is made of 12% zinc, 14% copper, and 14% gold. Verified to be true. This time, even Gao Gong was impressed. The other party was actually a veteran who survived the mechanical war. Although according to his age, this veteran was probably only a teenager back then. Old Jean and the two men he summoned temporarily walked in front. According to him, he would take Gao Gong to the place with the highest chance of digging treasure in this ancient battlefield. The core of the base back then. Vice President Zhao was a little worried. Boss, this genius may have bad intentions. It doesn't matter. In the depths of Engineer Gao's right eye, white mist flickered, and in his sight, a large number of mechanical waste rose into the air, reorganized, and turned into large military buildings of the civilized era. At the same time, large mechas began to appear. They were taller than large combat robots, about 70 meters, and had already touched the edge of the large mecha. According to the standards of ordinary planets, those above 10 meters and below 100 meters are small and medium-sized mechas, and those above 100 meters are collectively called large mechas. On the abdomen of these mechas, there is an obvious mecha cabin, and people can be vaguely seen in the cabin. A hand-operated mecha. It doesn't even have a somatosensory system. It's really a bit backward, Gao Gong thought. His eyes fell on the core of the Divine Weapon Base, which was a man-made steel fortress, suppressed in the sea. Gao Gong's pupils also gradually felt the pressure. The more complex the internal structure of this restored virtual reality is, the greater the pressure. More importantly, Engineer Gao gradually felt a special force that was interfering with his vision. It turns out there is a ghost. In front, Lao Jin exchanged glances with his two men, and a sly look flashed in his eyes. He was telling the truth. He was indeed a veteran of World War II, and the place he was about to take this group to was indeed the core of the base. But what he didn't say was that some of the defense equipment at the core of the base was not broken. And once an outsider entered, the alarm would be triggered. He had no intention of killing the group. Old Genia had a good reputation. However, he was only responsible for leading the way. Once an unexpected situation occurred, he would of course have to provide additional services. That would cost extra money. Looking at the way these people paid before, they should not be short of money. Maybe after finishing a job, Old Genia could go to the city that never sleeps to enjoy himself. This kidney should not be exchanged for nothing. Are we there? A voice suddenly came from behind. Old Genia was stunned, and hurriedly said, Everyone, this is one of the logistic centers of the shebang back then, the mecha room. All the mechas damaged on the front line will be hoisted here for repair. Don't look at it as inconspicuous, it is the core of this base. Among all the garbage mountains, the shape of this garbage mountain is the most special, like a hot dog bun squeezed into a ball, a lot of steel bars squeezed out like butter, and a passage can be vaguely seen in the middle. However, Engineer Gao did not go in, but looked at the other party with a smile. Since this place is so important, the defense must be very strong. Of course. But so many years have passed, and nothing has happened. Old Genius smiled honestly. Of course. You pay, and you have the final say whether you go in or not. Engineer Gao stared at the oversized metal bread not far away, and with a thought, he activated his gifted primary mechanical sense. Primary mechanical sense talent, a specialized perception of machinery, which can detect the internal operation of the machine system, and can also be used for equipment manufacturing. The pistol transformed by the colony body fired 3 shots. Bang, 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 and the next moment, the alarm sounded wildly. In the eyes of the senior engineer, the white mist began to turn black, and the ghost came out. Abandoned robots crawled out one by one. Some of these robots only had the upper body. Some had the lower body like a tank. And some were so rotten that the appearance could not be seen. There were so many of these strange things that they even triggered a temporary mission. Mission: Soul of Machine Revenge. Difficulty: Difficult mission brief. The ancient machine's rampage. Is it really as the legend says? A revenge for carbon-based life? Mission objective: Find the truth of machine revenge. Mission reward: Experience plus 6,500. Skill point plus 1. A random ancient machine blueprint for a while. The mountains and plains were full of ancient robots. "Boss Gene, look!" one of his men shouted, his eyes full of fear. It was not like this before. Old Genia was also startled. He came back to his senses after hearing the shouting. He said quickly, "Hey, customer, now that there is such an accident, it is obvious that you have to pay more." "Oh, can you handle it?" "Of course. I want 5. No, 100,000 mechanical coins." "Sure, as long as you can make these mechanical monsters retreat." Old Genia gave a look. While arranging people to collect the money, he took out the mechanical sign again, inserted the sign into a slot on his waist, and a mechanical voice sounded. "The third-class soldier of the Divine Weapon Base has passed the verification." The third-class soldier of the Divine Weapon Base has passed the verification, however. These ancient robots did not directly lift their guard and retreat as they did in the past. Instead, they rushed forward at a faster speed. Hey, I am your comrade in arms. I burn incense for you during festivals and holidays." Old Genia finally couldn't help it, pulled out 2 pistols, and fired at the ancient robots that rushed over. The bullets hit the 2 ancient robots, making one of them lean back, while the other mechanical monster took the opportunity to pounce on them. This ancient robot looked a bit like a mechanical tiger with 3 legs missing. On its last leg, there was a box-shaped jet power device. With the sound of rapid airflow, the huge figure suddenly jumped up. Old Genia was immediately in a life-and-death crisis. Seeing this, Senior Engineer prepared to rescue the opponent, but paused and uttered a sigh. Old Genia's body suddenly shrank into a ball. Just when the opponent's claws were about to tear it off, his waist suddenly bounced, and the ball was ejected into the air. A palm popped out of it like lightning, and with the power converted from potential energy, it hit the opponent's engine very accurately. With a light twist of the palm, the entire power system produced a perfect tilt. The tiger robot banged, moved 3 meters in the air, and hit a steel bar next to it heavily. The steel bar penetrated the other party's engine, and a puff of green smoke came out from the engine. The whole process was smooth, like a special dance. To be more precise, like Kung Fu. But the senior engineer's eyes lit up. Mecha technique. Mecha technique, a kind of advanced operation technique that can implant human plugins into the body and exert the power of the mechanical body to 200%. This thing is rare even in mechanical civilization, because the use of mecha technique requires extremely high talent. If it is based on mechanical sense, at least advanced mechanical sense is required. Unfortunately, Old Genia only knew this one move. After this move, he became completely depressed and told his men to run away without even taking the money. Engineer Gao shook his head. Except for him, everyone present was a logistics staff, so he was naturally prepared. The next moment, a huge monster fell from the sky on the 8th level aircraft that had turned on the stealth mode. When it landed on the ground, it made a loud noise and smashed a huge pit. In the thick smoke, a huge semi-mechanical leopard raised its head and roared. The substantial sound waves were higher and higher. Wherever the sound waves passed, mechanical monsters exploded. Name: Gilbert the Human-Headed Leopard. Radiation level: A. Health 403520/403520. Stamina 6661/46661. Mechanical energy 201200. Bioenergy 301201. Biological attributes: Strength 130, Agility 140, Endurance 900, Intelligence 70, Perception 120. Skills: Leopard Shockwave Elite, Biological Bomb LV4 Elite, Gene Body Explosion LV8 Expert, Dark Soul Expert, Hormone Frenzy LV4 Expert. Leader Template: King of Genes, Phenom Transplant removed, Beast Warrior modified. Unlike the previous smooth body shape, it is different from the noble white leopard that is like an aristocrat among beasts. Now it is more ferocious, meters-long mechanical steel claws, scarlet military electronic eyes. A row of advanced grenade launchers are installed on the back. In the middle is an energy cannon. Now, it has changed from a genetic ornamental beast to a beast warrior. This one rushed into the army of ancient robots, and the damage it brought was terrifying. Each of its mechanical body plugins was made of the best materials. Even if it was just a simple collision, it would only be the opponent that was destroyed. Its limbs were not equipped with ordinary jet power devices, but shipborne engines, which also meant that its starting speed was the speed of sound. Sonic boom sounded continuously, and in less than a minute, hundreds of ancient robots were blown up and parts were scattered everywhere. Dean Xiao, as well as the 3 Imperial workers Bing, Ding, and Gung were all stunned by this impactful scene. This was a pure display of mechanical violence. Engineer Gao nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly raised his voice. Human-headed leopard. Transform. Chapter 168 Synthetic Human Bloodline. The reason why Gao Gong stayed in the Sky Carrier for more than half a month was, a big reason, was for this newly made human-headed leopard. To be precise, he wanted to verify the possibility of his transformation through the transformation of this human-headed leopard. And with Gao Gong's voice, the human-headed leopard Gilbert suddenly turned over, and his two arms began to retract into his abdomen, and the distributed shipborne engine entered his abdomen, and merged into the main engine. At the same time, the human-headed leopard's head hung down to his chest, and the leopard's mouth opened, and the missile launcher on his back moved into his mouth, and under the action of the ligament, it became a rotary missile launcher. As for its legs, countless brackets pierced out from the buttocks, a large amount of flesh and blood began to spread along the alloy brackets. Under the super flesh and blood healing power of the gene hybrid, two thick giant legs took shape. At the same time, a thick metal spear popped out from the right hand, and it was vaguely visible that it was a metal spine. As for the left hand, a portable energy cannon pierced out from the shoulder, and spit out countless teeth during the stretching process, and embedded in the cannon body under the effect of flesh and blood, the two main guns combined into an arm, and the teeth became a circle of tooth chains, and as the muzzle glowed, the teeth on the big and small arms rotated wildly, and became a rotating cannon hammer. As the head that looked very similar to a human-headed dog squeezed out of the abdominal cavity, the transformation was completely completed. Its mechanical energy suddenly increased by 100,000 points. And as a price, its biological energy was weakened by 50,000 points. In the system panel, a series of skills of the gene collection began to refresh, transforming the abilities of the leopard warrior. Skills: Mechanical Power Hammer LV5 Elite, Earth-Shaking LV7 Expert, Plasma Gun LV8 Expert, Machine Howitzer LV2 Expert, Leopard Neural Combat Library LV4 Expert, Combat Learning Panel LV4 Expert. Although a large amount of blood spurted out from the transformed part during the transformation, resulting in a loss of 100,000 blood, it was gratifying that no module was stuck in the middle. This leopard warrior has a very obvious sense of déjà vu, such as the long spear transformed from the alloy spine, and the rotating hammer similar to the microcomputer brass knuckles. There are also some blueprints of the security group, close combat exoskeleton, and strong reproductive body. The rest are Gao Gong's own ideas, such as the decentralized and aggregated shipborne engine, the neural combat library made by imitating combat chips, and the attribute panel similar to the system. These are not completely blueprints. For no other reason, he is taking the fusion route, and these blueprints are destined to be used only partially. The remaining fusion part will have to be explored by Gao Gong himself. As the transformation was completed, the eyes of the leopard warrior lit up again, and countless combat data flashed out of his eyes. Go fight. The head of the leopard warrior, which looked like a human-headed dog, nodded at Gao Gong, and the two mechanical legs began to run wildly. On the surface of the plasma gun, visible electric current began to light up. With a flash of lightning, the shadow of the gun extended to 50 meters away, and wherever it passed, countless ancient machines were blown up. A flash of cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. At the same time, he turned his feet flexibly, and the saw-toothed hammer in his right hand smashed fiercely, smashing a tank-type robot that rushed over to him into pieces. Senior engineer has verified that the hammer force of this guy can reach 10 times that of the hydraulic breaker. Others can open mountains and build roads, but it can crack alloys with fists. It can be clearly seen that although the action is more than one level slower, the killing efficiency has increased by at least 3 times. Soon, most of the ancient robots near the base were cleared, and the rest were like whack-a-mole, smashing one by one. The efficiency of production is not as good as the efficiency of destruction. Let's go in. Engineer Gao took the lead and walked towards the metal bread. Dean Zhao was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed behind, opening his mouth, but in the end, he didn't speak. He really wanted to ask, how could a humanoid robot with a height of nearly 30 meters move so flexibly? Some clever tactical moves, even some gymnasts can't use. Even a combat robot equipped with a combat system, compared with the other side, they are the weakest of the weak. He had no doubt that if a fight really broke out, this super strange robot could beat 10 or even 20 at once. Gao Gong walked into the passage, where he could vaguely see the metal floor. Soon, A flash of electronic scanning light flashed by. Gao Gong's eyes were misty again. His pupils turned into the shape of old gold fang. And at the same time, a soldier nameplate appeared on his neck. Third-class soldier of the Divine Weapon Base passed verification, although the Empire has also reached the level of second-level civilization. It is obviously a preliminary step and lacks experience in dealing with peers. Facing the second-class bloodline True Eye, its defense system was useless. However, the defense here was indeed very strict. Even after several decades, there were still 5 or 6 defense systems. With the identity of a private, Gao Gong successfully passed through the outer perimeter. But at the last one, he was blocked. It was a large armored head with a gap on the mouth. Private Jin Xiaohai. Please leave immediately. Your rank is not enough to visit the Seagull Center. Private Jin Xiaohai. Please leave immediately. Your rank is not enough to visit the Seagull Center. Be careful. There should be an Imperial Type 3 charged particle cannon installed here. Gung 12453 suddenly said. Unlike the old rogue hunters of the previous generation, these synths are very taciturn except when they encounter something of special interest. The human-headed leopard shocked them enough. They couldn't help but compare it with the Empire's big and clumsy mechas. The result was quite pessimistic. They were not in the same league at all. It was like an archer against a machine gunner. Unless they exhausted the opponent's energy, they could not think of a way to win. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. As the senior engineer thought about it, he injected the remaining half of the tube of Black Prince blood into his body. This time it felt much smoother than the last time. Somewhat unexpectedly, the clone body was stimulated, and it was fully activated, transforming into a neuron armor. And it was not like the close-fitting metal tights before, but transformed into a very gorgeous mechanical robe, with a carving of a mythical beast unique to the civilized era, which is called Yilin according to the current translation. A unique feeling arises. Gao Gong can't help but take a step forward. The next moment, the whole air seems to have stagnated, and the whole world turns black. As the tip of the foot lands on the ground, the whole black world breaks apart. Violent black waves are higher and higher. Wherever they pass, layers of cracks appear on the metal surface, and the inspection systems crash on the spot. And when the black light sweeps across the house-sized mecha head in front of him, the charged particle cannons in the eyes are instantly extinguished. The rigid and stiff electronic sound seems to be a little more enthusiastic. Welcome, Your Highness. Gao Gong didn't need to look back. He could guess the shocked expressions of the 3 old men behind him. You comprehend the Imperial power gray. As the blood of the Black Prince was released, the skill status quickly turned gray. However, this time was obviously much better than the last time, which left no status. This top-level blood injection was like diarrhea, which was completely unbearable before. But now it can be held for a while. Gao Gong walked in. The area of this Seagull Center was not large. Just a small room. A password cabinet. 3 computers. Seeing this desktop computer, Gao Gong was particularly nostalgic and pressed the power button skillfully. Without a password, Gao Gong logged in easily. Inside the computer were some internal data of the Divine Weapon Base. Mainly some personnel deployment, patrol missions in the sea area, etc. The second computer had a lot of gains. It was the experimental data of the Empire's latest mecha, Warbear 3, 4, and V. It can be seen that the Empire's mecha has gradually upgraded from hand-operated joystick to neural control. But it was obvious that this technology was not mature. The pilots had obvious physical discomfort, nausea and vomiting, and even fainted in the middle of the battle. They were missing a blueprint of the external neural connection device. The first computer was for personnel deployment. The second computer was for experimental data. And the third computer was empty, with nothing. The senior engineer frowned and operated it skillfully, and found that even the registry had been cleaned up. The familiar feeling before flashed away. However, Gao Gong's eye of truth never saw black again. Then, Gao Gong used violent means to open the safe. It was the design drawings of the mechas in service at the Divine Weapon Base. There were more than a dozen types, all small and medium-sized models. A different system sounded. Mission failed. The failure of the mission made Gao Gong less happy to get the mecha design drawings. It was not because of the failure of the first mission. In fact, he had failed a lot of missions in his previous life, not this one. Rather, this soul of machine vengeance failed inexplicably. Is it the unsprouted mechanical revolution? Impossible. The mechanical revolution is a big plot of the universe, and it is the next version. Did the AI war delete the file? This possibility is not small, but what did it delete? Its main body address? Gao Gong always felt that it was not that simple. Until he returned to the mothership, Gao Gong was thinking about this question. While Gao Gong was thinking, C53145, D31134, G12453 were exchanging glances. Finally, the three of them made up their minds. Walked to the senior engineer, knelt on one knee, and said with enthusiasm, "The Empire Synthetics are willing to be loyal to you. C53145, D31134, G12453 join the camp. Camp experience plus 600,000. Mechanical Hunter Camp opens the blood system. Obtain synthetic blood. Synthetics, in order to meet the growing demand for manpower. The Empire has developed a low-level auxiliary force, which can randomly obtain a mechanical talent. The performance was quite good, and finally won the hearts of these three old guys." Chapter 169 Big Crisis. In general, Gao Gong was quite satisfied with the harvest from base number 1, especially the ancient battlefield. More than a dozen basic mecha blueprints, 3 advanced blueprints of War Bear Type 3, Type 4, and Type 5. The transformation of the human-headed leopard was experimented. Clues to mecha techniques. The Emperor's power that cannot be used for the time being. And the loyalty of 3 synths. In Gao Gong's opinion, the most important harvest is actually the mecha blueprints. The reason is that, through the intelligence of the security group, he was shocked to find that the mecha market of Jilixing Star seems to have not been tapped yet. There are 2 directions for mecha. One is getting bigger and bigger, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, and finally becoming interstellar armor, commonly known as Gundam. The other is getting smaller and smaller, and finally becoming nano-armor. In the Machine Rift Star, the market for large mechas is replaced by large combat robots. The small market is dominated by exoskeletons. Although the performance of exoskeletons is not as good as that of mechas, it is cheap. If you want something better, you can directly use strong armor. Their technology is very mature, and biological armor can avoid most electronic detection. Only mechas are in this position. They can't use the bigger ones, and they can't afford the smaller ones. Only some cloud nobles will customize advanced mechas to be different, such as the human armor in one Anna is wearing. However, in Gao Gong's opinion, this is a great opportunity. According to the data of the ancient battlefield, the mecha technology of the Empire is not mature. This may be the reason why mecha technology has not become popular. But it doesn't matter if it is immature. Gao Gong has a way to make it mature quickly. Even if there are some failed experiments, they can be sold to players in the future. What is a man's dream? Isn't it to drive a Gundam? For the dream? What's wrong with spending a little money? The mecha can be the flagship product of his camp. Although the hunter module is good, it is only suitable for the profession of mechanical hunter, and can only be digested internally. On the contrary, the mecha has a chance to shine in the future beast disaster. If it is combined with mecha skills, it will be even more perfect. So before leaving, Engineer Gao took Old Gold Tooth with him. Faced with Engineer Gao's sincere invitation, especially the barrel of the grenade launcher, Old Gold Tooth really found it hard to say no. After a sincere exchange, Old Gold Tooth told all about how he got the mecha technique, without hiding anything. It had nothing to do with the adventure that Engineer Gao imagined. Decades ago, when Old Gold Tooth was still a recruit, the instructor who led them promised them that whoever made the fastest progress would be taught a unique skill. Old Genia was the final winner. That move, Mechanical Heart Digger, was the instructor's reward. As for the instructor's origin, Old Genia only knew that he was transferred from the Imperial capital garrison. It is said that he has a strong family background. He came here just to gain experience. By the way, the instructor's surname is Xiao. Surname Xiao? Are you sure his surname is Xiao? Of course, Old Genia dare not say anything else, but his memory is absolutely amazing. The instructor's surname is definitely Xiao. Surname Xiao, and he was born in the Imperial capital, so it is basically Xiao family. However, in his previous life, Gao Gong only knew that the Xiao family was a noble family in the mother city, and that the family was a huge military-industrial complex. In the late period of the cyber test field, he could receive the task of strengthening armor from the Xiao family. But he had no impression that the Xiao family was proficient in mechanical skills. Logically speaking, if this family really had tasks related to mechanical skills, it would have been dug out by players long ago. Mechas are the stars and the sea. Could it be lost? Gao Gong decided to find an opportunity to test Xiao Tong. As for Old Gold Teeth, Engineer Gao did not intend to let him go. If he used his identity as an old soldier of the Empire well, it might have a miraculous effect. At least the three Empire Synths were more convinced of Engineer Gao's identity. If he was not a descendant of the Black Prince, why did he pay so much attention to the Empire people? Moreover, such an old hand was the most suitable for dealing with players. Engineer Gao, who left base number 1, did not go directly to base number 2, but planned to go to a desert town to meet Director Du first. According to his informant, Director Du already knew that he had become the son-in-law of the security group. Engineer Gao could foresee what kind of bloody storm would follow. So he was prepared and took out a thing like a handle. With a light press of the handle, a mechanical washboard popped out. A real man can bend and stretch. Director Du's anger is nothing more than a burst of energy. Then a second. Then a decline. And finally a third. At this moment, he thought of a famous hero's famous saying. You can marry him and keep him. As long as he survives Director Du's first 3 fires, he will still be the Shamat factory brother in Director Du's mind, and Director Du can continue to be a rich woman to cling to him. He feels very stable. At the same time, a huge monster appeared in the sky above the desert town. The sky carrier Black Rose stood on the deck, the cold wind hung on her face, and her red hair was like fire. Littlefinger was hesitant to speak, but finally, seeing that the little wolf dog had given him a lot of useful suggestions for the transformation of his reproductive system, he decided to save him. Sister Rose, are we going to the Mother City? Is there still time? After clearing the rebel forces in the dark web and subduing the executives involved in insider trading, Black Rose was ready to follow the plan of the senior engineer and start something in the Mother City to gain the trust of those cloud nobles and pave the way for her to take charge of the electronic grid. But before leaving the desert, Sister Rose suddenly had a strange idea and wanted to go see the factory girl. The two girls actually knew each other and had a very bad impression of each other. Sister Rose thinks Director Du is a factory girl from the countryside. Director Du thinks Sister Rose is a nouveau riche. Both sides are very unhappy with each other. Seeing that Black Rose didn't say anything, Littlefinger laughed and said, well, the environment of the barren desert is not good, it is easy to affect the skin, why don't we go? Black Rose glanced at her, and her eyebrows raised like a knife. Why, are you teaching me how to do things? I dare not. Littlefinger immediately admitted his weakness, thought about it, and decided that since he couldn't protect the other party, he should protect himself first. And immediately said, well, then I won't go down, I will help you monitor the sky carrier. Black Rose snorted coldly. Why, you dare not go down? How can I? I'm not afraid of that kid. But that kid does have a lot of capable men under him. Littlefinger coughed dryly, thought about it. Finally he advised earnestly, Sister Rose, you can go down and beat up that country bumpkin woman, but don't kill her, although the guy always smiles, he actually has a bad temper. Who said I want to kill her? Black Rose sneered. To work in my territory, don't you need to pay a protection fee first? Chapter 170 Chaotic Relationship. Both wealthy women are willing to take action and never talk nonsense. Bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, this option does not exist. This posture is more suitable for Gao Gong. The sky of the desert town suddenly darkened. A huge monster covered the sky. This monster is like a super island. As soon as it appeared, it brought suffocating pressure to everyone. The dying little woman stood up suddenly. With her rapidly rising perception, she could feel that a terrifying aura descended. This aura gave people the feeling that it was like a world. Almost at the same time, Black Rose and Littlefinger appeared at the door of the desert town. Black Rose's emerald eyes swept over the wooden piles, wooden walls, and lookout towers in front of the town, which were visibly shriveled, aged, and smoky. They evolved to death on the spot. Littlefinger grinned. He was getting more and more confused about Sister Rose. Although he had never touched her. Why are both male and female so perverted? Black Rose walked in gracefully, her long legs swinging, like a catwoman, her calves soft and smooth, her thighs round and strong, and the slight tremor from her calves all the way up, like waves at dusk. The residents of the desert town, one by one, all froze in place. Littlefinger knew that these people were bionic the moment Sister Rose came. For Sister Rose now, the human wave tactic was no longer effective against her. Sister Rose walked all the way to the front of the hotel without any hindrance. Then, gunshots rang out. Unfortunately, all the bullets missed. A black shadow flashed in front of her, and Director Du's personal bodyguard, Desira, appeared in front of her. Her whole body was covered with light red radiation patterns, and her body was twisted with heat. This was a one-step evolution, directly evolving to the strongest radiation spider form. The spider radiation field unfolded, and Black Rose felt as if countless threads were entangled in her hands and feet. With the help of the pheromone network, she could clearly see that these threads were actually stirred radiation energy. Interesting. Black Rose's eyes flashed with interest, and her arms pulled the threads apart and put them on the shelf. Her hands and feet collided with each other, and a sonic explosion occurred. Except for a few monsters, most normal people must abide by the law of conservation of mass. Then the greater the power, the greater the volume. Desira's thighs suddenly swelled up, and she looked like a female warrior with a bodybuilding body. Her beautiful legs suddenly lost their appeal. However, the advantage of becoming ugly is that she becomes stronger. In the berserker state, Desira's strength doubled. Under Sister Rose's feet, countless cracks suddenly appeared. As the top hunter in the open, Spider Hunter Desira is a level 25 elite template, and is one of the few who can get rid of the Black Rose's aura. The two figures quickly fought together, and sonic booms sounded one after another. Unlike Desira, Sister Rose seemed more at ease, and her fighting style was a standard assassination style. As the top killer of the dark web, her fingers, elbows, fists, any action, went straight to the vital points, and brought incredible explosive power. In less than a minute, the radiation spider form that could last for 10 minutes was beaten out of its original form. Looking at the opponent's breasts that were obviously bigger after the transformation, Black Rose snorted coldly, and she originally planned to hold back, but she knocked the opponent unconscious with one punch. Her chest was almost deflated. Matsushima Keiko was about to faint from tears. Little Du, run quickly, the adulterer is here. Upstairs, the young woman saw this scene and jumped in anxiety. Du Xiaodi, who had always been calm and focused on her work, heard the word adulterer and her mouth couldn't help twitching. I was here first. The door was gently pushed open, and a red-haired beauty walked in. After weighing the fighting power of both sides, the young woman resolutely stood in front of Director Du to avoid the scene of her good sister being stripped of her clothes. The next moment, the little woman's eyes became transparent, and her temperament also changed greatly. Huang Yuanli. No. Gaia stared at her, and said softly, you have the temperament of an alien life. In addition to the identity of the time traveler, Gao Gong had nothing to hide from Black Rose. Black Rose knew that the brain in the jar was such a huge spiritual body. To be honest, she came here this time half for it. Black Rose's eyes also turned purple, and a terrifying mental force field was brewing. This time, it was Sister Rose who was suppressed. Just like she couldn't kill the electronic executive, fighting on the spiritual level was not her strong point. With this hotel as the core, half of the world turned purple, and the other half was filled with countless tentacles as thick as water tanks. At this moment, Littlefinger, who was squatting opposite the hotel and holding a box of sizzling octopus, looked at the scene not far away and calmly stuffed the hot octopus into his mouth. It's good with rice. But Gaia's expression gradually changed, and there was a hint of anger in her tone. You are copying my ability. Sister Rose raised her big red lips, and in the purple world, tentacles of the same type squeezed out from the darkness. She was about to go to the mother's city. In her opinion, the best way to deal with those data lives was the ability of the brain in a jar. Your ability is great, but it will be mine in the next moment. Gaia was not in vain. The next moment, in the radiation zone, millions of mechanical beasts raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes changed. 10 times the spiritual power turned the surroundings into a viscous ocean. Countless phantoms of mechanical beasts emerged from the sea and pounced on Black Rose. Black Rose took a deep breath and used her best skills. The next moment, mechanical parts fell from the mechanical beasts like rain. These mechanical beasts gradually turned into familiar figures. Tigers, leopards, bears, wolves, elks, rabbits, willows. Reverse evolution. Seeing this strange sight, Gaia was obviously stunned. I know your purpose. Black Rose spoke again. Let's cooperate. With my power, you can find out the mastermind behind all this more quickly. When the little woman recovered from the state of summoning brain flower, she was shocked to find that there was no tearing of hair, no stripping of clothes, and even no spitting. Black Rose sat opposite with her long legs crossed. There was also a cup of coffee on the table, which seemed to be made by Sister Xiaodu. Don't fight anymore? The little woman asked curiously, with a little disappointment in her tone. Du Xiaodi raised her head and said, Lily, do you know that there is actually a traitor around me? She would secretly reveal my information to someone in exchange for some benefits. Who do you think the traitor is? The little woman's expression froze for a long time. And then she suddenly laughed. Well, you guys chat. I'm going out for a walk. It's strange. I did it so secretly. But I was discovered. I won't be killed. Will I? The little woman muttered to herself as she walked out the door. And just happened to see Little Finger squatting and eating takoyaki not far away. The two looked at each other for a moment. Want a bowl? Okay. Black Rose looked at the document in her hand seriously. It contained the first phase plan, the second phase plan, and the third phase plan of Cable Oasis. According to Director Du's plan, eventually, this new oasis will become a new factory system. I admire you more and more. Black Rose smiled and said, Do you want to work for me? The resources I have can double your speed. Thank you, no need. It's not up to you. The entire radiation zone is my territory. Really? Including the factory? Du Xiaodi raised her eyebrows. Or, do you intend to undermine the will of those large enterprises? Not bad, you got so many orders in a short time, but these are all low-price dumping. Sister Rose quickly saw the other party's little calculation. Start from the low end first. Then you will have the opportunity to upgrade the industry. This is the law of the industry. Obviously, you don't understand this principle, Du Xiaodi said sarcastically. Black Rose didn't care. She took a sip of coffee, then silently looked at the documents. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. After she took control of the Bionic Man group, she also needed a production base that she could control. Some unclean things could also be produced here. Black Rose suddenly put her hands on the table, poked her head out, and looked at the other person with her eyes fixed on him. I want to invest. No. Black Rose suddenly smiled dangerously and lifted the other's chin with her finger. You don't seem to realize one thing. All his things are mine, including you. Without waiting for the 8th level aircraft to stop, Gao Gong jumped off, spreading his wings in midair, and rushed forward. Ever since he saw the sky carrier in the sky, Gao Gong felt very bad. Director Du will not be killed. The appearance of the desert town looked rotten, which deepened Gao Gong's judgment. At the entrance of the hotel, Little Finger and the little woman were squatting on the ground eating takoyaki, which made Gao Gong have a big question mark in his mind. When Gao Gong rushed into the hotel, he saw a scene that stunned him. Director Du was being pressed on the desk. Her mouth was tightly blocked, and the one pressing on her was Sister Rose. The Minotaur turned out to be me. Sister Rose came in style and left in style. In addition to giving Gao Gong a hat, she also took away 30% of the shares of New Oasis. In return, Director Du can use the resources of the Security Corps at will. As the son-in-law of the Security Corps, for a moment, Engineer Gao didn't know whether to be happy or sad. At this time, on the aircraft, Director Du was rubbing Engineer Gao's shoulders and back with a low eyebrow. As a conservative woman, Du Xiaodi felt that this behavior brought great insult to her future husband. So she stopped being angry and her attitude was gentler than anyone else. So this is the happiness of the Minotaur. Engineer Gao suddenly realized. This happiness lasted until the group arrived at base number 2. Professor Han's first words almost scared Engineer Gao to death. Your daughter is about to give birth. Aye? There were too many things to complain about. Engineer Gao couldn't complain for a while. And when everyone arrived at the laboratory, as expected, in the nutrient tank, the egg of the Red Queen was cracking little by little. Director Du's face suddenly turned cold. Chapter 171 Valkyrie. Gao Gong dares to swear to heaven that this little Scarlet Queen was not born by himself. At most, he was a midwife. The only connection between the two is that they both shared the blood of her mother, the A-level Scarlet Queen. If we must talk about their relationship, the two are more like half-siblings. But obviously, no one at the scene cares about what Gao Gong thinks. Little woman Momo, Duya, and other girls are clinging to the glass, staring at the little queen who crawled out of the eggshell with wide eyes. She's so cute. Momo couldn't help but say. The new little queen is about the size of a Barbie doll. Her vital parts are covered with blood armor. Her hair is red, different from the flaming red of Sister Rose. It's closer to the color of blood, draped on her small shoulders, and her two blue pupils stare blankly ahead. She's pretty cute. Gao Gong felt that his figure soul was beginning to awaken. As a book artist, collecting figures is naturally one of his hobbies. The little queen also saw Gao Gong. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over. As expected, she hit the glass with a bang. The little queen covered her head. Her mouth pursed, and she was about to cry. The little woman was suddenly filled with maternal love, and said anxiously, "Quick! Quick! Let her out. She is about to burst into tears." Professor Han rolled his eyes and complained, "What do you think she is? A toy? This is the blood of an authentic A-level radiation beast. Don't look at her small size. It's a standard monster. She started running around when she was still an egg. I used 3 layers of bulletproof glass to stop her." The little queen looked at Gao Gong pitifully, and Gao Gong suddenly felt a sense of blood connection. What the hell? He was not familiar with this figurine, but it is indeed very cute. "Let it out," said the engineer. "Wait a little longer. I will study it further. There are some other components in her blood." "Hey, old man Han. You are not going to slice her up for research, are you?" "Yes, Professor Han. You have to reform yourself and become a new person, as victims of the other party's crazy experiments." The little woman and Momo immediately united their front. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, the little queen puffed up her mouth, and the blood armor on the vital parts quickly covered her arms. This feeling is a bit like a cloned soldier, and a bit like the transformed mechanical body of the Great Knight Steel. The opponent's chopstick-thick fist struck out like lightning. The next moment, the 3-layer thick glass instantly exploded into glass shards. Gao Gong frowned, and the colony turned into a mechanical wall to block everyone, finally avoiding the treatment of disfigurement. "Where is the person?" "What person? It's a radiation beast. I think it's a person. The boss's daughter." After the panic, a group of people looked for action figures everywhere. Seeing Gao Gong raising his head, a group of people looked up belatedly. The little queen was standing upside down on the roof. She didn't know when a bright red spear as thick as a toothpick appeared in her hand, and her 2 eyes looked at everyone fiercely. The offspring of an A-class radioactive beast is at least C-class. You idiots. Seeing that everyone was just eating melons and had no intention of running away, Professor Han couldn't help but hold his forehead. Well, this time, Gao Gong finally felt a sense of blood connection, especially on his skin. The bright red plug-in suddenly became hot when she saw Gao Gong, or more precisely, Gao Gong's big flowered arm. The little queen's eyes lit up, and everyone's eyes dazzled. This little figurine appeared on Gao Gong's shoulder, and the small figure sat on his shoulder, yawning comfortably, his eyelids drooping, and he fell asleep soon. As expected, the father and daughter are connected by heart. Everyone suddenly realized, and then looked at Engineer Gao with a smile on their faces. Among all the eyes, Engineer Gao suddenly felt that there was a special gaze, fierce, cold. When he turned around, he saw Director Du, who was trying hard to smile. Engineer Gao was shocked. This is Aunt Shue's eyes. Engineer Gao rejected the more ridiculous names of Gao Xing, Gao Xiaoxian, Gao Xiaohong with a dark face. He couldn't really let the other party have his surname Gao. This is too unreliable. The little queen was eventually named Valkyrie, which is the name of the Valkyrie in the Norse mythology of the previous life. Gao Gong decided to train her well, and then make her a capable member of his combat legion. The other party also has this potential. Name, Valkyrie. Bloodline level, A+, radiation level, C+, undeveloped. HP, 2560/2560 stamina, 500/500 bioenergy, 15530 biological attributes, strength 38, agility 38, stamina 15, intelligence 9, perception 15, skills, Scarlet Spear LV8, blood armor LV6 advanced, spear throwing LV4 elite. Talent, melee weapon mastery, flying. Leader template, Jean Queen Gray. Compared with her mother, this one seems to be taking the melee route, and her attributes are quite exaggerated when she is born. And according to Professor Han's examination, this little figurine has some subtle metal factors in its body, which means that it has some characteristics of a mechanical biochemical beast. Gao Gong suspected that this had something to do with him. This little figurine is still very likable. Especially her chin is always raised, and her little proud attitude awakens some special fetishes in the girls of the Cable tribe, such as being spanked by the little figurine's spear. Maybe Valkyrie can't figure out why these low-level species always like to be punished. The little figurine is very attached to Gao Gong. In her opinion, among those present, There are only 2 of them of the same kind, and the rest are lackeys. It is not wrong to think so. Gao Gong is also happy to take him with him. This not only satisfies the figurine enthusiast's long-cherished wish, but more importantly, under the stimulation of the other party's pure blood, the bright red plug-in actually began to wake up. Gao Gong also began to train the other party's fighting skills. As long as this figurine grows normally, it will be an A-level radiation beast at least. Base number 2 is positioned as a scientific research base, so it is not as large-scale as base number 1. And it cannot build large buildings because it is located on a cliff. The entire desolate desert is like a small basin. The origin of this terrain can probably be traced back to the scene when the continental framework collapsed due to bombardment by space-based weapons. This cliff is at the edge of the desolate desert. On one side is the rolling yellow sand desert, and on the other side is the sea level at the end of the site. There are far more familiar faces in base number 2 than in base number 1, including members of the Cable tribe, new generation mechanical hunters, and even some soldiers from the security corps. These are all people who took the initiative to surrender after the battle with the Beast Tide. At base number 2, the largest building is actually a huge corpse. This corpse is the Knight's Coon-shaped battleship. At the beginning, this one fought against 3 alone, and was hammered to pieces by 3 Mother City octopuses. The wreckage was collected in the process of cleaning the battlefield. Although 90% of the internal parts of the corpse were hammered to pieces, the pressure of the level 60 monster alone was enough to force most radiation beasts not to approach. Professor Han has been very energetic recently, and it seems that he intends to rebuild a research institute here. So Gao Gong waved his hand and gave him a free title of director, which made him more motivated and ready to fight for the organization. When people come, some people will leave. The first to leave were the scholars from the Biological Mutation Society. After the Beast Tide ended, Gao Gong had no reason to keep them. The 2 sides exchanged contact information and parted ways amicably. The second to leave were the group of colonists under Mozhan. For these warriors from the Mother City, a new force in the radiation zone did not have much appeal. Engineer Gao also agreed calmly. The reason is that he obtained the strong colonization armor technology from the security corps, and he will be able to produce strong colonizers in the future. If these Mother City soldiers stay here, he will have a hard time explaining the origin of these strong colonization armor. In the future, he will continue to build a relationship with the Shao family, and these secrets cannot be exposed. In addition to the coon-shaped base, the camp's characteristic buildings, the Mechanical Weapon Transformation Hall, and the Biological Weapon Transformation Hall are also under construction. He has sent people to various deserts to find young people who are suitable for the mechanical hunter direction. He believes that this place will soon become a holy land for the mechanical hunter profession. Also, the news that Gao Gong sent people to inquire about for a long time finally has a clue. Although Gao Gong did not feel sorry for the original body, he cheated on the other party after all. So he felt that he should still fulfill his obligations, such as helping the other party to get revenge. Long time no see. Lao Pai, looking at the task agent who was pressed to the ground by 2 mechanical hunters, Gao Gong showed a kind smile. It's you, Lone Wolf. Misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. Lao Pai raised his head, saw a familiar face, and immediately struggled. Why bother? Lao Pai, my men have already investigated your relationship with that person, the god of radiation and gunpowder. This name is really arrogant. Tell me, what is the reason for betraying me? Gao Gong's tone seemed to have magic. The other party's struggle gradually weakened, and he began to speak word by word. The god of radiation and gunpowder has a deformed child. The deformed child lives on breast milk. But as he grows up, the deformity symptoms become more and more serious. So he needs an admission ticket to the city that never sleeps. Only in the city, there are the best treatment conditions. How did they know that I have a citizen card of the city that never sleeps? I notified him. He is my big customer. So that's it. Gao Gong smiled and dispelled the illusion. Lao Pai looked dazed for a while, and when he recalled what he had just said, he suddenly became desperate. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. God will definitely help me avenge. He has a fire boy who can burn everything. He has a large number of motorcycle lancers. The hairless burner can deal with the most dangerous radiation beasts. The slaughterer has the power to crush everything. You Gao Gong's shoulder. A red shadow flashed by. Gao Gong picked up a tissue and began to clean the blood stains on his figurine. Valkyrie yawned lazily and became drowsy again. Only Lao Pai fell to the ground with wide eyes, and a fist-sized blood hole on his forehead. Chapter 172 Flame Motorcycle Gang. The god of radiation and flame, the ruling power is the Flame Motorcycle Gang, a powerful indigenous warlord in the Land of Flame. Due to the high concentration of radiation in the wasteland, there are many mutant indigenous people here, and a considerable number of them are powerful mutants. Or, superpowers. And that god is the most powerful superpower among them. He occupies the Flame Pass in the Land of Flame and collects tolls from passing caravans. At the same time, he also occupied a water source in the Land of Fire. All the natives who depended on this water source for survival had to pay him taxes. And his most powerful point was that he could mass-produce mutant troops: Flame Boy, Motorcycle Spearman, Hairless Burner, Slaughterer. An indigenous force actually had 4 low-level combat troops, which was simply unbelievable. And at this time, the Land of Fire, the Roaring Spring. This was the monthly water-collecting festival, and a large number of half-dressed Gene slaves gathered in front of the Roaring Spring. Most of these Gene slaves were skinny and bony, and they probably only had a robe on their bodies. Saber Tamir wore a linen robe and mixed in with these Gene slaves. According to several colleagues who had already mixed in, the Flame Motorcycle Gang had mastered a technology that could extract the mutant blood of the natives, giving their subordinates powerful power. The water drawing day once a month was also the bloodletting day. It was precisely because of this balance of blood and water that the Flame Motorcycle Gang became the most powerful force nearby. It's not that there are no rebels, but looking at the flames closing the row of heads, you know the fate of the rebels. Tamil has long been hard-hearted. He came here not to save these slaves, but to contact his colleagues who sneaked in, to obtain the latest intelligence, and to prepare for future wars. The boss's revenge must be carried out. As a standard fighting hunter, Tamil is a die-hard fan of standard Diaogong, and he is the kind of person who picks up a small notebook to write down famous quotes on the spot. He found a corner and sat down. According to the agreement, the insider would take advantage of the water-collecting day to spread the news. This Flame Pass is somewhat similar to their number 2 base. This Flame Motorcycle Gang is also located on a cliff. The former of this cliff seems to be a dam. Soon, one by one, the Flame Boys were hung down along the mechanical cables. These Flame Boys had no hair on their bodies, and their skin was pale, with many burn marks on their bodies. They screamed crazily, applied alcohol on their bodies, and then ignited their skin, allowing the flames to burn crazily. Tamil finally knew how these monsters got their burns. However, he could vaguely feel that, as the flames burned, the breath of these monsters seemed to be strengthened a little bit. The water festival was about to begin, and the condition for joining the water festival was a bowl of blood. Tamil did not hesitate at all, and directly gave a bowl of blood as a ticket. In front of him, several Gene slaves fainted because of excessive bleeding. The only consequence of not being able to provide blood was that they would die of thirst. Soon, the 7 small openings on the sluice gate opened, and the water rushed out, and everyone fell into a brief carnival. The flames on the bodies of the group of fire boys also went out with the water, and there were horrible burn marks on their pale skin. 2 figures crossed each other. A note was stuffed into Tamil's hand. This news. Maybe the boss will be interested. Tamil was refreshed. It was an absolute achievement to be able to make the boss interested in the news. He had been thinking about the transformation of Desira for a long time. After receiving the news, Tamil was ready to leave, but a movement attracted his attention. An old boy with no yellow teeth was grabbing a teenage girl and pulling her inside. The people who were traveling with him had no other emotions except fear. Every water drawing festival was also a meeting for the Flame Motorcycle Party to select a concubine. Tamil looked at the scene expressionlessly, turned around and left. The next moment, gunshots rang out. Behind Tamil, the hunter Apu, who had revealed his true form, was blowing a modified revolver. Grinning. A real man? How can he stand by and watch someone die? After pretending to be cool, Cowboy Apu picked up the little girl and ran away. He whistled, and the next moment, the plasma horse came running from a distance. This idiot! Tamil cursed inwardly. Without any hesitation, he stomped his feet hard on the ground. The newly installed military engine exploded, and the whole person flew into the air, with 2 red knives unsheathed, slashing horizontally and vertically, and knocking away more than a dozen crossbow arrows at once. His back fell into the eyes of the little girl behind him, and was deeply imprinted in her memory. "Ha ha, you are indeed a fighting man," you can't help but take action. Apu laughed loudly, helped the little girl onto the horse, then stretched out his palm. Tamil grabbed her, turned on the horse, and said coldly, "You ruined the boss's plan, see how I deal with you." Haha, how can a hunter watch someone die without helping? Humans are animals, hunters are killers. This is a fact that cannot be covered up by any excuse. The two of them were arguing, and the plasma horse under their crotch neighed, and began to run wildly. The next moment, the gate of the flame gate opened, and convertibles roared out. Each part of these convertibles was covered with spikes and long needles, and the motorcycle spearmen were screaming wildly on them. Some of them were spitting fire, and some were shooting into the sky. Their main weapon was also very interesting. A grenade spear. A spearman's convertible rushed to the plasma horse, pointed the spear in his hand at the backs of the three people, and threw it violently. However, Apu seemed to have predicted it. The single-molecule rope on his wrist suddenly popped out, tied the grenade rifle in midair, and with a flexible flick of his wrist, the spear flew backwards. The grenade spear just happened to be stuck on the hood of a convertible. The next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded instantly. "Brother, thank me for saving your life." Apu laughed. "You should thank the boss for the hand nerve modification he made for you." Tamil didn't appreciate it at all. He looked back. There were 11 convertibles chasing them, each of which spewed out a lot of black smoke, giving people the feeling that the devil had descended on the earth. The genetic girl was so scared that she trembled all over. "We can't fight here." Tamil glanced at the back. "Find a place with cover, and then call for help." Apu still smiled indifferently. Why did Brother Blood Knife, who always doesn't want to owe others favors, change his temper today? Don't talk nonsense. Run faster. Okay. The next moment, Apu's dreadlocks were entangled with the mane of the plasma horse. Hold on. The plasma horse seemed to have been blessed with power, and a nitrogen injection port bulged on both sides of the waist. At the same time, the horse's legs began to split, and the four-legged drive became an eight-legged drive. The next moment, in the violent nitrogen injection, the plasma horse rode away. Chapter 173 5 Modules. Gao Gong was unaware of the war that the lackeys were about to start. At this time, Gao Gong was firing cannons. He had two cannons in his hands. One was an old-fashioned electromagnetic cannon, and the other was a charged particle cannon. The old-fashioned electromagnetic cannon was a boreless cannon, which drove the shells through electromagnetic induction. The charged particle cannon was completely the opposite. Its barrel was as thick as a water tank. The surface of the barrel was densely covered with wires, and the cannon hoop was the same as that of Monkey Brother. When she heard that Gao Gong was going to fire cannons, the little woman came over excitedly. At this time, he was directing the strongman Ming Duo to adjust the direction. She wanted to fire the cannon herself. Gao Gong let her do whatever she wanted. It didn't matter where she fired, and after the experiment, the two old cannons had to be dismantled. He wanted to reverse the drawings of the two guns. Soon, the little woman identified the unlucky guy. It was a rock on the top of the mountain. The launch of the electromagnetic gun was the same as last time, without any prelude, and it was fired in the blink of an eye. Didn't hit? Meng Duo. You are really useless. The little woman jumped violently, and hit the opponent's buttocks. Meng Duo scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Hit? Really? The little woman quickly grabbed the telescope, and as expected, there was a round hole on the surface of the huge rock. Why is there no sound at all? It's boring. The young woman soon got tired of the old, and started playing with another charged particle cannon. This energy cannon was much more powerful. When the energy gathered, the huge cannon began to hum. The barrel was so hot that you could fry an egg. You could also smell the smell of burning wires. After about 10 seconds, the cannon shook violently. A blue beam of light flashed and began to disperse in the middle. When it landed on the rock, it directly blew the rock into powder. Wow! I like this cannon. Let's fire another one. Senior engineer shook his head. Both cannons are primary energy weapons, and both have obvious flaws. The electromagnetic cannon only attacks one point, while the charged particle cannon starts to leak energy halfway through the attack. In other words, the energy weapon has a guaranteed damage of 10,000 points, but it can only do 5,000 at most, which is really embarrassing. To measure the strength of an energy weapon, the degree of energy concentration is an important criterion. But it doesn't matter. You've seen pigs run even if you haven't eaten pork. Although Gao Gong is not an expert in playing with cannons, he is still the master of the 6th level civilization, and has played with countless energy weapons. It is no problem to modify them and repackage them for the market. Although energy cannons do not belong to the blue ocean market like mechas. Who would complain about having too many cannons at home? Gao Gong called a few strong men from the cable tribe to drag the electromagnetic cannon over, pick up the prepared tools, and start disassembly. You understand the electromagnetic weapon framework. You obtain the third-level mechanical drawings. Military magnetic accelerator. You understand the energy beam pattern. You understand the fourth-level mechanical drawings. Compression motor. It is worth mentioning that this kind of technical reverse deduction also requires experience consumption. The amount of consumption is related to the knowledge you have mastered. The more knowledge you have, the less experience you consume. Finally, senior engineer disassembled 2 maps, 8 mechanical parts, and about 60% of the structure. It consumed about 100,000 faction experience. In addition to the accelerator and the motor, the most important flux compression device was not disassembled. This is actually quite a lot. The reason why it was so smooth was that the technological lock of the second-level civilization was not pointed out. Genetic identification and bloodline identification are relatively common technological locks. Advanced point. The lost high-tech weapons have dimensional strikes and galaxy strikes. A little more advanced is the modification at the microscopic level, such as a certain Sapan. Energy weapons are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. Above the top level, it is either the natural disaster particles excavated from the depths of the universe by advanced civilizations, or the high-risk energy synthesized by advanced civilizations themselves. These energies naturally have the attribute of sophists. If you expect to obtain the opponent's technology through equipment reverse inference, you will inevitably be led into a ditch. Looking at the little woman, who was happily firing cannons not far away, senior engineer casually said, "Are you still adapting to your new identity?" Meng Duo moved his biological arm and nodded. "It's okay. The old predecessors taught us a lot of things. Some time ago, Professor Han issued a coastal hunting mission, and I also participated in it. After the rejection was resolved, most of the natives could become biological warriors through colonization, but only a small part of them could become biological hunters, including Meng Duo. The Cable tribe has a total of 5 biological hunters. Meng Duo is the leader of the hunters. Old guys are unreliable after all. After the construction of the biological weapons transformation hall is completed, there will inevitably be more and more biological hunters. I'm afraid you will still have to take care of the old and the new." "I know." Meng Duo nodded seriously. Level 10 biologists can do 2 things. One is to transform radiation organs, and the other is to make biological plugins. Meng Duo and other dragon followers will of course get the first taste of the soup. The same biological implants, their biological plug-in quality is naturally 1 level higher than others. Others are excellent, they can even reach excellent, rare. The beast tide has just passed, there are not many other things, but there are many high-level radiation organs, 1 level higher. It can be said that the starting point is an elite template. Oh, by the way, I heard that not all biologists have left, there is still 1 left. Senior engineer suddenly said. Yes, but Xiao Su is not a biologist, he is just an apprentice. Xiao Su, Su Xiaoming, a 5th-level biological apprentice, is now working in the Bionics Research Institute. The transformation of some low-level biological organs is now his job. The reason why he stayed was very simple. He was attracted by bionics and became Professor Han's disciple. It's okay. Take your time. Bionics and biology actually work better together. Gao Gong couldn't stay here forever. He might go to the mechanical city soon. After all, the players won't be here for long. Mechanical transformation and biological transformation can't be stagnant just because he's not here. In the direction of mechanical transformation, he is training Heliveld. As for biological transformation, Su Xiaoming is a backup candidate. As we all know, every member of the Biological Mutation Society has a different hobby. This Su Xiaoming likes cat ears, and seems to be researching experiments to transfer cat ear cells to humans. It looks promising. Soon, after the little woman fired her last shot, the senior engineer followed suit and began to dismantle the charged particle cannon. As for the little woman, after firing a cannon, she lazily picked up the benefit of being a traitor and licked a little bear lollipop. This lollipop is the benefit of being a traitor. How is Director Du doing these days? Busy, I work till late at night every day. So hardworking. Yeah, I'm really angry. When she thought of the workload of Miss Du, Huang Yuanli shuddered. That's really not a job for humans. Gao Dong raised his head and thought about it, and found that the logic was not smooth. I was the one being labeled. Why are you working so hard? You want to put the label back? Then the label will still stay on my head. Right? Yeah. Seeing that Gao Dong didn't respond after a hum, the little woman got angry and kicked him. Gao Dong pushed his foot lightly, his foot hit the barrel of the gun, and tears of pain immediately fell. You bastard. Xiao Du has been working so hard for you. And you can't even comfort her. You are such a piece of shit. Gao Dong took a look at her character. And he was disappointed that she hadn't deteriorated. What do you know? The more you are at this moment, the less you can comfort her. With Director Du's iron-like heart. My comfort is just a mockery in her ears. The young woman thought the same. And asked, what are you going to do? Of course. I will wait until she calms down before I do anything. I have prepared a gift for her that she can't refuse. What gift? Let's go. I'll take you to see it. Gao Dong stood up and patted his butt. And asked his men to take back the parts. He, the young woman, and Meng Duo walked towards his test base. Seeing the other party's shrewdness, the young woman sighed, when I look for a partner in the future, I can't look for a guy like you. I will be killed. What kind of person do you want? Honest and strong. Engineer Gao looked at Meng Duo and nodded. If he is a real man. Engineer Gao glanced at Meng Duo and sighed regretfully. Meng Duo's face was full of black lines. What do you mean? Boss? How can I not be a man? Look at my D-cup chest muscles. The two returned to the test base. Engineer Gao walked into a building and entered 3 levels of fingerprint, iris, and password. The door opened. Gao Dong turned on the switch, and the lights came on one by one. Soon, huge machines appeared in front of the two people. Oh my god, what is this? The little woman looked at these super exoskeletons in astonishment. She had seen exoskeletons before, but these large exoskeletons that were 3 or 4 meters high were the first time she had seen them. She noticed that there was a cab-like place inside these exoskeletons, and it was obvious that they were for people to drive. I want to play. I'm not tall enough. Ancient small mechas, I have developed a total of 6 models. Gao Dong pointed to an unfinished product not far away. There is also an advanced version. So cool. Even Meng Duo was shocked. But he was soon attracted by other things. Those things were obviously more advanced than these mechas. Various type mechanical plugins, which looked like different types of armor. This is a new mechanical hunter module, harvester module, bird module, manipulator module. Gao Dong paused and said, there are 2 more versions under development, the gorilla module and the white leopard module. After completing these modules, the hunter limit will be completely broken. Chapter 174 Morgue. In a campsite, the rescued Jean girl was treating Tamel's wounds. In the chase just now, Tamel was hit by 3 arrows. 1 arrow hit the mechanical shell and was blocked, and the other 2 arrows. 1 hit the abdomen and 1 hit the shoulder. It's okay, pull it out, Tamel said indifferently. The Jean girl bit her lip, picked up the knife she carried with her and cut the wound. Due to her unskilled technique, blood spurted out from time to time. Even so, Tamel still didn't make a sound. What a determined man. Soon, the 2 barbed crossbow arrows were taken out. The cut strips of cloth were rinsed with boiling water and then tied up. Luckily, there were some miscellaneous tools in the camp, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome. Apu also came back, with a serious expression. Something happened. Our men were blocked at the periphery. In addition to sending this convoy, the other side also sent 3 other convoys led by the Slaughterer, blocking our support outside the Flame Pass. Seeing Tamel frowning, Apu smiled again. Brother Blood Knife. Don't be angry in a hurry, there is actually good news. Huh? The other side should have lost something important, and that thing should have fallen into the hands of our people, otherwise they wouldn't be so furious. Tamel seemed to have thought of something, and immediately took out the thing that the insider gave him, and opened it to take a look. A map? Apu came over, scanned it, and exclaimed softly, this is the map of Flame Pass. No, so many advanced buildings, the natives are definitely not capable of building them. Tamel also thought of something. This facility, it looks very much like Professor Han's Bionic Research Institute. You mean, there is also a pre-war research institute in the other party's territory? It's very likely. Tamel finally understood why the insider said that the boss would be interested. What is the base saying now? The base means, let us find a place to hide first, wait until they take down the flame gate, we will be safe. The genetic girl next to him shuddered when she heard this. They are actually going to attack the supreme god. Appu looked around. It was all yellow sand. Where can we hide? We don't have any supplies with us. The genetic girl mustered up her courage and said, I know a place, I can take you there. Appu and Tamil looked at each other at the same time, and the courage that the genetic girl had finally mustered up faded a lot, and she subconsciously leaned towards Tamil. Appu complained, Hey, little girl. No matter what. I am much friendlier than the guy next to you. You actually rely on him instead of me? Tamil said coldly, Maybe I just think you are unreliable. Appu rolled his eyes. Okay. You win. Little girl. Where are you going to take us? The place the genetic girl mentioned is called the Morgue, which is also an underground trading market in the Land of Fire. This trading market is about 3 hours away from here. If riding a horse, it would take less than half an hour. Half an hour later, the three finally arrived at the morgue. When they arrived there, it was already late at night. From the outside to the top, the inside was brightly lit. The cable horse was too conspicuous. Appu whispered to it a few times, and the modified horse disappeared into the darkness. The three wore cloaks and walked into the morgue. When they got closer, there was a rain shelter tent. After mixing in, the two found that there were all kinds of people inside. In each tent, there were all kinds of businessmen. Soon, the two understood why this place was called the morgue, because a large part of the goods here were various corpses. The genetic girl led the two to a garbage dump with familiarity. There were several children younger than the girl. All of them were dirty. They seemed to know the girl. When they saw her, they came to greet her with shining eyes. According to the girl, they all made a living by picking up garbage, and they would not leave until the big guys completely abandoned this place and turned it into a camping site. Tamil was tall, and the fierceness in his eyes could not be concealed. So he was hidden, and Appu was asked to find out the news. The Jean girl got a half-eaten nutrition paste from somewhere and gestured to Tamil. Tamil glanced at her and closed his eyes again. The Jean girl immediately showed a disappointed expression. In the middle of the night, there was a noise. Tamil opened his eyes a little, and the switchblade in his hand also popped out halfway. It's me! Appu came over quietly, holding the nutrition paste he got from somewhere, and Tamil then wolfed it down. I found a lot of warlords here. They are doing business here, and their trading partners seem to be enterprises. Tamil paused. Are you sure? I am sure. Have you forgotten that I was the bodyguard when Commissioner Du negotiated with the representatives of those enterprises last time? I can never forget the smell of those people. So, the enterprises are actually standing behind these warlords? I guess so. Otherwise, where would they get so many weapons and ammunition? This is a bit troublesome. Tamil frowned. The strength of the enterprise is recognized by everyone. Do they know the Pre-War Research Institute? If they do, will they come to cause trouble? Although Tamil has no doubt that they will win, they need a complete flame pass, not a broken place. By the way, I also found a place to get information. Let's go check it out tomorrow. Appu blinked. You should be interested there. It's a black market transformation point. On the outskirts of the flame land, Matsushima Keiko was sitting on the ground with a dusty face, and the former vice-captain of the fireweed team, Old Crow, was bandaging her wound. This was a sudden battle. The enemy was a hairless burner team led by a slaughterer, a total of 10 people, all elites. With equal numbers, the mechanical hunters had a 3-5 record, among which 2 recruits died on their side, a mechanical biochemical beast, while the enemy lost 5 hairless burners. In terms of casualty ratio alone, our side won. But this was based on the premise that Matsushima Keiko opened up, the combat chip was driven to 120%, and she chopped down 3 hairless burners despite the explosion, and drove away the enemy. These hairless burners are equivalent to the advanced version of the Flame Boy. They are covered with thick black burn marks. Whether you cut them or they cut you, they will cause violent explosions. Although Matsushima Keiko opened up, the price was that a knife gripper was blown up. Before repair, it cannot be connected to the intelligent knife. The biggest difference between the knife gripper and the mechanical palm is that it is an intermediate link between the intelligent knife and the combat chip. With it, the combat chip can deduce the fighting method. With a broken knife grip, Keiko Matsushima's combat power was at least 30% reduced. Old Crow stood up, looking at the huge bloody hole on the chest of the C-Class Unicorn Rhino. His eyes became more serious. I really underestimated the other party. In fact, Keiko Matsushima's battlefield judgment was correct. If she hadn't lost her temper and repelled the butcher, the casualties on her side would have been even greater. The enemy butcher's combat power was not much inferior to that of a first-class mechanical hunter. Ah, if that Xian was here, how could we have fought so poorly? Keiko Matsushima rolled on the ground in anger. Old Crow looked at the other party helplessly. You are the captain now. The expansion of personnel will inevitably lead to a decline in strength in a short period of time. In fact, the group of first-class hunters who followed Gao Dong at the beginning, except for the few who were lurking, now each of them is a team leader, with 10 to 20 mechanical hunters under him. In fact, if it were not for taking care of the other party, Old Crow could also be a team leader, instead of running to be the deputy captain. Now it seems that his choice is wise. Although his former captain, Desala, prefers to charge, she usually chooses the right time and the right place when charging. And leading the charge can also boost morale. But Huizi is different. When she attacks people, she doesn't care about the occasion or the place. She is like a bomb that explodes at the touch of a button. If Lao Crow is not responsible for command, these newcomers will be killed by the opponent one by one. That Xiang is now the captain. He is hunting marine species along the coast. If you are like this now, will you still have the nerve to say hello to him when you see him next time? Lao Crow shook his head helplessly and pulled the other person's collar back. Let's go back. Where to? The higher-ups see that we are a mess, so they are preparing to dispatch 3 temporary squadron leaders to be responsible for the unified task dispatch. Squadron leader, who is it? Is Daisy coming? Matsushima Keiko was excited. Not Daisy, but she is also an acquaintance. At this time, on a transport plane, 3 figures were discussing the next military action. Among the 3 temporary squadron leaders, there was a familiar yet unfamiliar face, who was Huangwen. Huangwen, who had recovered his body, seemed to be the same mechanic as before, expressionless and taciturn. Unlike before, his body seemed to have undergone extensive transformation. Although it was human bionics, it could not be seen from the outside. But the other 2 could feel the strong electrical signals coming from him. Moreover, he was carrying an electromagnetic rifle called Storm, which was a reward from the boss. As for the other 2, they were the Creeper and Sun 2, both of whom were veterans. After some painful thinking, the Creeper finally decided to change to the biological hunter route. Now he exudes a dangerous aura all over his body, and granulation is squeezed out from time to time in various parts of his body. On the other side, Sun 2 also took the heavy machine hunter route, reaching a height of 3 meters. And the whole person looks like a small super mechanical gorilla. 3 more people have broken the hunter limit. There is another person on the transport plane. To be precise, a figurine. At this time, Valkyrie is sleeping soundly on the small bed. Chapter 175 Fingers. Mortuary, Tamil and Apu came to what Apu called the black market reform point. The environment here is a bit like a vegetable market, except that the bodies inside are all cut up, and the bloody scene is extremely terrifying. The 2 walked in it, seeing well-dressed men coming in and out, and vaguely hearing words like organs, prices, etc. Apu frowned, and gave Tamil a look, and the 2 walked to the back of the vegetable market, where there was a curtain covered with plastic cloth, and outside were 2 burly men. Brother, I made an appointment with your boss yesterday. A burly man looked at Apu and nodded. Apu pushed the door open with a smile. Inside was a prosthetic modification workshop. On a welding bed, a bald fat man was adjusting a mechanical arm. Amid the sound of electric sparks, the bald fat man injected oil into the adjusted mechanical arm, and then inserted it into the access port on the shoulder. As the current flashed, the other party's metal fingers began to electromyographic response. Unfortunately, for some reason, the thumb could not move. The bald fat man tried to adjust it several times, but it didn't work. He was so angry that he pulled the mechanical arm off and smashed it aside. Tell me, do you want me to do it myself? Or do you want me to cut off your palm yourself? Tamil frowned, took a step forward, and grabbed the other's arm. The artificial muscles on the bald fat man's other arm began to bulge, and blue veins appeared densely. The muscles on Tamil's right hand also bulged, but his muscles were more like metal. The arms of both of them were enhanced in some way, and they ended up being evenly matched. The bald fat man retracted his arm, looked at Tamil with appreciation, and said, "You have a good look. The look of a butcher. How about it? Do you want to work with me? I can give you a free enhancement transformation." "No need." The bald fat man looked at the arms of the 2, sneered. "So you all have fixed prosthetic doctors. What are you doing here? Buying intelligence, Apu said with a smile. Only acquaintances can buy my information. If you hadn't said yesterday that you wanted to sell your hands, I wouldn't have paid any attention to you. The bald fat man sneered, not taking the other party seriously at all. Really? What if I said I had acquaintances in the security corps? Apu used the tiger skin as a banner. I do a legitimate business. And I have a merchant pass. Even the security corps can't stop my goods for no reason. Who do you think I sell my goods to? The bald fat man's expression became dangerous, and the scattered human body parts around him began to move. A creepy feeling gradually arose. What about the radiation organs? You must be interested in them. The bald fat man really showed a little interest. He waved his hand, and the mechanical bodies crawling around stopped again. Apu said calmly, I have a large amount of radiation organs. If you need them, we can cooperate. Outsiders? There are not many radiation beasts in the desolate desert. Radiation organs can only be imported from other deserts. You must know about the beast tide. Our boss ate a large amount of biological materials in the central region, including the organs of Class B radiation beasts. I have heard of the beast tide. That group of corporate bastards. Since using those strange drugs, it's really hard to get any benefits. The bald fat man nodded. If you really have radiation organs, I can indeed make a deal with you. According to my rules, the first intelligence is free. Can you ask now? Apu said. Of course. I want information about God. The leader of the Flame motorcycle gang? He is such an arrogant guy. Why? You want to deal with him? It's a secret. That's right. The Flame Pass is a feng shui treasure land. There are too many people who want it. But unfortunately none of them succeeded. The bald fat man looked at the two of them meaningfully. Okay. I won't waste my words. Let me put it this way. Do you know how old God is this year? Apu was stunned and shook his head. The reason why the indigenous warlords in the Land of Flame are called Gene Guys is because they use genetic modification technology so extensively that even their own people don't know whether their leader is a genetic clone or the original. Or maybe someone else just had plastic surgery and pretended to be him. A very secret message, that guy has not been replaced, he is still the original one, and he is already 95 years old this year. Apu was shocked. 95 years old, so old, and at this age, a veteran of World War II. I can only tell you so much. The bald fat man grinned. If you want to deal with him, you have to work on his age. Haha, if that's the case, then let's go first. Who said you can leave? The bald fat man's face changed, and said coldly, You don't think I'm a fool? You can give me some valuable information just by saying a few words? He pointed at Tamil with his carrot-thick finger. He stays, you leave. I'll wait for you to get the radioactive beast organ in your mouth. Also, according to my rules, since you're here, you have to leave something behind. What do you plan to leave behind? Apu's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers pressed on the single-molecule line ejector. However, an unexpected voice sounded. I paid his bill. Two bloody fingers pressed on the table. Tamil picked up a cigarette and looked at the other person calmly. Ha! Interesting, you can leave now. Apu's eyes twitched, walked to the door, and suddenly said, You are not a local. Are you? Huh? I smell the stench of city people on you. Ha! Someone can actually see my identity. Not bad, not bad. I have been in this broken place for a long time. I almost forgot my original identity. Tell your boss, we are all decent people, as long as it is beneficial to both parties. Everything can be traded. I have a lot of good things in my hands. Apu pushed away the plastic film, and saw that since some time, there was a circle of people outside, and 2/3 of their bodies were replaced by mechanical bodies. The degree of transformation of these guys is a bit exaggerated, same as us. Has anyone solved their mechanical rejection? Until this moment, Apu realized that Tamil's behavior was correct. If they really took action, the two of them might not be able to kill them. I was careless. I thought that only those warlords were difficult to deal with in the Land of Fire. I didn't expect that there were such monsters in the underground world. Looking at the organ market in front of him, Apu's eyes darkened. After dealing with that god, this person will be the next target. You are really in a mess. You just can't do it without an old man like me. In a camp near the Flame Pass, the captains of the 8 mechanical hunter teams gathered together. Among them, the old man, the creeper, was very proud and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Matsushima Keiko was furious and drew her knife to chop him. Old Crow quickly stopped him and looked him up and down. Captain Creeper, you seem to have become stronger? Hee hee. The old man is so powerful now that you can't imagine. Old Crow and the other party are also old acquaintances. Both are veteran hunters in the Auto City. 5 of the 6 elite teams were destroyed in the Beast Tide. Among them, the Wriggler performed the best, and even once reached the top 3 on the list. Based on this record, Old Crow would not underestimate the opponent. But in his impression, this guy has always been a coward. Why did he suddenly become arrogant? Don't look at it. The biological transformation may have damaged this old man's brain. And he was like this when he came, Sun Tzu said venomously, compared with the unpredictable depth of the Wriggler. This guy is much more powerful, with a mechanical arm as thick as a water tank, a 100% mechanical body, and a gun muzzle full of black holes. He looks extremely powerful. Sun Tzu was as proud as the other party. See? This is the latest gorilla module developed by the base. Wait a minute. I'll transform for you. Super Gorilla, transform. The next moment, the metal support frame popped out, the mechanical baffle covered the hands and feet, a large number of mechanical parts were reorganized, and countless jet holes squeezed out of the joints, and the human figure was directly transformed into a 4-meter-tall mechanical gorilla. Fuck, 2 mechanical bodies. Brother 2. You are so awesome. This level of transformation, it must be done by the boss himself. I'm so envious. When can I install such an advanced mechanical body? The eyes of the mechanical hunters all lit up, and they touched and pinched him, as if the person opposite was a beautiful woman with a super good figure. Huh? Brother 2, why don't you talk? Nonsense, how can an orangutan speak human language? The creeper beside him said sourly. Sun Tzu turned into a human again, and said angrily, Bullshit, it's obvious that the vocal organs haven't been installed yet. It will be fine once they are installed. You also know that this mechanical module is an experimental version. What's wrong with the experimental version? It can still be used. A mechanical hunter asked weakly. Brother 2. Why do you have to shout this when you transform? Is this voice control? Sun Tzu's face turned red. And he said, according to the boss, shouting before transforming can increase your combat power. Is it true? It's high-tech. Then Brother 2. After you shouted, did you really become stronger? Sun Tzu hesitated and said uncertainly, it seems that there is really a mysterious power flowing out of the body. On the other side, Matsushima Keiko poked the creeper and said, Old man, why does that guy look unhappy? Everyone knows that the mechanic Huangwen was infected with an electronic virus and has been lying down for half a year. Now he has finally recovered. Logically speaking, he should be happier than the other 2. Could it be that he has the sequelae of facial paralysis? Don't say bad things about me in front of me, especially when I can move. Huangwen turned his head and said, we have almost finished talking about the past, so let's discuss tactics. The task given to us by the higher-ups is very simple, to ensure that there is no living flame motorcycle gang outside the flame pass. Chapter 176 Knowledge of Reproductive Bodies. Base number 2. Professor Han and his assistant, Su Xiaoming, came to the site of Gao Gong. Su Xiaoming is a 20-year-old boy with glasses. One eye looks bright and sharp, and the other eye is a little dull. This guy has uneven eyes. According to Professor Han, this guy has a well-developed brain, which squeezes the development space of the cerebellum. So Su Xiaoming is not good at anything related to sports, but he is a genius when it comes to thinking. Professor, I will meet the boss later. What should I say to him? It was the first time for Su Xiaoming to meet the legendary boss, and he was a little nervous. Professor Han thought for a while and said, let's talk about cat ears. He should like them. Su Xiaoming was excited. Really? The boss also likes cat ears? Soon, the mechanical door opened, revealing a first floor of at least 500 square meters. There were 30 mechas on the first floor. These 4 or 5 meter tall mechanical monsters made Su Xiaoming tremble all over. A real man, how can he not like mechas? Sorry, Su Xiaoming doesn't like them. On the first floor, some mechas seem to have reached the stage of use. The boss's beloved disciple, Helveld, is holding a horn, commanding the mecha operators not far away. Lift your left foot. Lift your right foot. Turn around. As a remnant of the Empire, Professor Han has seen mechas, but in his impression, the Empire's mechas have always been known for being clumsy and heavy. The flexibility of this one in front of him exceeds his cognition. He set his eyes on the cockpit, or to be more precise, the electrodes on the driver's head. The electrodes were densely attached to the head like dogskin plasters, and the nerve lines were connected to the processor above the cockpit. Mature neural driving technology? It was not developed in the imperial era. There were rumors that Gao Gong was a descendant of the empire. But only Professor Han knew that this descendant of the empire was 100% fake. So where did Gao Gong get so many mature technical solutions? He was actually very curious, but he suppressed this curiosity in his heart. The two went up to the second floor. In a prosthetic operating room, Senior Engineer was performing a transformation surgery on a mechanical hunter. After the construction of the mechanical weapon transformation hall is completed, this type of hunter module can be installed autonomously, just like an unmanned factory. Now, Senior Engineer still needs to operate it manually. This time, the flying bird module was installed. The equipment is similar to that of a certain falcon. Its burst is not as strong as the other one, after all. There is no advanced energy blueprint. But Senior Engineer referred to the abilities of a number of flying species and added stealth mode, electro-optical mode, exoskeleton mode to it. Among all the hunter modules, it has the most transformation modes with the spider module. Soon, Engineer Gao came out, wiping his hands, and motioned the two to go to the office next door. There was no secretary in the office. It was not that Engineer Gao did not want to have one, but Director Du did not allow such a powerful person to exist. Once the advanced module is successfully operated, the secondary module can enter mass production. Each set of hunter module is an advanced equipment, and there are requirements for the attributes and occupation of the implanter. But the secondary module does not need it. For example, the secondary module of the spider module, spider armor, somatosensory spider feet, spider poison gun, and the heavy mechanical arm, heavy mechanical feet, biochemical ape muscle, and ape rocket launcher of the gorilla module. Each set of hunter modules can develop 3 to 5 secondary modules. These are all faction specialties. This is also the first step for Gao Gong to invade the weapons market. Only with a large number of basic weapon users can we find talents to enter the hunter industry. According to Gao Gong's experience in developing civilization in his previous life, it is impossible without players. The development of civilization cannot keep up with the version update. But it is not enough to rely on players alone. As we all know, the fourth disaster has the talent of Lu Bu and the kindness of Cao Cao. The kind who dares to risk his life as long as his health bar is bright. Professor Han handed over a thick stack of documents. All the advanced cells in the beast hide have been extracted, a total of 91 types, derived from different types of Class B radiation beasts. These cells are artificially cultivated, and will be the basis for the production of advanced biological plugins. Professor Han gave Su Xiaoming a look, and Su Xiaoming quickly handed over another document. Boss, this is a basic model of strong colonization armor that we have newly developed, and a colony weapon. Senior Engineer looked at the photo. The strong colonization armor is blue, which means it is not the same formula as the one used by the Xiao family. It has only 5 energy injection holes. Even among the strong colonization armors of the same level, it is a relatively weak one. As for the colonization weapon, it is a bone spear. There is a mucus similar to the red liquid on the surface of the spear. Based on the spear, it can be transformed into various weapons, such as sickles, spears, and long whips. This time, the lesson of the red liquid was learned. There is a biological suction hole on the spear. Once the switch is turned off, the suction hole will suck in the strong colonization liquid to prevent this thing from rebelling. The focus of development should be on the clone weapons. In the competition of similar armor, we can't compare with the black body military industry of the Xiao family. Yes, my mentor and I think so too, Su Xiaoming said excitedly, and the weapons don't need to consider biological rejection. Our clone weapons can be made wilder. Wild. Don't you like cat ears? Do you like sexy wild cats? After Su Xiaoming finished his report, Professor Han asked him to wait outside. Through the glass, the two saw Su Xiaoming approaching Healy with a silly smile, and then being impatiently driven away by the other party. Serious Engineer suddenly said, "Do you trust him very much? Such an important job, just give it to him." The secondary module can be sold publicly, and Gao Gong has also negotiated the terms with Ma Xingmeng. Even if the clone armor is for sale, it can only be sold on the dark web, which is a secret among secrets. I don't have much time. Professor Han exhaled. I often dream about my original body recently. Dream about my original body? I thought bionic people only dream about electric sheep. Carbon-based species will die, robots will die, and bionic people will die. It's just that the death of robots is a crash. The death of bionic people is the fracture of virtual personality. Professor Han has been in a trance recently, which is a sign of old age. Engineer Gao curled his lips secretly. What a joke. How can I let you die without using you for dozens or hundreds of years? Carbon-based species can increase their lifespan by upgrading their bloodline, and bionic people naturally have the means to extend their lifespan. And it just so happens that he knows this method. But he doesn't intend to tell. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his liver must be full of energy, let the other party. Under the threat of death, work hard to contribute to the great cause of the empire. Your character -1. Fortunately, Professor Han quickly changed the subject. He took out an implant chamber, which seemed to be the same model as the research institute. The really important information, in case I forget, I've put it in there. The senior engineer put on the implant chamber, and soon, a large amount of knowledge came like a tide. You get the full-level professional knowledge. Cell implantation. You get the full-level professional knowledge. Liquid organism. You get the full-level professional knowledge. Small parasitology. In the column of reproductive technology, 3 pieces of knowledge lit up. In addition to the professional knowledge. Weapon transplantation. Half of the reproductive technology line has been lit up. You are worthy of being a master of bionics. You did a great job. It is more difficult to reverse the knowledge than to reverse the technology, because the premise of reverse knowledge is that one must be a master in a certain field, so that one can draw inferences from similar fields. Work hard, try to develop more information on clone technology before you die. When a man is about to die, his words are good, you should devote your limited life to the infinite empire. Professor Han. Hey, I am about to die, you should not advise me to eat and sleep, but you still let me work hard. Do you still have any humanity? At this moment, the doorbell rang, and when Engineer Gao saw the camera, he jumped up immediately. Go. Go. Go work when you should. Work when you should, don't think of being lazy, or I'll dance on your grave later, and make you so noisy. Professor Han and Su Xiaoming were pushed out of the door by Engineer Gao, and Su Xiaoming didn't even have the chance to discuss the art of cat ears with him. After sending the 2 men away, Engineer Gao's face changed, his smile was as warm as it could be, and as kind as it could be, and his body was at a standard 45 degrees, like a Japanese waiter. Welcome Director Du to come and inspect the work. Please come in, please take a seat, He Li. Don't keep getting under the mecha, come over and serve tea. Du Xiaodi rolled her eyes beautifully, which contrasted with her darkened eye sockets, and was inexplicably cute. Let me make it clear first. I still have a lot of work to do. Gao Gong happily pushed the other person into the boss chair, and then handed over a company registration form. Du Gao Gong. This is... Du Xiaodi was surprised. This thing may seem insignificant, but it is a qualification certificate for a military contractor. Generally speaking, there are 2 conditions for obtaining this kind of certificate. One is peer recommendation, and the other is to have enough contribution points in the mother city. The former is unlikely, and the latter is also difficult. But Gao Gong did it. Du Xiaodi looked at the certificate of less than 2 pages carefully. It registered mecha technology, biotechnology, and mechanical modules. It can be said that the most valuable things in the base were all put in it. And Director Du holds 100% of the shares of this Du High-Tech. Du Xiaodi's eyes flashed with emotion. But she still said stubbornly, wouldn't it be better to give these things to her? How could that be possible? With Director Du's talent, she will definitely be a future industrial tycoon. As for that woman, you can tell how shady she is just by looking at her last name. Du Xiaodi looked at the other party, pursed her lips, and after a long while, she said, dinner with me tonight? Okay. No problem. Engineer Gao happily hugged her. After a while, Du Xiaodi suddenly pushed the other person away, her face slightly red, and said disdainfully, I don't like to use second-hand goods. It's okay. I like to use them. Second-hand goods are very easy to use. After the 2 of them were affectionate, Du Xiaodi suddenly said, there is something I want to tell you. Yes. I want to become the will of the machine. Chapter 177 3 Eyes. Wang Wen stood on a sand dune with a gloomy expression. This dead face made many former team members wonder, is he really expressionless? Although the former boss was cold, he was not so cold. And he replaced the new hunter module, breaking the hunter limit. Shouldn't this be double the happiness? Is he heartbroken? Wang Wen's mood was indeed a bit like a heartbroken person. It was as if there was a white, rich and beautiful woman who was going to run to him in both directions. But he turned around like a showman, and actually shook off the white, rich and beautiful woman. This white, rich and beautiful woman is the machine will. This machine will is a type of large-scale AI, and it is an industrial AI that is hardware-oriented. Among all large-scale AIs, it is a relatively powerful one. However, the boss also admitted that transforming part of a living person into AI is risky, and the huge data flow may collapse your personality at any time. Even if it does not collapse at the first time, if your will is not strong enough, as various machines are constantly updated, sooner or later, your will collapse, your thinking will disappear, and it will become a pure machine consciousness. But on the other hand, once you are able to bear this weight of the crown, the reward will be very great. You will become a mechanical mastermind as an ordinary person, just like the ruler of the mechanical city. And as the camp expands, your authority can even exceed that of the mechanical mastermind. According to the boss, the ultimate goal is to become a planetary host, which is like the will of the mother city. Ordinary mechanical hunters only worship the boss's terrifying combat power. But only insiders know that the technical solution that the boss casually brought out is the most mature and advanced technology even in this mechanical age. This is equivalent to a technical expert who has been engaged in research for more than a dozen professions for 10 years. And there are almost no technical problems. This is the most terrifying thing. The external neural connection device developed by himself even solved the long-standing problem of the Empire Mecha. If this were in the civilized era, this person would definitely be a strong contender for the highest scientific award. Therefore, Wang would believe the boss's promise to become the planet mastermind. The only question was whether he had the will to withstand the constant impact of data flow. He hesitated. As a mechanic, his greatest ambition was to build his own mechanical kingdom. If he didn't have this ambition, he wouldn't have become a mechanical hunter. Isn't it nice to work and live a lazy life? But after being paralyzed for half a year and all his organs failed, he suddenly became afraid. He was afraid of another failure. By then, not to mention paralysis, even his personality would be shattered. By then, he would become a complete biological computer. So he thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, and chose to refuse. Then he regretted it. I once had a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and I regretted it when I lost it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God can give me another chance, I might still refuse. Wang Wen was shocked to find that he actually had a weak trait. Now he felt that everyone was mocking him. His face was so ugly that it was about to smoke. Finally, one of his former subordinates said cautiously, "Captain, it seems that the drone has returned." Wang Wen looked up and saw that there were a dozen small black dots in the sky. With a thought, the drone flew down and transformed in midair, turning into a metal tube as thick as an index finger, inserted into the skin, and the upper and lower parts merged, and finally only the size of a joint, which was completely inserted into the skin. At the same time, numerous drone shots came into his eyes, although he could connect to each drone and monitor remotely. But there was still a difference between being on the battlefield and being on the battlefield. The latter would produce something called battlefield intuition. Although his battlefield intuition was a bit special, the effect was the same. After all, he was now in a state of man-machine integration. He had as many as 100 palm-sized drones like this one. The manipulator module is the only commander template among all templates. It is also the only one that not only relies on the accumulation of military merits, but also considers the degree of loyalty. This is because its role is not only at the combat level, but also at the tactical level. For quite a long time, he should be the only manipulator hunter. However, he also wants to try the strategic level of machine will. After a while of self-pity, Wang Wen began to give orders. Soon, the mechanical hunters scattered all over the place were driven up, and they wrapped around the flame pass like a big net. Wang Wen knew what the boss meant. The battlefield is where the mechanical hunters grow the fastest. Nowadays, urban areas are disappearing one after another. It is not easy to find a suitable battlefield. And this flame pass looks quite suitable for their number 3 base. It can't be destroyed. He has to stay on the periphery and kill as many people as possible from the flame motorcycle party. A motorcycle party checkpoint. As the drone sneaks in, small green dots are marked on the mechanical hunter's tactical glasses. Tactical glasses are an upgraded version of battlefield recorders. In addition to communication and recording functions, the positioning function is also added. Although it is just an inconspicuous small function, with the cooperation of special tactics, the increase in combat power is very large. The creeper sat aside and did not interfere with the deployment of these newcomers. Trial and error on the battlefield is very important. After all, the old guys also came this way. He is responsible for just cleaning up the asses of these newcomers. Looking at the new face of the hunter captain, he suddenly asked curiously, I heard that you are the blind man's apprentice. Your name is San Yen? San Yen is not very old. He looks only about 17 or 18 years old. His face is a little tender. Seeing the creeper asking, he smiled shyly, opened his eyes slightly, and revealed his dense pupils. TSK. No need to say anything. Just look at these eyes. People will believe that the blind man is your father. The threshold for biological hunters is higher than that for mechanical hunters. But the starting level is also higher. Ordinary biological warriors can reach level 10. And biological hunters can reach level 15. This is why San Yen can become a captain at such a young age. Half of the 10-man hunter team were snipers. The snipers quickly found their positions. And the other 5 formed teams of 2 or 3 and quietly sneaked in. The creeper watched coldly and found that in addition to the 3 eyes, there were 2 snipers with tactical prosthetic eyes. And the other 2 had their nervous system modified. One modified their endocrine system. One enhanced their perception. And the other reduced their hormone secretion. All of which were suitable for snipers. The 5 people communicated with each other through tactical glasses. And sniped in pairs. Soon, the 6 flame boys died silently. TSK. Young people nowadays. Have they learned so quickly that group fights are better than single duels? Soon, gunshots rang out inside. Chapter 178 God Smite. Although Bai Jia and Qin Peng were well known in the previous oasis, they were not really considered first-line hunters. There is a recognized standard for first-line hunters, which is to kill a sea-level radiation beast by one's own strength. Bai Jia challenged 3 times, Qin Peng challenged twice, and both failed. It was precisely because of the failures that prompted them to pursue powerful forces, and when the news of the Cable Oasis's large-scale recruitment came, they did not hesitate at all and immediately joined in. After all, everyone knows that here has the most advanced hunter transformation technology. At this time, the 2 were shooting alternately, constantly blocking the fire boys coming from all directions. Although these fire boys only had some backward weapons, they were as fearless as the radiation corpses, and their physiques were special. Unless they were hit in the vitals, it would be difficult for them to die. Bai Jia saw with his own eyes that a fire boy with white pulp on his brain roared and rushed over. If not, they would not have been exposed so quickly. Qin Peng took a step forward, and the arm knife popped out from the groove of his forearm, and chopped off the enemy's head fiercely. What should we do? Should we retreat first? Bai Jia asked while changing bullets. Let's blow it up first. Qin Peng swung his feet, and 4 mechanical pulleys swung out from his feet. I'll lead them away, and you go to detonate. The power device in the calf area spurted out a strong airflow. Qin Peng's sliding speed was not much slower than some motorcycles, and his flexibility was far greater. At this moment, he was sliding and firing at the same time to attract the attention of these white monsters. Bai Jia crawled forward, using the cover to crawl to the calibrated bomb, and connected several unconnected lines. Then he fired several shots into the sky, which was the agreed signal. Qin Peng heard the gunshots, with almost no hesitation, ran out, and avoided the gasoline bottles thrown by several fire boys. You dogs playing with fire, go to hell. Accompanied by Qin Peng's roar, the explosion sounded instantly. The thick flames instantly submerged most of the checkpoint, and as more than a dozen fire boys walked out of the room, they were greeted by raging flames. The flame boy became a real flame boy. With the help of the flame, the bullets of the sniper rifle accurately located the flame boys one by one, killing them. How many did you kill? 3 sentries, how about you? 5. Brother San Yen, how about you? San Yen did not answer, but frowned. Be careful, the big guys are coming. In the flames, a tall figure walked out slowly. It was a fat man with a height of nearly 3 meters, and its belly diameter was almost 1 meter. He was not bloated, the bright red muscles were constantly wriggling. This guy had no skin at all. His body was full of flesh and blood. The high-temperature flames tickled his body surface, causing his flesh to quickly scab, crack, splash pus. After 2 or 3 times, the pus actually covered his body surface, preventing the flames from burning in. Damn, it's the butcher, old Qin, be careful. Accompanied by Bai Jia's exclamation, a huge copper ball cut through the air and smashed over. Qin Jia's pupil shrank, and he suddenly pounced to the right. The steel spikes on the copper ball scratched his back, and it hurt so much. Fuck. While Bai Jia fired, he quickly changed the bullet. His nails were magnetic fingers, which could reduce the reloading time of his firearms by 10%. However, the butcher on the opposite side only used a mechanical arm to block his face, and the bullet hit the opponent's thick skin and flesh, and it couldn't penetrate. The butcher, the advanced soldier of the Flame Motorcycle Party, the guard of the god, has a combat power comparable to that of a first-class mechanical hunter. The opponent's right hand was transformed into a mechanical arm. At this time, the mechanical arm shook, and the huge steel ball bounced back and hit Bai Jia at a faster speed. Bai Jia felt a great crisis in his heart, and he almost activated his trump card without thinking. His waist began to become hot, and his whole body began to heat up, and his pupils were dilated because of the severe pain. The next moment, Bai Jia's agility increased dramatically. With an exaggerated iron bridge, avoided the giant hammer, then with an exaggerated twist of the waist, the figure quickly pounced on the opponent. At this time, Bai Jia's body was emitting a burnt smell, which was the smell of burning protein. High protein burner, Bai Jia got an advanced plug-in by chance, by burning protein all over the body, gaining powerful strength and agility. But it only lasted for 3 minutes. In just 2 seconds, Bai Jia appeared in front of the butcher, and the bayonet in his hand fiercely pierced the opponent's thigh. The butcher let out a painful roar. Bai Jia pierced along the opponent's crotch, and slid behind the opponent. The spike in his hand was ready to pierce the opponent's waist. However, a black shadow suddenly attacked from the left. Bai Jia crossed his hands, and during the collision, he could faintly hear the sound of bones breaking. Such a big body, and it's so fast. No wonder I only pierced the thigh. I was clearly. Bai Jia was knocked over 6 or 7 meters away, and struggled to get up, but found that Qin Peng was entangled with the opponent. After taking out a pain suppressor and inserting it into his thigh, Bai Jia rushed forward again without any hesitation. Even if it was 2 against 1. Facing this monster, the two were still in danger. In the sight of the 3 eyes, the whole world seemed to expand 1,000 times. He could see the dust floating in the air, and the ants climbing in the cracks of the wall. According to his blind master, if this eye is developed to the limit, it can even see every cell in the human body. Then he went blind. According to the blind man, people who take this road must learn to be moderate. If they cannot be moderate, they will end up like him. San Yin is a good kid. He resisted the desire to see more subtle things and began to reduce his vision. According to the boss, biological hunters must learn to control the power of biological creatures. This process is very uncomfortable. The veins on his neck bulged. Fortunately, a basin of cold water poured from his temple at the critical moment. He knew that his biological plug-in had started to work. Unlike mechanical plug-ins, biological plug-ins are modifications made on the basis of biological clones. The transplanted eyeballs are inserted with neural deceleration devices. Once the eye nerve conduction is particularly fast, the neural deceleration device will be activated to slow down the nerves. This is not the ability of the electronic eye, but the ability of another radiation beast, the vomiting giant. This monster that devours everything has an insatiable hunger, and the source of this hunger is the delayed reaction of the nerves. San Yin closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were only 10 pupils left on his eyeballs, which were moving along with the movement of the Slayer. This was the unique motion capture capability of the electronic bee. Soon, these movements were combined into a movement mode. In this mode, San Yin could even see the opponent's movements in advance. San Yin raised his sniper rifle. Unlike others, his sniper rifle did not have a telescope. He suddenly remembered the scenes of hunting in the tribe. Although he was thin, he was always the one who hunted the most. The next moment, a bullet flashed by. The butcher's head tilted up sharply, and a bullet entered his right eye and exited from the back of his head while he screamed. This scream even alarmed the creeper, who was secretly making trouble. TSK. It seems that I don't need to help anymore. As a monitor, Wang Wen knew that there was a butcher in this toll station, which was also the reason for transferring the creeper. And now it seems that San Yin, the blind man's apprentice, was not accepted in vain. The next moment, 2 punk-style motorcycles suddenly rushed out of the burn toll booth. On the motorcycles, fire boys screamed wildly, making insulting gestures to the people in the distance, and this posture did not look like running away. Idiot! A strange light flashed in the eyes of the creeper. The next moment, under the astonished eyes of the fire boys, countless buds emerged from the motorcycles. The brakes did not work, and the steering wheel could not turn. Soon, these motorcycles covered with buds turned around, and actually drove back slowly. The creeper crossed his hands, staring at the other person with old eyes. Can you do the same gesture as before? So I can see it? There was complete silence. Finally, after blocking the dying counterattack of the butcher, the entire toll station was destroyed. In another place, Sun 2, the guerrilla general, sat on the body of a butcher, talking to Huangwen. I've got it done here. Yeah, the new mechanical module does have a lot of debugging, I'll report it. But he glanced at the bodies of the flame motorcycle gang on the ground. Sun 2 grinned. But even so, one person can beat 10 butchers. Got it. The action will continue as usual. By the way, the higher-ups are going to arrange some new weapons for battlefield experiments. So the plan needs to be slightly adjusted. It doesn't need to be so secretive. We need to reveal some traces to the other side. 3 days later, in the Flame Pass, the Grey Palace, a fanatical and weird scene. The strong man with a nasal tube laughed loudly, drinking wine and milk at the same time. Dwarf children jumped and danced in it. Bionic people with broken limbs and arms danced in it. The big brazier was filled with flames, and the source of the flames was charred corpses. Great! Incomparable God, the fertility hall has produced 124 more of your offspring. A waiter half knelt on the ground, respectfully reporting. Congratulations to the great God, this way, the number of your offspring will soon exceed 10,000. The high priest smiled flatteringly, but his other head was cursing. You idiot, we are facing a powerful enemy now. No matter how many offspring you have at this time, what's the use? Who can resist the power of God? You traitor! The two heads sprayed each other, their hands and feet moved wildly, and soon they fought in a ball. Stop! The conjoined high priest quickly stopped his hand. In the darkness, the white-haired and strong god stood up. I can feel the fire burning in the distance. We must put it out as soon as possible. Otherwise it will turn into a divine catastrophe. Chapter 179 God. Base number 1, Gao Gong's mechanical workshop is empty. Most of the mechas have been transferred to the front line, prepared for actual combat testing. Gao Gong is naked, with more than a dozen thin lines cut on his body, which are the directions of the scalpel. In front of the operating table, 3 items are rearranged. One is a V-shaped carbon atomic reactor that is recharged with energy. One is a pile of metal fruit core-like things, and the other is a large metal flag. The core is the Devil Jet 3-phase, and the metal flag is the steel flag. Both of these are level 5 blueprints, and they are also within the manufacturing limit of the first-level civilization. The Devil Jet is an upgraded version of the Colonial Spout, using a unique 3-phase rotation structure. Although it is much smaller than a single nozzle, the 3-phase rotation has an efficiency of 150% of that of an ordinary nozzle. As for the steel flag, it uses the jellyfish alloy treasured by the Security Corps. This alloy can only be produced by high-level marine mechanical beasts. The alloy has an amazing degree of fusion. The flag is a neural excitation circuit, with its own will to fight, and a coverage range of 500 by 500 meters. In addition, it is also a powerful mechanical gun. Gao Gong referred to the shape of the spine gun and also added some materials from the Ironback Flying Dragon. This is more suitable for himself, who has fused the cells of the Ironback Flying Dragon, and has a state of man and gun as one. The creation of these 2 mechanical drawings consumed a large amount of the treasures of the security group. Fortunately, he is a son-in-law. Otherwise, with such a large consumption of resources, it would be difficult for the other party not to be suspicious. Old man, do you really want me to do it? The punk girl is very nervous now. Why, didn't you have a reconstructive surgery before? Why are you so nervous? Nonsense, it was just a small surgery before, changing a finger, repairing a mechanical arm, etc. Now it's so big, I can't handle it. The senior engineer rolled his eyes. I knew you couldn't stand it, and with a thought, biological separation was activated. A large amount of nerve bundles and flesh and blood spurted out of his body. Finally, a human figure with 2 eyeballs appeared. Bright red muscle blocks bulged, contracted. The big eyeballs in the eye sockets stared at each other. The bright red mouth opened. No teeth, only countless bloodshot. I'll watch you do it, is that okay? Harry's legs trembled, her face turned pale. Old man, I need to pee. No. If you pee during the operation, who knows if you will wash your hands? Oh. After the initial shock, Harry calmed down. After all, having someone to direct and operating by yourself are 2 completely different things. In order to ease the other party's mentality, Gao Gong chatted with him casually. You got a tattoo again? Harry raised her shoulders. revealing a little Scarlet Queen tattoo on her shoulder, satisfied. How is it? Is it similar? This tattoo is based on your daughter's. Gao Gong rolled his eyes, and his eyeballs turned 360 degrees in an instant. This punk girl is not only a mechanical enthusiast, but also a tattoo enthusiast. There are at least 5 or 6 tattoos on the exposed parts of her body, including heavy machine guns, skulls, metal thorns, and a line of strange ancient characters. This guy seems to be only 17 years old. You dared to get a tattoo when you were a minor. If you are an adult, you will smoke, drink, and perm your hair. Before your father passed away, he repeatedly warned you not to learn bad habits. Oh, according to the moral standards of the radiation zone, learning to be bad means abusing drugs, making crazy changes to the body, and tattoos are considered a normal hobby. Under the command of the senior engineer, the punk girl quickly stabilized her state. The senior engineer poked her and pointed out her attributes. Name, Heliveld race, native HP, 80 stamina, 1990s mechanical energy, 73 personal attributes, strength 7 agility 5 endurance 4 intelligence 5 perception 14 character 12 skills, intermediate mechanical maintenance LV5, intermediate gun repair LV6, human body transformation surgery LV5, mechanical body transformation LV4 advanced. Talent, daughter of machinery, primary mechanical sense, skillful. Other attributes don't need to be considered. What really matters are the 3 mechanical talents. This is the biggest reason why the senior engineer accepted her as his apprentice. Among them, daughter of machinery and skillful hands are what Healy has naturally. And primary mechanical sense is what Gao Gong had a sudden idea one day. Injecting diluted royal blood into the other party's body, wanting to see what the reaction would be. The result was unexpectedly smooth. After a high fever, the punk girl successfully awakened the mechanical sense, which was many times faster than Gao Gong. This shows that in the area of mechanical system, the other party has a talent far superior to Gao Gong. Gao Gong is not envious. After all, the original body's double flower red stick attribute is also quite good, which brought him a lot of powerful combat talents. The most important thing is that the 3 talents are the prerequisites for becoming a master, and Gao Gong is training her in this direction. The implantation of the devil sprayer was soon successful. On Gao Gong's corpse, blood holes as big as coins appeared one after another, appearing in rows on his arms and thighs. As soon as Gao Gong thought about it, a large number of granulations appeared at the blood holes, covering them. Healy's scalpel did not stop at all. Once it entered the mechanical repair state, the talent of the mechanical girl would be activated, and she would be immersed in the machine, and any movement outside would not disturb her. The higher the talent, the more additional states the prosthetic implant brings. You successfully implanted the Devil Jet *20, motor system transformation rate plus 5%. Your physical transformation plus 5. Your mechanical energy plus 5,000. You get the talent mechanical overload. At this time, Healy's hands were deep into the chest of the senior engineer, giving him a heart transplant. Reinstalling the reactor was secondary. More importantly, she wanted to add a charging system to the reactor. After all, Gao Gong is not some Iron Man. He throws away the reactors one by one. The 7th level mechanical product is not something he can reversely deduce now, so it is necessary to use it sparingly. You successfully implanted the built-in engine V-type carbon atomic reactor, circulation system transformation rate plus 3%. Your physical transformation plus 3. Your mechanical energy plus 4,000. As soon as the reactor was installed, the chest lit up, and then there was a chain reaction. Each devil jet lit up. Skull patterns appeared on the corpse of Engineer Gao. So handsome. I'll get this tattoo next time. Hurley's eyes lit up. Engineer Gao rolled his eyes, and his eyeballs turned 360 degrees again. What kind of middle school aesthetics is this? Oh, you're still underage, that's fine. Engineer Gao thought again, and flesh and blood began to cover his chest. He wasn't interested in the glow of his chest, and this type of reactor couldn't emit lasers, so it was better to be conservative. On the other side, Hurley was operating the operating table skillfully, grabbing Engineer Gao in the air with her operating arm, and turning him over at the same time. The steel flag was grabbed by 2 surgical arms, and at the same time began to deform. The electronic flag rolled into the flagpole, and at the same time the flagpole began to split, and the sharp outer edge opened, and inserted into the gaps of the spine one by one. The electronic socket merged with the skin, and the sizzling sound of the electric current began to sound. At the same time, the spine began to bleed. At this time, The expression of the senior engineer gradually became solemn. On the separated body, countless nerve bundles pierced, and at the same time the muscles began to wriggle greatly, forming biological sockets together with the nerve bundles. Healy watched without blinking. She knew that this level of transformation surgery was no longer something she could participate in. As the operation progressed, Gao Gong's body surface turned into a large area of amber, like a human-shaped amber wrapped around various organs. As the steel flag merged into the amber, a familiar voice also sounded. You successfully implanted the steel gun flag. Movement system transformation rate plus 5%. Your physical transformation plus 5. Your mechanical energy plus 6,000. Your health increased by 130. Reaching 1947. Your physical transformation reached 103 points. And you can perform biological transformation. Your mechanical energy, 25096. You get the talent Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight. Gao Gong blinked. We already have a Dragon Knight. Where is my aunt? This time the transformation has the widest scope, and the framework of the mechanical body has basically been determined. Within level 30, this framework is enough. Therefore, Gao Gong lay in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, the mechanical body kept adjusting itself. As for Healy, she had already taken Gao Gong's special plane to the Land of Fire. She wanted to test the role of the new mecha on the battlefield. In the Land of Fire, more and more people knew that there was an emerging force targeting the Flame Motorcycle Party. This time, the god has really hit a hard stubble. In the underground black market, a warlord said in a sarcastic tone. Yeah. Who would have thought that the most mobile warlord force would be killed and unable to leave? Who are those people? It is said that they are mechanical hunters rising from the central region. And they have successfully stopped a beast tide. Stop the beast tide? Are you kidding me? Someone can actually stop the beast tide. If it is that legendary hunter, it is not impossible. The legendary hunter. The one who killed the mountain. The best expert in the radiation zone now? The shadow of the man. The name of the tree. The reputation of Gao Gong is close to 20,000. And it is not for nothing. When they heard that there was such a legendary figure behind this force, everyone immediately believed it. The bald fat man was among them. And he felt a little uneasy. If he had known that there was such a person behind the two men, he would not have been so arrogant. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly said, So, the number one master wants to kill the god? The most powerful person in the flame zone is probably not as powerful as the most powerful person in the radiation desert. Although the god is very powerful, he is one of the most powerful people in the flame zone. But let's ask ourselves, God, but can't stop the beast tide. Will God surrender? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. If God surrendered, he wouldn't call himself God. That genetic monster's brain is notorious for problems. A well-dressed middle-aged man suddenly stood up and walked out with a frown. It seems that God's partners are also anxious. Someone said gloatingly. Chapter 180 Mecha Revolution. Outside of the Flame Pass. Heavenly fire will surely drown you, the plague ants will crawl all over your body, evil spirits will crawl out of the ground, eat your bones, and the great god will surely bring you a curse that will never be broken in your lifetime. Matsushima Keiko ate an apple, while staring at the other party with wide eyes. This guy came to send a letter of challenge, but for some reason, while sending, it turned into a shaman dance. After eating the apple, and licking the juice off her fingers, Matsushima Keiko clapped her hands in satisfaction. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and the knife flashed away. The next moment, the head of the priest slid down. Not bad. The new tactile neural accelerator is quite useful. A spider silk suddenly shot out from outside the tent, and the spider silk bounced back, and the head fell into Desola's hand. Desola looked at it and handed it to Heli. Heli skillfully opened the back of the head and saw a low-quality brain computer socket. Brainwashing with mind-uploading technology? What kind of operation is this? You should control your temper. You killed a messenger privately. Fortunately, it was Manager Huang. If it were someone else, they would have beaten you up long ago. Desola. Matsushima Keiko's eyes lit up, and she took 2 steps at a time with her short legs, and jumped into the other person's arms. She shouted happily, When did you come? I came yesterday. And I have been outside. I just came to this temporary headquarters today. Matsushima Keiko rubbed the other person's chest hard, then raised her head and looked at the other 3 people. Hurley. Pilot. Clamp. You are here too. Hey, why are you two different? Clamp is a hunter of the hunting stream. Under normal circumstances, his body is bulging. Not to mention the pilot, who carries a mechanical box all year round. Now, both of them are wearing white exoskeletons, which are a bit like the standard exoskeleton of the mechanical army. But they are obviously thinner, and they seem to be light and thin. On the contrary, the back, which should be weak, is bulging. I don't know what is installed. Through the intuition of the knife man, Wheezy can feel that both of them have become stronger. Ha ha ha. Long time no see. Wheezy, you are still so short. The pilot touched the head of the Japanese girl happily, and was then bitten hard by the other party. Hey, hey, just a joke. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Finally, the middle-aged bearded pilot promised a basket of benefits, and then let Wheezy open his mouth. You guys have changed your equipment. And you can fly. I want it too. We have caught a lot of marine species in the coastal waters, and we have enough points. So we changed our equipment. What do you want to exchange for? The pilot said disdainfully. In order to let these hunters know that there is no such thing as something that can be obtained without hard work. Galgong had people set up a task point system. Every time a task is completed, you can get a fixed number of points. The points can be exchanged for some good things in the camp, such as Wheezy's hand-feeling neural flow controller, which was just exchanged for, and it cost 300 hunter points. Wheezy took a look at the points required for the flying bird module. 4,000. Dysela. Wheezy looked at the other party pitifully. You are always careless in doing things, and you mess up every mission. Dysela did not sympathize with the other party, and taught her, you forgot that hunter points cannot be traded with each other. What's so great about it? Wheezy said sourly. I will chop off a few more heads later, and I will definitely be able to collect enough points. I don't know if you have earned enough points to deduct. The clamp complained. To be honest, there are not many rules in the mechanical hunter. You can't betray your teammates. You can't kill people at will. And you can't attack the boss. You can count them on one hand. But this girl always steps on the landmine. Wheezy was also angry. He called me a 3-inch trick. Why can't I kill him? Just because he is the boss. Daisy, the pilot, and the clamp rolled their eyes at the same time. Okay, let's go. I'll get you some good knives later. Daisy comforted the other party like comforting a child. As the group walked out of the door, they saw a huge virtual projection. On one side of the projection, there were countless motorcycles with hideous faces, and electric guitars that spewed fire. The speakers piled up like a mountain, and they kept spewing flames. A total of 3,000 motorcycles formed a motorcycle army, and there were tens of thousands of white-skinned monsters on them. What the hell? Are they going to have a concert? Even someone as strong-willed as Wheezy couldn't help but be speechless. Do they really think we will confront them? Jiazi complained again. Is this an ancient war? Who still plays the game of volley shooting? I don't think we need to do anything. Just bring in a batch of rocket launchers, and the problem will be solved. This is the place with the most serious radiation. Calibration radar is useless. Desla explained for the other party. You can't kill all the enemies with just a rocket launcher. Huangwan, turn the view for me. I want to see what their boss looks like. Is he as ugly as our boss? A drone 100 miles away gradually climbed up, and the view turned to the Flame Pass, which was the ancient dam. A tall figure was standing alone on the mechanical platform, looking down at the whole scene. Wow, this guy looks so weird. The god was tall, about 2 meters tall, with a head full of white hair, which kept floating on his feet, small fishy yellow eyes, and a metal pacifier in his mouth. This guy was naked from the waist up, and a dark yellow coat was hanging on his lower body, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to be human skin. The god's fishy yellow eyes turned suddenly, as if he saw everyone from hundreds of miles away, and the invading eyes made several people take a fighting stance at the same time. The next moment, the virtual screen suddenly exploded into a snow-white light spot. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. On the front line, Wang Wen looked at the drone being blasted by the opponent's glare, and said to himself, it's not that easy to deal with. With the help of battlefield intuition, he could feel that the opponent's aura far exceeded that of a B-level radiation beast. Maybe it can't reach A-level, but it is definitely a strong enemy. This battle seems to be not only to verify the new hunters, new mechas, but also to verify the strength of the frontline hunters who have broken through the upper limit. Thinking of this, Wang Wen's eyes flickered. Come on. Give it a try. In the perspective of the hidden drone, the god was constantly waving his arms, roaring something, and thick smoke spewed out of his mouth, covering the entire flame pass, drowning the motorcycle gangs on the ground like a waterfall. Stimulated by the smoke, the flame boys were like taking drugs, yelling wildly, and even taking up weapons, leaving blood marks on their bodies, and then smearing the blood on their faces and bodies. On these people, similar mists also emerged. A kind of stimulating psychotropic drug? This feeling? A beast tide? The drone's vision went dark one by one. His microdrone was a specially customized version, and it was not affected by the general radiation environment at all. Only an environment like a beast tide would interfere with this kind of electronic product. In the perspective of the drone in the distance, white mist gradually covered the entire flame pass. The next moment, the engine roared, and motorcycles full of steel spikes roared out, and thick black smoke spewed out from the rear of the vehicle. What is burning here is crude oil. Is there an oil well in the flame pass? You know, with the second mechanical war tearing the continent apart, the oil fields on land have basically sunk to the bottom of the sea. Only large companies have the technology and the strength to pump oil from the bottom of the sea. On the sea, the crude oil processing stations surrounded by black fog are as dazzling as lighthouses. There is another thing that Huangwen can't figure out. That is, where do the other side get so many people? In theory, in the past 3 days, the mechanical hunters attacked everywhere, killing and injuring as many as 2,000 flame boys. But why is the number of the other side not decreasing at all? Synthetic humans? Clones? Even if they are both, they can't grow so fast. In the white fog, the motorcycle wave rushed forward, and soon fought with the first line of defense. It was still Huangwen's unmanned tactics. All kinds of machine guns appeared on various high grounds. Drones dropped small bombs from above. There were even dozens of self-driving grenade launchers. The sound of gunfire, explosions, cannons. The fog was almost broken in an instant. The tank was blown up. The flame boy on the car was swept under the car by the machine gun, and then crushed into meat paste. Hundreds of motorcycles were destroyed almost immediately. This feeling was like using Maxim to sweep cavalry. The casualties were exaggerated. Many mechanical hunters on the edge of the battlefield murmured, would the battle be over before they even appeared on the battlefield? However, soon, the flame motorcycle party proved that, as a first-class warlord force, they were not given away for nothing. Spears shot out from the mist, spanning thousands of meters, hitting unmanned positions, and directly piercing machine guns. Some rushed in both directions. Under the artillery fire, the motorcycles and grenade launchers collided fiercely. Some butchers used machine guns to fire artillery shells. Many of the artillery shells fired at them actually exploded in midair. It was a bit unexpected. The firepower of the flame motorcycle party was not weak. They did not have high-tech weapons such as fighter jets, exoskeletons, and energy weapons, but they basically had machine guns, rocket launchers, and rifles. More importantly, these people were fearless and brave. Even if their hands and feet were blown off, they would still crawl over without caring about their lives. Huangwen had a calm expression. If having more people was useful, then what was the point of having high-tech weapons? The number of flame boys decreased at a steady rate. 10,000, 9,000, 8,000, 7,000. After consuming half of the number, these people finally rushed into the mechanical hunter's position. The high-pitched electronic sound sounded, and the high-frequency drum beats were almost uninterrupted. The next moment, hundreds of flames sprayed into the sky. The two-headed priest screamed wildly, and the fog began to expand. All electronic components were washed away by the fog and all failed. And the senior engineer, who was on the way, also received a task from the system. Mission, G Vendetta. Difficulty, difficult. Mission brief. Revenge is your mission, machinery is your destiny. Freedom defeats ignorance, armor overthrows the throne. Mission objective. Defeat the motorcycle gang army. Mission reward. Experience plus 35,000. Desert reputation plus 1,500 extra reward. Incomplete mechanical puzzle 1/5. *1. Specialty of the motorcycle gang camp. Note, Vendetta is just a means. Our goal is the Mecha Revolution.